Su Mu has inexplicably transmigrated into a novel, becoming a minor character besmirched by scandal, and finds herself embroiled in a dating reality show from the very outset. While others vie for prominence in the dating show, fearing they may appear too frivolous, Su Mu glares with intensity, extends her leg, and immediately descends into chaos and madness. Confronted by the advances of a scoundrel, she brazenly removes the door from his car. My thoughts are quite wicked. Men never truly love. Should you dare to prattle on, I shall twist your crown. In response to the vitriolic comments online, she smiles faintly. You all think I am mad, and I perceive you as fools. We shall mutually assail one another. You curse my downfall, while I curse your obscurity. Unexpectedly, in her descent into madness, Su Mu becomes an overnight sensation online. Observing this, the playboy immediately approaches her. I find you rather appealing. What about you? Your fishing pond is far too vast, which is genuinely intimidating. The pretentious man pulls her into a corner. What do you think of me? Your height barely reaches 170, and without insoles, it's a mere 111. Our heights differ significantly. Please refrain from imposing yourself. Netizens. Ha ha ha, can you even find a partner? Su Mu replies. My heart and lungs are sealed in cement. I refuse to endure the anguish of love. A wealthy heir retorts. What about me? Su Mu casts him a sidelong glance. Though you are tall and handsome, you are not to my taste. He rises abruptly. You praised my prowess in bed, and now you say I am not your type? Su Mu, you are a fickle one. Netizens. The entire internet erupts. Chapter 1. Embarking on a journey of madness. Su Mu slowly opens her eyes, realizing she is in a moving vehicle. After confirming her situation, she takes a deep breath. What the hell? Her manager, Zhang Fan, is startled by her roar, slamming on the brakes. What's going on? Su Mu flings open the car door, spotting a bridge beside her, and prepares to leap. The system emits a sharp screech in her ear. What are you doing? What am I doing? Did you not say that if I complete 1,000 tasks, I could cease this endless transmigration? Su Mu is a quick traveler. Prior to this, she had traversed 1,000 worlds. The system had assured her she could leave after 1,000 worlds, yet here she is in the 1,001st. After laboring for centuries, she has earned not a single penny. She is subjected to more hardship than a slave. Seeing her determination to jump, the system gently persuades. Do you not wish to return to the real world? Imagine your husband calling another woman his wife, living in your home, wearing your clothes, and spending your money. Are you not afraid of that? Su Mu's expression softens, her breath quickens, and her countenance grows pained. Soon, she exhales deeply. I remember now, I have no husband, nor do I have money. The system. Su Mu smiles faintly. This wretched life can go to hell. With that, she closes her eyes, preparing to leap, only to feel a hand grasp her tightly from behind. Manager Zhang Fan attempts to pull her back. Why are you thinking this way? Do not stop me. Su Mu struggles fiercely. This river is too shallow to kill. If I truly wish to die, I might as well jump off a building. Su Mu. You are quite the well-meaning one. The system. If you die here, there is another world waiting for you. Is that useful? Su Mu, unwilling to hear its incessant chatter, promptly shuts down the communication channel. Noticing her calmness, Zhang Fan drags her to the roadside. Mu, I understand you are hurt, but is it worth it for a scoundrel? Just as he mentions the scoundrel, a car halts beside them, and the window rolls down to reveal a stoic face. Fu Chen casts a disdainful glance her way. I didn't expect you to genuinely participate in the show. Su Mu, could you not have a shred of dignity? As the female supporting character in the story, Su Mu is merely a devoted admirer of the male lead, Fu Chen, who sees her only as a substitute for his beloved white moonlight. When the true heroine returns, Fu Chen unceremoniously casts Su Mu aside. Nevertheless, knowing that Fu Chen is heading to the dating show, she eagerly follows him. In her previous transmigrations, her tasks always involved the female character's triumph, which typically entailed winning the male lead's favor to ascend to the role of CEO, thereby replacing the heroine and reaching the pinnacle of success. However, faced with this absurd life, Su Mu resolves to strike back at the male lead by becoming a vagrant, begging on the streets, and embracing a life of madness. Confronted with Fu Chen's expression of disgust, Su Mu forcefully yanks open his car door. What do you intend to do? Su Mu smiles sweetly as she delivers a swift kick. The car door emits a thunderous clang, morphing in shape. It crashes to the ground, utterly ruined. Zhang Fan is left astounded. Fu Chen's mouth hangs agape. Su Mu ferociously grips his collar. I harbor wicked thoughts. Men never love. If you dare to prattle further, I shall twist your crown. Fu Chun is left dumbfounded. Realizing he is momentarily intimidated by Su Mu's fierce demeanor, he angrily shrugs off her grip. Su Mu, have you lost your mind? You think I am mad. I think you are a fool. We are merely reflecting each other. Indeed, mad. Let's go, hurry and drive. The assistant appears troubled, but the car door, forget about it. Very well. The car swiftly drives away as Su Mu picks up the discarded door and turns to Zhang Fan. Do you know what this maneuver is called? Zhang Fan's lips twitch. What is it called? A dramatic exit. Zhang Fan. She pulls out her phone. Hello, is this the Nanshan Mental Hospital? Can one be admitted shortly after losing their mind? Su Mu swiftly snatches the phone. Enough with the antics. I need to call the director. What's your lock screen password? The total amount of wages you owe me. There's no rush for that. We can deal with it later. Zhang Fan sees through her intentions. We must go to the show.
Why?
The contract has long been signed, and today marks the premiere. You already possess a plethora of scandals, and now you wish to change your mind at the last minute. Surely the online realm will be rife with turmoil. Most critically, do you have the financial means to compensate for the breach of contract? Am I truly that impoverished? Su Mu retorted angrily as she returned to the car, retrieving her phone. Upon checking her balance, a chill surged from her soles to the crown of her head, leaving her feeling utterly cold, yet exhilarated. Sister Fan, could you kindly turn off the air conditioning and switch on the heating? It's July. Are you out of your mind? Su Mu glanced down at her balance, once more lamenting. How could I, the heiress of the Miko group, possibly be in such dire straits? Zhang Fan caught a glimpse of her through the rearview mirror and remarked, Have you forgotten? You've already severed ties with your family for Fu Chun. Zhang Fan genuinely believed her recent actions bordered on insanity. Su Mu stowed her phone away, declaring, Fine, fine, fine. It's merely a dating reality show. I'll go. My heart has been sealed in concrete. Who could possibly make me suffer in love? Meanwhile, the viewership for, once again, Heartbeat had already soared to unprecedented heights. Ah, it's finally airing, eagerly anticipating Fu Chun. Whoa, female contestants, do not touch Fu Chun. Especially not Su Mu. This show is truly lacking in ethics. How could they actually invite Su Mu to join Fu Chun? Yikes, I really don't want to see Su Mu. Why did the production team invite her? Can we please have Su Mu withdraw? I'm exasperated. I believe having Su Mu is quite beneficial. After all, her acting is so poor that her presence will clearly reveal whether the show has a script. Haha. Oh dear, how cringeworthy. Once again, Heartbeat is a celebrity dating reality show that employs both live streaming and pre-recorded segments simultaneously. Unlike other dating shows, this particular one is rather unscrupulous, as the guests invited are couples who have already parted ways. This implies that within this program, as long as one desires, they can engage in romantic discussions in the presence of their ex. However, among these celebrity guests, some have publicly known relationships, with their romances and breakups widely recognized, while others are involved in clandestine affairs, leaving the audience in the dark. Thus, upon the announcement of the guests, netizens began speculating about who might have been paired together in the past. The production team even invited a pair of individuals who are not exes, allowing the viewers to deduce the connections themselves, akin to a dating show version of Werewolf. Su Mu's former lover is none other than Fu Chun. What the outside world remains unaware of is that they have secretly signed a dating agreement. After all, Fu Chun merely regards Su Mu as a stand-in for his true love and would never truly engage in a romance with her. Fu Chun's participation in this program is also due to the fact that his true love has become a guest on the show. As the number of viewers in the live stream continually increased, at last, at the end of the road, a white minivan emerged. Fans in the live chat recognized it as Fu Chun's vehicle, erupting in excitement across the screen. The director astutely angled the camera closer. The vehicle came to a gradual halt. As the bodyguard approached to open the car door, he suddenly froze. Where was the door? Live chat. Is this the legendary doorless vehicle? Oh my, quite a unique design. Is this what they call a convertible? No, this is a doorless car. Haha, this is hilarious. Who had a quarrel with Fu Chun and stormed out? Chapter 2. As laughter echoed throughout the live broadcast, Fu Chun emerged from the car, his hair resembling a disheveled bird's nest, with no car door to shield him. The wind had tousled his meticulously styled hair into a disarray. Contemplating this, Fu Chun clenched his fists, mentally attributing the blame to Su Mu. Behind the camera, the filming crew struggled to contain their laughter. Noticing the situation, Fu Chun ruffled his chaotic hair and, with a dark expression, stepped into the small room prepared by the production team. Upon his entrance, 4 more vehicles arrived, bringing with them singer Xiao Zhuang, third-tier actress He Xiaoza, the relatively unknown Lin Li, and food blogger Li Ke. Among these 2 men and 2 women, each more obscure than the last, only Fu Chen held a prominent position. However, sensing Fu Chen's foul mood, no one dared approach him. Instead, they awkwardly gazed out of the window, hoping the next guest would alleviate the uncomfortable atmosphere.
Moments later,
Another vehicle pulled up. A girl dressed in a white dress alighted from the car, nodding and smiling at the cameras. She carried a violin case, exuding an air of artistic elegance. Upon seeing her, Fu Chen's expression brightened instantly. He even stood up from his seat to greet her at the door.
indeed.
This was none other than Fu Chen's White Moonlight, the original female lead of the story Yu. Yu had gone abroad at a young age and had been studying piano ever since. She recently gained fame from a video of her piano performance and was here to participate in the show as she aimed to formally enter the entertainment industry. The comments flooded in. What a beauty. I need all her information within 3 minutes. That must be EU. She is absolutely stunning. I'm really curious about EU's ex-boyfriend. Fu Chen, why are you so proactive? Just as Fu Chen made his way to the courtyard, a sudden roar of an engine pierced the air. A bright red convertible Maserati came to a halt behind EU. Unlike the others who had arrived in ordinary vehicles, this car was exceptionally eye-catching and ostentatious. The comments erupted. I bet $100 that S. Jiang Zue inside. That familiar flamboyance, that audacious color scheme. Who else could it be? For him, for his arrogance, I'd crash into a wall for Jiang Xiao. The red sports car on the road. Remember his name, Jiang Zue. The door swung open, revealing a pair of limited edition Air Jordans on the ground. His sleeveless hoodie showcased his fair skin, while a pair of sunglasses obscured much of his handsome features. He casually held a cup of iced Americano. Jiang Zue, the most talked-about rising star in the rock scene, whose every song became a hit, was also the heir to the Jiang Hai group. With looks, power, and talent, he had no flaws aside from his arrogant, sharp-tongued demeanor that often disregarded others. As he stepped out of the car, EU was busy handling her luggage. EU had only one ambition in entering the entertainment industry: fame. While not inherently a flawed desire, she had overestimated herself, believing she could win over Jiang Zue and rise to prominence. Being a privileged young master, Jiang Zue had countless women vying for his attention throughout his life. EU's paltry tricks and thoughts were transparent to him. Thus, when EU bit her lip and asked Jiang Zue, "Teacher Jiang, could you help me?" he swiftly brushed past her like a gust of wind. The comments reflected the audience's sentiments. As expected of you. While others come to find love, you seem to be here to make enemies. I wonder if Jiang Zue's will show up. Does he look like someone who has been in a relationship? I can help you. Jiang Zue's rejection inadvertently granted Fu Chen an opportunity. Beneath his seemingly cold exterior, he was elated to see EU, oblivious to her unspoken feelings for Jiang Zue. Of course, with his limited intellect, he might never comprehend such subtleties. As Jiang Zue arrived, the other guests also stepped out of the room. Was there still someone unaccounted for? Everyone instinctively turned to Fu Chen. Su Mu, Fu Chen's ex-girlfriend, whose breakup had been a public spectacle, was known to all present. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Fu Chen's irritation bubbled to the surface. "What are you all staring at me for?" he snapped. He certainly didn't want to be associated with Su Mu in front of EU. The mere thought of his contractual relationship with Su Mu felt like a permanent blemish on his life. At that moment, a vehicle appeared at the end of the road, a 3-wheeled cart. As it ascended the incline, Su Mu, donning a straw hat, pedaled furiously, nearly sparking flames from the effort. The back of the cart was laden with cardboard boxes, seemingly collected refuse. The comments poured in. What is Su Mu up to? Has she given up on being an artist to scavenge? This is hilarious. What an odd way to make an entrance. Fu Chen, I really don't want to admit I dated her. We still don't know why Fu Chen was ever with her. After reaching the top of the hill, Su Mu halted the cart, wiping the sweat from her brow, and looked at the stunned crowd. What are you all standing around for? She asked. Fu Chen smirked derisively. Su Mu, are you changing careers? With a lazy glance, Su Mu replied, yeah. Being a female star is tough, so I'm starting a recycling station, picking up trash on the streets, looking left and right, and what do I see? You jerk. The comments erupted. I'm betting it all on this. No way, does a single bet count as a wager? I want to watch China's new rap if you're not in it. You should consider a graduate entrance exam. Maybe take some rhyming medication. Fu Chen's expression soured, ready to retort, when suddenly an elderly man emerged from behind the three-wheeled cart. Thank you, young lady. If it were me with this old body, I might not have made it up here. The crowd finally realized that Su Mu had been helping someone.
Sumu smiled.
No need for thanks, you know who I am, right?
Ah?
The old man looked puzzled. Who are you? The comments flooded in. Ha ha ha, awkward moment. You think everyone knows you? This is hilarious, what audacity. I've dug a magic castle with my toes.
Sumu patet her chest.
I'm the successor of socialism. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. The comments reacted. Oh no. That was careless. The black text is getting redder by the second. The old man nodded with a smile as he climbed onto the cart, glancing at Su Mu. Hesitating to speak. Young lady, grandpa, no need for more thanks, Su Mu interjected. I didn't mean it like that, I understand, I really do. No need to be so polite. You still haven to return my straw hat. Su Mu. The comments burst into laughter. Haha, this is truly awkward. I still find Su Mu annoying. Can she leave the show already? Su Mu is truly a rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel. I hope they edit a pure version of the show without her in post-production. With a hearty laugh, Su Mu quickly removed her straw hat and returned it to him. The old man rode away on the three-wheeled cart, and at that moment, the director stepped forward. Everyone, please return to the Heartbeat Cottage. Su Mu collected her suitcase from Fong Jia and followed the others toward the small house. Outside the cottage lay a pebble path, making it difficult to roll her suitcase. Thus, Fu Chen took it upon himself to carry Yu's two luggage pieces, one large and heavy, the other small and light. As he walked, the uneven weight forced him into an awkward rhythm, his left foot heavy and right foot light, then vice versa. Seeing him struggle, Su Mu couldn't help but think he resembled the limping frog from the animated series Haloa. However, misfortune often follows joy. Suddenly, one of Su Mu's suitcase wheels broke, causing it to roll away. The suitcase tipped forward, colliding squarely with Jiang Zui's knee. He lost his balance and landed squarely on her suitcase. It must be said that Jiang Zui's demeanor is undeniably commanding, a touch of youthful bravado, as he manages to evoke the essence of a dragon throne merely by sitting on a modest suitcase. Nevertheless, this does not alleviate the palpable awkwardness in the atmosphere. As the air thickens with tension, Su Mu calmly approaches Jiang Zui, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, and quips, "Seeing you so audacious, I shall crown you as king. This throne is prepared for you, do you fancy it?" The crowd responds with an array of comments. The silence of the air is most daunting. As a Su Mu's sudden concern, Jiang Zui, you're truly kind, recognizing my fatigue and permitting me a seat. Su Mu's suitcase seems rather subpar indeed. Associating with Su Mu only leads to embarrassment. Everyone anticipated Jiang Zui might react with anger, cautiously assessing his expression. However, Jiang Zui merely twitched the corners of his mouth before rising to his feet, lifting Su Mu's suitcase, and striding away. "Hey, that's my suitcase,"
Su Mu exclaimed.
Jiang Zui retorted, holding her hand firmly. "Incorrect. This is my throne." Su Mu. Ha, they make quite the amusing pair, who understands? Fu Chen, as the ex-boyfriend, seems rather indifferent to Su Mu. Upon entering the house, they each placed their suitcases down. The production team had prepared a set of MBTI personality test questions for everyone to complete. The MBTI test, recently quite popular, categorizes individuals into 16 types, generally distinguishing between introverted types beginning with I and extroverted types beginning with E. The production team encouraged the guests to undertake this test to foster familiarity among them. While everyone began answering on their phones, Su Mu remained still. The director, puzzled, inquired, "Su Mu, won't you partake? I need not engage in such trivialities. I already know my type."
"What?"
IMBT. Li Ko, who often indulges in such studies, questioned, "That type seems non-existent?"
Su Mu flashed a genuine smile. "You mean?"
"I'm a pervert." Others chimed in. "Ha, what a splendid pervert. Indeed, one does seem rather peculiar. Has Su Mu lost her mind?" "I'm formidable. I'm MSB. I'm a lecher. I'm MSB. The previous ones are rather harsh on themselves." Chapter 3. I am here to bless him. After completing the tests, they began allocating rooms. The Heartbeat Cottage is a villa prepared by the production team, featuring 2 bedrooms on each floor, along with an activity room, a media room, and an expansive living room. For the upcoming period, the guests would reside here. There were 2 rooms for the boys and 2 for the girls, each containing 2 beds. After drawing lots, Su Mu was paired with Yu, while Li Ke shared a room with He Xiaojia. Among the boys, Jiang Zui was with Fu Chun, and Lin Li shared with Xiao Zhuang. Once they moved their suitcases into their respective rooms, they received a message from the production team. To enhance the live broadcast, the team developed an app named Revived Heartbeat, allowing for synchronized messages in the broadcast room, with guests restricted from adding each other as friends privately. The production team announced, "Everyone, please write a letter to your ex, introducing your perception of them, and subsequently deposit it in the mailbox located in the courtyard." Although 2 of the 8 guests had no exes present, they were compelled to feign writing letters to their former partners. The guests gradually picked up the stationery provided in their rooms to compose their letters. Yu pondered with her pen in hand, while Su Mu completed hers in mere seconds. Observing her swift actions, Yu expressed her surprise, pondering, "Teacher Su, you're here for Fu Chun, aren't you?" Yu's intention in coming to the show was to gain popularity, thus she sought to pair with someone of interest, either Jiang Zui or Fu Chun. Initially, she planned to employ various strategies to garner affection from both, maximizing her potential for attention. However, Jiang Zui's seemingly impervious demeanor suggested that winning him over might be challenging, whereas Fu Chun appeared far more approachable. Yet, with Su Mu, Fu Chun's ex-girlfriend, still in the mix, she sought to discern whether Su Mu still harbored feelings for him. Su Mu, aware of Yu's thoughts, smiled knowingly. "Oh, you've guessed correctly. I am indeed here for him." Comments flooded in. As expected, Su Mu still clings to her past feelings for Fu Chun. It's perplexing. How can she pursue Fu Chun after her infidelity? She is certainly employing a strategy of relentless persistence. Isn't she? Incorrect. She is shameless. How can one who strayed still pursue Fu Chun? The aftermath of Su Mu and Fu Chun's breakup was quite tumultuous, primarily due to Su Mu being photographed entering a hotel with a mysterious man who was seen carrying her inside. This scandal dominated the trending topics for days, prompting Fu Chun to publicly announce their separation. Consequently, Su Mu faced a torrent of backlash from netizens. However, unbeknownst to the public, the entire incident had been orchestrated by Fu Chun. He was aware of Su Mu's affections and knew she wouldn't easily sever ties. He feared she might even disclose their agreement to date. Thus, he covertly drugged her and enlisted paparazzi to ensure she would be thoroughly cast aside, allowing him to pursue his ideal partner. Unfortunately for him, his plan faltered, as the drugging attempt failed, and another man intercepted Su Mu, carrying her to a nearby hotel. Thankfully, the paparazzi managed to capture some images, resulting in Su Mu enduring public scorn. Nevertheless, what the public did not know was that the man who carried Su Mu into the hotel was Su Qing, one of the founders of the Miko Group and Su Mu's elder brother. The following day, Su Qing uncovered the truth, but previously, Su Mu, in her infatuation, refused to believe that Fu Chun had orchestrated everything, suspecting instead that her brother had conspired to frame Fu Chun to facilitate their breakup. Enraged, Su Qing nearly fainted from the stress. To awaken Su Mu from her delusion, Su Qing declared he would not clarify the rumors online, leaving her to face the ongoing backlash alone. Yu candidly remarked, "However, given your actions, it must be quite difficult to win Fu Chun back, wouldn't it?" Yu felt emboldened to speak so bluntly in front of Su Mu due to Su Mu's current vulnerable position. She calculated that her forthrightness would not only evade censure, but could potentially endear her to netizens. Su Mu was taken aback by her statement. "Win him back?
No.
I am here to bless him." Bless him? Su Mu clasped her hands together. "I wish him cataracts, so he cannot see. May he suffer from toenail fungus. Contagious to two. May his hair vanish, and his dandruff become more pronounced."
Yu.
Comments flooded in. "Ha ha ha, what a twist. You're serious. And this is your response?" Though I detest Su Mu, I genuinely laughed. This is utterly hilarious. What a wicked sense of humor. Chapter 4. The meaning of a handsome devil. Before Yu could respond, Su Mu elegantly rose, heading downstairs to deposit her letter in the mailbox. Upon reaching the living room, she encountered Jiang Zui, who was also on his way to submit his letter. Upon seeing her, Jiang Zui paused. "So quick? You are rather swift yourself. What did you write?" Su Mu was about to respond when her phone suddenly chimed. The production team announced, "Everyone, please refrain from insulting your ex in your letters." With a decisive rip, Su Mu's envelope tore in two. Jiang Zui. Comments erupted. "Huh? That was quite the decisive tear. Jiang Zui, I'm rarely caught off guard. But you've managed it. It seems she had much to say about Fu Chun. It's absurd. What right does she have to criticize Fu Chun?" After tearing up the letter, Su Mu, feeling exasperated, tossed it into a nearby trash bin. She had reason to believe the production team was stifling her expression. Seeing her decisive actions, Jiang Zui chuckled softly. Just how unpleasant are the insults you hurl. The most mundane of curses can yield the utmost delight. I suppose I can surmise the content then.
Fool.
Fool? The two spoke in near unison. Sumu smiled with a sense of comfort, patting his shoulder. Indeed, fool. Jiang Zui detected an oddity. Are you insulting me? I am affirming you. Affirming that I'm a fool, or affirming my answer. If you were confident, you wouldn't assume I was affirming your foolishness, unless you, too, believe yourself to be a fool. Jiang Zui wished to express more, but Sumu interrupted him. It's all right. You must believe in yourself. Even if you are a fool, you are undoubtedly the most handsome fool in the world. Jiang Zui's lips twitched. Is that something to be proud of? Sumu replied emphatically, of course. The majority of people are fools, and you are the most handsome among them, which proves you surpass most in attractiveness. Is that not a source of pride? Is it not possible that even if I am not a fool, I could still be more handsome than most? Sumu adjusted her glasses, a perplexed expression adorning her face. How about this? We both take a step back. You acknowledge that you are a fool, and I shall simplify the title of the most handsome fool to simply handsome fool. The comments flooded in. Is this what you call taking a step back? Sumu seems to be attempting a dumbing down attack. Hello to all the handsome fools out there. I feel as though you are insulting me. I can never look at the term handsome fool the same way again. At that moment, Lin Li emerged from the room, observing the two with expressions that seemed to ponder the onset of a third world war, and inquired, What are you discussing? Sumu turned to him. We are contemplating a foolish question. The comments continued. Ha ha ha. What a double entendre. Indeed a foolish question, truly. So, what prompted this entanglement with such a question? I vaguely recall it was due to a letter. After returning to her room, Sumu reconceived her thoughts and penned a new letter. Upon completion, she smiled with satisfaction. The letter brimmed with affection for Fu Chen, devoid of insults, entirely in line with the production team's requirements. Once everyone had submitted their letters to the mailbox, the evening sky began to darken. The production team announced, Everyone, there are ingredients available in the fridge. Please prepare your own meals. Following this message, all participants emerged from their rooms to deliberate on how to cook. The flourishing culinary industry and the prevalence of takeout had rendered these men incapable in the kitchen, leading to a collective silence. Xiao Zhuang took the initiative to ask Li Ke, You're a food blogger. You must be quite adept at cooking, right? Li Ke, anticipating this moment, replied nonchalantly, Let me first see what ingredients we have. The comments erupted. How did Xiao Zhuang know Li Ke is a food blogger? She never mentioned it, did she? Could it be that Xiao Zhuang is Li Ke's ex-boyfriend? They do seem like a good match, standing together, betting on who is whose ex. EU seized the opportunity to showcase herself, promptly stating, I can cook. Let me assist you. Seeing EU about to enter the kitchen, Fu Chen quickly intervened. Your hands are meant for playing the piano. How can you possibly cook? He then turned to Sumu. Aren't you also capable in the kitchen? You and Li Ke should cook together. Having traversed so many worlds, Sumu was proficient in various skills, and cooking was naturally among them. If Fu Chen were to bow to her, she might begrudgingly agree. However, his current assertiveness was rather amusing. Who told you I could cook? Didn't you once prepare porridge for me? I recall it tasting quite good.
Oh, that.
We had a little pig at home, and after cooking porridge for it too often, I ended up giving you a bowl. The expressions of everyone around shifted to one of bemusement. Some stifled their laughter, while others, like Jiang Zui, laughed unabashedly. The comments rolled in. Help, I'm about to die laughing, so you treated Fu Chen like a pig while dating him? Sumu is being rather excessive towards her ex-boyfriend, isn't she? Isn't it normal to treat an ex like this? Ha ha ha. Though rather mischievous. It's undeniably amusing. I really want to check on Sumu's mental state. Noticing Fu Chen's growing displeasure, Yu gently stepped forward. It's all right, teacher Fu. I can cook with Li Ke. Even though I play the piano, my hands aren't that delicate. Fu Chen gazed at her with an expression filled with concern. Yu is so kind and gentle, unlike Sumu, who is utterly unhinged. What bad luck. With this thought, Fu Chen shot a disdainful glance at Sumu. Unbothered. Sumu plopped down on the sofa, entirely indifferent to his dark gaze. The comments continued. Yu is truly an angel. I adore gentle beauties. As expected of a piano student, she has such grace and a lovely personality. With too many people in the kitchen, only Li Ke and Yi remained to cook, while Fu Chen and Lin Li assisted. He Xiaocha, who had previously been rather inconspicuous, had been quietly observing the situation. Seeing Jiang Zui alone, she seized the opportunity to approach him. Teacher Jiang, I noticed there's a swing set in the yard, but we have to assemble it ourselves. I'm not very good at that. Could you come with me to take a look? In front of him, Xiao Cha's voice took on a slightly more dulcet tone, softening the hearts of those who heard it. Jiang Zui's expression remained cold. Spit it out.
Huh?
What do you mean? The clip you have in your throat. Spit it out. Xiao Cha, regardless of her expression, found herself brushed aside as Jiang Zui walked away. The comments erupted. Ha ha ha. Your Jiang Zui is simply audacious. Your Jiang Zui. Do not think you can rely on others. Why do you all speak in such a refined manner? Truly the fans of Jiang Zui. After more than an hour, the meal was finally served. The dining table was rectangular, seating 4 on one side, with Yu occupying the farthest corner. She intended to see who would choose to sit beside or across from her, as that would indicate interest. Fu Chen wished to sit next to her, but was preempted by Xiao Zhuang. Given this situation, he pondered briefly before approaching Yu. Shall we switch places? With Fu Chen making the request, Yu naturally could not refuse. Originally able to sit next to Yu, she now found herself diagonally across from him, leaving Xiao Zhuang feeling somewhat disappointed, though he dared not confront Fu Chen, fearing the backlash from Fu Chen's fans. Many viewers picked up on the undercurrents of this tension. The comments flowed. I'm dying. Fu Ge clearly likes Yu. They make such a good pair. Yu is far better than Su Mu. Indeed. Beautiful and gentle, unlike Su Mu, who is quite mad. Am I the only one who finds Su Mu rather funny? If so, then you can have Su Mu as your girlfriend, but be wary of her potentially cheating on you. Su Mu, seated in a corner, lacked Yu's awareness and simply took a seat at random. Once everyone was settled, dinner officially commenced. Li Ke's culinary skills were exceptional, prompting Su Mu to devour 3 bowls of rice, showering Li Ke with compliments. Feeling a bit bashful from the praise, Li Ke shook her head and smiled. It's nothing special, I simply have more time to study it, so I guess I'm a bit better. Fu Chen clearly showed dissatisfaction. Several dishes here were made by Yu. Why haven't you praised her? Yu remained calm, while Fu Chen grew impatient. Could it be that you are the one who is anxious, not her? What nonsense are you spouting? Alright, Teacher Fu, everyone has their preferences. Perhaps my dishes simply didn't suit Su Mu's taste. Please calm down.
Yu gently reassured Fu Chen.
His expression softened considerably. Alright, since you've said so. I won to hold it against her. The condescending tone of the conversation elicited laughter from Su Mu. Oh, please do continue. I find the sound of barking quite delightful. Su Mu, you've come to this show just to annoy people. Haven to you? If you can't cook, just spare us your incessant chatter. It's not that I can't cook for people. I simply excel at preparing meals for pets, such as pig slop or dog food. In fact, I'm just about to prepare a meal for Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is a Siberian husky that the production team rescued, and for the time being, she will be living with them. Fu Chen scoffed. Is that what you call cooking? Anyone can do that. The barrage of comments read. Indeed, who can't make dog food? This forced bragging is truly fatal. She seems rather proud of not being able to cook for humans. Yu put down her chopsticks. Teacher Su, perhaps you should refrain from showing off. If it doesn't turn out well, it would be a waste of food. Su Mu leisurely rolled up her sleeves. Waste? Not at all. If it comes to that, I'll just eat it myself.
Fu Chen immediately chimed in. Fine.
If it doesn't turn out well, you'd better finish it all by yourself. Ignoring him, Su Mu walked towards the kitchen, while Fu Chen also set down his chopsticks, leisurely watching her. He was curious to see what Su Mu could conjure up. In the kitchen, Su Mu gathered the necessary ingredients and pulled out a knife. The sound of chopping echoed, as the pristine tofu on the cutting board was reduced to mere shreds. Fu Chen laughed. Are you making tofu scraps? If you're not sharp enough to register, I really don't want to chat with you. Su Mu tossed the tofu remnants into water, which instantly transformed into countless strands of tofu, slender enough to thread a needle.
Fu Chen's smile vanished.
The comments read, Whoa! What impressive knife skills. Incredible. Is that it? Quite simple. I'd lose 5 fingers trying to do that. Li Ke leaned in for a closer look, utterly amazed. This is a famous dish. Wensi tofu?
Mumu.
Your knife skills are remarkable. Su Mu merely smiled and continued to prepare other meats. Soon, a plate of visually appealing and aromatic dishes emerged from the stove. Since it was meant for a dog, Su Mu refrained from using any seasoning, including salt. Nevertheless, the aroma wafted through the air, tempting everyone present. Fu Chen felt a pang of discomfort but maintained his stubborn demeanor. You clearly know how to cook, yet you pretend otherwise. How hypocritical. I'm making dog food. You insist I could prepare meals for humans. If that is the case, I shall be generous. Here, enjoy. With that, Sumu placed the plate directly in front of him. Fu-chan was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to eat or not. EU seized the opportunity to intervene. Sumu. Don't put teacher Fu in a difficult position. Difficult? Not at all. I merely thought he might be tired of pig slop and wanted to try dog food. The comments read, Haraha, how adorable. Are you still looking for dogs? I think ID fit perfectly. Oh my dear lady, that is quite outrageous. How frustrating. Indeed, in this day and age, dogs seem to be better treated than humans. What other surprises do you have in store that I'm unaware of? Seeing Fu-chan's expression darken, Sumu smiled sweetly and took the plate outside to feed the dog. Fu-chan dropped his chopsticks and attempted to leave, but the director stepped in. Everyone, please return to the dining area. Reluctantly, Fu-chan sat back down. Sumu returned from the yard and reclaimed her previous seat. The director turned on the television. And soon a virtual Cupid appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I am Cupid from the Heartfelt House. The voice of this Cupid was distinctly mechanical, unmistakably AI. The director explained, the letters written by your exes will be read by Cupid. For the two present without exes, the letters will be from friends. So, everyone should listen closely and discern. With that, the director exited. The Cupid on the screen began. Now, I will read the first letter, which is addressed to Yu. Yu is a wonderful girl, gentle and kind, resilient in this world, much like a blade of grass. As she joins this program, I hope everyone treats her well, and may her future boyfriend cherish her. Yu shyly lowered her head and smiled. I'm not as great as all that. The second letter was addressed to Lin Li. Lin Li is an introverted person, yet once he accepts you, he will be wholeheartedly good to you.
To me?
He is rational and strong, a person worthy of trust and reliance. Such an exceptional Lin Li, I hope he is seen by everyone. The praise in the letter did not bring joy to Lin Li. Instead, it stirred an indescribable emotion in his eyes. The comments read, who is whose ex? I'm getting confused. I feel like Lin Li's ex still has feelings for him. Receiving such positive feedback from an ex proves this person has a commendable character. Perhaps they are just putting on a show for the cameras. Not everyone dares to act as wildly as Sumu. Cupid continued, the third letter is addressed to Fu-chan. Instantly, all eyes were on Fu-chan. Curious about the letter's content. Given the contentious dynamic between Sumu and Fu-chan, what flattering words could possibly be written about him? Chapter 6. With one foot in the door, defecation becomes expedient. Fu-chan, although we have broken up, I still believe you are a warm-hearted person. On our first date, I was feeling down, but every time I saw you smile, I couldn't help but smile too. Especially since you had a piece of lettuce stuck in your front teeth. The AI Cupid read these words in a lively and playful tone. But the juxtaposition of the cheerful delivery with the letter's content rendered it rather sarcastic. The comments read, haha, this is like a hermit crab moving house. The clam is losing its grip. I thought you would say Fu-chan's smile is infectious. This has me in stitches. Fu-chan's expression darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. Sumu, you went to such lengths just to insult me.
Sumutha innocence, I didn't.
Not yet. Isn't this an insult? It didn't take much effort. Fu-chan, while they quarreled, Cupid continued reading. How have you been during our time apart? Have you cured your little constipation issue? Are you still taking your kidney supplements? While I can't help with your kidney deficiency, I do have a remedy for constipation. Always remember, stepping on a turtle's back makes defecation swifter. After the earlier content, many at the table could no longer contain their laughter, collapsing into fits of giggles. The comments read, Fu-chan seems to have a few peculiar habits. Fu-chan's image as my male idol has completely crumbled. Stepping on a turtle's back makes defecation swifter, noted. This program is truly a spectacle. Akin to Wu Jing stepping on Jay Chou. Utterly brilliant. Jiang Zui, sitting next to Fu-chan, laughed unabashedly, driving Fu-chan to the brink of sanity as he heard his obnoxious laughter. Sumu, this is defamation. I have never touched you. True, you haven't touched me. But what does that have to do with your kidney supplements? Sumu, let us be clear. It was your infidelity that led to our breakup. I am not the one in the wrong. What right do you have to bear a grudge and slander me? Bear a grudge?
Impossible.
On the day we broke up, I was overjoyed, celebrating with drums and gongs, sending red envelopes in the family group, thanking the heavens, the earth, and every breath of air. I'm so grateful you broke up with me. You cheated on me, and you dare say such things?
Who told you I cheated?
The person who entered the hotel with me is surnamed Su, named Su Qing. He is my biological brother. The comments read, hot. Whoa, that's quite a revelation. That man is actually Su Mu's brother?
What, Suin?
That name sounds familiar. I checked, and he is the president of the Miko group. What on earth? Oh my, Su Qing just tweeted. The glow of the computer screen illuminated the man's face as he gazed at the live broadcast, a faint smile curling upon his lips. It seemed that Mu had finally come to terms with things. With his long fingers, he picked up his phone and soon crafted a Weibo post. Su Qingvi. That day, Mu had a bit too much to drink, so I took her to the hotel. Alongside his post, Su Qing attached a screenshot from the surveillance footage, which clearly captured his face as he carried Su Mu into the room. Wow, what a huge misunderstanding. Turns out he is her brother. Oh my. I never expected such a shocking twist. Goodness, Su is so handsome. This sibling duo is truly striking. Su, let us be honest. You're watching the live stream too, right? In an instant, Su Qing's Weibo was flooded with countless comments, quickly climbing to trending status. Yet at that moment,
Sumu remained blissfully unaware.
in the Heartbeat Cottage, everyone was wide-eyed in shock at Su Mu's recent words. Faced with the inability to best Su Mu in an argument, Fu Chen, his expression darkened, kicked his chair aside and turned to leave. Yu hesitated for a moment before following him. The atmosphere at the dining table grew tense, and suddenly, Zhang Zui let out a light laugh. Stop dawdling. Continue reading the letters. Who's next? Cupid. The next letter is addressed to Su Mu. Su Mu, arms crossed, leaned back leisurely. The letter was brief, consisting of just a few words. Su Mu, I hope you can maintain emotional stability and refrain from going mad. Su Mu sprang to her feet, slamming her hand on the table. Nonsense. My emotions have always been quite stable. Lin Li hesitated. Are you sure? Is being mad yet stable not still a form of emotional stability? Everyone, you truly didn't pay attention to the last 4 words, did you? Bullet comments. Ha, indeed. Very stable emotions. I'm stable in the same way. The new crazy in the entertainment industry, Su Mu.
Sumu.
Please don't act like my mental state is okay. The next letter was addressed to Zhang Zui. I am delighted to write this letter to Zhang Zui, a person who, at first glance, seems arrogant, but upon closer inspection, is quite infuriating, always antagonizing others. Here, I wish for him to remain solitary and happy, like a joyful toad. Zhang Zui scoffed. A toad? Only those who foolishly dream of swans are toads. Typically, it is the swans that wish to feast on me. What do you call that? Su Mu replied softly, eliminating harm for the people. Zhang Zui, bullet comments. Haha. What a noble cause. This letter doesn't seem like it was written by an ex. More like it was penned by a frenemy.
Bold.
To call our young master a toad. Zhang Zui wakes up at midnight. Is she the one who has lost her mind? While laughter echoed in the dining room, on the other side, Fu Chen had retreated to the backyard of the cottage to smoke alone after leaving. Yu followed him out, approaching with a smile. Teacher Fu, smoking is bad for your health. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen promptly extinguished the cigarette. All right. Yu was taken aback by his compliance, pausing momentarily. Teacher Fu, everyone knows that what Su Mu did was wrong. You shouldn't be angry anymore. Had I known she was this insane, I would have. Fu Chen's words trailed off, turning his head away. The past is like smoke. Let bygones be bygones. Teacher Fu, you can have a fresh start. Faced with her smiling face, Fu Chen's expression softened considerably. You're right. It's difficult to change one's nature. I can't expect her to become as gentle and considerate as you. I'm not as good as you say.
Teacher Fu.
In my eyes, you are indeed that wonderful. Yu feigned shyness, lowering her head. As he gazed at her visage, a surge of emotion welled up within Fu Chen. Were it not for the program's regulations against early confessions, he would have divulged his feelings to Yu right then and there. Bullet comments. These two are so sweet. I'm completely shipping them. The legendary pairing of the fish and the moon. Pianist and film emperor. What a divine couple. In the dining room, after everyone finished reading their letters, they began to clear the table. After washing the dishes, the production team sent out a new message. Production team. Everyone, please return to your rooms for tonight's heartbeat voting. Reluctantly, everyone returned to their respective rooms, only to discover a note on their beds, which read, Who is your heartthrob guest? Please write their name below and drop it into the mailbox on the first floor. Each person filled out their names and submitted them into the mailbox downstairs. Shortly thereafter, their phones began to buzz with notifications regarding their vote counts. Among the girls, He Xiaocha and Li Ke received 0 votes, Su Mu garnered 2 votes, and Yi received 3. Furthermore, all the girls received the same notification. Your ex did not choose you. Meanwhile, among the boys, Fu Chen, Lin Li, and Jiang Zue each received 1 vote, with only Xiao Zhuang receiving none. Except for Lin Li, who was chosen by his ex, the other 3 were informed that their ex had not selected them. Su Mu stared at her phone screen, perplexed. I actually received 2 votes? I cast 1 for myself, but who was the other vote from? I've been so outrageous, and yet someone still voted for me? Someone has quite the unique taste. On the adjacent bed, EU, upon seeing her vote count, immediately revealed a glimmer of pride in her eyes. She was indeed the most popular person in the cottage. A meteoric rise to fame was just around the corner. In the first floor room, Fu Chen looked at the single vote on his phone screen, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This must be EU's vote for him. They were both on a mutual journey. Freshly showered, Jiang Zue emerged from the bathroom, saw the notification on his phone, and fell into thought. Could that 1 vote be from her? In the living room, Lin Li looked at the words "Your ex has chosen you" and sighed deeply. Chapter 7. Staring Cat. As night deepened, the first episode came to a close. Unsurprisingly, the trending topics that evening were dominated by the show. Some speculated about the identities of the exes, others reminisced about the program's humorous moments, while discussions about the final votes ensued. Su Mu's name held the top spot on the trending list for the entire night, drawing the attention of many who had not watched the episode. Why did Su Mu suddenly start going crazy? Love turned to hate? All I want to know is whether Fu Chen is embarrassed. He thought Su Mu cheated, but turns out she didn't. Amidst the glow and radiance, Su Mu chose to go mad. The final vote count is rather strange. 5 votes were cast among the girls, who voted for themselves, Su Mu or EU. It's definitely Su Mu. After all, her thought process is quite absurd, ha. Following this, the production team initiated an activity, encouraging netizens to fill out the heartbeat voting for each episode. Once the show concluded, those who accurately filled in the names for every episode would receive a mysterious prize from the production team. This immediately piqued the interest of netizens, and participation surged, causing the show's popularity to soar. The next morning, Jiang Zue was roused from sleep by the ringing of his phone. After washing his face, he picked up his phone and stepped onto the balcony, pressing the call button. Hello. On the other end of the line, a man was exasperated. I sent you to participate in a dating show so you could find love, but is this how you choose to behave? Jiang Zue's tone remained cold. I never wanted to come on this show. Without this show, how will you ever get married before 30? Don't talk about 30. I might not even be married by 50. Can't you settle down a bit? Stop playing that ridiculous rock music and start a family? I've raised you with great effort, and my only wish now is to have a grandchild. Is that such a small request? Having a grandchild isn't that hard. What do you mean? I'll just start calling you Grandpa, and then you'll have a grandchild. And what about my son? He can be your grandchild. Before he could unleash his tirade, Jiang Zue swiftly hung up the phone. Imagining the old man on the other end fuming, he let out a cold laugh and pocketed his phone as he departed from the balcony. After changing his clothes, Jiang Zue made his way to the living room. The hour for the live broadcast has yet to arrive, and the others are still in slumber, enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility. Jiang Zue switches on the coffee machine, brewing himself a cup of coffee, when suddenly, he is startled by the sound of clinking glasses from outside. Curious, he approaches to find Su Mu in the courtyard, holding a large goblet, its transparent contents swaying gently against the glass. Opposite her, Chi-Chi sits with a similar goblet, but his is filled with yogurt.
Today,
we gather here to celebrate our dear friend Chi-Chi. I would like to raise a toast to express my gratitude for sharing my woeful existence. I sincerely wish that, henceforth, your life mirrors mine, decayed and foul. With that, Su Mu tilts her head back and downs the liquid in one gulp. Jiang Zue steps outside with his coffee in hand, remarking, I thought your madness was merely for show, but it appears you indulge in solitary lunacy as well. A gentleman is forthright, while a rogue is sly. I have always embraced my madness openly. Jiang Zue, taken aback, queries, what does a rogue even embody? Su Mu's mischievous gaze shifts to his trousers. Jiang Zue calmly sets down his coffee cup and retorts, do you realize what you resemble right now?
what?
A cat fixated on the groin. Su Mu responds with an incredulous expression. Jiang Zue, with his elegant fingers, pulls out a chair and sits down leisurely. You're indulging in beverages this early? Indeed. I found a Sprite in the refrigerator. Would you care for a glass? Su Mu extends the soda bottle toward him. Jiang Zue glances at the label, which boldly reads Labi. He hesitates. Are you certain this is Sprite? Is it not? Oh no. Su Mu hastily pours herself another glass, downing it once more. Jiang Zue queries. Don't just stand there. Join me for a drink. This is Labi, not Sprite. Why would I partake? Opportunities to drink Sprite abound, while chances to savor Labi are rare. That is a valid point, yet I shall opt for coffee. Damn it, my trick has failed. Chi-Chi, unable to reach the yogurt in the goblet, nudges Su Mu's pant leg. She pours the yogurt into his dish and Chi-Chi, satisfied, soon licks the bowl clean. Su Mu affectionately strokes his head. Good boy. Chi-Chi. Shall I cast my vote for you tonight? Are you male or female? Lifting Chi-Chi's paw, she examines it. Oh, you are indeed male. Jiang Zue raises an eyebrow. In this house of 4 men, you choose to cast your vote for a dog? Su Mu replies coolly, I am of noble stature. Men are unworthy. Men are unworthy, but male dogs are? Su Mu covers Chi-Chi's ears. Chi-Chi, don't listen to this slander. Jiang Zue counters, since you disdain men, whom did you vote for last night? Why should I disclose that? Why don't you reveal whom you voted for? You. Su Mu is momentarily taken aback, then stands abruptly, clapping Jiang Zue on the shoulder. You, my friend, have exquisite taste. Has the toad turned to eating me instead of swan meat? A toad does not consume swan meat. It feasts on pests.
So?
Jiang Zue smiles gently. You and I are in love, ridding the world of nuisances. Su Mu ponders. I find you truly embody the essence of an American man. What does that mean? Dressing American, drinking American, dreaming of fame, yet perpetually idle. Jiang Zue is about to respond when Su Mu's phone suddenly rings. She picks it up to find it is a call from Zhang Fan.
Mumu, congratulations.
You've exploded on the trending charts. You're about to be famous.
What?
Someone like me can actually achieve fame? Shouldn't I be criticized instead, like for my poor acting skills? Oh, with determination, nothing is insurmountable. Believe in your potential. Both talent and hard work are crucial for acting. Then I shall take a break today and tomorrow. Such a tired cliché. By the way, during your time in the little house, try to eat less. We are female stars. We must be mindful of our figures. Or, we want to fit into our dresses on the red carpet. Su Mu glances at the bottle of Labi and then touches her belly. Losing weight is an impossibility. This is all my own flesh and blood. Mu, do not provoke me to act. You must choose between self-awareness and discipline. I choose self-destruction. After hanging up,
Su Mu lets out a sigh.
If her fame continues to rise, wouldn't it align with the system's desires? Absolutely not. She must intensify her madness. Suddenly, the courtyard door swings open, and Li Ku appears in their line of sight. Good morning, Teacher Jiang, Teacher Su. Have you had breakfast yet? Su Mu studies her curiously. Are your eyes a bit swollen? Li Ku instinctively avoids her gaze. Perhaps I drank too much water last night, leading to some puffiness. Su Mu does not press further. Are you preparing breakfast? Yes. What would you like to eat? I'm flexible. Whatever you make is sure to be delicious.
All right.
The production team announces, everyone, please rise quickly. We have many activities planned for today. Upon receiving the message, everyone gradually emerges from their slumber. Chapter 8. Devious culinary skills. After the production team issues their notice, the cameras swiftly power on, commencing today's live broadcast. Given the early hour, and it being a weekday, the number of viewers in the live stream remains modest. As Li Ku busies herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast, Fu Chen enters the kitchen. Do you know how to make a sandwich? Are you craving a sandwich, Teacher Fu? No, I want to try making one. Li Ku picks up on the hint and playfully inquires, is it for EU?
Fu Chen candidly admits, yes.
The comments roll in. Ah, how sweet. Teacher Fu is making breakfast. EU resembles Su Mu somewhat. Does Teacher Fu have a type? It seems Fu Chen is smitten. Making a sandwich is simple, I'll teach you. Upon returning from walking the dog, Su Mu sees Fu Chen bustling about in the kitchen, fervently frying eggs, quite literally. As the flames leap up nearly a meter high, Su Mu clicks her tongue. What treacherous culinary skills you possess. Does that concern you? I'm not cooking for you. Are you cooking for EU? What grievance do you hold against her to subject her to such torturous fare? Just then, EU descends from upstairs and overhears. Quickly interjecting, it's fine. No matter how it turns out, I will eat it. Take my advice. You can be proud before eating, but after, your fate is uncertain. Sumu, stop discouraging teacher Fu. It's just frying an egg. How bad can it be? Fu Chen nods in agreement, but the next moment, the flames erupt again. He hastily covers the pan, and when he lifts the lid, the eggs have turned black.
Sumuraises a neebrovatiu.
Is this what you call it can't get worse? EU. Fu Chen, clearly undeterred, insists, it was my first attempt. I'll try frying another. With that, he retrieves another egg. Su Mu, losing interest in watching him wreak havoc in the kitchen, rolls her eyes and retreats to her room. 10 minutes later, Fu Chen stares at the 5 charred eggs in the bowl and the now empty egg carton, deep in thought. Should I go out and buy more eggs? EU forces a smile. The supermarket is a bit far. If it's too much trouble, let us just make do. They're only a bit burnt. They're still edible.
All right.
The comments continue. EU is quite gracious to Fu Chen. You heed Sumu's advice, don't eat it. Your fate is uncertain. What a forsaken egg in terms of color, aroma, and taste. If an egg can be ruined this badly, it seems he is truly unaccustomed to cooking. Once everyone has finished washing up, they gather in the living room. By this time, Li Ku has nearly completed breakfast. A delightful blend of Eastern and Western cuisines, featuring both bread and porridge. After settling down, Fu Chen presents his hard-earned sandwich to Yu. Xiao Zhuang glances at the concoction, noticing a lump of something black in the middle, casually asking, what is that filling? Caviar? It's fried egg.
Sumu stifles a lith.
Jiang Zue slowly lifted his eyelids, remarking, to prepare an egg in such a manner is quite an achievement.
You.
Still intent on defending Fu Chen, thought to herself that while the presentation was lacking, the flavor might very well be delightful. With that, she took a bite of the sandwich, only to furrow her brows instantly. Is it unpalatable?
Fu Chen inquired.
It's quite good, Yu replied.
Like promptly offeret herra trashpin.
Sumu burst into a raucous laughter that echoed like thunder. Fu Chen's expression darkened considerably. The barrage of comments read, haha, I'm dying of laughter, saying it's good for the sake of appearances. Her reaction is purely physiological. Others, bell-like laughter. Sumu, barbell-like laughter. After breakfast, the director summoned the 4 girls to the backyard for an interview. The first episode has aired, yet viewers remain curious about you all. Thus, we shall conduct an interview. The first question posed was, why did you choose to participate in this program? EU responded quickly, to embark on a new beginning. Li Ku pressed her lips together, stating, to win him back. Although he Xiaocha thought it was for fame, she modified her answer before the camera, to initiate a new romantic endeavor. Sumu casually remarked, for the appearance fee. The comments flowed in. Sumu, don't be too honest, the essence is straightforwardness, right? She has truly something. I'm in tears, honestly, with determination. One could still step on her. Then you go ahead and try. The next question asked was, if you could transform into anything, what would it be?
You responded.
I would become a bird, soaring freely. Li Ku said, a national treasure panda. He Xiaocha stated, I don't want to change. I just want to be myself. Sumu lazily lifted her eyelids, saying, I want to become feces. The director responded with a puzzled expression. The comments read. Everyone was left bewildered. Sumu tossed her hair, continuing, if I were to become a lump of feces, no one would dare to step on me again. The comments included, my assessment is 6, as expected of you. Why do I feel her reasoning makes sense? Haha. Actually, with enough resolve, they could still step on you. Then you go first. Upon concluding the interview, the director produced 4 boxes, each containing a set of clothing. This afternoon, we will perform at an elementary school. These 4 outfits have been prepared by the male guests for you. Please select your preferred attire and partner with the male guest for your performance. The 4 girls scrutinized the costumes, a modest maid outfit, a beautiful princess dress, a Republican-era student uniform, and a peculiar garment of indeterminate nature. EU observed the 4 outfits with composure. The Republican outfit resembled the costume from the play Thunderstorm. Among the 4 boys, only Fu Chen and Lin Li were trained actors. Such classic drama would likely be chosen by one of them. And EU suspected Fu Chen was the more probable candidate. However, she had no intention of selecting that outfit. When it came to men, maintaining a sense of distance was essential for full control. Additionally, having received heartfelt votes from 3 male guests the previous night, which sparked considerable discussion online, she realized that binding herself too closely to Fu Chen in the second episode would jeopardize her appeal to the other 2 male guests, diminishing her topic relevance and attention. Consequently, EU opted for the first maid outfit. He Xiaozha and Li Ke both favored the second princess dress, simultaneously reaching for it. Do you wish to choose this one too? He Xiaozha asked, surprised to see Li Ke.
Yes.
You should select the Republican outfit. It suits you better, He Xiaozha suggested, pushing the Republican outfit toward her while taking the princess dress for herself. Li Ke, being gentle in nature, didn't wish to cause conflict and was about to acquiesce when Su Mu suddenly spoke up. Fair competition. Why should Li Ke choose anything else? I'm not. I simply believe that Republican outfit is more fitting for her, He Xiaozha replied, feigning innocence and grievance.
Sumuri tortid.
I genuinely think that Republican outfit is more suitable for her. The barrage of comments included, haraha. What a master of passive-aggressive remarks. He Xiaozha truly lives up to her name, quite the tea drinker. You're only worried Li Ke will snatch it from you. Aren't you? Su Mu is killing me. Dealing with green tea types is best done with madness, right? He Xiaozha, caught off guard by the retort, tossed the princess dress aside, declaring, if that's the case, I won't choose it. I don't even care. She stormed away while taking the Republican outfit with her. Li Ke gazed at Su Mu in admiration. Su Mu handed her the princess dress, saying, take it.
Rike hesitated.
But what if the last outfit is meant for you? Perhaps I should choose the fourth one. Su Mu picked up the fourth outfit, discovering it was a tree costume. No worries. I've always wanted to play a tree. Standing on stage without any lines suits me perfectly. Su Mu happily took the fourth outfit. All right then. Seeing that the four had made their selections, the director smiled and announced, now, I will reveal your partners for this afternoon's performances. Chapter 9. Aren't you straight? EU. You will partner with Lin Li to perform Cinderella. He Xiaozha, you will partner with Fu Chen to perform Thunderstorm. Li Ke, you will partner with Xiao Zhuang to perform Snow White. Su Mu, you will partner with Jiang Zue to perform Lu Jishan pulls up the Weeping Willow. Su Mu, pardon, could you repeat what we are performing? The comments roared. Haha, I'm laughing until I'm sick. So, Su Mu is playing the Weeping Willow, right? What on earth, this is hilarious. Well, now Su Mu can't just stand on stage. She is going to be uprooted. He Xiaozha, initially displeased, felt her mood brighten instantly upon learning she would perform with Fu Chen. Hearing that Su Mu would partner with Jiang Zue for Lu Jishan pulls up the Weeping Willow, she quickly approached to mock Su Mu. Playing the willow requires no dialogue or acting skills. It's perfect for you. Throughout her career, Su Mu had garnered two major scandals, one concerning alleged infidelity and the other regarding her abysmal acting skills, which had led to her being shunned by dramas this year. With a smile, Su Mu replied, in terms of acting, I may be rotten, but you emit a foul stench. Neither of us should flaunt our talents. We're equally matched in mediocrity. How can you dare laugh at me? The comments read, ha. You're both damaging each other. This is from a woman who wants to become feces. You still want to step on her?
S4 S wit is indisputabele.
Returning to the living room, Su Mu collided with Jiang Zue. He was pouring himself a glass of water and, noticing the performance attire in her hand, smirked. Good afternoon, Weeping Willow. His grin struck Su Mu as annoyingly charming. With so many available plays, why did you choose this one? Because I knew you would surely take a liking to this outfit. Su Mu realized she was being manipulated by him. It was incomprehensible. How could a person like Jiang Zue, with his calm and composed demeanor, possibly be interested in someone as erratic and outrageous as her? Oh well, I can't even comprehend my own late-night choices. It's only natural for people to find each other perplexing. Mr. Jiang, if you would take a moment to understand me. You discover that you're quite a remarkable person? Discover that you've wasted a bit of your time. At this, Su Mu approached and patted his shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Jiang Zue, I'm not worth it. Are you not straight? Is that true? Jiang Zue raised an eyebrow. Su Mu, bully screen. Is this a case of chickens talking to ducks? Shocking. A popular actress unexpectedly comes out on the show. What is UC shock literature? Su Mu, my mother tongue is silence. Su Mu, unwilling to engage in a debate, conceded. Yes, I am not straight. Then why did you come to participate in this show? Because the person I like is here. Who is it? Is it EU? Su Mu initially intended to casually mention someone, but was taken aback by the outrageous answer he provided.
Impossible.
Is it Li Ke?
Wrong.
It can't be He Xiaozha, right? Completely off the mark. Are there any other girls besides those three? Su Mu raised a finger and pointed to herself. There's me. You mean you like yourself? Yes. So I voted for myself. Isn't that quite reasonable? Jiang Zue sighed helplessly. After meeting you, I've come to understand what it means to be taken aback. I could learn welding, and I guarantee I would dazzle you. Bullet screen. Ha! Such a bizarre response. I laughed so hard I spilled my drink. These two are such oddballs, indeed a match made in heaven. You two should get together. I want to see how much more you can stir up. Chapter 10. Aging brings loose ends and loud farts. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone boarded the production team's bus. According to the rules, each pair of a male and female contestant sat together. Although Fu Chen was seated next to He Xiaocha, his thoughts had already flown to Yu. Lin Li, despite his usually somber demeanor, surprisingly engaged in pleasant conversation with Yu. Are you studying piano? Yes. I have been for 7 years, Yu replied with a smile. But I saw you brought a violin on your first day. I can play the violin too.
I'll let you hear it sometime.
As the most popular female contestant with 3 votes, Yu could likely guess that Lin Li was among those who voted for her. Though she had successfully caught Fu Chen's attention, she did not intend to send Lin Li a clear rejection signal. She had come to the show to gain fame, and unlike some of the other female contestants, she lacked a fan base. Becoming the most voted female contestant each night would garner her more discussions and attention. Watching the two converse animatedly, jealousy almost warped Fu Chen's expression from a distance. However, he concealed his feelings, and even He Xiaocha sitting beside him did not notice, cheerfully chatting with him. Teacher Fu, what made you choose Thunderstorm? After all, it's a classic play, very suitable for actors to perform. Xiao Zhuang, who was already at odds with Fu Chen, seized the moment to dig a pit. Oh, so Teacher Fu wanted a guest with an acting background to partner with you? In that case, He Xiaocha is indeed a good fit. Fu Chen realized the trap in his words and, fearing Yu might misunderstand, immediately denied. I just think this play suits me. Originally, choosing Thunderstorm was meant to send a signal to Yu. However, it seemed that Yu had not received his signal. He Xiaocha smiled maliciously. Among the girls, besides me, only Sumu comes from an acting background, but unfortunately, Sumu wants to perform as Weeping Willow. All eyes turned to Sumu. She was putting on an eye mask, preparing to take a nap, and when the unexpected attention fell upon her, she shrugged. It's fine. Weeping Willow is quite good. After all, I'm going to sleep. Li Ku asked her in confusion. What is the connection between those two sentences? Sumu clasped her hands. I will forgive everything before sleeping. After saying this, she pulled her eye mask down. When I wake up, I will conquer the world. Bullet screen. Ha 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 ha. So real. Support Weeping Willow in defeating Lu Zhishan. Don't be too outrageous in front of us. Upon arriving at the elementary school, they first familiarized themselves with the performance stage and received their scripts. Director, this script is a draft. Since it's for children, everyone can modify the script as they see fit to achieve better performance results. After the performance, the children will vote for the most popular play, and the 2 pairs with the most votes will receive a privilege in the subsequent program. Xiao Zhuang immediately asked, what privilege? The director smiled slightly. That's a secret. Sumu shrugged. Director, this is rather uninteresting. We don't even know what the privilege is, which dampens our enthusiasm. After pondering for a moment, the director relented. All right, I'll tell you. Bullet screen. Ha ha ha, you're quite casual. If you had only insisted a bit, I would have said you have some backbone. Just indulge her. Gave us a teaser, but not much. The director produced 2 cards. One red invitation, and the other rejection. The person who receives the invitation card can invite any opposite gender contestant for a private date, which the other party cannot refuse. The person with the rejection card can refuse any one date or interrupt someone else's date later. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions varied. Fu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Among them, his acting skills were the best, and the play he chose was the most professional. This first place was undoubtedly his.
Fu Chen smiled confidently.
Sumu shrugged. Director, I thought you had something unique up your sleeve, but it turns out it's something I don't want. Fu Chen chuckled. What are you pretending to be nonchalant about? With your acting skills, you wouldn't even be able to get it if you wanted. Sumu rolled her eyes. It's really true that aging brings loose ends and loud farts. Whether I can get it or not is none of your business. Bullet screen. Ha 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 ha. It seems no one can out-talk Sumu except Jiang Zue. Her witty remarks are too hilarious. Chapter 11. Pointing out where it's not clear. After announcing some precautions, the director left the stage to them, and the contestants found places to study their scripts. As a Weeping Willow, Sumu had no lines in the initial script, while Jiang Zue had quite a few. However, having only sung as a lead and never acted, Jiang Zue struggled to memorize so many lines while also performing. He had not relaxed his brow since receiving the script. Seeing his glum face, Sumu raised an eyebrow. Is memorizing lines really that difficult? It's harder than memorizing lyrics.
Sumu nodded, understanding.
She rummaged in her pocket and pulled out something to hand to Jiang Zue. Why do you need a lighter? It's a Bubu Gao lighter. It points out where it's not clear. Bullet screen. So that's how Bubu Gao is used, got it, where it's not clear. Mom and Dad gave me the biggest slap. Bubu Gao, give me money. Why do you carry a lighter with you? Jiang Zue, expressionless, pressed the lighter.
Whoa.
You're really going to light it. Sumu quickly snatched the script away. Of course, it's worth lighting. What is the point of this script? With this performance, getting first place is uncertain, but getting last place is a guarantee. That makes sense, but altering the script isn't that easy. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. How about this? Let us split up and scout the enemy's situation.
All right.
The two immediately parted ways, with Sumu pretending to memorize her script while actually wandering over to EU and Li Ke, while Jiang Zue moved closer to Fu Chen. The other three teams were engrossed in lively discussions about modifying the script, oblivious to their actions. As a trained actor, Lin Li had his own thoughts about the script. Everyone knows the story of Cinderella, and its drawbacks are well known too. Since our performance time is short, I think we can alter the ending of the story. EU, what is your idea? Directly change it so that Cinderella drops her crystal shoe while also being caught by the prince, and they declare their feelings for each other right then. The main stage presentation would take place at the Prince's ball, so you wouldn't need to change costumes. But I think changing costumes is better. If we don't change costumes, how can we highlight the reversal of the image and catch the audience's eye? EU is not willing to miss such a moment of glory. Isn't it rather hasty to change costumes? This is merely a small stage. I still believe a costume change would be preferable. Seeing her insistence, Lin Li could only acquiesce. Su Mu, eavesdropping, couldn't help but shake her head and mutter. This script revision is truly uninspired. Little did she know, Lin Li overheard her remark. Surprisingly, instead of being irked, he turned to Su Mu with curiosity. How would you propose to make it more interesting? If it were up to me, she replied, I would have Cinderella deliver a resounding beating to her stepmother, then to her two stepsisters, and finally to the prince, before striding away from the ball with flair. Lin Li was at a loss for words. Why must even the prince be struck? Because only then, she explained, would the prince contemplatively stroke his chin and say, My dear, you are playing with fire. The comments rolled in. What a blend of Eastern and Western dramatic tropes. It's just a matter of who gets hit. Children watching, childhood shattered. Others, playing the lead. Sumu, playing the supporting role. Having gathered sufficient intel from their side, Sumu made her way over to Li Ke. Li Ke and Xiao Zhuang were rehearsing a scene from Snow White, and they too were deliberating on which segment to perform. Xiao Zhuang suggested, let us enact the scene where the prince awakens the princess. Otherwise, the prince has no opportunity to make an entrance. Li Ke seemed reluctant, but the final scene isn't suitable for an audience of children. Do we really want to perform a kissing scene in front of them? Rest assured, Xiao Zhuang reassured her. Though I am a singer, I have also dabbled in various roles before. It's all just acting, nothing to worry about. No, it's primarily about the children being present, Li Ke interjected. This scene is the climax of the story. Without it, the prince has no part to play. If you're unwilling to be kissed, I certainly have no desire to kiss you either. Xiao Zhuang was eager to win this competition and secure an invitation card from the director. However, the tale of Snow White was exceedingly well known, making it difficult to alter the script in such a short time. A kiss scene might just capture attention and yield unexpected success. Su Mu, unable to restrain herself, chimed in, You're set to perform Snow White. But if you insist on the segment, you might be mistaken for Beauty and the Beast. The comments flooded in. Lin Xiao, your insults have truly elevated. Beauty and the Beast, I can't stop laughing. So amusing. Su Mu's, what is commendable. How absurd.
Rike exclaimed.
No need to fret about the prince's limited role. I have a splendid idea. If you dress as the Wicked Queen, the drama will be heightened, and the issues will be resolved. Li Ke couldn't suppress her laughter. The comments erupted into a chorus of laughter. Su Mu waved her sleeve dramatically and exited, leaving Xiao Zhuang alone, visibly displeased. After gathering information, Su Mu reconvened with Jiang Zue.
Sumu shook her head, reflecting.
It seems they are not very adept at revising scripts. Are you suggesting you have ideas for our script? Jiang Zue inquired. Scriptwriting necessitates audacity and innovation, breaking free from conventions. How do you intend to revise it?
Sumu smiled slightly.
As several groups approached the final stages of their script revisions, the director reappeared. Ladies and gentlemen, a sudden situation has arisen. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the extras we hired are unable to attend. Jiang Zue and Su Mu were indifferent, but Xiao Zhuang immediately expressed discontent. But we need 7 dwarfs. What are we to do without extras? That's not a problem, the director assured. The 7 dwarfs will be played by children. Xiao Zhuang then felt reassured. Yu asked, what shall we do? The director thought for a moment. Why don't you consult with the other groups and see if they can lend any extras? Fu Chen spoke up. You need not worry. I can take on the role of an extra. Lin Li shook his head. We only require a girl to portray the wicked stepsister. With that, he directed his gaze towards Li Ke. Before he could speak, however, Li Ke had already turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. I haven't memorized my lines yet. I fear I cannot assist you. Seeing Yu troubled, Fu Chen spoke again. If that is the case, let Su Mu play this role. After all, Su Mu played a tree, which had no lines. So taking on an extra role should be effortless. Su Mu crossed her arms. What a ridiculous analogy. How do you expect me to respond? Yu timidly stepped forward. Teacher Su, please don't take offense at Teacher Fu. If it proves too difficult, it's quite alright. I understand this role may pose challenges for you. The overwhelming taste of tea in the air nearly overwhelmed Su Mu. Yet rather than becoming angry, she smiled. No worries. I can perform. I relish these kind of roles. Fu Chen remained skeptical. Just don't cause any chaos on stage. Why the concern? You should play the role in disguise as a woman. The comments poured in. Su Mu's wit leaves no survivors. Entertainingly humorous. What prompted you to provoke her? Support Fu Chen in dressing as a woman. With Su Mu confirmed for the role of an extra, Lin Li and the others briefed her on the plot. Su Mu posed a question. I have a query. Yu asked, what is it? After the prince declines to dance with me, what should I say? Feel free to improvise. Su Mu's eyes sparkled mischievously as she smiled slightly. Very well. Chapter 12. The composure of an old artist today, as performances consisted of selected excerpts, each lasting approximately 7 to 8 minutes. At 4 in the afternoon, the show officially commenced. The first performance was Cinderella. As a narration introduced the story background, the curtain slowly lifted. The first to appear was Yu, kneeling on the ground, pitifully scrubbing the floor with a cloth while clutching a bucket of water. The audience, filled with curious children, watched intently. As footsteps echoed, Su Mu made her entrance, adorned in a beautiful gown, striding confidently towards Yu with an expression of disdain. Your mother instructed you to clean the floor. And this is how you do it? You can't even manage such a simple task, truly a useless thing. Yu kept her head bowed, continuing to scrub the floor without replying. Su Mu directly stepped on her cloth. Look at your filthy, grimy face. It's no wonder the prince didn't invite you to tonight's ball. Who are you to attend? The awkward laughter reminiscent of the black, which Xiaoye caught everyone off guard. The comments erupted, speechless. This laughter is killing me. Is this a theme park for magical creatures? Su Mu paid no mind to their expressions, reciting her lines before exiting the stage. The curtain rose once more, and another segment of narration filled the air. Cinderella, who initially believed she could not attend the prince's ball, encountered a fairy that night. The fairy used her magic to transform Cinderella's appearance with a beautiful gown and crystal shoes, allowing her to attend the prince's ball, but she must return before midnight. For the magic would falter thereafter. As the curtain rose again, music began to play. Lin Li, clad in a pure white suit, sat elegantly at a table, holding a wine glass. When the curtain rose, he stood, raising his glass to the audience. Thank you all for attending my ball. I hope you enjoy yourselves. As he finished speaking, Su Mu entered, one hand holding a glass and the other lifting her skirt as she approached Lin Li with a brisk pace. Oh, elegant and dashing prince, may I have the honor of sharing a drink with you? This young lady. Rest assured, your highness, I am certainly no good person.
Oh.
Lin Li was taken aback. Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I am certainly no bad person. The comments flowed. Did she accidentally speak the truth? Don't worry. None of us here are good people either. Su Mu isn't here to cause trouble. She is here to amuse. Lin Li clinked glasses with her. After they finished their drinks, a newly dressed Yu returned to the stage. A spotlight immediately illuminated her. Dressed in a stunning blue gown, her crystal shoes sparkled with the stage lights, a stark contrast to her earlier disheveled appearance. The children in the audience gasped in amazement.
Yu similet contentetli.
This was the effect she had desired. Bullet comments. Yu possesses a certain charm. Su Mu is also quite beautiful. Yu and Su Mu bear a striking resemblance. As Yu strolled, Her gaze swept the surroundings. Is this truly the venue for the prince's ball? It is so exquisite. Linley was about to approach her when Sumu detained him. Your Highness, may I have the honor of dancing with you? This line was not in the script, yet Linley, being a seasoned actor, quickly adapted. I apologize, but I have some other matters to attend to. With that, he made his way towards EU. This enchanting lady, might I have the privilege of requesting a dance with you? He extended his hand towards EU. Are you the prince? Indeed. It is an honor to receive your invitation. With that, EU placed her hand in his. The music shifted to a new melody, and they began to dance at the center of the stage. The azure gown flowed gracefully across the wooden floor, exuding elegance beyond measure. As the piece concluded, Linley released EU's hand. You danced splendidly. Thank you. At this moment, Sumu stepped forward, addressing EU. Excuse me, miss, are you a local? I do not believe I have encountered you here before. Do you not recognize me? Should I know you?
If you do not know me, then so be it.
Sumu did not linger on the matter, turning to Linley. Your Highness, may I have the pleasure of a dance with you? I apologize, but I already have a dance partner for the evening. Linley then turned to EU. Beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of being my dance partner tonight? I would be delighted. The two took each other's hands and walked away, leaving Sumu standing alone. Sumu lowered her head in desolation, but soon after, she lifted her gaze again. It matters not, even if no one asks me to dance. I can dance by myself. With that, she snapped her fingers. At that moment, Jiang Zue, who had stealthily approached the control panel, pressed the play button. An explosive DJ beat erupted, and a confident smile graced Sumu's face. Linley and EU turned their heads in confusion, gazing at her. Under their watchful eyes, Sumu elegantly raised her hand. She then began to dance with flamboyant movements. Everyone was taken aback. Linley and EU were nearly mortified. We encouraged you to express yourself, not to go wild. Bullet comments. Could this be the long-lost social dance? Her face radiates confidence. Is this the poise of an experienced artist? You dance joyfully and leave Linley and EU to continue their embarrassment. Child, what is the sister doing? I am once again feeling secondhand embarrassment for others. After finishing her performance, Sumu exited the stage, leaving Linley and EU in an awkward position, wishing they could dig a hole and vanish. Just then, the clock began to chime. Hearing the sound, EU snapped out of her embarrassment and resumed the narrative. I apologize, Your Highness, but I must take my leave. Why the rush? Midnight approaches. I must return. With that, EU hurriedly made her way back. Halfway through, she stumbled inadvertently. This was not scripted, but a pure accident. As she fell, one of her crystal shoes slipped off. Linley rushed to her side, helping her up. Miss, are you all right? I am fine. May I ask your name? I am Cinderella. The townsfolk call me that. I shall remember you. I will seek you out. Linley knelt to fasten the crystal shoe onto her foot. EU clasped his hand, their eyes meeting with deep emotion. Thus, the tale reached its conclusion, the curtain falling once more, with only the final narration revealing the story's end. After the ball, the prince found Cinderella, and they lived happily ever after. Thunderous applause? Not quite. The hall fell silent, with only a few scattered claps emerging after a moment. Chapter 13. This is difficult to evaluate. I wish you success. EU's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. Her meticulously prepared stage had been ruined by Sumu. Noticing EU's grim demeanor, Fu Chun was the first to speak. Sumu, what madness was that on stage? You single-handedly ruined the entire performance. Sumu shrugged. I've always been a bit mad, you know that. But you insisted on casting me in a supporting role. Shouldn't you reflect on that? You are being unreasonable. Their argument escalated, and EU donned a smile to play the peacemaker. Teacher Sue, it's quite all right. Regardless, I must thank you. Although the stage effect may not have been ideal, without your guest appearance, our performance would not have come to fruition. Bullet comments. EU is truly a nice person. Am I the only one who finds this tea? Sumu's antics ruined the performance, and yet EU said nothing. Is this tea? They insisted on having Sumu perform. How amusing. The comments were a flurry, while the second group of performers prepared to take the stage. The second group featured Fu Chun and He Xiaocha. Their script was not significantly altered, yet He Xiaocha's acting was rather lackluster. Her portrayal of crying on stage resembled more of a comedic BBOX than genuine sorrow. Nevertheless, Sumu was still moved to tears by the absurdity, laughing through her tears. Fu Chen displayed more acting prowess than He Xiaocha, yet he delivered his lines in an overly dramatic tone, leaving the children utterly perplexed about the narrative. However, the audience was not entirely unresponsive, for when He Xiaocha's character was struck by lightning, the loud sound effects genuinely startled the children, some of whom cried out in fright. Had anyone entered the auditorium at that moment, they might have thought Fu Chen and his team were performing a horror show. The third group featured Li Ke and Xiao Zhuang. Li Ke, with her refined and charming appearance, donned a princess gown that, under the stage lights, accentuated her beauty with an air of nobility. As for Xiao Zhuang, while his singing talent was commendable, his acting skills were questionable. Do not inquire further, just know he sang well. Perhaps due to Su Mu's scorn or Li Ke's vehement objections, Xiao Zhuang ultimately omitted the kissing scene. Yet, the tales of Snow White and Cinderella share a common flaw. They are too well known. As the two performed on stage, children in the audience chattered away, revealing spoilers. Overall, however, they were the most well-received group thus far, with enthusiastic feedback from the children, albeit one candidly remarked, "This prince is quite unattractive." Clearly, a child from the Northeast. After all groups had performed, it would be Su Mu and Jiang Zue's turn. Su Mu had already changed into her performance attire and awaited Jiang Zue, who soon followed suit. Su Mu circled him. "What happened to your makeup? This is hard to evaluate. I wish you success." The stylist hired by the production team had affixed a rather unrealistic-looking fake beard on Jiang Zue, and his costume hung loosely, perhaps intended to convey the carefree essence of Lu Zhishan, with his collar half open, revealing his well-defined chest. "I had no idea you had a muscular chest." "What? Do you want to touch it?" Su Mu was incredulous. "Do you truly see me as that kind of person? I must say, you have quite the discernment." Jiang Zue, bullet comments, "She is so candid, I'm dying." "Ah, no touching." "Woe is me, I want to touch too." The foolish are still commenting, while the wise have already begun to drool over the screen. Jiang Zue pulled his collar up, covering his exposed skin. "Even if you wish to touch, I shall not permit it." Su Mu extended 5 fingers. "I offer this amount." 5 million? Su Mu was taken aback by his audacity. 5 million? How many male models with 8-pack abs can strut back and forth in tight white shirts, or perform playful kisses? I digress. 5 million for a pig slaughter? Is that 500,000? 50,000? It's merely 50. Do you consider me worth only 50? Su Mu took out her phone to check her balance, the paltry sum of 45 cents, gazing sorrowfully at the sky, attempting to will her tears back into her eyes. "This 50 is all I possess." Jiang Zue unexpectedly chuckled, providing a novel perspective. "So, what you're saying is, for me, you would be willing to give your all?"
Wrong.
"It is for the sake of beauty that I would part with everything, whether it be you or someone else." What if it were Fu Chen? Then he would owe me 500,000 in emotional damages and treatment for needle pricks. The comments rolled in. "Ha ha, I'm truly losing it, who understands? It's clear you genuinely disdain Fu Chen." "Fu Chen, so I'm selling beauty and still have to compensate you?" The two bantered for a while until the previous performers, Xiao Zhuang and Li Ke, concluded their act. It was Li Ke's first time on stage, and she was quite nervous as she came down, pulling Su Mu aside to ask, "How did I do, Mu? Having been engrossed in her chat with Jiang Zue, Su Mu had hardly paid attention. She insisted, "You were absolutely magnificent." Li Ke sighed in relief, then inquired, "And now it's your turn on stage. Why haven't I seen you with a script?" "Oh, we don't have a script."
Huh?
"We didn't have time to adapt one, so we're improvising." Jiang Zue had never acted before. Had there been a script, she would likely have performed even worse. Rather than that, it was preferable to improvise, as it allowed for authenticity. "Jiang Zue and Su Mu, it's your turn." The two prepared themselves and took to the stage. The upcoming performance was titled "What Era Is It? Who Still Pulls Traditional Willows?" As the hostess' voice faded, the curtain rose.
On stage,
Jiang Zue sat alone at a table adorned with a jar of wine, while Su Mu stood nearby, brandishing 2 tree branches. She took a swig from the jar and staggered over to Su Mu. "You annoying willow, today I shall uproot you."
wait.
"I have no enmity with you. Why treat me thus? Hey, have you become a sentient willow, capable of speech? What era is this? Merely becoming sentient, and you're making a fuss."
Ha.
"Even if you have become sentient, today I shall uproot you." Boldly. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my master is?" "Who is your master?" "My master is the neighbor's third son's wife from the time when the Grand Supreme Lord had yet to attain immortality, who once touched a stone." Jiang Zue was nearly bewildered by her convoluted tale. You speak so grandly, yet it's just a stone? It was once a stone, but now it bears a name. What name? Sun Wukong. Jiang Zue twitched at the corners of her mouth, while the children in the audience gasped in awe. The comments flowed. I want to eat the noodles Sumu makes. She seems quite adept at spinning tales. Are we mixing water margin and journey to the west? Sun Wukong. This is my lawyer's letter. Why not mention Tang Sung Ha? Regaining her composure, Jiang Zue set the wine jar aside. Sun Wukong?
Who might that be?
I've never heard of him. Well, looking at you, it's clear you haven't read much. It's no surprise you've not heard his name. So, it was his enlightenment that led you to become sentient? No, when I met him, I was not a willow, but a resplendent rose. A rose is a rose. Why the need to specify resplendent? Because through wind and rain, I am a resplendent rose. Bearing all the sorrow and pain alone. The comments erupted again. Why did it suddenly turn into song? You've made me laugh. What a resplendent rose. I see, you two are performing a comedy. No wonder it's an improvised performance. One can never predict the next line. It's evident Jiang Zue's bewilderment is entirely genuine, ha. Chapter 14. The results of the voting since you were once a rose. How is it that you've now become a willow? The resplendent rose was a matter of my past life. Back then, I was in my prime. The most beautiful flower within a 10-mile radius. Yet, a flower must not be too ostentatious. Because of my beauty, many coveted me, wishing to pluck me for their beloved. Did that lead to your demise? No, though many desired me, I belonged to a mistress, the daughter of a wealthy family, who gifted me, pot and all, to a general. I was the 23rd flower she sent him. The previous 22 had all perished under his care. My mistress told the general that if he could keep a flower alive, she would reveal to him a secret. Unfortunately, that general knew only how to kill, not how to nurture flowers, much less understand my mistress. You're not telling me that the general eventually died, are you? The general did not perish. Thank goodness. It was my mistress who met her end.
Ah? Why?
After the general went to war, her father sought to marry her off to a wastrel. She resisted and took her own life by the river on their wedding night. What happened next? Later, the general returned, finally understanding how to nurture flowers. And he tended to me well. Alas, even though he cared for me, he would never hear my mistress reveal that secret to him. The comments rolled in again. What the hell? Wasn't this a comedy? Why the sudden sadness? This story nearly brought me to tears. So, you're laughing one moment and then hitting me with a dagger the next. Who would believe this is an improvised performance? Sumu would make a fine screenwriter. I've suddenly realized how much Sumu's dialogue skills have improved. Jiang Zue shook her head. Truly a sorrowful love story, so the general cared for you for a lifetime, correct? Not quite. He later married 3 wives and gifted me to one of them. Jiang Zue. The comments. With Sumu, one can't remain sad for even a second. Jiang Zue slammed her hand on the table. So, you little tree spirit, are you toying with me? I'm not. I'm telling you nothing but the truth.
Today.
I shall uproot you. With that, Jiang Zue rolled up her sleeves. Sumu smirked disdainfully. After years of cultivation, even with your innate strength, you cannot easily uproot me. With that, she drew in a deep breath and shouted. She assumed a horse stance, creating quite a spectacle. Yet, with a single hand, Jiang Zue encircled her waist, effortlessly uprooting her and hoisting her up. The children in the audience began to fret. Why uproot the little tree? You can't uproot the little tree. Soon, Jiang Zue reached the other end of the stage and gently set Sumu down. What was that for?
Sumu questioned, perplexed.
This spot is sunlit. With a lake nearby, you'll thrive even better here. Is that your purpose in uprooting me? Indeed. You truly are a good person. Only then did the children relax. Jiang Zue smiled faintly, cradling the wine jar as she walked away. The curtain fell. The performance came to a complete end. The comments streamed in. I think Sumu's story was the most remarkable. The other 3 groups lacked originality, while hers was the most engaging. I find it average. The plot is rather chaotic and too improvised. They've managed to blend humor with plot. Quite impressive. And this might as well be the peak of their acting. Which will be the most popular program? The bets are on. As they descended the stage, Sumu reflected on the audience's reaction and patted Jiang Zue on the shoulder. I feel we've secured our victory this time. Before Jiang Zue could respond, a voice interjected. Truly self-satisfied, aren't we? Sumu, bewildered, asked. What voice? Then she turned to Jiang Zue. Did you hear a dog barking? Jiang Zui's dark eyes twinkled with amusement. I vaguely heard it. Fu Chen's expression darkened for a fleeting moment, yet he swiftly suppressed it. Su Mu, since you hold such unwavering confidence in yourself, why not engage in a wager? Upon hearing this, the others cast their curious gazes towards him. Oh, a bet? What do you propose? Su Mu was eager to uncover the motive behind his words. Let us wager on whether your group can secure the first place. If you fail, you shall bow and apologize to EU for your recent behavior on stage. The barrage of comments erupted. Goodness, so this is a bet for EU. I'm genuinely moved. It's evident that Fu Chen has completely succumbed to EU's gentle charm. The deal is sealed. EU is clearly taken aback by Fu Chen's willingness to act on her behalf. After a brief hesitation, she grasped Fu Chen's arm. Teacher Fu, perhaps we should reconsider. EU, I understand your kind-heartedness, but kindness can lead to being taken advantage of. Today, I am determined to ensure Su Mu apologizes to you. He felt the necessity to teach Su Mu a proper lesson. Otherwise, Su Mu would continue to be arrogant. If Su Mu were to lose, he could forget about holding his head high in front of him in the future. Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle at his words. He had expected Fu Chen to be seeking justice for himself, only to realize it was actually for EU, a rather sycophantic gesture. Are you certain you wish to bet with me? Fu Chen scoffed, who would enjoy your chaotic storyline and dismal performance. He believed that the group performing the fairy tale had the highest chance of winning, but considering Su Mu's interference with EU's team, the likelihood of Li Ke's group winning was greater, while Su Mu's disorganized antics certainly meant he would not triumph. Even if Su Mu somehow did win, Fu Chen had contingencies in place. With a snap of his fingers, Su Mu declared, All right, I accept your wager. If our group secures the first place, you will perform the social dance I just demonstrated on the playground. EU interjected, Teacher Fu, let us not. If you lose, it would be quite embarrassing. This statement, though seemingly a plea for reason, subtly stoked the flames of competition. EU was undoubtedly hoping he would take the bet. After all, if he lost, the humiliation would not fall upon her, but if he won, she would benefit. Fu Chen, with unwavering conviction, replied, Trust me, I will not lose. Once all performances concluded, it was time for the guests to enjoy some free time, coinciding with the program's voting data tallying. After the statistics were finalized, the children would head home. The campus was nearly deserted as the director gathered the guests on the playground. I now possess the vote counts from each group and will begin announcing from the last place. Xiao Zhuang jeered, Director, can't you reveal who came in first? Everyone was eagerly anticipating the results, not out of envy for the director's so-called winning prize, but to witness the outcome of the wager. The greatest suspense would, of course, be revealed last. The barrage of comments erupted. I bet on Su Mu winning. I'm all in, betting on Fu Chen to win. Is the barrage turning into a casino now? The director smiled mysteriously and began announcing the last place. The program with the fewest votes is Thunderstorm, with a total of 34 votes.
Su Mu burst into laughter, exclaiming,
I felt quite confident, yet here I am, landing in the last place. Fu Chen wore a grim expression, remaining silent. The director continued. The program in third place is Cinderella, with 53 votes. Lin Li was undeterred, offering comfort to EU. It's all right, we will strive harder next time. EU, however, was indifferent, solely concerned with who would claim first place. The program securing second place is Su Mu and Jiang Zui's group, with 109 votes. The program with the most votes is Snow White, with 114 votes. The barrage erupted. Damn, we lost. Just 5 votes short. Now we have a good show to watch. Look at how smug Fu Chen is. All eyes silently turned to Su Mu. Her brows knitted in disbelief. This cannot be.
Fu Chen sneered, What is impossible, Su Mu?
If you cannot handle losing, just admit it. Xiao Zhuang added. Indeed, Su Mu. The results are clear. You won't deny it, will you? You are the one who initiated the wager. He Xiao Cha chimed in. A bet is a bet. Stop struggling. EU stepped in front of Su Mu. Teacher Su, why not let this wager be a mere joke? You need not apologize to me, though it sounded like consolation. The tone carried a hint of mockery. The barrage of comments exploded. Su Mu wouldn't dare to play such a cowardly game, would she? Playing the coward is rather distasteful. Losing is just losing, it's not a big deal, is it? Just as Su Mu was about to respond, someone else interjected. Apologize? Who says we lost? All eyes swiftly turned to Jiang Zui. The director asked, What is going on? This vote count is incorrect. The first place should be ours. Fu Chun retorted coldly. The votes are tallied by the production team. How could they possibly be wrong? On what grounds do you assert such confidence? Jiang Zue, only ever take first place. I refuse to settle for second. Moreover, Jiang Zue placed a hand on Su Mu's shoulder, standing side by side with her. I believe in Su Mu. Her performance was exceptional. And she undeniably deserves the first place. Su Mu turned to face him. The sunlight cast a shadow beneath Jiang Zue's long eyelashes, upon meeting her gaze. He winked and smiled, exuding his usual arrogance with an added flair of audacity. The barrage erupted. Damn, this pair is quite shipworthy. He is so charming. I'm in love. Hyunsu sepelakt.
Hyunsu?
As a Jiangsu native, I'm outraged. The director wiped his sweat. The voting data has been meticulously calculated by the production team. It cannot be erroneous. Is that so? Since the production team knows so well, director, do you happen to know the exact number of audience members present? This matter had always been overseen by the assistant director, and the director had not been involved, leaving him momentarily speechless. A Jiang Zue smiled casually. You needn't worry if you don't know. I do. I counted during my downtime backstage. There were a total of 427 audience members. After excluding the school staff, 402 students had voting rights. Su Mu seamlessly continued his unfinished thought. Out of those 402 children, only 310 votes were cast, resulting in a staggering 92 individuals who abstained from voting, a 228 abstention rate. Even the United Nations would struggle to achieve such a high abstention rate. Jiang Zue snapped his fingers, smirking. Exactly. Their banter caused the director to waver in confidence. Just as he hesitated, Fu Chun spoke again. Are you questioning the integrity of the production team? Su Mu dismissed him with a scoff. I often question the heavens. So, what is wrong with questioning the production team? The barrage erupted. That is quite a valid point. I find myself unable to counter it. You're not alone. I frequently question the heavens too. Is it the kind of questioning like, oh, heavens, why am I not rich? Jiang Zue approached the director. If you wish to verify the results, why not recount the votes?
Fu Chen frowned slightly.
Do you truly need to do this? Are you so unwilling to admit your defeat? Su Mu clicked her tongue. Why the rush? Are you worried that a recount will reveal we are indeed the true victors? Who is anxious? Su Mu shrugged. Whoever speaks is the one who is anxious. The director intervened. All right, let us cease the argument. Since Su Mu and Jiang Zue have raised objections, it wouldn't hurt to recount the votes. With that, he waved his hand, instructing the staff to bring out a cardboard box. Inside the box were hundreds of small slips of paper, each bearing the names of various programs. Audience members simply needed to mark their preference. As the slips were emptied from the box, several staff members began counting in front of the cameras. 1, 2, 3. The director announced. Su Mu and Jiang Zue's total votes are 189. The barrage exploded. Goodness, that is a whole 80 votes less. What a significant discrepancy. How did you manage the counting? Do you think we are fools just because we aren't angry? The earlier comments had me in stitches. 80 votes? Such a large error. The director was taken aback, lowering his voice. Assistant director. The assistant director, wearing a cap, emerged from the crowd. Here. How do you manage your tasks? Just a few votes I could comprehend, but how could the discrepancy be so vast? I apologize. I truly do not know how my subordinates counted. The assistant director chuckled while casting a discreet glance at Fu Chun. Fu Chun averted his gaze. In front of the cameras, it was inappropriate to escalate the situation too drastically. The director managed his emotions and smiled at Su Mu. There seems to have been a slight error on the part of the production team. I will announce it again. The winners of this performance are Su Mu and Jiang Zue. Since Su Mu's group was indeed the rightful victors. The spectators' attention shifted towards Fu Chun. Su Mu stifled a laugh. Fu Chun, it's now your turn to honor the wager. You wouldn't dare to back down. Would you? Fu Chun clenched his jaw. Accepting the bet, I'll do it. EU interjected. Teacher Fu, you made this wager for my sake. Let me dance in your stead. Fu Chun would never allow that. No, anyone can do it, but not you. With that, he resolutely turned and strode towards the playground. The comments flooded in. Fu Chun is truly devoted to EU. This couple has locked in their fate. I'm shipping them hard. Observing his retreating figure, EU feigned concern but felt a twinge of triumph within. It appeared she had firmly captured Fu Chun's heart. Su Mu dashed to the director, urging, quickly, bring out the highest definition camera so that the entire internet can witness Fu Chun's dance. Jiang Zue mischievously added, I think at least 8 cameras should be set up to capture this priceless moment from every angle. Sumu gave him a thumbs up. Without needing their suggestion, the director would certainly make the arrangements. The film emperor losing a bet and dancing? The buzz would be explosive. As Fu Chun reached the playground, he was met by a throng of staff members wielding cameras, setting up various angles. He nearly ground his teeth in frustration. However, the crew wasted no time. And as the cameras were positioned, pulsating DJ music erupted throughout the playground. Although he was most reluctant, having made his declaration, it would be unthinkable to backtrack in front of the cameras. Extending his arms, Fu Chen awkwardly imitated Su Mu's flamboyant dance. Having never learned, his movements were clumsy and strained, and combined with his serious demeanor, the scene appeared particularly ludicrous. The comments erupted. "Ha, this is too funny. Living long has its perks. Who would have thought I'd see Fu Chen dance like this in my lifetime? It's evident he is quite unwilling." Su Mu, not idly standing by, shouted, "Shake harder. Have you not eaten? Why are you just standing there? Move your hips. That is good. Now give me a smile." Fu Chen's face reddened, the veins on his forehead bulging. "That's enough." At that moment, the music abruptly ceased. Sumu shrugged. "Of course it's not enough."
Hey.
"Why did the music stop?" "Keep playing. Let the music continue." Chapter 16. This first place is secured on the bus back to the small house. The director distributed the prizes for this victory. Jiang Zue received an invitation card, while Su Mu obtained a rejection card. Su Mu examined the card in her hand with a beaming smile. Being able to decline a date meant she could potentially lounge around the small house all day long. Just as Su Mu envisioned her leisurely future, Jiang Zue spoke up. "What if I invite you with this invitation card? But you use the rejection card to turn me down? What happens then? Are you exploiting a loophole here?" The rule of the invitation card is that the invited person cannot refuse the date, while the rejection card allows the bearer to decline any date. Clearly, it's a conundrum. However, Su Mu quickly devised a solution. "Well, you could simply not invite me with the invitation card, right? And you could also choose not to use the rejection card to turn me down. So, you genuinely wish to invite me with the invitation card? And it seems you also wish to use the rejection card against me?" Su Mu pinched her card between her fingers, adopting a determined expression. "Then let us duel. Today one of us will either be carded dead or carded alive." Jiang Zue offered his card to her. "All right, you win. I surrender. My card is yours." Su Mu was prepared for an epic showdown, but to her surprise, he conceded without a fight. While she inquired about his sudden capitulation, she remained cautious, suspecting he might have some other trick up his sleeve. Jiang Zue simply remarked, "You've made it clear you intend to reject me. What use is this card to me now?" Implicitly, he indicated that he only wished to invite Su Mu, disregarding everyone else. At that moment, Su Mu felt relieved that her vigilance had proven worthwhile. He had indeed executed a powerful maneuver. Even with her hardened heart, she had to admit this tactic caused a slight tremor in her heart. The comments buzzed. "Ah, I'm shipping them. Oh my, who can withstand this?" Jiang Zue is locked in. "Seriously, Su Mu, are you willing to turn him down?" Su Mu lowered her head, her fingers crossed on her forehead, letting out a chuckle. "I concede that your words hold a certain charm for a girl, but if, and I emphasize if, my heart is encased in 3 tons of rebar and 4 tons of cement, how would you propose to breach that wall? If your heart's defenses are truly that formidable, then I shall retreat." Pleased with his perceptiveness, Su Mu smiled. This was how one avoided injury while detonating a bomb. Su Mu retorted, "Detonating everything will only harm you." Ultimately, Su Mu chose not to accept his card. For one, it would serve no purpose, and for another, the director forbade it. Before returning to the heartfelt cabin, the production team's bus took everyone to a large supermarket. The director explained it was to allow them to procure the ingredients needed for the upcoming days, as the supplies prepared in the refrigerator were insufficient. However, this shopping trip was not merely a procurement. The director also announced a new rule. In the coming days, cooking in the small house would require a male and female partner. Thus, this shopping trip would involve a game to determine future cooking pairings. The rules were simple. 20 partial photos of products taken in the supermarket had been sent in the group chat. The participants must locate these items within a specified time frame. The one who finds the most items can choose their partner, while the others will pair up according to their rankings among the males and females.
Li Wen,
who had been primarily responsible for cooking, did not appear pleased. Instead, she glanced warily at several male contestants, a look of concern on her face regarding the safety of the food they would be consuming. The comments rolled in. "Ha ha ha. This game is amusing. I thought Li Qian would be happy. Instead, she seems quite worried. Li Qian. Actually, I enjoy cooking. After hearing the game rules, Su Mu smiled confidently. This first place is in the bag. Jiang Zui raised an eyebrow. So motivated? I meant the last place. For this game, Su Mu had only one objective, to avoid partnering with Fu Chen. If that were the case, she could either secure first place for the advantage or intentionally aim for last place. After all, Fu Chen would want to team up with EU and would surely exert himself to find several items, while she could simply refrain from searching, thereby landing in last place and avoiding Fu Chen. The director seemed to see through Su Mu's strategy and smiled slightly. However, the last place will incur a penalty.
Su Mu exclaimed. Then.
Chapter 17, Blind, All Blind. How wonderful the blind spots are. Su Mu was still unconvinced and pressed. Director, what is the penalty? A secret. If he had specified the penalty, Su Mu might not have been frightened, but the uncertainty surrounding it left her feeling indecisive. The director did not grant her much time for contemplation, glancing at his watch before announcing, "All right, the competition begins now. You all have half an hour. Please enter the mall." As soon as he concluded, the automatic turnstiles of the mall swung open, and Xiao Zhuang was the first to push his shopping cart inside. The others followed suit, gradually making their way in, leaving only Su Mu and Jiang Zui behind. Jiang Zui pushed a cart but noticed Su Mu still standing in place. "Aren't you coming?" he inquired. Su Mu, with a resolute expression, replied, "There is an ancient saying in our country that goes, 'Knowing there is a tiger on the mountain, one still ventures towards it.' It appears you are determined to secure the last place?" She continued, "What I mean is, while ancient sayings are one thing, I, Su Mu, have always been aware of the tiger's presence and prefer to retreat." With that, she whirled past Jiang Zui like a whirlwind. By the time Jiang Zui regained his senses, the shopping cart in his hand had vanished. Upon looking again, he saw Su Mu racing into the supermarket with the cart he had been holding. Jiang Zui remarked, "The images provided by the production team are indeed partial, to the extent that you can hardly discern what products they represent. Some merely feature a few patterns, while others consist of foreign words that are unreadable, leaving one uncertain if they are in Arabic or Vietnamese." Most of the guests were artists who seldom frequented supermarkets, relying on assistance for their shopping needs, and thus possessed minimal knowledge of the products available. However, Li Ke, as a food blogger, often roamed supermarkets, giving her a significant advantage in this game. After a cursory glance at the images provided by the production team, she promptly recognized 3 of them as specific products. As a foodie, Su Mu was no stranger to supermarkets and quickly identified all the snack-related items from the partial images sent by the production team. When she hurried to the snack aisle, she spotted Xiao Zhuang hopping around in front of the shelves, busily comparing images in search of products. Recognizing one of the images as the mung bean cake beneath his feet, she approached with her cart. "You seem quite blind," she commented. "Of course, I'm busy," Xiao Zhuang replied, not looking at her, his eyes scanning the shelves like a patrolling police dog. Noticing her standing still beside him, he turned to ask, "Why are you standing next to me? Are you hoping to reap the benefits once I find something?" Taken aback by his accusation, Su Mu rolled her eyes and walked away, sighing, "Blind, all blind. What a blind spot." Xiao Zhuang dismissed her remarks, still scratching his head as he examined the images. "This is quite strange. This picture looks like a snack, yet I can't seem to find it." The comments flooded in. "Ha ha. This is hilarious. He's truly oblivious. Su Mu, are you a shrimp?" Once Xiao Zhuang left, Su Mu returned to grab the mung bean cake and placed it in her cart. After collecting several snack items, she found herself puzzled by the remaining images. She genuinely could not identify what those items were. With no other option, she categorized the images by color and began to wander the supermarket in search of similar products. While perusing, she encountered Fu Chen, who was standing in front of the shampoo aisle. Upon seeing Su Mu, he hastily covered the items in his shopping cart with a cloth. The production team had provided each participant with a piece of cloth to conceal their findings and prevent others from cheating by peeking at their carts.
As Su Mu approached,
Fu Chen became even more cautious.
"What do you want?"
"Are you trying to steal answers?"
Su Mu burst into laughter.
"The items I have under my cloth are evidently far more numerous than yours. Why would I need to copy your answers?" With a scoff, she picked up a bottle of shampoo and walked away. Fu Chen glanced at the shampoo she had chosen and compared it with the image on his phone. The images were rather blurry, causing him to waver between 2 types of shampoo earlier, but Su Mu's decisive selection indicated that she had chosen the correct one. With that thought in mind, Fu Chen also grabbed a bottle and turned to leave. After he departed, however, Su Mu returned, placing the shampoo back and picking up a different one. Watching Fu Chen's retreating figure, she couldn't help but muse. He truly is like two eggs hanging beneath his eyebrows. He can blink but cannot see. After parting ways with Su Mu, Fu Chen scoured nearly the entire supermarket, but the products he found were few and far between. He felt a headache coming on. At this rate, he would be lucky to avoid coming in last. Realizing that he could not go it alone, Fu Chen, just as he was about to seek out EU, he serendipitously bumped into her. He pushed his cart toward her, asking, "How many items have you found?" 7 or 8, she replied. Having lived abroad for an extended period, EU was unfamiliar with domestic products. The few items she had managed to find were thanks to Lin Li and Xiao Zhuang. She had just inquired via her phone about what items Lin Li and Xiao Zhuang had discovered, hoping to share information with them. Lin Li had only found 5 items and did not believe he could claim the first place. Since EU had approached him, he felt no harm in sharing. Xiao Zhuang, on the other hand, was scheming to earn some goodwill with EU if he helped her secure first place. She would surely feel obliged to choose him as a partner, right? Regardless of their individual motives, it was clear that EU was the one benefiting from the situation. Fu Chen glanced at his own cart. "I haven't found many. Shall we team up? What items do you still need? I can help you find them." Presented with such a generous offer, EU naturally did not refuse.
Sure.
Su Mu tallied her findings, 3 from the snack aisle and 4 from the daily necessities section, totaling 7 items. Just as she felt pleased with her haul, she spotted Li Ku pushing her cart past her. Although covered by a cloth, it was evident that Li Ku had found significantly more items, at least over 10.
Su Mu was astonished.
"How did you find so many? Have you been reincarnated as a Hulua?" "I often visit supermarkets, so I'm just familiar with these items," Li Ku replied with a shy smile. Su Mu scrutinized her for a moment, sensing something was off with Li Ku. It was a rarity to see her so competitive. Pondering for a moment, Su Mu curiously asked, "If you secure first place, who would you choose as your cooking partner?" After a brief hesitation, Li Ku candidly responded, "I would like to choose Lin Li." The comments flooded in. "I ship it, thank you. Wow. I didn't expect Li Ku to like Lin Li. Why do I feel like they're exes?"
Su Mu was not surprised.
Well, among those guys, Lin Li is indeed a solid choice. Jiang Zui is a rich heir, Fu Chen seems unlucky, and Xiao Zhuang is rather sleazy. Only Lin Li could lend a hand in the kitchen. "I still have a few images to find, so I'll take my leave," Li Ku said with a smile as she pushed her cart away. Just as Su Mu was feeling hopeless about securing first place, contemplating whether to abandon her efforts altogether and aim for last place instead, her phone suddenly chimed. Upon opening it, she saw a private message from Jiang Zui on the app. This app, named Second Heartbeat, was developed by the production team, allowing guests to communicate while all messages would be simultaneously displayed in the live broadcast. "Jiang Zui, what are you doing?"
Su Mu, busy.
"Jiang Zui, busy with what?" Su Mu felt exasperated. Did he really need to ask? Su Mu replied, "When I say I'm busy, it means I'm busy. Do you need me to elaborate?" Perhaps I was preoccupied with smiling and crying, chasing shooting stars in the sky. The comments erupted. "Ha ha ha ha, this is too funny. Look how annoyed Su Mu is. She's even singing now. Jiang Zui, can't you chat properly?" "Jiang Zui, turn around and look." Su Mu turned to see Jiang Zui standing not far away. "Why are you messaging me when you're right nearby?" "I didn't notice you before sending the message," he admitted, observing his cart, which was almost barren. She raised an eyebrow. "While others push carts to shop, yours looks like a leisurely stroll." "I'm looking for you. Why are you looking for me?" "In this game, going solo offers no advantage. Let's collaborate." Su Mu's expression reflected her hesitation. "I may consider collaborating with someone, but I will not entertain poverty alleviation." The barrage comments read, "Someone else sweet-talked, but Su Mu's words are laced with poison. Her words are indeed a blend of arsenic and chili, both toxic and spicy. Her sharp critiques are always fought on." Jiang Zui, unfazed, remarked, "I have already identified 7 of the images from the production team. I was merely preoccupied with searching for you, and neglected to collect them." "Which 7? Jiang Zui pulled out his phone and showed her the images. Su Mu realized that among the 7 items he recognized, 5 were things she had failed to find, instantly invigorating her spirit. However, she quickly regained her composure. Collaboration must surely come with conditions, right? If you secure first place and choose me as your partner, it's that simple. Su Mu fell into contemplation. Among the 4 male guests, she dismissed Fu Chen and Xiao Zhuang. Initially, she intended to select Linley, as he appeared quite capable. Yet, Li Ke had discovered several more items than she had, and also wished to choose Linley. Thus, she found herself with only two options. If she agreed to collaborate with Jiang Zui and secured first place, she would have to select him as her partner. If she declined the collaboration and failed to attain first place, her worst-case scenario would be partnering with Fu Chen. Of course, these conditions were predicated on her keeping her word. What if she agreed to collaborate with Jiang Zui to achieve first place, only to choose someone else in the end? Perhaps it was time to abandon personal integrity and relish a life of mischief. Noticing the sly smile on Su Mu's face, Jiang Zui added nonchalantly, "You'd best not choose Linley."
Why?
Guess why Li Ke is so intent on selecting Linley? And then ponder who cast the lone vote for their ex. The barrage comments erupted. Wait, are they exes? I can't believe I didn't notice before. I thought Li Ke's ex was Xiao Zhuang. Why did they break up? They seem quite suited for each other. Su Mu finally grasped the implication. So, Li Ke's ex happens to be Linley. Moreover, it appeared that Li Ke had unresolved feelings for him. This complicated Su Mu's dilemma. If she couldn't choose Linley, the remaining options were Fu Chen, Xiao Zhuang, and Jiang Zui. Among the shorter candidates, Jiang Zui was the only one left. Su Mu sighed deeply. What a human tragedy this is. In the end, Su Mu chose to team up with Jiang Zui. With his involvement, their efficiency in finding items increased significantly. They split up and, just before time ran out, managed to locate 18 items, falling short by 2 for a perfect score. At this point, everyone had gathered at the mall entrance, awaiting the program's announcement of the final results. The girl who placed last was He Xiaocha, and the boy in last place was Xiao Zhuang. According to the game rules, the two would face a punishment. They were to be responsible for all the cleaning in the small house. Next, they announced the first place.
Sumo and you.
You both found 18 items, thus you are currently tied for first. However, as there can only be one winner, you'll need to partake in a mini-game to determine the victor. With that, the director produced 2 dice. The dice would be rolled, and the one with the higher number would claim first place. Su Mu felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. After rummaging through them all as if they were grave robbers, they had finally found 18 items, only to end up in a tie. Relying on luck to decide the outcome. Taking the dice, Su Mu clasped her hands together. Infinite Tathagata, God Emin Guanyin, Hatsune Miku, please grant me a 6. The barrage comments read, something strange seems to have slipped in here. Laughing to death, are you praying to everything? Hatsune Miku, huh? This is quite the last-minute appeal for divine intervention. Iyu took the dice and hesitated. Fu Laosher, would you roll for me? My luck has been dreadful. Seeing her trust in him, Fu Chun was elated, and there was no reason to refuse. He promptly took the dice. All right, let's begin rolling, the director announced. As the words fell, Su Mu and Fu Chen simultaneously tossed the dice onto the floor. Under the gaze of everyone, the dice spun several times before gradually coming to a halt. Fu Chen rolled a 5.
Sumo rolled a 6.
Su Mu smacked her thigh. Wow, a 6. Fu Chen maintained a stern face. Consider yourself lucky. Su Mu cheerfully picked up the dice. Don't be disheartened. While your luck may not match mine, your footwork is undoubtedly superior. The barrage comments chimed in. Haraha, you've taken everything from him. I've learned something new today. This phrase has been added to the Learning Emotional Intelligence from Su Mu series. The director retrieved the dice and asked Su Mu, have you decided who you wish to partner with? Jiang Zui. Very well, the final results are in. From this day forth, Su Mu will partner with Jiang Zui, Yi with Fu Chen, Li Ke with Linley, and He Xiaocha with Xiao Zhuang, each taking turns to manage the household meals. They were then given free time to explore the supermarket and procure necessary supplies for their daily lives. Without any tasks to complete, the group felt considerably more relaxed as they strolled through the supermarket, chatting and laughing along the way. Su Mu lingered at the back of the crowd, trailing behind, not engaging in their conversations. But her wistful gaze continually swept over the rows of snacks displayed on the shelves. The production team would reimburse for ingredients, but snacks had to be purchased out of pocket. Currently, Su Mu's finances were alarmingly strained. Watching the cheerful backs of her companions, she felt a pang of desperation, wishing to sell them off on a second-hand platform as slaves. Perhaps this was what they referred to as being utterly destitute. As she walked halfway through, Su Mu found herself immobilized before a shelf of chocolates. She had a profound love for sweets, relishing them immensely. She once consumed 5 macarons, deemed excessively sweet by others, without batting an eyelid. Don't ask her if her teeth would suffer. Previously, she flitted between worlds, completing tasks without concern for her dental health. Now, in this place, she had yet to indulge in any sweets. And the opulent packaging of the chocolates before her captivated her gaze. Do you want to eat some? I'll buy them for you. The sudden voice startled Su Mu from her reverie, and she turned to find Jiang Zue. Instantly, her smile vanished. How cunning of him! Su Mu, a person of integrity, would never acquiesce to such an offer. She looked at Jiang Zue's face and declared with righteous indignation, "How much do you want to buy?" Jiang Zue chuckled. "How much do you desire?" Su Mu extended her arm, using her shoulder as a pivot and her arm length as the radius, drawing a large circle in the air. "I want all of these. Aren't you concerned about developing diabetes from consuming so many sweets?" Su Mu pondered. "Isn't that rather delightful? When I grow old and am broke, I want TV without desserts." This statement, at first glance, seemed outrageous, but upon reflection, it was indeed quite shocking. Jiang Zue was left momentarily speechless. The barrage comments erupted. "Dude, don't be too absurd." I can only say, as expected of Su Mu. Her thought process is always so unconventional. This sister isn't here to find a partner. She's here to entertain. Jiang Zue picked up 2 boxes of the most expensive chocolates off the shelf. Only 2 boxes. Too much isn't good. Su Mu displayed a look akin to that of a character from a tragic tale. "I'm really foolish, truly. I thought you would morph into a domineering CEO and buy the entire shelf." Jiang Zue placed the 2 boxes of chocolates into the shopping cart. "You're truly foolish." Indeed. Su Mu intended to retort, but considering he had spent a whopping 800 to buy her 2 boxes of chocolates, she restrained herself and instead praised him. "You are a good person." Usually this statement would be followed by a "but I don't like you," but Jiang Zue, noticing her omission of the latter, nervously replied, "Next time, don't flatter me like that. When I compliment, it may be insincere, but when I criticize, I am undeniably genuine. This time, I sincerely praise you. You should cherish it. In comparison, I find myself more fond of your scolding demeanor." Jiang Zue added, "As long as you're not cursing me, I want to speak up." Su Mu chuckled. "I never expected you to enjoy this." Jiang Zue. The barrage of comments read, "So Jiang Zue has this peculiar inclination." Shocked, Jiang Zue's submissive tendencies exposed. No wonder Jiang Zue is fond of Su Mu. It all makes sense now. Just as Jiang Zue was about to clarify, Su Mu had already pushed the shopping cart away, declaring, "I won't scold you anymore. Don't even think about getting rewarded." Jiang Zue. He hastened to catch up with Su Mu, casually grabbing a package from the shelf and thrusting it into her hands.
Su Mu looked down at it.
Jiang Zue, "No worries, just enjoy the dried plums." Su Mu. The barrage erupted. "Haha, this is hilarious. Jiang Zue, are you okay? Just enjoy the dried plums. These two are utterly delightful. Haha, you two are truly a perfect match, like celestial beings." Chapter 20. An unpleasant misunderstanding after returning to the small cabin and finishing dinner. Su Mu couldn't resist unwrapping the chocolate Jiang Zue had bought her and took a bite. She closed her eyes, preparing to savor it, but suddenly opened them wide. How could it be so incredibly sweet? Even for someone like Su Mu, who relished sweet treats, this chocolate was overwhelmingly saccharine. Such a confection should not be on the shelves. It ought to be bundled with a traditional medicinal beverage. All sorts of sugary substances pale in comparison to this. One bite would send even those with low blood sugar spiraling into hyperglycemia. Covering her mouth, Su Mu dashed to the restroom, clutching the toilet as she expelled the entire contents. The restroom was adjacent to the room's entrance, and in her haste, Su Mu failed to close the door. To her surprise, Li Ku entered at that moment, witnessing Su Mu in a compromising position, with remnants of an indescribable substance at the corners of her mouth. She froze for a moment, her round eyes filled with equal parts astonishment, embarrassment, confusion, and sheer terror. Feigning calm, Su Mu wiped away the chocolate, saying, "I know you might suspect I'm indulging in some strange habit, but please believe me, I have no such proclivity." "I believe you. Your expression tells me otherwise." "I truly believe." "If you believe, then let me kiss you." Su Mu opened her arms, lunging toward her like a rogue bandit.
Like, startled, fled in a flurry.
Not forgetting the reason she had come, the director wants us to gather in the living room. The restroom lacked cameras, and the audience in the live stream was bewildered, only aware that Su Mu had suddenly attempted to kiss Li Ku, causing a flurry of comments. They were uncertain whether the two had truly connected, but Su Mu certainly collided with the door frame in her pursuit of Li Ku. Rubbing her arm, She gazed at Li Ku's retreating figure, feeling as if the world had turned desolate in an instant. Should Li Ku so much as whisper a word of this incident, she would find herself irreparably tarnished, unable to cleanse herself even if she submerged in the Yellow River, the High River, or the Nile. It was over. Everything was over. Though she had long lost her reputation, now perceived as a madwoman wanting to descend into the depths of disgrace, there remained a fundamental difference between that and actually indulging in such degradation. The former would paint her as malicious, while the latter would merely suggest she was desperately hungry. Aware of her impending doom, Sumu nonetheless resolutely made her way to the living room. A true warrior dares to confront the harsh realities of life, to face the gory truths head-on. Upon entering the living room with a bravado befitting one who has embraced their fate, Sumu discovered that the others paid her little mind. Fuchen did not approach her with the anticipated mockery. His gaze was filled with the same disdain as always. This was the first time Sumu felt a flicker of delight at the sight of his contempt. Turning her attention to Li Ku in the corner, she found her standing quietly, offering only a slight smile when their eyes met. Sumu nearly welled up with tears. In that moment, the essence of trust between individuals was laid bare. Sumu approached Li Ku, her eyes brimming with gratitude. So you truly believe in me? Of course. Then will you grant me a kiss? Sumu had not forgotten her request. Although her voice was barely above a whisper, it still caught Jiang Zue's keen ears. His gaze darted towards Sumu in confusion. Faced with Sumu's renewed plea, Li Ku stepped back slightly. Was that half a step truly sincere? Such a minor movement could wound so deeply? Just as Sumu felt the weight of sorrow, Li Ku's next words almost brought her to tears again. She said, "Mumu, I'm not attracted to girls." It dawned on Sumu that Li Ku was merely concerned about her own feelings, rather than believing she had truly sunk to such depths. Overcome with emotion, Sumu wished to transform into a princely figure right then and there, offering her a grand rose. Alas, with no rose in hand, she could only peel an orange on the spot.
Here, eat this. Why? Sumu patet her that.
You deserve it.
Em straightforward.
This brief exchange allowed both Jiang Zue and Li Ku to exhale in relief. In truth, the director had summoned them not for anything grave, but simply to announce a last-minute alteration to the voting rules, shifting from physical ballots to online voting. This meant they would now cast their votes via software developed by the production team, with a stipulation that votes could only be cast for male participants. As the director made this announcement, he cast a knowing glance at Sumu. Clutching a cushion, she muttered about how lovely it was, attempting to feign ignorance in the face of the director's scrutiny. Once this business was concluded, it was time for free activities. The people in the living room began to disperse, and as Linley was about to leave, someone called out to him. Linley, familiar with that voice. Linley paused and turned to face Li Ku. Do you have time to take a walk? Linley hesitated for 2 seconds before responding, sure.
Rika instinctively smiled.
But seeing Linley's serious expression, she unconsciously suppressed her grin. Having invited Linley out, Li Ku naturally had something on her mind. The weather had been splendid during the day, and the night sky was adorned with stars. The two wandered aimlessly along the road outside the cabin, Linley walking slightly ahead, while Li Ku lagged half a step behind. Don't walk so fast, I can't keep up. Linley paused, but didn't he adjust his pace, continuing as he was. A hint of desolation crossed Li Ku's face. In the midst of the silence, Linley finally spoke. I know you voted for me last night. The barrage of comments erupted. Wow, they really are exes. Sobs. The atmosphere is filled with vibes. It seems Li Ku wants to reconcile, but Linley doesn't seem interested. Hearing his words, Li Ku felt a pang in her heart. He knew she had voted for him, yet he hadn't cast his vote for her. And you? Who did you vote for? Linley did not answer the question. Li Ku, we've broken up.
Rika abruptly halted,
her eyes welling up with tears. I thought we were just arguing. 3 months prior, they had quarreled, and Linley had called her to end things. At that moment, in her anger, she had agreed to the breakup. They had been together for so long. This wasn't their first fight, nor their first breakup. But they had always reconciled afterwards. She had thought this time would be no different, that they were merely in a cold war. However, yesterday's voting and Linley's demeanor today made her realize he was serious. As she felt tears welling in her eyes, Linley fished out a pack of tissues from his pocket, handing them to her with a polite but distant demeanor. For those who had once been intimately close, this detached politeness stung far more than cold words. Li Ku did not take the tissues. Her tears flowed more freely as she asked him, "Why? Was it because I was late that day?" Li Ke was left bewildered, not understanding how their relationship had deteriorated to this point. They graduated from the same institution, Lin Li from the performance department and Li Ke from the directing department. 5 years have passed from their campus life to the real world. They were each other's first love. In the early days of their careers, Lin Li was obscure, taking on minor roles across various productions, while Li Ke had just graduated and was interning at a company, earning a meager salary of a little over 3,000. They were both financially challenged, yet their hearts brimmed with joy. He would bake her a cake by hand for her birthday, spending all the money he had saved up for a surprise. She would forego returning home during the new year to stay with him, crammed together in a tiny rental as they celebrated the holiday. When questioned by others in the production team, she would smile and jokingly claim to be Lin Li's manager. Even though everyone knew such a small-time actor couldn't possibly have won. Could so many cherished memories and emotions simply shatter at a single touch? Lin Li shook his head calmly. "Li Ke, it is not your fault. You are a wonderful girl. It is my fault. I kept promising you a future, but never fulfilled those promises. I was so engrossed in work that I made you feel insecure. I caused you to cry. I am sorry." Tears streamed down Li Ke's face uncontrollably. Lin Li offered no words of comfort, merely standing silently beside her. Li Ke realized that this time, the person before her was earnestly intent on ending their relationship, leaving no space for even a hint of ambiguity. Overwhelmed with emotion, she crouched down and wept. Ultimately, Lin Li could not bear to watch her cry and crouched down beside her, handing her a tissue. "Li Ke, do not cry for me. You deserve someone far better." Bullet comments. How did my ship end up with a breakup so soon? Hoping for a reunion. Oh no, Lin Li and Li Ke, your names even match. Yet it's a breakup. Chapter 21. The fish pond of the Sea King. As the time for the heart-stirring voting approached, all the guests had returned to their rooms. Su Mu and Yu were in their respective beds. Yu reclined against the headboard, a smile gracing her face, while Su Mu lay sprawled on the bed, anxiously gazing at the 4 male guests' profiles on her phone. The chocolates rested quietly on the bedside table. Su Mu glanced at them. With the voting now conducted online, participants could accompany their votes with an image and a message. Although the recipients would not know who voted for them, they would see the accompanying words. Once all votes were cast, the voting portal closed. The girls received the same message as the previous night. Their exes had not chosen them. The others remained unfazed, but Li Ke, with red-rimmed eyes, stared vacantly at her phone for a long while. On the male side, Lin Li was the only one to receive the message. Your ex has chosen you. However, unlike the previous night, Lin Li's expression was heavier. He walked into the living room, clutching a pillow, lost in thought for quite some time. The results of the voting were soon announced. Yu remained the most popular female guest, garnering 3 votes. Su Mu received 1, while Li Ke and He Xiaocha received none. On the male side, the votes were evenly distributed, with each receiving 1 vote. Bullet comments. Wow, everyone has a vote. That vote for Su Mu must have been cast by Jiang Zue. I think they mutually voted for each other tonight. Oh my. Li Ke actually voted for Lin Li again. I'm in tears. Yu is still so popular. Yu deserves it. Those who received votes were sent messages and images from their voters. However, the production team did not disclose this information, marking the end of the 2nd episode. Unsurprisingly, the episode sparked heated discussions online, with the first trending topic being the joint performance by Su Mu and Jiang Zue. While it was easy to guess who voted for the girls, the boys' votes were a bit more perplexing, particularly regarding Yu and He Xiaocha as single votes. As netizens engaged in fervent discussions online, the guests in the small house looked at their phones with varying expressions. Jiang Zue received an image of 2 boxes of chocolates, accompanied by the message, "The vote was for the chocolates. Thank you for choosing the kind that almost ruined my life." Jiang Zue was puzzled by her words, but it was irrelevant. The key point was that Su Mu had voted for him. Meanwhile, on the adjacent bed, Fu Chen also received an image, a smiling face accompanied by the message, "Looking forward to our next performance together." Clearly, this was a vote from He Xiaocha. Despite receiving a vote, Fu Chen was displeased that Yu had not voted for him. Annoyed, he put away his phone and turned to see Jiang Zue beaming. He raised an eyebrow. Why so happy? Did you receive 3 votes? Just like you, only 1 vote. How do you know I only got 1 vote? Your face looks like you just ate something sour. Fu Chen's expression darkened. Aren't you the one with just 1 vote? How are you any better? It's different. The vote I cast and the one I received were from the same person, while yours certainly was not. How do you know mine wasn't he? Your face looks like you just ate something sour. After being rebutted twice, and with the live broadcast ended, Fu Chen retorted, they say snakes and rats share the same nest. You must be fond of that lunatic Su Mu, which shows you're just like her. Jiang Zui furrowed his brow. To disparage an ex after a breakup shows your character is indeed lacking. Disparage? Wasn't Su Mu doing the same to me? Is that disparagement? That was sincere.
Fu Chen?
What kind of internationally renowned double standard is this? Fu Chen's face was longer than a donkey's. In a fit of anger, he attempted to retort back, his eyes darting around, seemingly contemplating how to counter. But after much thought, he found no suitable words. Clearly, Fu Chen was no match for Jiang Zui. Even if he had a larger mouth, he would likely only surpass Jiang Zui in appetite, not in verbal sparring. The atmosphere in this room was tense, while the adjacent room with Xiao Zhuang and Lin Li felt much more tranquil. Xiao Zhuang received a vote from EU, and the accompanying image was a meme with the caption, "Thank you for being willing to share information with me at the supermarket." Upon seeing this message, Xiao Zhuang smugly crossed his legs. He delightedly thought that his assistance at the supermarket was indeed valuable, completely unaware that he had unwittingly entered EU's fish pond. If effort was to be measured, Fu Chen had exerted far more, yet EU did not vote for him, implying she believed Fu Chen was already a sure thing. However, even if someone pointed this out to Xiao Zhuang now, he would not believe it. Chapter 22. Innocently lively and fun, running like a newly released inmate that night.
Sumu slept restlessly.
She had a dream in which Jiang Zui professed his love to her while holding a chocolate flower, saying, "My love for you is akin to diarrhea. Although everyone can smell it, only I know its thickness and warmth."
Su Mu was terrified.
Not because of the outrageous confession, but because the chocolate rose Jiang Zui held was from that supermarket brand. However, in the dream, Jiang Zui did not let her go and chased after her, wanting to feed her chocolate. The vividness of the dream left a strong impression, prompting Su Mu to decide to quit chocolate starting today. Seeing it was still early, she freshened up and changed her clothes, deciding to take a walk outside while walking her dog. The heart-stirring small house arranged by the production team was a villa, which naturally could not be located in the city center. In fact, the area was quite remote, considered suburban, and it was early morning, with very few people on the road. As Su Mu breathed in the fresh air, happily walking with her dog, an unexpected event occurred that made her expression change dramatically. Her dog, Chi-Chi, had an accident. Chi-Chi, the dog, often appears rather lewd, but at this moment, squatting with its hind legs apart, it seems doubly indecent. However, Su Mu felt it unjust to be overly critical of it. Which creature can maintain grace while defecating? She was relieved that there were not many people around, although it was Chi-Chi being observed, for some inexplicable reason. Su Mu felt an overwhelming sense of shame as if she herself were being watched while relieving herself. Once Chi-Chi finished, Su Mu reached into her pocket, only to realize she had forgotten to bring a poop bag. Although there were no cameras capturing her actions and the area was relatively deserted, she could have easily walked away without consequence. Yet, as a responsible inheritor of socialism, Su Mu could not commit such an unethical act. She recalled passing by a bun shop not long ago and decided to purchase 2 buns, intending to use the plastic bag as a makeshift poop bag. She hurriedly led Chi-Chi to the shop, fervently hoping no one would step in that mess and summon a long line of ancestral curses upon her. Upon returning with the buns, she sighed in relief. The mess was still there. Wasting food would be a disgrace. So Su Mu quickly devoured both buns and then used the empty bag to pick up the mess. Just as she straightened up, someone tapped her on the shoulder from behind. "What are you doing?" Startled, Su Mu turned to find Jiang Zui clad in a black tracksuit, a headband adorning his forehead, and sweat-drenched hair tips, clearly having just finished a run. Upon seeing Su Mu holding a bag of dog feces while munching on something, his expression momentarily froze.
Su Mu felt utterly speechless.
If she could, she would have gladly dashed her head against a nearby tree. Was she destined to be entangled with excrement for these past few days? One incident could be deemed accidental, but 2 occurrences raised concerns of divine disapproval. With great difficulty, she swallowed the last bite of her bun, intending to explain to Jiang Zui, but an unexpected burp erupted. The sound made the atmosphere even more awkward, and Jiang Zui's expression visibly darkened. Su Mu was resigned. She should have plugged Chi-Chi's rear end before leaving the house. But now that things had escalated, only 5 words echoed in her mind. "Tired, let it all end." With a tone of serene resignation, she admitted, "Yes, you guessed it. I'm eating poop. Jiang Zui chuckled, pulling a pack of tissues from his pocket to wipe the crumbs from her mouth. Aren't those just bun crumbs? Tears welled in Su Mu's eyes. Not from his sweet gesture, but from a memory of her mother scolding her for leaving remnants on her lips, claiming she was saving it for the New Year feast. Now she finally had a reason to refute that. She was saving it to prove her innocence. Amidst this absurd misunderstanding, Su Mu lost interest in walking the dog and turned to head back. Jiang Zui followed her, asking, "What did your message mean yesterday? How did the chocolate I gave you ruin your life?" That was a painful memory she wished to avoid discussing.
Su Mu paused before responding.
"I won't be voting for you tonight." "It's all right. I'll vote for you," he replied. Su Mu meticulously recalled her interactions with Jiang Zui, affirming that not a single moment had exuded charm from her. In fact, many times she felt quite the opposite. So was it Jiang Zui's taste that was questionable? Or was she truly so extraordinarily beautiful that it blinded him? She pondered, "I truly cannot fathom what you like about me." "Then think again," he suggested. "Even if you put Einstein's brain in my head, I wouldn't understand. Perhaps it's because you are innocent, lively, and amusing, running like you've just been released from prison."
Su Mu retorted.
"Sometimes I wish I could transform into a character like Roan Mama and sew your mouth shut with a needle. A perfectly good person, yet you had to open your mouth. That line should be mine," she replied with a glare, briskly pulling Chi-Chi forward. "If you insist on an answer, I can only say I came here for you." Su Mu halted. "I don't recall us having any connection." Since she inherited all the memories of this body upon her arrival, she was certain that prior to this variety show, she and Jiang Zui had no intersecting paths. Jiang Zui shrugged. "Well, if you don't remember, how can you blame me? You make a fair point." By the time Su Mu and Jiang Zui returned to the small cabin, the live stream had already commenced, and everyone inside was awake.
Today,
Xiao Zhuang and He Xiaochao were in charge of breakfast, busily preparing in the kitchen. Li Ke stood beside them, occasionally offering guidance to prevent them from ruining breakfast. Noticing that Li Ke was clutching her stomach and appeared somewhat unwell, Su Mu approached her with a kind expression. "I understand the urgency. Feel free to go. I will keep watch here." Although Li Ke appreciated her kindness, she clarified, "It's not a stomachache, it's a gastric issue, an old ailment. Do you have any medicine?" "I forgot to bring it." Su Mu rummaged through the emergency medical kit in the cabin, but it primarily contained common cold medications and treatments for injuries. With no gastric medicine in sight, Lin Li happened to pass by and, noticing her searching, inquired, "What are you looking for?" "Gastric medicine. Li Ke has a stomachache. There's none in here." "I have some. Wait a moment." With that, he turned back to his room, emerging shortly with a bottle of medicine to hand to Su Mu. "Do you also have a stomach issue?" she asked, puzzled by his preparedness. Lin Li hesitated before responding. "Not really." The comment section lit up. "Ah, he loves her. He must be in the habit of carrying medicine. It's proof of past affection. How can a couple that has already ended be so enjoyable to ship?" Su Mu realized that his preparedness might be a remnant of his relationship with Li Ke, and a smile crept across her face. "Then you should give the medicine to Li Ke." Lin Li pressed the medicine into her hand. "You give it to her. Don't mention it's from me. Just say it's from the kit." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving no room for Su Mu to refuse. Holding the bottle in her hand, Su Mu found the two of them quite amusingly awkward. Chapter 23. The Toilet Assassin. Although Xiao Zhuang and He Xiaochao were not particularly skilled in the kitchen, breakfast was relatively simple, consisting of some sandwiches they prepared, along with buns purchased from outside. Su Mu boldly sampled their sandwiches, deeming them satisfactory enough. After all, not everyone possesses Fu Chen's extraordinary culinary skills, capable of turning even an egg into a culinary disaster. After finishing the sandwiches, Su Mu took a bun. Instead of biting into it directly, she retrieved a jar of lao gan ma, slicing the bun in half and slathering it with the sauce before taking a hearty bite. Delicious. Jiang Zui, seated across from her, raised an eyebrow at her indulgent expression. "Is it really that good?" "Surely, young Master Jiang had never tried such a combination? Would you like to give it a try?" Su Mu cheerfully offered the jar of lao gan ma to him, like a supermarket salesperson. "No, it's too spicy."
Su Mu?
"What's too spicy?"
Lao gan ma.
This was utterly shocking. Did he truly find lao gan ma too spicy? With that level of spiciness, it wouldn't even faze her if it were dripped into his eyes. Before Jiang Zui could respond, He Xiaochao interjected, "Teacher Jiang is intolerant to spicy food. Even a hint of spice doubles the heat for him. Didn't you know?" "I honestly didn't know. It seems you have no basic understanding of Teacher Jiang at all." I suppose not everyone has the leisure to know such things. He Xiaocha retreated in defeat, huffing as she walked away. After breakfast, the production team prepared to conduct individual interviews with everyone. Each morning, before the live stream commenced, they would reveal the results of the previous night's heartfelt voting. Su Mu was the second to be interviewed. As she settled in front of the camera, the director's questions came flying at her. Why did you vote for Jiang Zui last night? Su Mu smiled shyly. You haven't prepared a discard ticket for me either. The director responded, bullet comments. Haha, director. I truly cannot refute this. So you were left with no choice but to choose Jiang Zui? Jiang Zui. I once directed my heart towards the bright moon, yet alas, the moon shines upon the ditch. Adjusting his expression, the director continued. When you received Jiang Zui's vote, what was your emotional state? Hand me a bottle of pesticide. I wouldn't mind if I died, Su Mu retorted. The director, undeterred, pressed on. You've been in the small room for 2 days. Have you never felt a flutter of emotions? Not just a flutter, Su Mu replied, causing the director to sit up straight, nearly having a heart attack. Could it be that Su Mu possesses not a single romantic cell in her brain? Taking a deep breath, the director rephrased his question. Seeing your resentment towards Fu Chen, what led to your breakup? This question piqued Su Mu's interest. Outsiders believe we broke up because Fu Chen thought I was cheating, but that's not the case. We had accumulated numerous conflicts long before that. What kind of conflicts? Su Mu took a sip of water and began recounting her past with a sense of weariness. Once I had a particular fondness for a toilet. The director responded. That toilet was airlifted from a neighboring country where I had lived comfortably since childhood. I cherished and cared for it dearly. Yet one day, it broke.
Why?
Fu Chen clogged it, she explained. The director was taken aback. Su Mu sighed and continued, but that wasn't a significant issue. Fu Chen's constipation wasn't new. I had some tolerance for him. When the toilet broke, I thought I could simply buy a new one. However, after a while, Fu Chen clogged the new toilet as well. The director asked, and then? Su Mu shook her head. I had no choice but to replace the toilet again, only to have him clog it once more. There's a saying, things don't happen more than 3 times. Even with my wealth, I couldn't withstand such waste. I could no longer endure it and had a huge argument with him, calling him a toilet killer while he accused me of being petty. After that, we broke up. The director was utterly dumbfounded. Her words seemed nonsensical, yet Su Mu delivered them with such passion, a blend of weariness and frustration, that if this were a performance, her acting would rival that of an Oscar-winning actress. However, as everyone knew, Su Mu's acting skills were rather poor, leading the director to believe that this was likely true. He remarked, I never expected Fu Chen to have such a quirk. Indeed, who could have imagined? Bullet comments. Is this true? I'm beginning to believe it. Fu Chen, I am truly grateful. The level of humor from the clogged toilet is 30, while the toilet killer is 10,000. Meanwhile, Fu Chen was entirely unaware that he had gained the nickname Toilet Killer and was in the yard with EU. Noticing the area was deserted, he stepped forward and asked, Who did you vote for last night? I voted for Xiao Zhuang. After all, he provided me with information in the supermarket and helped me a lot. Fu teacher, are you unhappy? Fu Chen was certainly displeased, but upon meeting EU's delicate and cautious gaze, he found it hard to remain angry and smiled instead. Of course not. I was merely curious. Who you vote for is your freedom. I know you have treated me well and have helped me a lot these days. Thank you, Fu teacher. Despite having failed to assist her multiple times and having lost to Su Mu in dice, she not only held no grudge against him but even expressed gratitude, which instantly filled Fu Chen with guilt. Don't say thank you to me. I hope you never feel the need to be polite. Bullet comments. Ah, how sweet. That line is quite domineering, though thinking of the toilet killer still makes me want to laugh. EU smiled at him. It's not politeness. It's merely basic courtesy. Fu Chen reflected. Indeed, that is basic courtesy, yet Su Mu lacks even that. I wonder how she was raised.
Suddenly bringing up Su Mu.
EU's smile faltered slightly. Fu teacher, can you not forget Su Mu? How could that be possible? Who would like such a crazy woman? Weren't you fond of her before?
A simple remark rendered Fu Chen speechless.
He cleared his throat. In the past, I merely misjudged her character. I was deceived.
Heir.
You must believe me. Seeing him grow so tense over her words, Yu chuckled. I believe you. Only then did Fu Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 24. I don't want you to be left behind. After everyone had been interviewed, the director called them to gather once more. It was summer, and the seaside scenery was particularly beautiful. Today's South date would take place by the sea. However, before the date commenced, Everyone needed to participate in a small game to form pairs. Several staff members brought forth 4 bowls of noodles, each resting on an electronic scale. The weights of the 4 bowls were identical, and within 10 minutes, the male guests who consumed the most noodles would gain the privilege to choose their female partners first. Upon glancing down, they saw that the noodles were smeared with a vibrant red sauce, which appeared to be exceedingly spicy.
Sumukliket her tongu in amazement.
This bowl of noodles will definitely set both ends ablaze. Li Ku asked curiously, what does set both ends ablaze mean? It means your mouth will burn first, followed by a fiery sensation down below the next day. Bullet comments, burning both ends, haha. This game is quite cruel. Oh no, this rule is unacceptable. Jiang Zui can't handle spicy food. The director produced a stopwatch. Are you ready? Time starts now. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 men grabbed their chopsticks. Lin Li, hailing from a southern province known for its love of spice, initially felt confident. However, upon taking his first bite, he realized he had underestimated the heat. Just a small dab on his tongue ignited a fiery sensation. It's so spicy. After finishing his first mouthful, Lin Li couldn't help but grab a carton of milk and guzzle it down. Seeing Lin Li struggle, the others fared no better. Fu Chen was sweating profusely, while Xiao Zhuang was in tears from the heat. As Xiao Zhuang dabbed at his tears with tissue, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Zui stuffing a large mouthful of noodles into his mouth. Wait, why are you so determined? Xiao Zhuang exclaimed. Jiang Zui didn't respond but continued to eat, gasping for air as he went. At that moment, the 3 men paused to drink water. But Jiang Zui was the only one still eating. Everyone knew he was the one least capable of handling spicy food, yet here he was, seemingly unfazed. As he devoured the noodles without pausing, everyone was astonished. Could it be that Jiang Zui's aversion to spice was an act? Soon, they dismissed that notion. As Jiang Zui appeared the most uncomfortable among them, not only was he tearing up, but his entire face had turned red, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead and nose. Yet he persisted in his endeavor. All eyes turned to Su Mu, well aware that Jiang Zui's determination was for her sake. At that moment, Su Mu approached Jiang Zui. I truly don't understand. Why are you trying so hard? No one will choose me anyway. You'd be better off taking the last place and avoiding the suffering. Jiang Zui set down his chopsticks, gulped down a large mouthful of milk, wiped away the tears caused by the spice, took a deep breath, and replied in as steady a tone as he could muster. It's different. I don't want you to be left behind. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Bullet comments. Whoa, who can withstand this? Iconic line from a dating show. 1. No way, Su Mu. How can you remain unmoved? I hate that you're so dense. Not joking. If a man were to go to such lengths for me and then say something like that, I would instantly become infatuated. This matchmaker has transformed the red thread into steel. If you don't stir your heart now, it would be quite impolite. After finishing his conversation with Su Mu, Jiang Zui picked up his chopsticks once more, shoveling a hefty mouthful of noodles into his mouth. At this point, only half of the noodles remained in his bowl, and the other 3 quickly followed suit, realizing the urgency. Seeing Jiang Zui continuously stuffing his mouth, Su Mu could no longer hold back and firmly pressed down on his hand. All right, I understand your intention. No need to go overboard. Really? Just as Jiang Zui withdrew his hand, the director had already timed it. Time's up. The 4 of them set down their chopsticks and frantically began to drink milk. Jiang Zui, having consumed the most, was at a loss for words, feeling as though his entire face was on fire. He stood up and went to wash his face. The director glanced at the weight on the scale and announced the rankings. First place, Jiang Zui. Second place, Xiao Zhuang. Third place, Lin Li. Fourth place, Fu Chen. Bullet comments. 2 singers who can't handle spicy food ended up eating the most. Jiang Zui looks really uncomfortable. My heart aches for him. Jiang Zui. He truly adores it. Due to the extreme spiciness, Fu Chen and the others took a while to regain their senses, their lips swollen beyond recognition. Despite the mischief, Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle at their sausage-like mouths. However, when Jiang Zui reappeared, Su Mu's laughter faded. Jiang Zui was clutching his stomach, clearly in distress. Remembering the stomach medicine she had given Li Ke that morning, she rummaged through her bag and handed it to Jiang Zui. Take 2 pills to ease it. Jiang Zui accepted it with a smile. Are you worried about me?
Who was worried about you?
It just so happens that I have medicine. Consider it a stroke of luck from Li Ke. If it weren't for Li Ke's previous stomach pain and Lin Li having medicine on hand, Jiang Zui would likely be in severe agony. Once Jiang Zue finished his medicine, the director approached him. Have you decided who you want as your partner today?
Sumo.
Jiang Zue answered without hesitation. The director chuckled and turned to Xiao Zhuang. I choose you. Next came Lin Li's turn, and all eyes were on him. Everyone knew that Lin Li and Li Ke had a past. Would Lin Li choose Li Ke, or would she be left behind? Li Ke felt a foreboding sense that he wouldn't choose her, yet after 5 years of relationship, she still clung to a glimmer of hope. She couldn't believe Lin Li would be so heartless as to choose the unfamiliar He Xiao Cha over her. Meeting Li Ke's gaze, Lin Li hesitated before stating, I choose He Xiao Cha. Bullet comments. Lin Li, you are truly heartless.
Sending Huxtolike.
What on earth caused you two to break up? Her premonition came true, and a medley of emotions surged within Li Ke. Her nose tinged with a sourness. She inhaled deeply, biting her lip tightly and turning her head away. Half an hour later, everyone boarded the bus again. Heading towards the seaside, the heartfelt cottage was located in a coastal third-tier city, chosen for its sparse population to minimize fan disturbances. As the bus traveled along the coastal highway, the view outside the window revealed an endless ocean, a breathtaking panorama of sea meeting sky. Inside the bus, Jiang Zue's stomach pain had yet to subside, and he leaned weakly against the window. Sitting beside him, Sumu couldn't help but ask, Does your stomach still hurt? A little. All right, as long as you're not dying. Aware that her sharp remarks stemmed from concern, Jiang Zue was not offended. Instead, he smiled. You really don't need to feel pressured. My efforts aren't solely for you. For whom then? Chapter 25. Ultraman doesn't believe in love. For myself.
Huh?
I wanted to come in first, so I could team up with you. And my desire to team up with you was to persuade you to vote for me tonight. So ultimately, it's for my own sake. After hearing this, Su Mu sincerely remarked, You didn't study music in college, did you? You must have studied debate instead. With that kind of sophistry, who would believe you haven't practiced? In any case, you don't need to feel pressured. If you do, convert that pressure into motivation and partner with me well. Su Mu smiled wryly. Pressure doesn't transform into motivation. It only turns into medical cases. Bullet comments. Ha ha ha, so true, a profound saying. Your list of medical cases is already long. What else one more? Su Mu's quotable moment 1. The bus came to a halt, and everyone disembarked. Initially, Su Mu felt a spark of excitement. She adored the seaside, but upon stepping out, her enthusiasm waned. It was scorching hot. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed that the area was filled with beaches, devoid of any shade. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Jiang Zue.
Can you stand here?
What do you want to do? Though he asked, Jiang Zue moved to the spot she indicated. Yes, right there, hold still. After saying that, Su Mu darted behind him, seeing her hiding in his shadow. Jiang Zue sighed. Are you making me stand here as a human parasol? Such is the fate of tall people. Accept it.
Sumu 168 centimetera.
While Jiang Zue towered at 188 centimeters, a full 20 centimeters taller, making him an ideal shade provider. Reluctantly, Jiang Zue did not move away. Bullet comments. Just indulge her. I'm dead. He really dotes on her. Haha, the tall guy didn't grow up in vain. The director picked up the microphone. There's a scenic coastal highway by the sea, and the production team has prepared 4 different modes of transportation for you to explore the coast. After that, the director pointed to what was behind them. Everyone turned to see a convertible sports car, a 3-wheeled motorcycle, an electric scooter, and a tandem bicycle parked roadside. Director, why is there a bicycle? In this scorching summer, you want us to ride a bike along the coast? That's too much. The director shrugged. Well, there's no other option. Next. Everyone needs to compete in a mini-game to determine the order. The higher the ranking, the better the choice of transportation. The rules of the game were simple. Beach dodgeball, where the boys would defend and throw balls, and if a girl got hit, that team would be eliminated. The last team standing would be the winner. After drawing lots, Jiang Zue's team was paired with Lin Li's, while Xiao Zhuang and Fu Chen formed another team. Given that they were playing on the beach, the production team had provided swimsuits for the male and female guests to change into from 2 RVs. The first to emerge from the RV was Xiao Zhuang, who had the poorest body management, lacking abs, and sporting a slight belly. Lin Li was very slim, with no excess fat but also no visible abs.
Fu Chen.
The third to step out clearly had confidence in his physique, strutting down from the RV with his chest out. His body was indeed better than the first 2, showing some signs of exercise, with faint outlines of abs. Bullet comments. As expected, Fu Chen's physique is impressive. So shy, I really want to touch. What are you all staring at? Lick the screen. Finally, Jiang Zui stepped out and the audience knew he had a great physique. It was evident even in short sleeves, generating immense anticipation in the bullet comments. Under the spotlight, Jiang Zui emerged, wearing a rather unremarkable pair of beach shorts. His imagined abs were completely concealed by a t-shirt. The comments turned to disappointment. Just then, the girls began to emerge as well. The first to step out was Yu, who chose a relatively conservative swimsuit, revealing only her back and legs. Following her was Li Ko, dressed similarly. He Xiaocha opted for a strikingly daring bikini, and the moment she stepped out of the RV, she captivated everyone's attention, save for Jiang Zui. As an artist, He Xiaocha managed her physique quite well, with a flat stomach devoid of any excess fat, though unfortunately, her chest lacked any significant curves. Observing Jiang Zui's nonchalant demeanor, He Xiaocha felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within her. Intentionally, she drew closer and inquired, "Teacher Jiang, how do I look in this outfit?" Jiang Zui emitted a soft scoff from his nostrils, responding, "As long as you're happy, you needn't concern yourself with the well-being of others." The barrage of comments read, "Haraha, what a dork. Jiang Zui's wit never disappoints. You truly are one of a kind." Feeling deflated, He Xiaocha walked away in silence. The trio had changed into their attire, with only Su Mu yet to emerge. Jiang Zui, puzzled by the delay, was suddenly interrupted by a loud proclamation from the RV. "Folks, do you believe in light?" As Su Mu stepped out, an air of silence enveloped everyone. Clad in a full-body surfing suit that hugged her from neck to ankle, she epitomized a strict and secure appearance. However, the true cause of the silence was the fact that her suit was themed after Ultraman. With just a headpiece, Su Mu could easily step into the role of Diga Ultraman. The barrage read, "Haraha, I'm dying of laughter. This outfit is too hilarious." "So you believe in light too?" Su Mu twirled in front of Jiang Zui and asked, "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" Jiang Zui, who had initially worried about her revealing attire, found his concerns utterly unwarranted upon witnessing her in this ensemble. Meanwhile, Fu Chen had approached Yu, beaming as he complimented. "This outfit suits you perfectly. You look splendid." As he spoke, he inadvertently flexed his abdomen, showcasing his abs. Su Mu shook her head at his peacock-like display. Should Fu Chen find himself in a dire situation, he certainly wouldn't need to wait in line for cremation. He was clearly a prime candidate for it.
Noticing Su Mu's gaze fixated on Fu Chen, Jiang Zui, feeling irked,
nudged her view aside with his presence and casually wiped his brow with the hem of his shirt. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his sculpted abs appearing before her. The barrage erupted with excitement. Let me lick them. Don't be too outrageous in front. My washing machine is broken. Could I borrow your abs for a scrub? Thanks." By the time Su Mu regained her composure, Jiang Zui had lowered his shirt. She looked at him, words caught in her throat. What was she to say? With a playful grin, she suggested, "Why don't you wipe off some more sweat? You look quite warm." The barrage echoed. "Ha, I second that. I second that one. Support 10086. Jiang Zui smiled slightly. "Do you wish to see my abs?"
"Abs?
"What abs? I don't possess any."
Su Mu feigned ignorance.
Jiang Zui grinned, stepping closer. "My abs are only for my girlfriend to admire." This statement was nearly emblazoned across his face. Were it someone else, Su Mu would have retorted with a quip about their looks, but facing Jiang Zui's handsome visage, she found it difficult to speak untruthfully. After a lengthy pause, she merely pushed him away, declaring, "Ultraman, doesn't he believe in love?" Chapter 26. The Cocoonist. Once everyone was attired, the dodgeball game commenced. Jiang Zui and Lin Li stood to one side, with Su Mu and He Xiaocha positioned behind them. It was their turn to throw first. Without hesitation, Jiang Zui hurled the ball directly at Yu. In response, Fu Chen and Xiao Zhuang sprang into action, successfully shielding Yu from the oncoming ball. Fu Chen snatched the ball and, without a moment's pause, aimed it at Su Mu. Naturally, she wasn't foolish enough to stand still. She nimbly dodged behind Jiang Zui. The throw missed, and Lin Li quickly retrieved the ball, glancing across the field. With both Fu Chen and Xiao Zhuang near Yu, he noticed a gap around Li Ko and decisively lobbed the ball her way. Li Ko, realizing the impending strike as Lin Li's gaze fell upon her, attempted to call for Fu Chen's assistance, only to see him stationed by Yu. Despite her disbelief, she skillfully evaded the ball. Fu Chen picked up the ball and shot a glance at Su Mu. She peeked from behind Jiang Zue, boldly challenging, "If you have the guts, throw it at me." With veins bulging on the back of his hand, Fu Chen swung his arm and hurled the ball with force. However, Jiang Zue stood in front of Su Mu, ensuring she remained unharmed. The trajectory of the ball, however, was curious, landing squarely in Jiang Zue's lower region. Though the dodgeball was hollow and lightweight, the impact in that sensitive area shifted the atmosphere into an awkward silence. The barrage reacted. Was there a personal vendetta behind that throw? How dare you aim for Jiang Zue's lower half and his future? Fu Chen has gone too far. It's just a game. Unexpected events are normal. Recalling Fu Chen's look before he threw the ball, Su Mu suspected it was intentional. Fu Chen shrugged off the incident. It was merely an accident. Hitting someone during a game is quite typical. Why the fuss? Before she could retort, Jiang Zue intervened, picking up the ball and flashing a benign smile. "No worries, let us continue." The director blew the whistle, signaling for the game to resume. As soon as the director finished speaking, Jiang Zue forcefully propelled the ball forward. It soared straight towards Fu Chen, who had no time to evade, striking him squarely in the face before ricocheting high into the air. Su Mu gazed upwards at the ball, which appeared as though it might escape the galaxy, gaining a newfound appreciation for Jiang Zue's strength. She observed his casual smile and murmured, "Impressive." Hit squarely in the nose, Fu Chen winced, tears brimming in his eyes. Further irritated by the sand from the ball that had gotten into them, stumbling back to sit on the beach.
Fulaoshi.
"Are you all right?" Yu rushed to his side, concern etched on her face. Rubbing the sand from his eyes, Fu Chen glared at Jiang Zue. "Jiang Zue, what was that about?" Jiang Zue feigned innocence. "You just said that hitting people during a game is normal, so why are you angry now?" The barrage erupted with laughter. "Ha ha, that is satisfying. It's all right, hitting people is quite standard during play." The dodgeball match is turning into a demolition derby. It's evident that both sides are out for blood. Following this incident, both teams were charged with competitive fervor, determined not to relent until their opponents were thoroughly vanquished. Fu Chen retrieved the ball and targeted Jiang Zue once more. Su Mu wanted to warn him to dodge, but quickly realized that if he did, the ball would come crashing towards her. Just as uncertainty gripped her, Jiang Zue unexpectedly wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her and spinning her around. Su Mu felt dizzy from the swift motion, landing without a clue as to what had just transpired. The barrage buzzed with excitement. "Are you two dancing a duet here? Boyfriend strength at maximum. So handsome. Aw. Help, Ultraman is dancing a duet here." Once she regained her senses, Su Mu looked at Jiang Zue, suspicion clouding her eyes. "Dude, are you some kind of superhero? How can you lift her so effortlessly? As if she were a mere chick?" Jiang Zue's physique was evidently too slender. "That's music to my ears." "Say it again," he replied. Lin Li grabbed the ball, preparing to throw, but Jiang Zue extended his hand. "Allow me." Lin Li, not wishing to witness a brawl between him and Fu Chen, attempted to dissuade. "When will the cycle of revenge end? We can wrap this up soon." Without waiting for response, Jiang Zue snatched the ball from him.
Fu Chen,
anticipating another throw aimed at him, braced himself. However, Jiang Zue's throw wasn't aimed at Fu Chen at all. It was directed towards Li Ke standing beside him. The throw shocked everyone, as they had expected Jiang Zue to target Fu Chen. Li Ke, realizing too late, attempted to dodge, but was caught off guard. The ball struck her, causing her to stumble awkwardly and twist her ankle, leading her to fall to the ground with a cry of pain. Lin Li, closest to her, rushed to her side.
Rika.
"Are you alright?" Bullet comments. "How infuriating. You clearly adore her." Feigning indifference, but now your anxiety has been exposed. "Wah, I'm dying of tears. This couple is too perfect to ship." Li Ke furrowed her brow. "It seems I've twisted something." Director. Lin Li glanced at the director. The director came to his senses. Quickly helped Li Ke to the van. Several staff members rushed forward to assist Li Ke, who, wanting to push Lin Li away, insisted, "We've already been eliminated. You can continue playing with He Xiaocha." Watching her retreating figure, Lin Li clenched his fists. Li Ke was teamed with Fu Chen. Since Li Ke was eliminated after being hit, Fu Chen was naturally eliminated as well, but he clearly had no intention of following Li Ke to the van, opting instead to stand aside and watch the competition. Though Lin Li returned to the arena, he was somewhat distracted, nearly allowing He Xiaocha to be hit several times. He Xiaocha, exasperated, remarked, "If you're so worried, why not just go to the van and check on her?" After her comment, Lin Li refocused. However, Xiao Zhuang had already noticed Jiang Zue's swift reactions, making it impossible to hit Su Mu under his protection. Thus he began to target Lin Li's side. After a few rounds, He Xiaocha was eliminated as well. Only 2 teams remained in the arena, both sides bracing themselves. Xiao Zhuang, ever cunning, feigned movements with the ball to intimidate Su Mu. Su Mu dodged left and right, inadvertently stumbling. Jiang Zue turned to help her, but was caught off guard by Xiao Zhuang, who seized the opportunity to throw the ball fiercely. Seeing the ball hurtling towards her, Su Mu propped herself up with her hands, evading in a manner that could be described poetically as a graceful leap, or bluntly, as a clumsy insect wriggling away. Bullet comments. Is this the legendary worm Wriggler? What a scene, seeing Ultraman wriggling on the ground.
Thanks, Sumu.
For demonstrating the art of creeping in the shadows. Jiang Zue swiftly retrieved the ball and, while Xiao Zhuang was still in disbelief, threw it directly at Yu, ending the game. Chapter 27. First of all, my name is not Hei. After the game concluded, everyone returned to the parking lot.
Rika.
Her foot adorned with a bandage for her fall, limped into view. Su Mu approached her, supporting her. Are you alright? Is it serious? Not too serious. It will heal in a few days. Bullet comments. Wah. My heart aches for Li Ke. Li Ke is so unfortunate. Fu Chen didn't protect her at all, and she had to fend for herself. After watching this variety show, I have completely lost all fondness for Fu Chen. Once everyone was assembled, the director retrieved the microphone. Alright, the results are in. According to the rules, Su Mu and Jiang Zue have priority in choosing their mode of transportation. What do you choose? Jiang Zue remained silent, merely looking at Su Mu. Su Mu had already made up her mind and smiled slightly. We choose the sidecar motorcycle. The director, momentarily taken aback, assumed they would opt for a convertible sports car. Are you sure you want the motorcycle? Of course, we want the motorcycle. A sports car goes too fast. By the time you enjoy the scenery, you've already completed the route. Plus, the sidecar can fit another person. It's far more stylish than a sports car. And I've never been on a sidecar motorcycle before. Very well then, Xiao Zhuang. What will you and Yu choose? We'll take the sports car. When it came time for Lin Li and He Xiaocha to choose, only the Yachty electric scooter and a tandem bicycle remained. Lin Li suggested, how about we take the bicycle? Li Ke's foot is injured, and I'm concerned she might struggle with the bicycle.
To this,
He Xiaocha disdainfully replied, why choose a bicycle? Are we crazy pedaling under this blazing sun? Let us consider it exercise. It's quite good for us. You enjoy pedaling. You can do it on your own. I'm choosing the electric scooter. Lin Li sighed softly, opting not to argue any further. Thus, the bicycle went to Fu Chen and Li Ke. After receiving the motorcycle keys, Su Mu eagerly hopped into the sidecar to experience it. She was quite pleased with the vehicle, but soon realized a concern. Will I look like a little devil sitting like this? The appearance of sidecar motorcycles on the road is rarer than that of sports cars. Most people associate them with wartime dramas, where the little devils often ride such bikes. Jiang Zue glanced at her Ultraman surfing suit. Your concern is unwarranted. In fact, Jiang Zue was more worried that others might perceive her as eccentric. Are you sure you want to wear that outfit while riding the motorcycle? What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? I can't say it looks good. Nor can I say it looks bad, it's just awkwardly in between. Bullet comments. Haha, spot on critique. Dying of laughter. Jiang Zue's words are sharp. Jiang Zue, I beg you to change your clothes. Don't let me be embarrassed too. Even if it looks bad, I want to change. Su Mu was quite satisfied with her outfit. It was breathable, sun protective, and allowed for ease of movement. Seeing her genuinely fond of her attire, Jiang Zue shook his head helplessly, choosing not to comment further. Su Mu settled comfortably, handing the keys to Jiang Zue. You know how to ride a motorcycle, right? Let us go for a ride. Jiang Zue took the keys and started the motorcycle. The coastal highway was not exclusive to them. Pedestrians and tourists were also strolling along the roadside, and there were people on the beach. Wherever the motorcycle went, it drew attention. Some children, excitedly pointing at Su Mu as she zipped by, shouted, Mommy, look, Ultraman. Following this, the children's mothers would look up, casting a gaze that was hard to describe. Most people might feel embarrassed and flee from such a scene, but unfortunately, Su Mu was not just anyone. As she rode with the sea breeze, her head held high amidst the astonished gazes of the children, she felt as if she were a little cow strutting through Antarctica, exuding immense confidence. Jiang Zue observed this scene and silently twisted the throttle to escape at high speed. The seaside scenery was indeed beautiful. Despite the glaring sun, the sea breeze was refreshing. making it feel quite pleasant. Sumu took several photos on her phone. When amidst the roar of the motorcycle, she heard a faint ding. The sound was so subtle, it almost led her to think she was imagining it. Yet, to be on the safe side, she inquired of Jiang Zui, "Did you hear anything?" All he could hear were the sounds of wind and the engine's roar. Jiang Zui didn't even catch what she said. "What did you say?" The production team arranged this coastal sightseeing clearly to encourage the guests to converse in this romantic setting and strengthen their bonds. However, they overlooked the noise of the motorcycle. Even though Sumu and Jiang Zui were on the same vehicle, they had to shout to communicate, or they would lose their voices after a whole day's chat. Seeing this, Sumu gave up on trying to communicate. "Never mind, I'll pretend I didn't say anything. You can keep driving." Little did Sumu realize that this very statement would become a source of profound regret for her just 10 minutes later. As she snapped a selfie and began editing it with Ultraman's headgear to complete her look, she suddenly heard another ding. Shortly after, she distinctly felt her speed diminishing. Finally aware that something was amiss, she raised her voice to Jiang Zui. "Don't you think something as strange?" Jiang Zui turned his head, watching her speed decrease. Falling further behind. Curiously glancing down, he discovered that the sidecar had unexpectedly detached from the motorcycle. Both Sumu and Jiang Zui were bewildered. Bullet comments. "Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Motorcycle, let me demonstrate a dramatic split. Where did the production team find this dilapidated motorcycle?
Ha ha ha.
This scene is too hilarious.
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Zui quickly hit the brakes, but while he could continue to ride the motorcycle on two wheels and stop, Sumu's sidecar was not so fortunate. Just as they were on a downhill slope, Sumu, propelled by inertia and gravity, whizzed past him. Perhaps this is what it means to pass through someone's entire world. As Jiang Zui witnessed the scene, he hastily started the vehicle in pursuit, only to hear Sumu's trembling voice singing, "Goodbye, mother. Tonight I shall set sail." Jiang Zui exclaimed, "What time is it that you still have the leisure to sing?" This makeshift cart had but a single wheel. No matter how advanced one's intellect, it was exceedingly challenging to maintain balance upon it. After gliding a short distance, upon reaching her, Jiang Zui quickly parked the car and called out, "Hey, are you alright?" Sumu rose from the ground, dusting off her clothes, and glared at Jiang Zui, declaring, "First of all, I do not respond to hey." The barrage of comments read, "I initially felt sorry for you, but this made me laugh out loud. You don't go by hey, your name is Chu Yusin, right? Damn, Sumu truly is something else. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts." Chapter 28. A familiar flame returned. Sumu's fall was not severe. She merely had some abrasions on her palm. However, Jiang Zui was unconvinced and, in a state of anxiety, took her directly back to the parking lot to find a doctor from the production team. Due to a sprained ankle, Li Ku was unable to join Fu Chen for cycling and remained inside the RV to rest. As Jiang Zui assisted Sumu inside, she was gazing vacantly at the sea. After entering, Sumu shrugged off Jiang Zui's support, saying, "My hand is injured, not my leg. Why are you helping me?" Li Ku turned her head slowly to look at her. The comments read, "Haha Li Ku, did I just get insulted? Li Ku, am I really that insignificant? One with a sprained ankle and the other with a hand injury, you two are a perfect match."
Sumutuka tambal.
And I fell for it too.
Noticing Li Ku's gauze, sumuchakal dokwarli, iasnteri vringtoyu.
Li Ku, unfazed, inquired, "What happened to you?" "Don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes me furious. The production team somehow found a shoddily made cart that caused me to flip over." Just then, the director, having rushed over, entered the RV and broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing her words. Sumu's injury was distinct from Li Ku's. While Li Ku had harmed herself, Sumu's incident was due to the production team's negligence. If anything were to transpire, the production team would be liable. He forcefully pushed past Jiang Zui and approached Sumu. "Are you alright? Is it serious?" Jiang Zui's tone turned icy. "Whether it is serious depends on what the doctor says." "Where is the doctor?" He's coming. The accompanying doctor hurriedly entered the RV with a medical kit. At this moment, the small RV was already crowded with 5 individuals. Jiang Zui and the director, one tall and one stout, shielded Sumu completely. The doctor, having only heard that an injured participant was female, was momentarily taken aback upon not seeing Sumu. Whereas the patient, the director inhaled sharply, sucking in his belly, and awkwardly provided a narrow passage for Sumu, exclaiming, "In here, it's this Ultraman." Sumu was indifferent to the moniker, but after the director took that breath, she felt somewhat lightheaded. She suspected the director had depleted the oxygen in this confined space. So she patted his belly and said, "Stop inhaling. I'm about to suffocate." The director shot her a look of indignation but refrained from responding. The comments read, "How presumptuous, huh? I'm dying of laughter, huh? Director, is that polite?" The doctor wiped his brow. With so many people crammed in here, this is untenable. Aside from the injured party, all non-essential personnel must exit the vehicle. Consequently, both Jiang Zui and the director were ushered out. Jiang Zui, with a furrowed brow, stood by the door, while the director paced anxiously beside him. To an outsider, it would seem as if someone inside was giving birth. Approximately 10 minutes later, the doctor had yet to emerge. The director, growing anxious, said, "I saw Sumu jumping around. She should be fine, right?" Externally, she appeared unscathed, but one could never tell if there were internal injuries. Moreover, untreated abrasions could lead to bacterial infections, and severe infections could necessitate amputation. The director shivered at the thought just as the door suddenly swung open. Jiang Zui leapt forward.
Doctor, how is she?
Amputation.
Huh?
That shouldn't be necessary. Jiang Zui interjected, while the director exclaimed, "Could you please finish your sentence in one breath?" The comments read, "Haraha, their silence is deafening. Look how scared they are. That's why one shouldn't speak while panting." The doctor donned his mask again. She has some abrasions on her palm, which have been treated and bandaged. Additionally, she suffers from a mild concussion, hence the dizziness. She should recover shortly. The director exhaled in relief. It turned out Sumu's dizziness was not due to the lack of oxygen caused by him. The director remarked, "Since it's not serious, why the prolonged examination? It's too hot outside. I was enjoying the air conditioning inside." The director sighed. "Sometimes I genuinely contemplate calling the authorities." At this moment, Jiang Zui entered the RV, witnessing Sumu happily indulging in sour plums next to Li Ke, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Alright, it seems she truly is fine. Not only was Sumu enjoying the treat herself, but she also offered some to Li Ke. They're tangy and sweet. This flavor is absolutely divine. Would you like to try one? Li Ke shook her head. "No. I'm not really in the mood. Just give it a taste. If it's not good, I'll give you my life." The comments read, that familiar line. "A flame from the past returns. You're called Song Yen, right?" Every episode, Sumu manages to make my face hurt from laughing. Since Sumu appeared to be in good health, the director offered her a few words of comfort before taking his leave. After this ordeal, Sumu's enthusiasm for riding the motorcycle waned, yet she did not wish to remain idle in the RV. She proposed, "Since we're doing nothing, let us play do de jeu. It's perfect with three of us." Jiang Zui replied, "You just fell. Can't you take a break? Then what should we do?" "Playing mahjong requires four." Li Ke shook her head. "I don't know how to play mahjong. Let us just play do de jeu."
See?
2 votes for 1. The motion passes. Jiang Zui, feeling exasperated, exited to request a deck of cards from the staff. The three agreed that the loser would have to stick a note on their forehead. Ultimately, the one with the most notes affixed would have to treat everyone to cake that evening. Given her financial constraints, Sumu resolved to play cautiously this time, commonly referred to as playing it safe, and vowed not to actively seek the role of the landlord. In the first round, Jiang Zui became the landlord and had exceptionally good luck, quickly playing out all his cards with 3 of a kind, pairs, and a straight. Sumu and Li Ke each ended up with a note on their foreheads. In the second round, Li Ke's hand was not favorable. Yet she decided to take a risk and claimed the role of the landlord. Unfortunately, none of the cards she received were to her liking, resulting in a haphazard hand. Unsurprisingly, Li Ke lost. In the third round, no one contested the landlord, and Jiang Zui once again claimed the title. This time, however, his hand was evidently poor. Starting with a pair of 3s, Sumu countered with a pair of 4s, while Li Ke played a pair of 6s. Jiang Zui then responded with a pair of jacks.
Sumu retorted, "I pass."
Li Ke chimed in, "Aren't you going to play your king?" "I don't have a king." "Oh, then I'll play a pair of 2s." Jiang Zui replied, "I pass." After several rounds of play, all 3 players were left with only 5 cards each. Jiang Zui declared a pair of jacks, to which Sumu replied, "I pass." Li Ke, momentarily stunned, said, "You're playing a pair of kings." Sumu, exasperated by her memory lapse, banged the table in frustration. "I don't have a king. I don't have a king. I'm not carrying a king, for crying out loud." Li Ke asked, "Does a concussion damage your brain?" Jiang Zui remained unfazed. "You'll get used to it." The comments read, "Alright, so this is how we're playing, huh? How can playing a card game be so amusing? Incorrect. It's brew bayou, I don't have a king. Chapter 29. No illness, just a desire to end it after an hour of playing cards. Su Mu and Li Ke had their faces plastered with notes, so many that their original appearances were nearly obscured. Onlookers might have mistaken them for characters from Spirited Away. Li Ke was so cautious that she dared not breathe too forcefully, fearing her notes would be blown away. In contrast, Su Mu was intent on increasing her exhalation force, attempting to dislodge a few notes from her face. Jiang Zui recognized her intention and said, "Stop blowing. I can count how many notes you have on your face."
Su Mu blinked innocently. Huh? What?
I'm just experiencing dizziness from the concussion. Is there a problem with my breathing technique? Jiang Zui sighed, shaking his head in resignation. The barrage of comments read, "Just spoil her. It's not that I can't afford the cake, but cheating is far more cost-effective. While others engage in romantic flirtations on dating shows, you two are here playing cards. How absurd." Su Mu casually glanced out the window and spotted several familiar figures on the distant beach. Could it be EU and the others? At this moment, EU and He Xiaojia had just concluded their coastal sightseeing tour and were now frolicking in the water, accompanied by Xiao Zhuang, Fu Chen, and Lin Li. EU appeared to be learning how to surf, with Xiao Zhuang and Fu Chen surrounding her like two bodyguards. He Xiaojia, donning a flotation device, was leisurely drifting nearby, while Lin Li sat alone on a beach chair, lost in thought. EU's attempts at surfing were far from successful. She fell into the water several times. Each time she plunged into the sea, both Xiao Zhuang and Fu Chen would rush to her side. However, Xiao Zhuang, lacking surfing skills, could only offer her a few comforting words, while Fu Chen was able to explain the essential techniques. After yet another tumble into the waves, EU wiped the water from her face and plaintively asked, "Teacher Fu, am I making a fool of myself?" The barrage read, "Ah, so adorable. Who can resist this? Woo, the girl is just too cute." With a broad smile, Fu Chen replied, "It's typical for beginners to struggle like this. It's impressive that you can stand up so quickly." "Then I want to try again," she exclaimed. "All right, I'll help you push the board. But remember, don't push yourself too hard." Their playful banter instantly turned Xiao Zhuang into a sour fish, feeling overshadowed. He begrudgingly stepped forward. "I can help you push the board too." Fu Chen retorted coldly, "You can't surf. Do you even know how to push the board? Don't hurt Yaya. Isn't it just pushing a surfboard?
How hard can it be?"
After saying this, Xiao Zhuang pressed one hand on EU's surfboard. Just then, a wave crashed in, and he cheerfully declared, "With me here, you can rest easy." Whether EU felt at ease was unclear, but his push nearly sent her flying. Xiao Zhuang's force was too great. The surfboard sliced through the water, speeding toward the oncoming wave. EU barely had time to stand before the wave mercilessly engulfed her. She attempted to rise, but unfortunately, her leg cramped up at that moment. The barrage read, "What just happened? Xiao Zhuang, go ahead and relax in the sea." Xiao Zhuang really is reckless. Seeing her plunge into the water, without resurfacing, both Fu Chen and Xiao Zhuang panicked.
You!
They simultaneously jumped into the sea, swimming towards her. Though Fu Chen was faster, upon reaching EU, he quickly pulled her above the surface. EU coughed violently after inhaling several mouthfuls of water. Fu Chen shot a fierce glare at Xiao Zhuang before swimming her back to shore. The director, alerted to the incident, hurried over, his rotund figure waddling with concern. "What happened? What on earth is going on? Why are both of you in trouble?" He recalled that he was organizing a dating show, not a survival challenge. After the director arrived, a doctor quickly followed to the beach. After an examination, it was determined that EU had merely choked on some water and was not seriously harmed. However, the director, feeling utterly exhausted, believed that the location's energy was truly unfavorable, resulting in consecutive mishaps for the guests. He decided to cut the beach outing short and return to the cabin. The others had no objections. By the way, among the card players, the biggest loser was Li Ke. On the way back, Li Ke turned to Su Mu, asking Mumu, "What flavor of cake do you want? How about chocolate?" The mention of chocolate stirred some unpleasant memories for Su Mu, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. "I want matcha mousse." "All right, and Teacher Jiang, what about you?" "I want coffee flavor, specifically American coffee." Jiang Zui, clearly exasperated by the teasing about his love for coffee, emphasized, "I want strawberry flavor."
Rike chuckled softly to herself.
Jiang Zui raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What are you laughing at? I didn't expect Teacher Jiang to have such a youthful palate." Jiang Zui replied, Drinking coffee makes me an American man, but wanting cake makes me a girl? This life is truly unbearable. The bus stopped in front of the cabin, and everyone disembarked one by one. Upon entering, they were all taken aback. The living room was a chaotic mess. Every cushion from the sofa had been knocked to the floor, and the items on the coffee table lay scattered about, leading one to believe that an earthquake had just struck. The suspected culprit, the mischievous dog Chi-Chi, was vigorously tearing into a roll of toilet paper. The barrage commented, "Wow. Chi-Chi's destructive power is quite impressive. Chi-Chi, sweating profusely, I see. As expected of a husky, it never disappoints in demolishing things." A glass door separated the living room from the yard, and Chi-Chi's usual play area was confined to the yard. This time, it was unclear who had forgotten to close the balcony door, allowing Chi-Chi the opportunity to wreak havoc in the living room. Observing the disarray, Su-Mu expressionlessly dialed a number, saying, "Hello, I would like to inquire about the procedure for euthanizing your pets." No, it's not that it's sick. I simply want it gone." The barrage read. She even considers euthanasia instead of just boiling it for hot pot. Su-Mu is really so gentle. "I'm in tears, doghead. If you're going to raise a dog, it should be a husky. It's a one-stop solution for your low blood pressure. Now I understand the reason you became a stray dog." Xiao Zhuang and He Xiaochao were responsible for cleaning the cabin, and upon witnessing the scene, they were furious. "Who left the door open?" Xiao Zhuang demanded. "Su-Mu, was it you? You're the one who plays with that dog all the time. Stop blaming me. I put it back in the doghouse after walking it." "Then, who else could it be? There were so many people going in and out this morning for interviews." Li Ku stepped forward to ease the tension. "All right, no matter who forgot to close the door, let's just clean this up first." Xiao Zhuang was unwilling. "Why should I? The one who caused it should clean it up." Su-Mu pointed at Chi-Chi. "It's the culprit. You can make it clean with you." "I meant the one who left the door open." He Xiaochao interjected. "There are cameras all over the house. We should be able to check the playback, right? Just take a look." Chapter 30. What a great idea. Xiao Zhuang immediately grabbed a camera to review the footage. After watching the playback at 8 times speed, he was stunned for quite a while. It turned out that the one who forgot to close the door was EU. EU timidly emerged to apologize. "I'm so sorry. It was my fault for forgetting to close the door." Upon regaining his composure, Xiao Zhuang performed an exaggerated Sichuan opera face-changing act. "It's nothing. It's no big deal. Don't worry, I'll clean it up later." His double standards were so glaring that Su-Mu could only shake her head in disbelief. While Xiao Zhuang was willing to take on the task, He Xiaochao was not as accommodating. "Didn't you just say that the one who caused it should clean up?" "I refuse to do it. The cleaning of the cabin is our responsibility. We still have to cook dinner tonight. If you want to clean, you can do it yourself." With that, He Xiaochao turned on her heel and stormed out. Thus, the reluctant Xiao Zhuang not only took on the task of cleaning the living room, but also had to prepare dinner with He Xiaochao. Su-Mu was quite worried about whether their dinner would be edible, but the thought of the cake Li Ke had bought provided her with some comfort. With nothing else to do in the afternoon, Su-Mu returned to her room to play video games. Li Ke, reminded of the cake, tidied up and was about to head out when she unexpectedly ran into Lin Li. "Are you going out?" "Yes, just to buy a few things." With that cold remark, Li Ke limped toward the door. Lin Li, observing her retreating figure, couldn't help but stop her. "Your foot is injured. It's inconvenient for you. What do you need to buy?" "I'll get it for you." Li Ke remained silent, pushing his hand away as she continued to walk out. "Let me accompany you. You can't walk all the way there without a license, can you?" Lin Li softened his tone. His previous attempts to establish boundaries had deeply wounded Li Ke. Initially, she resolved to sever ties with him entirely. Yet now, confronted by Lin Li, her heart waged a tumultuous battle, ultimately unable to push him away. "Very well." Lin Li exhaled a sigh of relief as he assisted her into the car. Upon arrival, they not only procured a cake but also gathered various items from the supermarket. Due to Li Ke's foot injury, Lin Li deliberately slowed his pace. The shelves overflowed with an array of products, yet Li Ke's mind was elsewhere. After a considerable while, she gathered her resolve and spoke with as much calmness as she could muster. "I have been pondering whether things would be different if we had not quarreled that day." Lin Li halted, remaining silent for a lengthy moment. "As you say, if we had not argued that day, how long do you believe we could have lasted?" The barrage of comments read. "What a sincere question, but it stings. Every time your scene appears, I feel like crying." "What's this, Lin Li? You clearly still love her." This question left Li Ke momentarily speechless. She stared blankly for a while before finally nodding in realization. "So you have been weary all along." Li Ke finally recognized that their relationship was fraught with many memories. yet equally laden with myriad conflicts. After Lin Li's career began to flourish, he ceased to play minor roles with only a few lines. His presence in productions grew more significant, and he became increasingly busy, often taking a long time to respond to messages, amidst various rumors. Although he consistently explained himself earnestly, Li Ke's sense of security dwindled, and her anxiety intensified. Any hint of a harsh tone from him would be excessively misinterpreted by her. This led to an unending cycle of arguments. Li Ke had long been baffled as to why he could not value their relationship more, while perhaps Lin Li was equally perplexed as to why she could not offer him more understanding. She held grievances toward Lin Li, and he, in turn, felt resentment toward her. They were both individuals of considerable pride, which resulted in months of silence following their breakup, with neither having the courage to reach out to the other. These conflicts and issues lingered on, not easily evaded by mere avoidance or pretense. That day's argument merely ignited the long-standing tensions. Lin Li lowered his gaze. In truth, I too wallowed in despair for a time after our breakup. I have been reflecting on where things went awry. Now that those days are behind me, I have endured, and I hope you can emerge from this as well. Li Ke took a slight breath, suppressing all discomfort, and feigned nonchalance as she replied, I will. Dinner unfolded as Su Mu had anticipated. The situation between Xiao Zhuang and He Xiaocha was indescribably awkward. Su Mu hastily consumed a few bites before abandoning her chopsticks, instead devouring the piece of cake Li Ke had bought. Noticing Li Ke's mood seemed rather bleak, Su Mu retrieved her phone. I have some stunning pictures. Would you like to see them? Your photos? What? Am I that narcissistic? Su Mu opened the images and turned the screen toward her. Wow, grassland. The moment those words escaped her lips, everyone at the table froze. The barrage of comments read, You play Genshin Impact too? Genshin Impact, activate. This is the first time I've heard Li Ke curse. Lin Li appeared particularly astonished. Li Ke, you actually cursed? Li Ke, puzzled, replied, What curse? When Su Mu turned her phone back, everyone realized the screen merely displayed a vast expanse of grassland. So, what Li Ke exclaimed was wow, grassland? Everyone reacted with laughter. You're cracking me up, ha. I thought you played Genshin Impact too, but it's just grassland. Confirmed. She definitely played Genshin Impact. Su Mu flipped through more images. Not only grassland, but also mountains. Isn't it beautiful? It is quite beautiful. But why are you showing me this? I noticed you weren't in the best mood, so I thought I'd show you some natural scenery. It's a pity we can't venture outside this little room to see it in person, so we'll have to settle for images. Thank you, Mu Mu. You're welcome. Just call me a living bodhisattva. After dinner, Su Mu returned to her room for a shower. She intended to indulge in a soothing foot soak while applying a facial mask, only to discover upon opening her luggage that she had run out of masks. She decided to wander over to Li Ke's room, but Li Ke was currently in the shower. Su Mu called out from outside. Li Ke, do you have a facial mask? I've run out. Yes, it's on the bedside table. Just help yourself. Okay. Su Mu retrieved the mask from the bedside table and noticed a few milk candy pieces nearby, casually taking one. Can I have one of these candies? Sure. Content. Su Mu departed, while Li Ke, after a while in the shower, suddenly realized something was amiss. Candy? Where did that candy come from? It can't be. Chapter 31. That's not candy. Hastily finishing her shower, Li Ke limped into Su Mu's room. Did you take candy? I did. By this time, Su Mu had already applied the facial mask and was seated by the bed, enjoying a foot soak, chewing on the milk candy she had taken. Strange. Why, isn't this candy sweet? As soon as Su Mu finished speaking, she sensed something was wrong. The candy in her mouth seemed to be expanding. Su Mu reached out and pulled the object from her mouth. It resembled a face. Li Ke weakly said, Mu Mu, that's not candy. That's a compressed mask. Su Mu exclaimed, Sometimes I really want to call the police. Who on earth made compressed masks that look so much like milk candy? They should be dragged out and punished severely. The barrage of comments read, Haraha, this is killing me. Is the compressed mask tasty? I'm laughing so hard it hurts. Who understands? No wonder it's not sweet. It turns out to be a compressed mask. Su Mu swiftly tossed the mask into the trash bin, looking around cautiously. She pulled Li Ke to sit down and said earnestly, Listen carefully. This matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you and me. In the room, it was just Li Ke and her. EU was in the bathroom and surely unaware of the situation. The barrage of comments read, I know too. Ha ha ha, sorry, we all know now. Everyone knows. Including the viewers. Li Ku offered a smile that was awkward yet polite. Moo moo, while I would love to agree to your terms, let us not forget. She pointed at the surrounding cameras.
Sumo slept heartwarming, I miscalculated.
The bathroom door creaked open, and Iyu emerged, towel drying her hair. Upon seeing Li Ku, she paused. What brings you here? Oh, I came to check on Moo Moo. She grasped Sumu's hand. Moo Moo, is your hand okay? It's fine. How is your foot? No problem, it's all good. As long as you're okay. That's what matters. Iyu sensed an atmosphere laden with unspoken tension. And she asked, Are you two really alright? Sumu replied with feigned righteousness. What could possibly be wrong with us? Come, Li Ku, have some liliomiai. The barrage of comments read, Liliomiai, where's the money? These two are too funny, haha. Are you okay? If you're fine, eat liliomiai. How come this pack of liliomiai that Jiangzui bought hasn't even finished yet, ha? Iyu was about to ask something more when her phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a message from the production team. The production team. Everyone. The heart-throbbing voting has begun. Please complete your votes within 15 minutes. After reading this message, Li Ku stood up to take her leave, limping back to her room. Once she retrieved her phone, she hesitated for a moment before casting her vote. Subsequently, she headed downstairs, intending to get some fresh air in the yard. Upon entering the yard, she encountered Lin Li, who was also out for some fresh air. After a fleeting moment of panic and awkwardness, they exchanged silent glances, remaining mute for a considerable time. Li Ku continued to gaze at him. Perhaps Lin Li sensed her stare but averted his eyes, looking down. Li Ku chuckled softly to herself, her expression a complex mixture of emotions. After a while, she extended her hand toward him. Lin Li was taken aback by her gesture. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out his hand as well. Their hands clasped together, a gesture of camaraderie layered with distance. They spoke not. Yet it felt as though everything had been conveyed. The impulsive breakup, uttered in the heat of an argument months prior, was not a true severance. It is this simple handshake that marks Li Ku's formal farewell to this relationship. The barrage of comments reads, Damn, who understands? This is torture. They clearly still love each other. Why? I plead for the heavens to spare these lovers. I came here for some sweet romance. Must you make me cry? After releasing his hand, Lin Li turned to leave. At that very moment, their phones chimed in unison. A message from the production team. Lin Li did not glance at his, but Li Ku opened hers. The glaring words proclaimed, Your ex has not chosen you. Though anticipated, it still left her momentarily dazed. When she lifted her gaze, she found Lin Li watching her. He gazed at her, seemingly wanting to speak, yet at a loss for words. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, Li Ku offered him a gentle smile. Sleep well, good night. Lin Li bowed his head and turned away. Upon returning to his room, he finally checked his messages. Your ex has chosen you. Opening the voting information, he found a solitary vote accompanied by a brief note. I hope you find happiness in the future. Gripping his phone, Lin Li fell into a prolonged stupor. Digging through his suitcase, he retrieved a cigarette box, only to discover it was filled entirely with gum. You can't smoke anymore, you know. What if I only have a few a month? No, I've replaced all your cigarettes with gum. Sighing, memories surged forth, prompting Lin Li to rub his temples. Meanwhile, Jiang Zui and Fu Chen sat anxiously on the edge of the bed, awaiting information. Their phones chimed almost simultaneously. Jiang Zui had received 2 votes, while Fu Chen had 1. Attached to the vote count were messages and images from each other. Jiang Zui disregarded He Xiaochao's message, focusing instead on the second line. Considering how hard you slurp your noodles. With a satisfied smile, Jiang Zui rolled over into bed. Having read his messages, Fu Chen was equally content and even took the initiative to turn off the lights. As the lights in several rooms gradually extinguished, the live broadcast came to a close. That night, Su Mu trended on multiple hot searches, with humorous quotes and sweet moments with Jiangsu. However, the top trending topic was Li Ku and Lin Li. Marketing accounts had edited their segments and posted them online, moving many netizens to tears. Will these two reconcile? Don't make me beg on my knees. Emotions are so helpless. Sometimes you still love, yet cannot be together. Li Ku leans more towards feelings, while Lin Li is focused on reality. Sigh. Wah. The moment they exchanged a silent farewell and shook hands left me teary-eyed. Chapter 32. Can we have some earthly fun? Due to her responsibility of cooking with Jiang Zui the next day, Su Mu rose early. To her surprise, Jiang Zui was already up, entertaining the dog in the yard. Up this early? Aren't we responsible for cooking today? Your hand is injured. Let me take the lead. What would you like for breakfast?
Sumuesc.
Her tone laced with skepticism. Are you sure you can handle it? Is it that difficult? Quite the contrary. I admire your fearless naivete. Stop sweet-talking me. Aren't you going for a morning run? What's wrong? If you're running, you might as well take the dog out to expend some energy, lest it wreak havoc again.
I've already walked it.
Sumu was taken aback. Glancing at the time, it was barely past 7, indicating Jiang Zue must have risen at least by 6.
Dude.
Are you Superman? What do you think gave me these abs? Fine then, let's get to cooking. Upon entering the kitchen, Sumu surveyed the ingredients in the fridge. Let us whip up a few sandwiches and boil some porridge. Sure. Jiang Zue began rinsing rice, looking quite competent, while Sumu oversaw him. At that moment, Chi-Chi stealthily slinked into the living room. Sumu, disapproving of its presence, attempted to shoo it away. But the clever dog, sensing her intent, began to dart around the dining table. Sumu chased after it, breathless. All right, I'm done with you. She turned back to the kitchen, just as the live stream commenced, and all the cameras activated simultaneously.
Kiki, resembling an annoyingly persistent man,
cheerfully followed Sumu into the kitchen. Ignoring it, Sumu reached up to retrieve the toaster from the upper cabinet. To her surprise, the toaster's plug dislodged a stainless steel bowl, which clanged down onto Chi-Chi's head with a resounding thud.
Woof.
Chi-Chi yelped and dashed away.
Sumu burst into laughter.
The comments flooded in. Ha, poor Chi-Chi caught in the crossfire. Chi-Chi, seeing stars. Chi-Chi, is this courtesy? I never expected such hilarity at the start of the broadcast. I nearly laughed out loud on the subway. After being struck by the bowl, Chi-Chi retreated to the yard and did not return. By the time everyone had risen, Jiang Zue's breakfast was nearly complete. Li Ke gazed at the array of appealing sandwiches on the table, exclaiming in surprise, "Did you really make these, Teacher Jiang?"
Sumu smiled slightly.
"With a culinary genius like me overseeing, this is a breeze." Fu Chen scoffed such narcissism. Just because it looks good doesn't mean it tastes good. With that, he took a bite of a sandwich, chewed twice, and his expression changed dramatically as he rushed to the trash can to spit it out. There was mustard in this. Jiang Zue emerged from the kitchen, looking innocent. "Sorry, I mixed up the mustard and avocado spread." Just as Li Ke was about to take a bite of her sandwich, she quickly withdrew. "Can it still be eaten?" "Don't worry, I only messed up one sandwich. Fu Chen just had bad luck." "You." Fu Chen was left speechless. Feeling wronged. "Are there any other sandwiches?" Jiang Zue shrugged. "Nope, I only made these. If you want more, make them yourself." Sumu interjected. No. There's still one left." "Where?" "In Chi-Chi's bowl. Go grab it. It shouldn't be protective of its food." The comments erupted. "Haraha, how absurd." "Chi-Chi. Wah. I object. Fu Chen always provokes Sumu, yet ends up with nothing good. Why bother? I find their bickering quite entertaining."
Fu Chen retorted.
"Are you both conspiring to make a fool of me? What would we gain from that? Do you think you're a tripe?" Fu Chen's face darkened. "Forget it. I'm not interested in this. I'll go buy something myself." With that, he grabbed his car keys and headed out. Watching his retreating figure, Sumu sighed. "I was about to say there's porridge to drink." "Oh well, if you want to buy it, go ahead." Halfway through breakfast, Linley finally emerged from his room after freshening up. He sat diagonally across from Li Ke, who kept her head down, avoiding his gaze. Their relationship had been trending the previous night. Sumu had seen it upon waking and, sensing the awkward atmosphere, silently sipped her porridge, refraining from speaking. The others in the small house either harbored resentment toward their exes or had long been separated, while Li Ke had only just formally bid farewell to Linley, placing her squarely in the painful aftermath of their breakup, making it difficult to face him. Meanwhile, EU, who had finished breakfast earlier and returned to her room, was also scrolling through the trending topics. Noticing that discussions largely revolved around Sumu or Li Ke, while hers garnered little attention, her expression soured further. Clearly, she was the most popular female contestant in the house. She had received 3 votes the previous night. Why was the buzz so low? Could it be because of Jiang Zue? Indeed, as the heir of the Jiang Group, with the largest fashion media company under his family's banner, perhaps only those with such connections could garner the most attention. Although Fu Chen is well known, he unfortunately lacks a substantial background. Today, the production team has organized a rather packed schedule. Merely an hour after breakfast, they informed everyone to prepare for departure, yet the destination remained undisclosed. It was not until they boarded the bus that the group still did not know where they were headed. Sumu could not contain her curiosity and inquired, Director, where are we going? This matter remains confidential for the time being. Everyone will naturally discover the destination upon arrival. However, prior to that, please surrender your mobile phones to the production team for safekeeping. As Sumu watched her phone being taken away, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over her. The bus rattled along for approximately half an hour before finally coming to a halt. Upon disembarking, everyone stood in stunned silence. Before them loomed an old, abandoned hospital, a sign prominently displaying the words Nanshan Mental Hospital. Today, coincidentally, the sky was overcast, enhancing the eerie atmosphere surrounding the location. Li Ku took a cautious step back and asked, Director, what are we doing here? The director smiled slightly. This is the haunted house that is about to open in our city. It will become the largest haunted house in the country. This afternoon, all guests will embark on one-on-one dates, and the haunted house will determine with whom you'll be paired.
Sumu's lips twitched.
Are we saying we can't have a more conventional approach? Whose brilliant idea was it to use a haunted house to decide dating partners? What shall we call the couples formed here? The oxhead and horseface, or the black and white impermanence? The comments on the screen erupted with laughter. Ha! The criticism is spot on, but I think it's quite thrilling. There must be plenty of interaction in the haunted house, ha! Indeed, after all. Haunted houses are also a popular dating spot for couples. By the way, which couple are we talking about? Do they need paper offerings? The director, well aware of Sumu's sharp tongue, dismissed her remarks and took out a megaphone to explain the rules. This time, the male and female guests will enter the haunted house through 2 different entrances. Inside, each male guest must find a female guest to exit the haunted house together. And that female guest will be your date for the afternoon. Be cautious of the witch wearing a red hat. If she captures you, she will take the female guest to a random location, forcing you to search for her anew. Upon hearing this rule, several male guests breathed a sigh of relief. The opportunity to actively seek out their desired partner was certainly preferable to a random pairing. However, it was clear that this game required both courage and luck. One must possess the audacity to navigate through the haunted house and the good fortune to find their beloved before any rivals. All right. Now please follow the staff to your respective entrances, the director announced. Sumu quickly grabbed the director's arm. Hey, director, can't we try a different approach? Haunted houses are so dangerous. The director appraised her with a glance. What? Are you afraid? Indeed, Sumu was afraid, while she often spoke with a sharp tongue. Mere words could only irritate the living, not the spirits. If she truly angered a ghost, wouldn't it be her own demise? Director, it's not fear. It's just that I'm injured and unable to move properly. You've hurt your hand, not your feet. How does that impede your movement? The director retorted.
Sumu responded earnestly.
I usually crawl using both hands and feet. If my hands are injured, of course I can't move properly. The comments on the screen reacted. It's clear she really doesn't want to go in. This is hilarious. Every pore of Sumu's body is radiating resistance. I didn't expect Sumu to be afraid of haunted houses. The director pushed her hand away. Stop being so glib. At this impasse, Sumu resorted to plan B. Director, look at Li Ku. Her foot is injured. And you still expect her to enter the haunted house? Li Ku immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. The director had anticipated this objection. No worries. Once you enter, you can stand still and wait for the male guest to bring you out. Li Ku replied, All right, let us not waste time. Quickly follow the staff inside. With that, the director nudged Sumu forward. Director, I truly believe this method is impractical. How about a lottery? A lottery, please. Don't drag me in. Sumu attempted to protest further, but she was already being pulled away by the staff. As she passed by Jiang Zue, Sumu grabbed his arm. Save me. Save me. He reassured her. Don't worry. I will rescue you as quickly as possible. Jiang Zue patted her hand, his promise resembling a solemn wedding vow. Hearing his assurance, Sumu's eyes brimmed with tears, not from gratitude, but from exasperation. I meant for you to save me now, not in the haunted house. As the staff pulled her away, Sumu's voice faded into the distance. The comments on the screen continued. Huh? Look at how exasperated Sumu is. Sumu, I will definitely return. Anticipating Sumu's performance in the haunted house, the staff led the pale-faced Sumu into the haunted house before finally releasing her. Outside, the overcast sky cast a gloomy light, but the illumination within the haunted house was even dimmer, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Only a faint green glow illuminated the floor. Sumu clutched Li Ku tightly. Don't be afraid. We'll stick together. I'll protect you. Li Ku retorted. You look like the more frightened one here. He Xiaocha laughed mockingly. It's just a haunted house. How embarrassing to be so terrified. No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud bang echoed from the door behind them.
Ah!
He Xiaocha screamed, propelled backward by 2 meters. A long jump athlete would have felt ashamed in comparison. The comments erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha, mocking others, but now you're embarrassed. This is hilarious. You screamed the loudest. Instant karma. Ha ha, Li Ko was startled too, retreating a couple of steps while clutching Su Mu but remained silent. After processing the situation, Li Ko realized that Su Mu had astonishingly not reacted at all. Just as she was about to ask, Su Mu suddenly jolted, her voice laced with terror. What? What was that noise? Li Ko was perplexed. Are you just now reacting? My reflexes become sluggish as soon as I enter the haunted house. Regaining her composure, he Xiaocha, flustered, kicked the door twice. Who's there? Are you trying to scare us on purpose? Just as she finished, another loud bang resonated from the door, accompanied by a growl. He Xiaocha, now unsure and a little frightened, took a few steps back, reaching out to grab Yu for reassurance, only to find her hand grasping at emptiness. Turning around, she realized Yu had vanished.
Yu!
I'm over here. The group turned to see Yu standing at least 10 meters away. What are you doing there? I think that area isn't safe.
I feel the same.
He Xiaocha quickly moved to her side. Su Mu, eager to leave the unsettling atmosphere, chimed in. Li Ko, let us go. Alright, just take it slow. Don't worry. I want to leave you behind. We are practically conjoined twins today. Just as they were about to reach Yu, the door was flung open with a loud bang. A blood-soaked zombie appeared before them, with its left hand raised high and right hand low, left foot drawing circles while kicking with the right. It howled as it advanced towards them in a grotesque, twisted manner.
Ah! 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 Ah!
The 4 of them screamed in unison, each cry louder than the last, their mouths agape as if undergoing a nucleic acid test. The comments flooded in. This is hilarious. Are you all practicing your vocal skills? It's evident that your reaction times vary greatly. Haha. Don't let the comments kill me with laughter. Run. No, I mean hurry. In the chaos, Su Mu's speech became muddled. The group scattered in a frenzy, creating utter pandemonium. Run, run. Don't push me. Who stepped on my shoe?
Rika!
Hindered by her foot injury, fell to the back of the pack, watching Su Mu sprint ahead, feeling utterly despondent. What happened to being conjoined twins? Has this partnership dissolved? After a frenzied chase, the group found themselves in another room, closing the door behind them before collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Li Ku lowered her head and noticed that one of He Xiaocha's shoes had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a lonely sock exposed. Puzzled, she inquired, "Where's your shoe?" "I don't know who just stepped on it and knocked it off," He Xiaocha exclaimed.
Su Mu silently averted herkese.
He Xiaocha glared fiercely at her. Su Mu. Was it you? I swear it was absolutely unintentional.
Su Mu protested.
I don't care. You must go out and retrieve my shoe. As soon as He Xiaocha finished speaking, the zombie outside began banging on the door again. Su Mu shrugged. How can I go out? Then lend me your shoe. A mismatched shoe won't fit. Your size 35 foot can't possibly manage my size 37 shoe. The comments flowed in. Still trying to rhyme, huh? Little phrases. One after another. Initially, I was a bit scared of this haunted house, but you all made me laugh. Chapter 34. The damned love-stricken mind, I don't care. You must compensate me for my shoe. Alright, I will. Su Mu understood that He Xiaocha merely wanted to vent her frustration and handed her one of her shoes. This rare opportunity to see her humbled uplifted He Xiaocha's spirits as she triumphantly slipped on the shoe. Su Mu deeply regretted wearing sneakers that day. As even 2 sizes too large, He Xiaocha could still manage to wear them. He Xiaocha strutted around for a couple of steps, but while Su Mu wore flats, He Xiaocha's shoes had thick soles that added height, causing her to walk unevenly, one step high and the next low.
Su Mu shook her head repeatedly.
Is this really necessary? At 1.60 meters or 70, are you trying to climb stairs in place? The comments erupted. Climbing stairs in place, huh? Sooner or later. Su Mu's words will be the death of me. Inviting Su Mu to this show was the wisest choice. Why do you care so much? Li Ku tugged at Su Mu. Do we really have to stay here? I have a feeling it's not very safe. Su Mu hesitated. How about we venture further inside? Apart from the door through which they entered, there was another door deeper within. As Li Ku and Su Mu deliberated, Yu had already taken the lead. I refuse to stay here. Wait for me. He Xiaocha hurriedly chased after her. Mu, let us go too. I don't want to be left alone. Left alone? Aren't there 2 of us? Our combined courage barely equals 1, doesn't it? The answer was evidently no. They could not muster enough courage. Su Mu and Li Ku unhesitatingly followed suit. The comments continued. Haha, still quite self-aware. Being alone in a haunted house is truly terrifying. Two poor souls. Trembling in fear. Upon entering, they initially failed to notice, but upon closer inspection, the room was as chilling as the outside. The ceiling was entwined with numerous cobwebs, and, beyond the partition curtain, one could see several hospital beds. The beds were covered with white sheets, the rising curves resembling human forms, with some showing traces of blood. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Mu and Li Ku's steps felt as though they were weighed down by lead, moving with great difficulty. Shrinking away as if their clothing might brush against the beds, fearing that doing so would summon some vengeful spirit. As they passed the first bed, Yu and He Xiaocha had already reached the door. Can you hurry up? He Xiaocha urged impatiently. Normally, she would not wait for them. But the haunted house was indeed unsettling. There was safety in numbers, and moving together felt more secure. Even if something unexpected occurred, Li Ku and Su Mu could serve as shields. We're moving as fast as we can, Su Mu replied, inching forward at a tortoise's pace. As for whether she was the tortoise or the hare, that was evident. After much effort, they finally passed the second bed, when suddenly, with a loud bang, the figure beneath the white sheet sat up abruptly. A scream escaped He Xiaocha's lips as she flung the door open and bolted outside, with Yu swiftly following suit. Su Mu and Li Ku, however, remained frozen in shock, their minds blanked due to the proximity of the scare. Once they regained their senses, Li Ku grabbed Su Mu and shouted, "Run!" Su Mu pulled her back. Wait. She leaned in closer for a better look. It's not a ghost. It's a puppet. There was a mechanism behind the puppet, and Su Mu deduced that it was what caused it to spring up. With a sigh of relief, she glanced ahead and spotted a shoe not far away. It was her own, which had likely been lost in He Xiaocha's hasty retreat. Her spirits lifted as she slipped her shoe back on, boasting to Li Ku, "We needn't fear. Haunted houses are all fake. How could there be ghosts in this world?" No sooner had she spoken than a white shadow drifted past her. A ghost! Su Mu bolted towards the door. The comments rolled in. Haha, just moments ago you said there were no ghosts. Instant karma. I'm dying of laughter. Where's your courage gone?
Oh.
It was just a white coat dangling from a string. Wait for me. Li Ku called out. Outside was a corridor, and Su Mu raced to the end, only to realize she had left Li Ku behind. She paused and turned back, seeing Li Ku limping toward her, a pang of guilt washing over her. She approached Li Ku. "Li Ku, I'm sorry," but before she could finish, she noticed something rushing behind Li Ku. A zombie.
Moo, run. Su Mu's heart raced.
Realizing that in this dire moment, Li Ku still thought to urge her to escape first. What are you saying? Anyone with a shred of decency wouldn't just run off. Then why are you running? Because I have no decency. The comments erupted. An unexpected turn. My back is breaking from laughter. So sincere, I'm in tears. Caught off guard, haha. Friendship is like loose sand. No wind needed. A few trips to a haunted house will scatter it. With the zombie in hot pursuit, the two dashed forward in a frantic race. Thanks to the size of the haunted house, Su Mu managed to evade the zombie by making a series of sharp turns. After catching her breath, she suddenly realized something. Had she not only escaped the zombie, but also left Li Ku behind? Oh, dear, what a misstep. After Yu and He Xiaocha burst out, they encountered the zombie in the corridor. Upon reaching a corner, the two split in different directions. Seeing the zombie chase after He Xiaocha, Yu slowed her pace. She wasn't particularly afraid of haunted houses, but she disliked places that were too dark and inconvenient to navigate. After exploring a few areas, Yu stumbled upon Jiang Zue. Her eyes lit up. "Teacher Jiang, is that you?" Jiang Zue emerged from the shadows. "Have you seen Su Mu?"
No.
"I got separated from them. This place is terrifying," Yu replied, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. The comments chimed in. "Don't cry. Oh no. Poor Yaya. The lonely little lamb, Yaya. Hugs for Yaya." Hearing her quivering voice, Jiang Zue's tone filled with concern. "Separated? Then Su Mu must have also lost her way. She must be frightened." Yu remarked, "She's a grown person and can't be seen anywhere. And you only think about Su Mu? What a love-stricken fool." Chapter 35. Where's the romance? It's simply escaping despite her frustration, Yu patiently asked, "Teacher Jiang, could you please accompany me? I don't want to be alone. I'm truly terrified." Jiang Zui disregarded her request and walked past her. I'm going to find Su Mu. You can explore on your own. Explore? Is that even an appropriate term? This is a haunted house, not a shopping mall. Yu thought, rolling her eyes at his lack of gentlemanly manners. As she saw him about to leave, she called out, Teacher Jiang Ai, but before she could finish, a picture frame on the wall suddenly fell, crashing loudly. Startled, Yu instinctively tried to dive into his embrace. Jiang Zui swiftly pushed her away. His movements decisive and fluid, leaving Yu unable to even brush against his clothing. What are you trying to do? Yu wore an expression of embarrassment. I apologize. Teacher Jiang, I was truly startled. With his keen perception, Jiang Zui discerned her insincerity with clarity. He let out a cold chuckle. I am going to find Su Mu. Do not follow me. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. The comments flooded in, as expected of Jiang Zui. Epitomizing indifference. He is certainly not like this with Su Mu. Jiang Zui. I pushed her away and told her that's a different price. Jiang Zui has entirely different faces for those he likes and those he does not. Watching his retreating figure, Yue clenched her fists. Why was Jiang Zui so difficult to deal with? After losing track of Li Ke, Su Mu found herself calling out, Is anyone there? With each step she took. Unfortunately, her calls echoed back with no reply. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness and silence, her voice the only sound reverberating through the air. Just as Su Mu pondered her next move, a door creaked open unexpectedly. Ghost. Su Mu jumped on the spot, turning to flee. What the hell? It's me, Jiang Zui. Jiang Zui? Su Mu exhaled in relief. What are you doing here? What else could I be doing? Of course, I'm here to find you. In that moment, Su Mu felt a genuine sense of gratitude, not for Jiang Zui's presence, but for the timeliness of his arrival. She grasped his arm, tears and snot mingling as she exclaimed, Thank the heavens, thank the earth, thank you for our meeting. Your existence warms the heart, your appearance moves the heavens. The comments erupted. Haraha, this is a dating show, not a heartfelt drama. Su Mu, get a grip. It's clear she is genuinely touched. If it were me, I would feel the same. Jiang Zui is so reliable. Noticing her disheveled hair, Jiang Zui helped her smooth it out. You were frightened just now, weren't you? Frightened?
Ha! How could that be?
You have no idea how brave I am in here. Before you arrived, I had already chased that zombie out for 2 miles. Jiang Zui smiled knowingly. Is that so? You are quite formidable, aren't you? Of course. She declared confidently. Hey, what's behind you?
What?
What is it?
Su Mu, startled,
Clung to him. You've got something on your back. Hearing the laughter in his voice, Su Mu quickly realized and pushed him away. Were you doing that on purpose? Jiang Zui chuckled. I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. The comments flooded in. Are you two flirting? Ah, I ship it. On the surface, I want to do it again. But in his heart, I will dare to do it again. Jiang Zui clearly enjoys this. Su Mu did not dwell on it further and asked, Have you found the exit to the haunted house? No, once I entered, all I could think about was finding you. What good are you then? All right, I shall take my leave. Jiang Zui feigned turning to leave.
Su Mu,
Not wanting to be left alone, quickly grabbed his arm. Hey, wait. Jiang Zui became serious, no more joking. I've traversed most of this haunted house. Only a small area remains unvisited. The exit should be nearby. Let's go. He took Su Mu's hand and strolled forward, his demeanor as relaxed as if they were meandering in his own backyard rather than a haunted house. As they walked, they encountered various disturbances, something suddenly popping out from behind a door, hands reaching from the walls to grab them, and eerie nursery rhymes playing in some areas.
Yet.
Each time Su Mu was startled, Jiang Zui remained unfazed. Su Mu began to realize he was utterly unafraid, like a human tank, effortlessly pushing forward as if nothing could halt his advance. The greatest hindrance to him was Su Mu, who would grab him in fright and then be pulled back by him. Observing his calm demeanor, Su Mu worried he might fall asleep. Unable to contain herself, she asked, Is this haunted house boring for you? When I'm alone, yes, but with you, it's different. What do you mean? Do you find it amusing to see me scared? Your fright isn't amusing, but the way you cling to me is. Su Mu retorted. Should I commend your honesty or call you a pervert? Oh, I know. I should say you are an honest pervert. So, in your eyes, I like you solely because of your looks? Su Mu tossed her hair. Isn't that the case? If what you say is true, there are so many beautiful people in the world. Should I like each one of them?
Su Mu pondered seriously.
Nodding. There is that possibility. Jiang Zui chuckled in exasperation, lightly tapping her on the head. Stop overthinking. Sumu rubbed her head. Then what do you like about me? I've said it before. I like your innocence, your liveliness, and your interesting nature. You run like you've just escaped from prison. The comments erupted. Haha. You can't deny it does resemble that. I'm dying of laughter. His words are too sharp. I don't understand why Jiang Zui likes Sumu. Sumu is delightful and so entertaining. Am I the only one concerned about Li Ke's well-being? Thinking of Li Ke, Sumu felt a twinge of worry. I wonder how Li Ke is doing. Perhaps we should find her and bring her closer to the exit? They had previously agreed to hold hands and traverse together, yet now she had lost track of Li Ke, which left her feeling somewhat guilty. Although the rules dictated that the male guest could only take one female guest out. They could first bring Li Ke to the exit area to spare her the fright of being lost in there. Do you have the courage to follow me around? The guests were free to roam, and the haunted house was vast. Finding someone would require luck. Jiang Zui was indifferent, but he worried about Sumu's fear. You could leave me at the exit. I can wait for you to find Li Ke, and then we can exit together. Jiang Zui cast her a glance. Catching his gaze, Sumu patted her chest, her expression resolute as she assured him, Rest assured, I will only leave with you. All right, if that is your wish. The comments poured in. Just indulge her. I ship Sumu and Li Ke, thank you. If we don't find Li Ke, this friendship will be over.
Haha.
After wandering through the haunted house for 20 minutes, they finally saw a glimmer of light ahead. This light was not artificial, but unmistakably natural. Shining brightly in the dim haunted house, glaringly illuminating the path. Upon realizing they were at the exit, Sumu's spirits lifted. And she tugged Jiang Zui forward with urgency. Let us go. We are almost out. What about Li Ke? Only then did Sumu remember Li Ke. Oh right. There's Li Ke. You go find her, I'll wait for you here. Just as Jiang Zui was about to offer her some words of caution, a glowing red hat appeared before them. Sumu gasped, this can't be the witch the director mentioned, can it? Victory was within reach. Yet they were obstructed by a witch. Jiang Zui had no intention of being caught. Otherwise, they would be back to square one. He grasped Sumu's hand. Don't just stand there, run. Hand in hand, they dashed away, and the comments surged in. Is this the legendary Japanese run? Hand in hand sprinting? Such a dramatic scene, haha. Romantic, it's so incredibly romantic. While the audience found it romantic, Sumu felt it was anything but. It was sheer escape. Jiang Zui ran faster than her, effectively dragging her along. She felt as though Jiang Zui was flying a kite, and she was the kite. As she struggled to keep pace with Jiang Zui, Sumu shouted, slow down. Jiang Zui slowed his pace and turned back to see the witch pursuing them, closing in rapidly. If this continued, they would inevitably be caught. Jiang Zui thought quickly and led her into a room. Hide under the table. I'll distract the witch and come back for you later. Why not just go find Li Ke? I'll wait for you here. Okay. After saying that, Jiang Zui exited, and Sumu crouched under the table, listening as footsteps passed by the door, followed by an eerie silence. She took a moment to steady her breath and cautiously opened the door to peek outside. It was quiet. No one was there, indicating that the witch had indeed been drawn away by Jiang Zui. Sumu exhaled deeply, closed the door again, and upon turning around, was startled to find a figure standing behind her. It could hardly be described as a person, for he was clad in garments from the Qing dynasty. A yellow talisman affixed to his forehead, and his ghostly white face devoid of any color.
A zombie.
Sumu shrieked, bolting for the door as she ran. Muttering to herself, isn't this a mental hospital? How can there be zombies? Director, your haunted house theme is all wrong. The barrage of comments streamed in. Haraha, just run. But your mouth is still so sharp. I must say, this zombie looks quite realistic. Poor Sumu, always being chased wherever she goes. Haraha, fortunately. The zombie was only able to hop, and Sumu managed to shake him off with relative ease. As she paused to catch her breath, she reflected on how worthwhile this trip to the haunted house had been. Not only had she accumulated enough exercise for the entire year, but her lung capacity had likely improved significantly, and her heart's endurance had been tested as well. Once inside the haunted house, the 4 male guests quickly dispersed, each seeking out the individuals they desired. Fu Chun was somewhat fortunate. Shortly after entering, he located the exit, though he had yet to find EU. Knowing the location of the exit would save him considerable trouble later on. Fu Chun did not feel particularly frightened by the haunted house. Yet he could not claim to be entirely unafraid. He would still run upon encountering a zombie, though minor noises generally did not startle him. He had initially thought there would only be a few wandering zombies in the haunted house, but during his search for EU, he opened a door. The moment he swung it open, he was taken aback, an entire room filled with zombies. Regaining his senses, Fu Chun turned and fled. The zombies rushed toward him, roaring as if they intended to devour him, leaving Fu Chun too terrified to glance back, his focus solely on sprinting ahead. As he rounded a corner, Fu Chun spotted a figure ahead. The dim lighting of the haunted house allowed him only a vague profile.
You.
A mix of shock and joy surged within him. After searching for so long, he had not expected to find EU so near the exit, and without anyone else around. It was as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure, without any effort at all. He dashed past her, grabbing her hand as he urged, "Run. There are many zombies behind us. The exit is just ahead." Feeling her hand attempt to pull away, Fu Chun tightened his grip, reassuring her, "Don't worry. I won't leave you behind." Bursting through the exit, Fu Chun let out a sigh of relief, only to be met with a familiar face.
You?
Then who had he just pulled along? Turning back, he saw Su Mu's smile vanish. "Why are you here? I hadn't even finished scolding you. Why did you drag me along?" "Well, you followed me when I was running, didn't you? You could have spoken up."
Sumo retorted.
Her tone both exasperated and amused. "You're just like Zhu Beiji swinging a rake, turning the tables on me. I've been calling out for you the entire time. Did you hear me? While others are born under the dragon sign, you must be under the death sign." The barrage of comments erupted. "Under the death sign, haha. What a clever insult. Can I borrow Su Mu's wit for arguments in the future?" I'm dying of laughter at these two. I thought Fu Chun wanted to rekindle something, but it turns out he just mistook her. To be fair, Su Mu and EU do have a bit of resemblance. Perhaps the darkness in the haunted house led to the confusion. If only Fu Chun had looked back while running. It wouldn't have ended this way. Fu Chun's expression grew cold. "I mistook you for EU and brought you along because of that.
Plus.
With all the zombies roaring behind me, I couldn't hear anything you said. I get it now. You're not just under the deaf sign. You're the heir of the deaf." Seeing the tension rise between them, the director stepped in to mediate. All right, enough arguing. It was merely a misunderstanding. Regardless. Fu Chun, you brought Su Mu out, so this afternoon, the two of you will have a date. Why should that be the case? Both exclaimed in unison. The director shrugged. There's no way around it. That's the rule. Su Mu tugged at the director's sleeve. "Director, can't you make an exception? If it comes to it, I can go back into the haunted house." Fu Chun immediately chimed in. "I can go back too." The director smiled faintly. "No. Rules are rules. This is set in stone." Su Mu's expression turned serious. "Rules may be unyielding, but I can also be unyielding." The director raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Director, do you wish to witness my demise? No matter how you frame it, it's not possible. There's no way out. What about the windows?" "There are no windows either." Gazing at the director, who was as unyielding as iron, Su Mu sighed deeply. Her face a portrait of distress. She had just promised Jiang Zue to wait for him to come out together, and now, having been brought out by Fu Chun, would Jiang Zue think of her as a faithless person? While being labeled as such didn't particularly bother her. She certainly did not want him to believe she had lingering feelings for Fu Chun. That would be an insult. Chapter 37. A mouthful of water spurted out after parting ways with Su Mu. Jiang Zue found Li Ko, trembling in a corner, in just over 10 minutes.
Rika?
Jiang Zue? Hearing a voice, Li Ko immediately stood up, relief flooding her features. Thank goodness, finally someone. I wandered around for so long without encountering anyone. I was too scared to move. I came to find you. Mumu wanted me to bring you near the exit, so that others could help escort you out more easily. Li Ko was almost moved to tears. Who said Su Mu was heartless? Clearly, she still had her conscience intact. Thank you. Don't mention it. Let us go. Okay. Back at the point where they had separated from Su Mu, Jiang Zue searched high and low but found no sign of her, a sense of foreboding creeping over him.
Sumu? Sumu?
Outside the exit, Su Mu heard Jiang Zue calling and quickly leaned toward the exit, shouting, Jiang Zue, I'm out here. Jiang Zue's brow furrowed tightly. How did you get outside? Who brought you out? Su Mu forced a laugh. I'll explain once you come out. Just come out first. You've already exited. Who am I supposed to come out with? The barrage of comments erupted. Jiang Zue only wants to come out with Su Mu. I'm shipping it, huh? This scene is just too dramatic. The entertainment value is through the roof. Some people are eagerly anticipating Su Mu's date with Fu Chen. Su Mu thought for a moment and asked, Did you finally You should bring her out. EU and I are already out, leaving only Li Ke and He Xiaochao inside. Jiang Zui felt a headache coming on. Had he known, he wouldn't have agreed to find Li Ke, leading to this situation. With a sigh, he and Li Ke walked out one after the other. As they suddenly emerged into the bright light, Jiang Zui squinted his eyes, and upon seeing Fu Chen, his expression darkened. Just as he was about to question Su Mu, two more figures emerged from the exit. It was Lin Li and He Xiaochao. Seeing everyone else present, Lin Li paused momentarily. You all came out so quickly? Xiao Zhuang glanced down and noticed He Xiaochao missing a shoe, puzzled. Where's your shoe? At the mention of this, He Xiaochao became irate, her face cold as she replied, You need to ask Su Mu about that. Su Mu shrugged. I compensated you for the shoe. You simply didn't take care of it. Jiang Zi's gaze fixed on her. You still haven't told me who you came out with.
Sumusrat herhit.
Laughing awkwardly. I came out with Fu Chen. Jiang Zui turned his attention to Fu Chen. Fu Chen smirked coldly. What are you looking at me for? Do you think I wanted to bring her out? Su Mu clutched Jiang Zui's arm. Just hear me out. I absolutely did not intend to betray you. Or rather, backtrack. Though the current situation indeed resembled betrayal, Su Mu felt that the term was peculiar. It was as if she had eloped with Fu Chen rather than merely exiting the haunted house with him. Jiang Zui rubbed his temples, exhaling in resignation. Fine, go ahead. The situation is both simple and complex. In short, Fu Chen mistook me for EU and dragged me out, so don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame Fu Chen for being blind and deaf. Fu Chen's displeasure was evident on his face. If it weren't so dark inside, would I have made a mistake? EU, who had been mostly silent, glanced at him. It seems even teacher Fu believes we bear a resemblance. Fu Chen hurriedly explained, that was not my intention. It truly was because it was too dark inside. Nevertheless, it is what it is. I wish you an enjoyable afternoon date with teacher Su.
Yeah.
Su Mu glanced at Jiang Zui, raising her hands in exasperation. See, this is genuinely not my fault. Jiang Zui, with a resigned expression, replied, I am not blaming you. With that, he approached the director and handed him an item. Director, I would like to invite Su Mu on a date. Upon seeing the invitation card in his hand, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. The comments flooded in. Oh right, I almost forgot there was an invitation card, haha. Thank goodness for the invitation card. It finally comes in handy. No wonder Jiang Zui seemed unfazed. He had a backup plan. The director accepted the card. Are you certain you wish to utilize this invitation? Indeed. Su Mu scratched her head. But you are scheduled to date Li Ke this afternoon. If you invite me, does that not mean we would be a trio? What does that make it? The legendary I am not here to break you apart, but to join you? The director shook his head. No. The afternoon date must be one-on-one. Since Jiang Zui has used the invitation card, it shall be you, Su Mu, who will go on a date with Jiang Zui. As for Li Ke, the director glanced at the other male contestants. Does anyone wish to date Li Ke? The group exchanged looks, followed by a profound silence. No one? The silence continued. A deathly hush enveloped the room. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, prompting Li Ke to feign nonchalance with a smile. It's quite all right. I am perfectly fine on my own. Lin Li cast her a deep glance, ultimately unable to bear it, and stepped forward. I would like to date her. Are you sure? The director scrutinized him. If you wish to date Li Ke, He Xiaochao will automatically be paired with Fu Chen. Upon hearing this fortunate turn of events, He Xiaochao burst into laughter. All right then. Let us finalize it. I do not wish to date him. Li Ke's declaration left everyone momentarily stunned. Gritting her teeth, she reiterated each word. I do not want to. Lin Li sighed. Li Ke, you need not. I do not require your pity, Li Ke interrupted. Once more, silence fell over the room. The comments flowed in. This couple is truly tormenting. Stop with the drama. I am here for the sweetness. Why must you two engage in this love-hate dynamic? The director broke the silence. Li Ke, you cannot refuse. Then, I shall refuse. Everyone gasped, turning their attention to Su Mu. She approached the director. Producing the rejection card she had received a few days prior, I refuse to date Jiang Zui. The director was left bewildered. What is this all about? The comments erupted. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. The dramatic effect today is off the charts. Who would have thought one date could become this convoluted? Director, I never imagined these two cards would be used in such a manner. Su Mu must be trying to help Li Ke. Indeed, Su Li is true love.
Jiang Zui grasvet herist. Sumu.
Su Mu met Jiang Zui's gaze, her expression unusually earnest. I have my own plans. Meeting her eyes, Jiang Zui slowly released his grip. Fu Chen's tone was filled with discontent. Sumu, have you lost your mind? I do not wish to date you. Sumu laughed lightly. What does it matter what you want? You have no authority to choose. The director took the rejection card. Are you certain you want to use this card? I am certain. Rikes eis gristenet with uns het tears, Mumu. Sumu raised a hand to interrupt her, elegantly tossing her hair. No need for gratitude. My abandoning you in the haunted house is now settled. Li Ke's frown transformed into a smile. I had never taken it to heart. The comment surged. What are you all waiting for? Ship them already. These two are undoubtedly the best pairing in the show, huh? Who would have thought Sumu is such a loyal friend? Mainly? Sumu doesn't he seem that eager to date Jiang Zui, right? Jiang Zui. Enough. Any more and it would be impolite. Well then. Let us revert to the original pairings. This afternoon, Jiang Zui will date Li Ke and Sumu will date Fu Chen.
Now.
I invite the 4 male contestants to draw for the afternoon's date location. The production team has arranged 4 restaurants near the chosen locations for everyone to enjoy lunch with the ladies. The director paused for a moment. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. There is a surprise awaiting you all at the restaurant. After drawing their cards, the 8 individuals paired off and boarded for different vehicles. Although Sumu and Fu Chen sat in the back seat, they were positioned against the doors, separated by at least a meter. Noticing the frosty atmosphere, the driver attempted to lighten the mood. Teacher Su, the location you drew is the Qianxing Temple, which is quite famous locally. Sumu raised an eyebrow. A temple?
Well.
That is splendid. Today has been rather unlucky, so I ought to pray at the temple. Fu Chen turned to glance at her. Sumu, do you truly despise me that much? Oh, did you only just discover that? Fu Chen chuckled ambiguously. They say the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. You surely must still harbor feelings for me. Sumu clasped her hands together. Amitabha. Thank goodness I haven't had lunch. Otherwise, I would surely be nauseated. In response to her sarcasm, Fu Chen scoffed. If that were the case, why did you refuse Jiang Zui's invitation? Was it merely because of Li Ke? Or could it possibly be for you? Oh my heavens, do you not have a mirror in your life? If all else fails, just take a look at yourself. I still remember it was you who pursued me, serving tea and water, being attentive. Was that not your doing? That was then and this is now. To treat the past as the present is either foolish or perverse. The comments erupted. Stop it, take some soothing medicine. So it turns out Sumu was the one pursuing Fu Chen. I just want to know why they fell apart. It must be that Fu Chen unilaterally ended things due to a cheating rumor.
Leaving Sumu discardant.
Unable to win an argument with Sumu, Fu Chen huffed, turning away to cease the conversation. Sumu, disinterested in further banter, donned her headphones. Opting for silence. Randomly selecting a playlist, she pressed play and took a sip from her water bottle. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zui's voice filled her ears. Singing lowly, you said this is not betrayal.
PFF, Sumu sprayed water everywhere.
Chapter 38. Competing with a group of high-profile beauties. Soaked by the spray. Fu Chen leapt from his seat. Have you lost your mind? Are you a fountain? Sumu, unfazed, looked down, realizing it was indeed Jiang Zui's song. Of all things. She had also activated the 3D surround sound, and Jiang Zui's voice now reverberated around her like an enchanting melody. She reached for the tissue box. Fu Chen's expression softened slightly. At least you have some conscience. You know to help me dry off. Before he could finish, he saw Sumu take several tissues and wipe her own sweat. Fu Chen, the comments erupted. Haha, I am laughing so hard. Fu Chen is truly being overly sentimental. Haha, I am absolutely looking forward to their date. I sense there will be plenty of comedic moments. Look at Fu Chen's speechlessness.
Fu Chen maintained a stern face.
Snatching the tissue box from her hands, wiping off the water from his clothes, only to find Sumu utterly unresponsive, her attention focused on her phone. Fu Chen's face twitched in frustration. Shouldn't you be apologizing to me? Sumu, with her headphones on, barely heard him. Apologize? No need. You don't have to apologize because even if you did, I wouldn't forgive you. For others, it felt like a punch landing softly on cotton. For Fu Chen, it felt as though he had been struck squarely in the face, nearly choking on his own blood. The comments flooded in. Haraha, though it's somewhat cruel. I truly find it amusing. A fitting response, an eye for an eye. I thought Sumu was a star. Turns out she is a comedian. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, the vehicle came to a halt. Sumu removed her headphones, alighting to find they had arrived at a Western restaurant. The establishment's facade suggested a rather upscale dining experience. One could only wonder where the production team had procured the funds to arrange such a restaurant. As Sumu was about to enter, her path was obstructed by an elderly man, dressed in tattered clothes. He leaned on a bamboo cane with one hand and clutched a worn bowl in the other. "Please help me," he implored, his hands trembling incessantly. Sumu hesitated for a brief moment before accepting his bowl, murmuring, "I can only assist you to this extent." The beggar called out, "Fu Chun." At that moment, two tall security guards emerged from the restaurant, one on each side of the beggar, firmly guiding him away. "I'm sorry, sir, but we do not allow begging here. Please move along." They continued to drag him away, and the old man struggled, desperately glancing back at Sumu, crying out, "The bowl, the bowl." The guards misinterpreted his plea as a call for someone named Wan Wan, and did not halt their course, taking him further away. Little did the old man know that day he would not only leave empty-handed, but would also lose his bowl. Sumu, however, was not truly intent on keeping his bowl. She placed it by the roadside, hoping he would return for it later. Upon entering the restaurant, the manager approached her promptly. "Miss Su, is it? Your private room has been reserved. Please follow me this way." As she walked, Sumu pondered what surprise the production team had prepared for her. When she opened the door to the private room, she was momentarily taken aback. Inside, a man clad in a dark blue suit sat at the head of the table. Beneath his gold-rimmed glasses, his sharp black eyes were both piercing and indifferent. He leisurely swirled a goblet, pausing only upon noticing Sumu. "Mumu, brother?" The comments rolled in. "Wow, is this Mr. Su? He's incredibly handsome. Now I understand why Sumu doesn't fancy Fu Chen. Her brother is so striking."
Mr. Su, mahimi, sobi.
"I'll compete with you, beautiful people." "Brother, what are you doing here?" "The production team sent me an invitation, saying I could come to see you. Are you unhappy with my arrival?"
Not at all, just a bit surprised.
The Su family was not affluent. Sumu had lost her parents at a young age and was raised by her grandparents alongside Su Qing. The Miko group was established by Su Qing during his university years. As a genuine member of the affluent class, Su Qing maintained a low profile, rarely appearing in the media. His willingness to participate in a variety show, exposing himself to the cameras, was truly unexpected for Sumu. Chapter 39. Until next life, after a brief conversation with Sumu, Su Qing turned his attention to Fu Chen, his previously warm demeanor vanishing, replaced by an icy indifference. The comments streamed in. "This face-changing act is too swift. Is this the face-changing tradition of Sichuan opera? It's clear that brother truly despises Fu Chen. Why does Fu Chen seem to be universally disliked?"
Ha!
He scrutinized Fu Chen, noticing the water stains on his clothing, and gave a slight scoff. "Is life treating you this poorly?" Fu Chen had never held a fondness for Su Qing, not merely due to Su Qing's elegant exterior masking a sharp tongue, but also because Su Qing effortlessly exuded an air of condescension towards him. Fu Chen returned the disdain with a cold snort. "ISNT it all thanks to your sister?" Su Qing chuckled softly. "Is that so? Then consider yourself fortunate, it has not worsened." He ceased further dialogue with Fu Chen and gestured for Sumu to sit. "I've already ordered your meal. Feel free to browse and add anything else you desire."
Sumu nearly shed tears.
"Feel free to browse" was an exceedingly generous invitation for someone in her financially constrained position. It appeared that since her fallout with Fu Chen, Su Qing had forgiven her. Without hesitation, she seized the menu and added several dishes. As the waiter noted her selections and prepared to exit the room, Fu Chen interrupted, "I haven't ordered yet." Su Qing smiled down at the menu. "Do not worry, I've already ordered for you as well." Fu Chen was skeptical of Su Qing's apparent benevolence. "What did you order?" Su Qing picked up a nearby white cloth and leisurely wiped his hands. "You'll find out when the dishes arrive." Fu Chen sensed that Su Qing harbored ulterior motives, but under the watchful cameras, he was not overly concerned about any outrageous behavior from Su Qing. Sumu could afford to be reckless, but Su Qing, a businessman at heart, would surely maintain his composure. After finishing his hand-washing, Su Qing turned to Sumu and asked, "Have you been enjoying yourself on the show these past few days?" "It's been all right. Though I occasionally experience moments of anxiety and misfortune, and at times, I am startled by the bizarre challenges. Aside from that, it's been quite pleasant." "Have you not encountered someone to your liking?" Sumu scoffed dismissively. "My heart is sealed. Sister does not suffer the pangs of love."
Fu Chen immediately laughed derisively.
"Is there anyone besides Jianzue who actually likes you? You speak as if you are incredibly popular." Just as Sumu was about to retort, Su Qing restrained her. "In this dating show, Mumu does not engage in flirtation or play games like some, nor does she fawn over anyone like you do. It's only natural that she wouldn't be popular. As Su Qing's words settled, a waiter entered, bringing forth the dishes. Among them was a fish prominently displayed on Fu Chen's plate. Su Qing adjusted his glasses and chuckled softly. Be sure to eat well. It's not easy for a chef to prepare a single fish, much like you. The double entendre left Fu Chen's face flushed with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for a comeback. Su Mu, witnessing his predicament, could only stifle a laugh. Why provoke Su Qing? His tongue was sharper than a cobra's, and while Fu Chen could maintain his pride against others, incurring Su Qing's ire was an entirely different matter. The comments flowed. So Mr. Su is quite sharp-tongued. You two siblings are quite the pair of jesters. If Fu Chen is the fish, doesn't that mean he has both flirting and fishing just like EU? I too find EU to be quite the player. Did you not notice she has voted for all three men aside from Jiang Zue? After being silenced by Su Qing, Fu Chen lost his appetite, glancing at the fish on his plate with distaste. He hastily took a few bites before setting down his utensils, falling silent. With his silence, Su Qing chose not to engage him further. Meanwhile, Su Mu was in high spirits, relishing her meal, and after finishing, she excused herself to the restroom. Once she left, Fu Chen could no longer contain himself and remarked, You and your sister truly resemble each other. Both enjoy mocking others for your own amusement. Su Qing leisurely sipped his red wine. I apologize. I do not share such a penchant. I merely speak the truth, which often tends to be the most disarming. How absurd. By your logic, pursuing someone you like makes you a sycophant? Since you are so indignant, why not wager on it? Wager on what? Let's bet on whether she'll vote for you tonight. Though Su Qing did not specify who she was, both were fully aware.
Fu Chen hesitated.
His performance that day had been lackluster. Not only had he failed to secure a date with EU, but he had also mistakenly identified her as Su Mu, causing EU to become upset. He feared that she, in her anger, would not vote for him that evening. Noticing his hesitation, Su Qing chuckled. The one who is involved is often oblivious, while the observer sees clearly. I want to take advantage of you. I'll wager that tonight EU will vote for Jiang Zue. If I am wrong, you win. How does that sound? Fu Chen found it utterly ridiculous. Jiang Zue? That's impossible. EU has never interacted with Jiang Zue and has never voted for him. In this scenario, how could EU possibly vote for Jiang Zue? What's wrong? Are you lacking confidence? Fine, if you are wrong, you must publicly apologize to me online. Agreed, but if I am right, you must personally apologize to Mu Mu for all your previous actions.
Deal.
The comments erupted. It seems unlikely she would vote for Jiang Zue. I think it's possible if EU is indeed playing the field. Mr. Su's confidence is quite imposing. Su Mu shouldn't be participating in this show. Mr. Su should. I would gladly be Mr. Su's love interest. To the one ahead, wake up. It's morning. The production team had only invited the friends and family of the guests to share a meal, not intending for them to partake in the upcoming dating activities. Thus, after dinner, Su Qing prepared to leave, lest he become a third wheel. However, Su Mu was eager for Su Qing to stay. He would certainly not become that third wheel. After all, there was absolutely no possibility of a spark between her and Fu Chen. As they were parting, Su Mu grasped his hand, her face filled with reluctance. Brother, can you not leave? Don't you miss me? It's not that I miss you. I simply wish to avoid being in the company of someone else. Where we are headed is not a temple, it is clearly a hellish realm. If going out with someone you adore is akin to a date, then venturing out with Fu Chen felt more like preparing for a duel. Su Qing scrutinized her face. You've changed so much. You used to leave the house exuding pure innocence, and now it seems you're just pure madness? I've come to realize that rather than tormenting myself internally, it's far better to drive others to madness externally. That's quite an outlook. I have a flight at 2 this afternoon, so I can't chat for long. I must take my leave. Brother. Su Mu pulled him back, leaning in with a pleading face. If you truly must go, could you spare me a little something? After an explosive argument with Fu Chen, Su Qing had cut off all of Su Mu's pocket money. As an artist, she had some savings. But the previous scandal had severely impacted her endorsements, and she had lost her meager savings to the brands. Now, she was as impoverished as one could be. Just moments ago, a beggar had asked her for money, unaware that she was subsisting on free meals from the show, hardly better off than he was. Su Qing already knew what she was going to say. Your pocket money has already been transferred. Su Mu quickly pulled out her phone. A couple of 100,000.
Wow.
This is fantastic. Upon seeing the amount, Sumu was more thrilled than someone who had just won a lottery. Overcome with emotion, she wiped her tears with Su Qing's sleeve. Who says only mothers are good in this world? Clearly, brothers are the best. The comments section erupted. Look at how excited Sumu is. Am I the only one curious about how much Su Qing's pocket money was? Sumu's reaction is just like someone who hit the jackpot. He must have given quite a bit. Su Qing remained still, waiting for her to finish wiping her tears before slowly retracting his hand. Remember to reimburse me for a bespoke suit. Sumu, now feeling generous, waved her hand dismissively. If I have to reimburse, it's just a suit. How much could it possibly cost?
Su Qing replied coolly, on 100,000.
I have somewhere urgent to be. See you in the next life. Sumu turned, waving her hand as she briskly walked away, her movements as fluid as flowing silk, smoother than any chocolate. The comment section buzzed. Haraha, is this a hit and run? See you in the next life, haha, I learned something. A suit costing 100,000. Is this the world of the wealthy? Does Su Qing have a girlfriend? If so, would she mind if I joined? Chapter 40. I am truly not a robber after a struggle. Sumu finally comprehended the futility of her efforts. As arranged by the production team, she was still heading to the temple with Fu Chen. Being a renowned local temple, Qianqing Temple was frequented by many visitors. To avoid drawing attention, they needed to disguise themselves before entering. Fu Chen's disguise consisted of the typical attire of a celebrity, a hat, mask, and oversized sunglasses. Sumu's outfit was not overly outrageous either. Given the sanctity of the place, she simply donned a black hood that concealed everything except her eyes and nostrils. Upon seeing her bank robber-esque appearance, Fu Chen was at a loss for words. You look absolutely ridiculous. Are you planning to rob a bank? The comment section chimed in. What a fantastic roast, haha. She really does look like a robber, ha ha ha.
Oh.
Are we all here to see Sumu in action again? What a coincidence, I am too. Thank goodness we're going to a temple and not a bank. Otherwise, we'd be apprehended at the entrance. Mind your own business. I don't care about you. Just make sure you don't drag me down when the police come for you. Initially, Fu Chen thought his disguise was quite normal, but standing next to Sumu, he suddenly resembled an accomplice in a bank heist. This wasn't a bank. What could they possibly rob from a temple? The statue of the Buddha, perhaps? Sumu scoffed and stepped out of the vehicle, heading directly into the temple. Fu Chen, reluctant to accompany her, waited a while after she exited before trailing behind her at a distance. Upon reaching the temple entrance, they attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. Some looked on in suspicion. Others stepped back, and some tightened their grips on their bags, watching them warily. I really am not a robber. In her embarrassment, Sumu could only look up at the sun and exclaim loudly, Oh, it's so sunny today. Thankfully, my sun protection is on point.
Fu Chen, leading behind,
remained silently incredulous. Insane. Utterly insane. It's clearly an overcast day. What are you talking about? Who would believe such nonsense? To Fu Chen's surprise, the onlookers actually seemed to buy Sumu's excuse, redirecting their glances to the camera crew instead. Once successfully inside the temple, they encountered an incense burner right away. It must be said that this temple had commercialized itself exceptionally well. Although there were free incense sticks available, they were thinner than shoelaces and clearly of inferior quality. However, if one was willing to use cash, they could acquire incense sticks as thick as a thumb. The staff selling the incense would even inform you that the thicker the stick, the better your safety would be assured. Fu Chen collected 3 free sticks, lit them, offered a prayer, and placed them in the burner. Sumu scoffed, I never expected you to believe in such things. You don't believe? I'm an atheist. I never believe in this stuff. Then what do you have in your hands? Free things are free for a reason. After saying this, Sumu also inserted her incense stick into the burner. The comments section erupted. A classic case of a last-minute prayer. Ha ha ha, since we're here, might as well offer a prayer. Free things are indeed free. How very realistic. After burning incense, Sumu entered the main hall of the temple. The hall was expansive, with a golden Buddha seated at its center, gazing down, accompanied by a merit box nearby. Sumu approached the merit box. The young monk in charge of guarding it suddenly changed color, quickly clutching the box tightly. I am truly not here to rob. Sumu dashed in front of the young monk. What are you doing? Are you suspecting that I want to steal money? The young monk, his bald head glistening with sweat, clasped his hands together and bowed to Sumu. As a monk, I do not speak falsehoods. I indeed have such suspicions. Sumu huffed. Forget it. I don't have any cash. I want to donate. The young monk sighed in relief and turned to produce a QR code. You can scan here, benefactor.
Sumu, what?
Not just the beggars. But even temples have caught up with the times? Whose QR code is this? The Buddha's? I have some urgent matters. Can I just add the Buddha on WeChat for a direct chat? Benefactor, you jest. This is our temple accountant's QR code. The comment section buzzed. Wow. Even temples have accountants now. I feel that the copper smell of temples nowadays outweighs the scent of incense. Indeed, I share that sentiment. The souvenirs sold inside are ridiculously expensive and lack authenticity. Now that it had come to this, Sumu felt embarrassed to refuse. She scanned the QR code, transferred a small amount of money, and inquired, I've heard that praying here is very effective? Anything is effective if the heart is sincere. Sumu pondered for a moment, then abruptly knelt on the mat. Fuchen raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a non-believer? What is this all about? I heard that praying here works wonders. I do have a wish. Sumu joined her hands together, her expression serious as she looked at the Buddha. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, I beseech you to transform Fuchen into a big mother.
Fuchen?
The comment section erupted. Ha ha ha. Even the Buddha would be impressed by such a wish. Buddha, this is the first time I've encountered such an absurd wish. Have some decency. If Fuchen should change, it should be into a big alpha, instead. The previous comment is definitely a bottom, and secretly has a crush on Fuchen. Fuchen abruptly yanked her up. What on earth are you doing? I'm making a wish. What are you afraid of? Are you uncertain about your own sexual orientation?
Fuchen?
What nonsense are you spouting? Just speaking the truth, Sumu shrugged, walking out of the main hall. After finishing her prayers, Sumu prepared to leave. Although she had only been there for a mere 20 minutes since her arrival, the production team had stipulated that she must accompany Fuchen to the temple without specifying the duration of their stay, concerned that she might have another whimsical episode. Fuchen, too, was eager to leave, even hastening his pace beyond Sumu's. However, just as they exited the temple gates, a passerby suddenly halted in his tracks, fixated on Fuchen, and exclaimed with fervor, Fuchen, the toilet killer. It's you, isn't it?
Fuchen?
Bullet comments. Huh? Oh no. The toilet killer has become famous. I can't believe he can be recognized like this. Why only remember him as the toilet killer? I'm dying of laughter. Chapter 41. Contemplating withdrawal from the show upon hearing this moniker, Sumu burst into uncontrollable laughter. But in the next instant, the enthusiastic passerby turned towards her and shouted, Sumu. You must be Sumu, the madwoman.
Sumu's smile faltered.
While it could be said that she was eccentric, it was entirely inappropriate to shout such things in public. As those around them caught wind of their names, they swiftly gathered. Is that really Fuchen?
Heir Sumu?
Let me see. Realizing they were about to be engulfed by the crowd, Sumu took off running. She leaped into the production team's vehicle and urgently patted the driver's seat. Driver, step on it. Fu teacher hasn't boarded yet. Don't wait for him. If he encounters me, it's his bad luck. Driver. Bullet comments. Haha, just like you. Well done. Fuchen. I'm truly indebted to you. Just as the driver was about to start the engine, Fuchen caught up at the last moment. Once he boarded the vehicle, the driver pressed the accelerator, whisking the two away from the temple. EU and Xiao Zhuang's rendezvous point was the amusement park. However, similar to Su Mu and her companions, they first stopped at the restaurant arranged by the production team for a meal before heading to the amusement park. This restaurant was a hot pot establishment, and as soon as they entered, EU spotted a familiar face. Xian? You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. Xiao Zhuang looked at EU. Do you know each other? Yes, this is my best friend, Dong Xian. Xiao Zhuang nodded in understanding. So this is the surprise the director mentioned. The three took their seats, and Xiao Zhuang handed the menu to EU. Order whatever you like. Today, I'm treating. Dong Xian chuckled. Isn't the production team treating us? How did it turn into you treating? As long as you wants, I can treat as well. Wow, you've already started calling her you? Xian playfully nudged her. Xiao Zhuang assumed she was merely shy and smiled even more broadly. Bullet comments. Aside from being a bit ugly, Xiao Zhuang's other qualities aren't bad. The previous commenter is hilarious, not only ugly but also reckless. Have you forgotten who nearly drowned you? I would have completely forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Haha. It seems EU isn't particularly fond of Xiao Zhuang. Having not seen each other for quite some time, EU and Dong Xian quickly engaged in conversation. They discussed topics like makeup and nail art, leaving Xiao Zhuang unable to interject, relegating him to the role of a waiter as he helped them cook the meat. The meat is ready. Hurry and eat. Come on, you eat more. You're too thin. After saying this, Xiao Zhuang directly placed a piece of meat into Yu's bowl. Yu glanced down at the meat in her bowl. I don't eat lamb.
Ah?
Xiao Zhuang paused, promptly retrieving the meat from her bowl. No worries, I'll eat it. You can have the beef. Another piece of beef was placed in Yu's bowl. And after doing so, he added, we have so little time to bond. I can't even learn your preferences. Let us go out for meals more often, okay? This remark left Dong Xian, who was observing, momentarily speechless, while Yu managed a polite yet awkward smile. Halfway through the meal, Dong Xian set down her chopsticks. I'm going to the restroom. Yu also put down her chopsticks. I'll go too. In the restroom, Yu touched up her makeup while Dong Xian washed her hands beside her. Without the cameras around, Dong Xian spoke more freely. You wouldn't actually be interested in Xiao Zhuang, would you?
How could that be?
Then why are you on a date with him? It was just a series of misunderstandings. Dong Xian dried her hands. Honestly, I think Fu Chun is much better than him. Fu Chun is indeed good, but what? But Jiang Zui is even better. Dong Xian shrugged, non-committal. When they returned to the dining table, Xiao Zhuang was cooking kidney slices. Their kidney slices are particularly delicious. You must try them. Yu shook her head. I don't eat innards. Just try it, it's really tasty. Xiao Zhuang lifted his hand and still placed the kidney slices into Yu's bowl. Yu inhaled slightly, then moved the kidney slices to the other side of her bowl before putting down her chopsticks. I'm full, you all eat. Bullet comments. Not full. Just annoyed. Xiao Zhuang's emotional intelligence is really low. Xiao Zhuang is too much. He keeps insisting on serving her even after she clearly said no. Reminds me of my dad. Upon returning to the small cabin, Su Mu found that the others had yet to return. Aside from Chi occasionally barking, the small cabin was enveloped in silence. Having experienced such an eventful day, Su Mu was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto her bed for a nap. After sleeping for about an hour, she was awakened by the sound of rain. Yawning, Su Mu had just gotten out of bed when there was a knock on the door. Mumu, are you in there? It was Li Ke's voice. I'm here. Okay. Li Ke pushed the door open and placed something in front of her. It was a slice of cake. This is for you. Knowing that her date with Jiang Zui was at a cake shop, Su Mu noticed the cake was beautifully crafted and picked up a fork, inquiring, Did you make this? Li Ke shook her head. This was made by teacher Jiang. We could have returned sooner, but it took him a while to make a cake that looked decent. Su Mu was taken aback, her hand holding the fork pausing momentarily. Li Ke chuckled. What's wrong, are you touched? I was just wondering if he poisoned this cake. Having clearly declined Jiang Zui's invitation for a date, she found it highly suspicious that he would go out of his way to prepare such a thoughtful cake for her. Bullet comments. Jiang Zui, are you being polite? Jiang Zui, upon hearing this, hides in the corner, crying, I watched the live stream. I can attest that Jiang Zui really didn't poison it. Li Ke was both amused and exasperated. That's not possible. This really is a heartfelt cake made by teacher Jiang. After a moment of hesitation, Su Mu still decided to take a bite. You know what? It's actually quite delicious. Li Ke teased. This is a cake filled with sincerity and affection. How could it not be good? Su Mu shot her a glare. You still have the energy to laugh at me? Now, tell me what is going on with you and Lin. Li Ke's smile gradually faded, and after a moment of silence, she said, Mu, I have an idea. What idea? I want to withdraw from the show. Since officially bidding farewell to Lin, every time she saw him, she couldn't help but be reminded of the past, her heart aching like a needle prick. Unfortunately, Lin was still living under the same roof as her, leading to daily encounters. Li Ke didn't want her negative energy to affect others, and her pride wouldn't allow her to become a pitiful woman crying on camera every day. However, juggling the various challenges of the show while trying to act as if nothing was amiss around Lin was tormenting her, leaving her in constant anguish. It is often said that the best way to forget a relationship is to begin a new one, but she felt no spark with the other male contestants. Su Mu grasped her hand. Don't be sad. At worst, I'll also include him when I scold Fu Chun in the future. Li Ke smiled with a sense of resignation. Thank you, but it's unnecessary. After all, we can't blame him entirely for our breakup. Chapter 42. The Trials of Love. No, it's definitely all because of him. Su Mu tightened her grip on Li Ke's hand, her tone earnest. We're all adults. We must treat ourselves better. If you can blame others, then don't blame yourself. Doesn't that make me seem heartless? What you say makes a lot of sense. Love can fade, yet a conscience once lost is far more difficult to reclaim.
Rika?
The comments flooded in. Ha ha ha. So reasonable, I find myself unable to refute it. Li Ke looks completely stunned. Support Li Ke in talking more? I think it's great that Li Ke is leaving the show. No male contestants liked her in the small house. It was too boring to stay. Might as well go out and rest well. Moving on from the heartbreak. My heart aches for Li Ke after the laughter subsided. Li Ke grew serious.
Mumu.
I genuinely want to leave the show.
Sumucaset her playful banter.
If you have made up your mind, I will support you no matter what. Li Ke stood up. Alright, I'll go speak with the director, and then I'll head back to pack my bags. Sumu, are you a thunder god or a lightning goddess? Your actions are as swift as a bolt of lightning. You're leaving today?
Indeed.
I came here to bid you farewell. But Lin Li hasn't he returned yet? Do you not wish to wait for him? Why should I wait for him? To see if he will be utterly heartbroken, regretting his past decisions. Tears streaming down his face. A hint of sorrow crept into Li Ke's smile. If he were truly capable of such heartache, he wouldn't have cast a single vote for me over these past few nights. Sumu was rendered speechless. The production team had not stipulated that guests could not withdraw mid-show. However, should one choose to leave, they would forfeit half of their appearance fee. After a brief discussion with the director, Li Ke received swift approval. Upon returning to her room, Li Ke efficiently began packing her belongings. Sumu, standing nearby, reluctantly inquired, "Are you not going to stay for dinner? I've already booked my flight. If I wait until after dinner, I won't make it in time. It's fine. I've already said my goodbyes to everyone I wanted to, so I have no regrets." The comments continued. "You only said goodbye to Sumu? So she is the only one you wanted to bid farewell to? Li Ke once again has my heart, thank you. My Suli couple. Are you both going to end up breaking apart?" Sumu walked to the window and gazed out. The rain was falling heavier, as if the heavens were weeping for those about to part. Li Ke had become Sumu's first friend in this small house, though their time together was brief.
Sumu quite liked Li Ke.
She possessed a kind disposition, culinary skills that were commendable, and when compared to He Xiaocha and Yu, who were not exactly pleasant company, Li Ke truly radiated the brilliance of humanity. Now, with her sudden departure, Sumu felt an unexpected pang of sadness. She waited for Li Ke to finish packing, then picked up an umbrella. "It's inconvenient for you to carry the suitcase. Allow me to see you off." "Okay." As they descended to the living room, they unexpectedly encountered He Xiaocha and Lin Li, who had just returned from a date. He Xiaocha, spotting Li Ke with her suitcase, asked in surprise, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, I'm exiting the show." Lin Li halted in his tracks, momentarily stunned. The comments erupted. "Wow, what a coincidence." Running into Lin Li, such drama, I love it. I sense heartbreak is imminent." As Li Ke lifted her suitcase to exit, Lin Li instinctively stepped in front of her. Realizing Li Ke was looking at him in confusion, he snapped back to reality. "Aren't you going to eat dinner first?" "I've already booked my flight." Lin Li understood her resolve. At this point, she was clearly determined to leave, and no amount of persuasion would sway her, especially since he had no standing or right to convince her otherwise. Noticing her struggling with the suitcase, Lin Li directly took it from her. "I'll carry this for you." Before Li Ke could refuse, he had already stepped outside with her suitcase in tow. With no other option, Li Ke followed. Sumu trailed behind, holding the umbrella for her. The production team's vehicle was parked by the roadside. Lin Li placed Li Ke's suitcase in the trunk and then approached her, holding the umbrella. Noticing Lin Li seemed to have something to say, Sumu discreetly stepped aside. Holding the umbrella, Lin Li tilted the umbrella toward Li Ke, shielding her from the pouring rain. They remained silent, the weight of unspoken words hanging between them.
Rikesniklet, forsim alait smilla.
"Don't you have anything to say? I'm about to leave." Lin Li pursed his lips, wanting to comfort her. But uncertain of his position, he could only muster, "I'm sorry for causing you so much pain. I'm truly sorry." "It's all right. You needn't apologize to me. I haven't been perfect either, and I hold no grievances against you, truly." With that, Li Ke opened the car door and sat inside. Just as she was about to close the door, Lin Li held it open. He folded the umbrella and carefully placed it at her feet. "Take this, it's pouring." Li Ke silently watched him complete this gesture and finally closed the car door. The vehicle drove away, leaving Lin Li in quiet contemplation, murmuring, "I wish you were angry with me." The comments flooded in. "Is this truly necessary? I'm crying so loudly. This is the first dating show that has made me cry from a distance." Sumu observed him standing alone in the rain and walked over, holding the umbrella for him. "Isn't it a bit late to be sad now?" Lin Li remained silent. And only when the vehicle completely vanished from view did he turn and walk back, lost in thought. Sumu followed closely beside him, holding the umbrella as they walked together. But Linley's pace slowed, increasingly dragging until they reached the gate of the courtyard. It was as if his soul had been drawn from him. He leaned against the wall and suddenly sank to the ground. At that moment, his emotions spiraled out of control. He covered his face and began to weep softly. The comments erupted. What the heck? Their first love. So many years of feelings, he's really hurting too, he just didn't show it. Why? If you both still love each other, why break up? Li Ke has cried before him so many times, and he remained composed. I thought he was rational, but it turns out he was just suppressing his feelings. Hearing his cries, Sumu, who was holding the umbrella, froze. Just moments ago, she had teased Li Ke about how he would weep bitterly. And yet Linley was truly crying? Unsure how to comfort him, she could only hold the umbrella over him while inwardly sighing. The state between Linley and Li Ke was clearly one where continuing the relationship would be exhausting, yet severing ties was equally painful. Love, indeed, is a tormenting affair. Chapter 43. The corners of the mouth are harder to suppress than AK. After bidding farewell to Li Ke, Linley appeared utterly lost, returning to his room without uttering a word, even ignoring Jiang Zue's greeting. When he entered the room, Jiang Zue approached Sumu and asked, "What is wrong with him? Consider it a heartbreak. After all, Li Ke has left the show. Is he only feeling sad now? Why didn't he vote for Li Ke before?" Previously, Sumu would have agreed with Jiang Zue's perspective, but after witnessing Linley weep, she found herself empathizing with him. Sumu replied, "Matters of the heart are intricate. It's clear you don't understand." "I truly don't understand. I only know that if you still care, you must hold on tightly and never let go. Have you ever heard a song?" "What song?" Sumu picked up a nearby bottle of water and pretended it was a microphone. "My final act of love for you is to let go." That was lovely, but perhaps refrain from singing in the future.
I only know that one line.
Was the cake good? This seemingly random question caught Sumu off guard.
Huh.
The cake. The one I made for you, didn't you eat it? I did, but the taste was still. Before she could finish her sentence, Sumu's expression dramatically changed, and she doubled over, clutching her stomach. What's wrong? Jiang Zue steadied her. Sumu grasped his sleeve, her lips trembling. You truly poisoned the cake. Jiang Zue. Before he could inquire further, Sumu dashed into the bathroom. The comments exploded. Ha. Jiang Zue is so unfortunate. Jiang Zue, even though he doesn't suffer as much injustice as I do, Sumu didn't eat undercooked steak for lunch, did she? Letting you eat raw steak, and now look what has happened. Half an hour later, as Sumu had yet to emerge from the restroom, Jiang Zue approached the door, worry etched on his face. Did you get food poisoning? Sumu weakly replied, wasn't it you who poisoned the cake? Hurry and give me the antidote. Why would I poison you? Retaliate against my refusal of your invitation. Firstly, I am not that petty. Secondly, I could poison myself before I would ever consider poisoning you. Hearing the unprecedented seriousness in his tone, it seemed he was genuinely angry. Just as Sumu was about to speak, the footsteps at the door faded away. A few minutes later, Sumu emerged from the restroom with great difficulty. As she opened the door, she unexpectedly bumped into Jiang Zue. Weren't you angry? Why are you back? I want to fetch you some medicine. Jiang Zue handed her the medication. It's for treating diarrhea. Take 1 pill 3 times a day. Sumu trembled as she accepted the medicine. You even prepared the antidote. It seems you indeed poisoned me. Jiang Zue. Jiang Zue, would you like to take some brain medication while you're at it? Sumu's eyes widened. Not only did you poison me, but you also seek to humiliate me? Jiang Zue closed his eyes. If it weren't for my reluctance, I would truly want to strangle you. Sumu stepped back in terror. Not succeeding in poisoning me, now you resort to murder? Is there any cake left? Can I go eat some? No, not a crumb remains. Jiang Zue, you have quite the appetite. Comments. He is so helpless. I'm dying of laughter. Finally understand what it means to exhaust others to madness. Haha, these two are too funny. Sumu popped a pill into her mouth. And Jiang Zue conveniently handed her some water. After taking the medicine, seeing his stern expression, Sumu tugged at him. I was just joking with you. Are you really angry? No, just regretting. Regretting what? Regretting not putting some sleeping pills in the cake. Sumu comments. I can see it now. You two are completely evenly matched. While others are in a relationship climbing to the peak, your love is leading each other towards madness. Ha comments. Don't make me die laughing. As Sumu's hand injury had not yet healed, Jiang Zui did most of the cooking for dinner, while Sumu merely directed. To say she was directing would be somewhat inaccurate. It was more like she was pointing out flaws. The potatoes are cut so thick. Are we making shredded potatoes or fries? Your knife skills are impressive, but the tofu looks like crumbled bits. Are you planning to gnaw on the loofah unpeeled? If it were anyone else, Jiang Zui would have blown up, but facing Sumu, he could only sigh in resignation. Can you please refrain from nagging me? Sumu replied earnestly. If I don't nag you, I'll have to drink the wind for dinner. Comments. Haha, although Sumu isn't wrong. I still feel Jiang Zui is the one suffering, while others come to a dating show for romance. Jiang Zui shows up for a transformation. Jiang Zui has indeed suffered a lot on this dating show. Ha. Oh, Jiang Zui. I still prefer your once unruly demeanor. The two were busy in the kitchen when Xiao Zhuang and Yi returned from their date. Fu Chan had been lingering in the living room, waiting for Yi to return. Upon hearing the door open, he promptly went to greet her. Concern etched on his face. It's raining so heavily outside. You didn't get soaked, did you? Before Yi could respond, Xiao Zhuang interjected. How could she get wet with me holding the umbrella? Noticing the growing tension between the two, Yi did not intervene. Merely excusing herself, I'll go check what we're having for dinner. When she entered the kitchen, Sumu was still directing Jiang Zui. Seeing him bustling about while Sumu stood idly by, Yi's eyes darted, and she stepped forward. Teacher Su's hand is injured. So, Jiang teacher, let me help you?
Sure.
No need. The first sentence was spoken by Sumu, the latter by Jiang Zui. Jiang Zui looked at Sumu, who in turn glanced at Yi, while Yi looked back at Jiang Zui. Yi raised an eyebrow. So, will you use my help or not? Jiang Zui's tone was firm. No. Today it's just me and Sumu cooking, that's the rule. Sumu patted his shoulder. You're working so hard alone, and besides, the production team didn't say others couldn't help. I don't mind the effort. Then what do you care about? Jiang Zui shot her a cold glance before turning back to wash the vegetables. Sumu snapped her fingers. Jiang teacher's silence means consent. Come on, come help. Start by cutting the potatoes.
All right.
After Yi joined in, Jiang Zui fell silent. Observing him acting like a disgruntled spouse, Sumu pondered and approached him. Wow. You wash vegetables really well. They're so clean. Jiang Zui remained silent. Sumu sized him up. I just realized, Teacher Jiang, you look quite handsome when cooking. Comments. Sumu, attempting to sweet-talk him. Jiang Zui, this smirk is harder to suppress than AK. Why is my mouth also twitching? Darned little couple. Jiang Zui could no longer contain himself. What exactly do you want to say? Sumu leaned closer, lowering her voice. If EU is willing to help, just let her. Free labor is great. Are you sure she's just here to help?
Sumu shrugged, non-committal.
Realizing she was clearly aware of EU's intentions, Jiang Zui scoffed. You're so carefree. Of course, everything seems fine to you. Just then, EU, who was cutting meat, suddenly called out. Teacher Jiang, could you help me tie my apron? My hands are all greasy, and it's a bit inconvenient. The apron was quickly fetched, as he wrapped one arm around her waist and carefully tied the belt. EU smiled. Thank you, Jiang teacher. No need to be polite. But you thanked the wrong person. EU turned abruptly to find Sumu standing behind her instead of Jiang Zui as she had imagined. With a stiff smile, EU said, You're injured, and I'm sorry to trouble you with tying my apron. Sumu smiled slightly. As long as it doesn't involve water. I can manage tying an apron. Feel free to call me for anything. Jiang Zui is busy, but I am quite free.
With that,
Sumu gracefully returned to Jiang Zui's side. Do you still think I'm heartless? Jiang Zui revealed a smile again. You do have a bit of conscience. Sumu thumped her chest. Rest assured, while you're cooking, I won't let any woman approach you. Really? Indeed. Sumu stepped back a meter, including myself. Jiang Zui, it can exclude you. That won't do. A woman of my beauty, unmatched in grace and charm, staying by your side would undoubtedly distract you. Jiang Zui had grown accustomed to her whims, calmly nodding. That makes sense. Comments. Just indulge her. Your uncle dotes on her father. You can tell he loves her dearly. Jiang Su's CP continues to rise. You did indeed come to the kitchen to seek opportunities to interact with Jiang Zui. But with Sumu's unwelcome interference, she gained nothing. After the preparations were done, she rubbed her sore arms as she left the kitchen, finally realizing she had become a mere tool for work. Chapter 44. 1 cup tipsy, 2 cups down, 3 cups for cups. Good morning. With EU as a tool, The kitchen's progress accelerated significantly. In just over an hour, the dishes were served at the table. The production team had originally prepared 8 chairs, but with Li Ke's departure, 1 chair was left empty. Sumu looked at the vacant chair, poured herself a glass of wine, and raised her glass. Although Li Ke's departure is unfortunate, it sounds as if she has passed away. Sumu quickly corrected herself. Although Li Ke has exited the program, I will forever remember her.
Come.
Let us toast to her. After saying that, she drank the wine in her glass without waiting for the others to raise their glasses. Jiang Zui glanced around. Where's Lin Li? Xiao Zhuang replied. He said he has no appetite and won't be having dinner. Comments. Sigh, Lin Li, why bother? This couple is truly heart-wrenching. Am I the only one anticipating whether the production team will bring in new guests? Haha. I'm looking forward to it too. After finishing her first glass of wine, Sumu's complexion rapidly turned crimson within 10 minutes. Jiang Zui paused his chopsticks. How's your alcohol tolerance? Sumu smiled slightly, pouring herself another glass. Don't ask me about my tolerance. I will tell you the direction of the sea. After finishing her drink, Sumu downed the remainder in one gulp and, with a resounding thud, collapsed onto the dining table. Jiang Zui remarked, with the barrage of comments. Haraha, is this the direction of the ocean? 1 cup drunk, 2 cups down, 3 cups, 4 cups. Good morning. Her alcohol tolerance is abysmal. It cracks me up.
Jiang Zui patet her. Sumu?
No response. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Jiang Zui said, Don't sleep here. You'll catch a chill. Sumu, like a zombie resurrected, lifted her head. I remember now. Remember what?
Sumu swayed unsteadily,
Glanced around, and with a bold step, stood atop a chair. I am a princess. Where is my personal guard? Quickly, fetch a doctor for me. Jiang Zui, fearing she might fall, tugged at her. Come down first. Sumu shrugged off his hand with a serious expression. What is your attitude? You should say, Princess, please come down. Jiang Zui, Princess, please come down, ha 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 ha. The shame is palpable. She'll face social death when she wakes up tomorrow. You all clearly don't understand Sumu. She wouldn't feel socially embarrassed at all. When Sumu sobers up, she'll be even crazier, right now. She doesn't even realize she is drunk. Fu Chen observed while dining, disdainfully regarding Sumu. Sober, she is mad. Drunk, she is even madder. Truly speechless. Jiang Zui grasped Sumu's hand. Stop messing around. Come down. It's dangerous up there. No, I must find a doctor. What do you need a doctor for? To cure my cerebral palsy. Jiang Zui. Others? Comments. In an attempt to coax her down, Jiang Zui resorted to flattery. I'm a doctor. Will you come down for me? Can you cure cerebral palsy? Yes, as long as you come down. Sumu, half convinced, descended from the chair and, holding on to Jiang Zui, inquired, How do you plan to treat it?
Just stomp your feet twice. Sumu stomped twice.
Harder.
Sumu stomped harder.
Are your feet numb?
Numb.
The cerebral palsy won't disappear. It'll just shift. Now your feet are paralyzed, and your brain is no longer. Such profound reasoning, doctor. You are brilliant. Others. Is this even feasible? Comments. I nearly spat out my drink. Who understand this? Miraculous hands, Dr. Jiang. A divine physician, truly deserving of the title. Now who can distinguish you from Hua Tua? Sumu limped over to sit on the sofa. Doctor, I have a question. Jiang Zui poured her a glass of water. Drink this before you ask. Sumu obediently drank from the cup. Can I ask now? Go ahead. Since you cured my cerebral palsy, does that mean you've deprived me of my right to be foolish? Jiang Zui. After taking a sip of water to compose himself, Jiang Zui responded, The fact that you can even ask such a question proves I haven't cured your cerebral palsy yet. Comments. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so loudly. You two should debut as a comedy duo. This dating show is beneath your talents. I'm dying of laughter. Forget it. I want to watch this year's Spring Festival Gala without you two. Sumu, evidently believing him, nervously clutched Jiang Zui's hand. What should I do, doctor? For now, you should return to your room and rest. Tomorrow I will cure you. All right, thank you, doctor. After taking a couple of steps, Sumu turned back to ask, Where is my room? Jiang Zui, with no choice, held her hand. I'll take you there.
Sumu vitrei her hand.
Poking his face with her finger. Even though you're a doctor, you can't take advantage of me. Comments. No way. Can you really be this bold even when drunk? Ignore him. Doctors aren't tea experts. Alright, I see you're playing a word game in the comments. Talon emerges from the comment section. Chapter 45. The CEO falls for the overbearing me. After escorting Su Mu back to her room, Jiang Zui helped her wash her face. Alright, all done. Now let us get you to bed. Su Mu wobbled back to the bedside and lay down, clutching his hand. Jiang Zui. Realizing she recognized him and not merely as a doctor, Jiang Zui paused. What is it? I have something very important to tell you. What is it? I've thought long and hard these past days about whether to tell you this, but I've always feared you might push me away. The room was silent, the ticking of the clock echoing in the stillness. Jiang Zui glanced at her hand, tightly gripping his gaze shifting with anticipation as he squatted beside her bed. What do you want to say? Can I touch your abs? Jiang Zui. What exactly is he anticipating? Comments. I thought there would be a confession, but it's just this. I'm dying of laughter. So you've been coveting Jiang Zui's abs all along? Just be his girlfriend. Forget about abs. You can touch anywhere. Let us elaborate on where you can touch. Jiang Zui, speechless, stood up. Let us sleep.
Get some rest.
Su Mu, for reasons unknown, suddenly yanked him back, pinning him to the bed, her flushed face bearing a serious expression. Why are you being so stingy? You worked hard to sculpt those abs, didn't you do it to entice me? Jiang Zui. Su Mu cupped his face, her delicate fingers tracing his features. Jiang Zui. You're actually quite handsome. Jiang Zui smirked. Do you like it? No, I don't fancy your type. Then what type do you like? I prefer the overbearing CEO who would buy me an island just to see me smile, but unfortunately, that is not our situation. What is our situation? The CEO falls for the overbearing me. Jiang Zui. So, you should surrender and let me finish touching your abs, then I'll let you go.
With that,
Su Mu straightened up, extending her hand towards his waist. Though separated by fabric, the warmth of her fingertips still reached his skin, causing Jiang Zui to instinctively tighten his abdomen. Don't touch randomly. I will touch. Comments. Is this what I can watch without paying?
Goodness, I am utterly amazed.
Sister Mu is indeed Sister Mu, directly seizing the man. Jiang Zui, don't let this brat get away with it. You two should tone it down. If this continues, the live stream will get banned. Jiang Zui, unable to endure any longer, grasped her hand and flipped her onto her back. Su Mu blinked twice. Is this the overbearing CEO's forced affection? Jiang Zui was both amused and exasperated. You should read fewer novels. Jiang Zui released her hand and got off the bed, not forgetting to tuck her in with the blanket.
Sleep.
Just leave it at that, he coldly declared before swiftly exiting the room. Before returning to the dining area, Jiang Zui leaned against the stairs, taking a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure, then turned to head downstairs. By this time, the others had already finished their meals, some returning to their rooms while others were out for a stroll. Leaving behind a table in disarray, Jiang Zui, lacking the appetite for the remnants, silently began to tidy up the table. Halfway through, Yu came downstairs. Teacher Jiang. It's quite messy here, let me help you clean. Jiang Zui remained silent. After helping him wipe the table, Yu joined him in the kitchen to wash the dishes. She was eager to lend a hand, and Jiang Zui did not stop her. While washing, Yu cheerfully asked, Su Mu is always like this. When she is happy, she becomes reckless. Teacher Jiang, you must find it quite exhausting? Jiang Zui, with a cold tone, retorted. If doing this little bit for someone you like feels exhausting, then isn't that love rather hypocritical? Left speechless, Yu quietly closed her mouth, inwardly lamenting how invulnerable Jiang Zui truly was. After completing the final tidying up, Yu initially intended to invite Jiang Zui for a walk, but upon seeing him remove his gloves, he returned to his room, leaving no opportunity for her invitation. Disappointed, Yu could only turn and head back to her room. Gazing at the soundly sleeping Su Mu, Yu lowered her gaze. To have begun her career dating Fu Chen, and now effortlessly garnering Jiang Zui's affection, her fate truly seemed favorable. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the program team promptly released the link for the emotional voting. Upon seeing this notification, Lin Li, who had been lying in bed for quite some time, sat up. The voting link still featured Li Ku's photo, perhaps because her sudden exit had left the programmers unable to remove it in time. Lin Li stared at the photograph for an extended period, letting out a long sigh before ultimately casting his vote for Li Ku. He observed all her sadness and disappointment, and in the past, he had refrained from voting for her, not wishing to give her false hope. He desired for her to swiftly move on from this relationship and embrace a brighter future. It now appeared that he had not overestimated Li Ku, but rather himself, his ability to manage the situation rationally. This time, he wished to heed his heart, to let Li Ku know that she was not without concern from others. even if she could not see it. Setting down his phone, Lin-Li reclined back onto his bed. Meanwhile, Yu received a call from the director. Is Sumu in her room?
Yes.
Is she still asleep? Can you wake her up and let her know it's time to vote?
Sure.
After hanging up,
You get to shook Sumu.
wake up, it's time to vote. Don't disturb me, Sumu mumbled, pulling the blanket over her head to continue her slumber. Picking up her phone, Yu turned to the already shut-off camera. After a moment of silence, she smiled softly. She gently lifted Sumu's hand and, using her fingerprint, unlocked the phone. Quickly, she found the voting link. Gazing at Fu Chen's profile picture, she extended her finger and gently tapped it. Seeing the words confirming her vote, she chuckled softly. This should leave Jiang Zui in despair. After the voting period ended, Fu Chen hurriedly opened his phone to check the results. He had received 2 votes, one of which was accompanied by a text message that read, I hope the next time in the haunted house, it's you who takes me out. The other vote had no accompanying message. Upon reading the text, his face lit up with joy, unable to contain his excitement. It was evidently sent by EU. Exiting the app, Fu Chen stepped out onto the balcony and dialed a number. The voting has concluded for tonight. I received 2 votes. So you can prepare an apology letter to post online. On the other end, Su Qing remained unperturbed. Are you certain that EU voted for you among those 2 votes? Li Ke has exited the program, leaving only 3 female contestants. I received 2 votes. So it must have been EU and He Xiaocha who voted for me. Are you suggesting that Sumu would cast her vote for me? The program team will announce everyone's voting results before the broadcast tomorrow. Once everything is settled, feel free to come and boast. With that, Su Qing hung up. Listening to the busy tone, Fu Chen sneered. No tears until the coffin is seen. Let us wait for tomorrow. Turning back into the room, he found Jiang Zui staring intently at his phone, his brow furrowed. Fu Chen couldn't help but ask, what's with that expression? Did Su Mu not vote for you? Jiang Zui glanced up at him. You're so pleased. Did you vote for you? Who else could she vote for besides me? She could vote for Xiao Zhuang. Don't flatter yourself. She clearly doesn't fancy you. If she doesn't fancy me, how could she possibly fancy Xiao Zhuang? Compared to Xiao Zhuang, Fu Chen was confident that his attributes could overwhelmingly surpass him. Besides, he had received 2 votes tonight, which bolstered his confidence further. She doesn't fancy you. Nor does she fancy Xiao Zhuang. So, who could she possibly vote for?
Me. Fu Chen chuckled softly.
I think it's you who's being overly sentimental.
Don't you?
A rooster laying eggs is not her job, yet she insists on coming over to cook for me. Did you not see that? Don't tell me, you still haven't realized she's been fishing. She kindly goes to the kitchen to help you, and you turn it around on her?
Indeed.
She kindly helped me, just as she did when she approached me in the haunted house. Fu Chen's expression shifted slightly. The haunted house? You encountered her there? If you want to know, just search for it yourself.
Fu Chen, half convinced,
returned to his bedside and opened Weibo to search for the clips of EU in the haunted house. After watching, his suspicions deepened. Approaching Jiang Zui's bed, he inquired, how many votes did you receive?
1.
Fu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Since Jiang Zui had received 1 vote, it must have been Su Mu who voted for him, while EU and He Xiaocha voted for Fu Chen. The very notion that Su Qing suggested EU would vote for Jiang Zui was simply ludicrous. Turning off the light, Fu Chen settled back into bed. In the darkness, Jiang Zui retrieved his phone. He indeed received only 1 vote, and the accompanying message was brief, consisting of just 5 words. Cooking must be hard. While the message seemed ordinary, it was ironically too ordinary. Sumu would never send such a normal text unless she were sober, let alone after drinking. Yet if it wasn't Sumu who sent it, to whom did her vote go? Pondering this, Jiang Zui glanced at Fu Chen, hoping his suspicions were unfounded. Chapter 46. Lost and embarrassed having drunk too much, Sumu awoke the next day with an unbearably dry throat. Neglecting her morning routine, she dashed downstairs to gulp down an entire cup of water to recover. Have you lost your mind? A sudden male voice startled her, and she turned to see Fu Chen. Are you here to pick a fight first thing in the morning? I think you're the one who has gone mad. Fu Chen raised his phone to show her the program's announced voting results. Su Mu's eyes widened in disbelief.
Fu Chen?
She voted for Fu Chen?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
This must be a dream. In a fit of frustration, Su Mu kicked Fu Chen hard.
Ouch.
Does that hurt? Of course. It seemed this wasn't a dream after all. The comments read, how ridiculous, stepping on Fu Chen to prove it, haha. How could Su Mu possibly vote for Fu Chen?
I was stunned when I saw the results this morning.
Help. I never would have guessed that Sumu voted for Fu Chen. Did you really vote for Jiang Zui? A heartbreaker? Fu Chen stood up again, casting a cold gaze at her. Are you still not over me? Did you do all those things just to get my attention? The absurdity of his accusation made Sumu laugh instead of getting angry. So that's why the weather cleared up today. It's because you've caused a rainless scene. I have no interest in your nonsense. You better explain your vote. Sumu was just as curious about the reasoning. However, she had no recollection of the previous night, only remembering that she had consumed 2 drinks. What could she say? Perhaps her eyes deceived her, or her fingers slipped, or her brain was caught in the door. Is there such a coincidence in this world? You're right. Such coincidences are impossible. Perhaps you secretly stole my phone and voted for yourself. Fu Chen was taken aback, never expecting such an accusation to be hurled at him. The comments read, "Very valid point. He has no retort. This is hilarious. Fu Chen always ends up at a disadvantage. Give it up, Fu Chen. You can't win against her." Looking forward to Fu Chen fulfilling his wager with Sumu. In an instant, the tide had turned, and the once aggressive demeanor shifted to Sumu. Speak up, Fu Chen. Why did you steal my phone? I didn't even enter your room last night.
Who can vouch for you?
Yu is your roommate. Fu Chen quickly realized. Why should I prove myself? What evidence do you have that I stole your phone? Good point, but what evidence do you have that I voted for you? This exchange left Fu Chen speechless. Sumu picked up her water cup and floated away. Think about it. Use that not-so-bright brain of yours to ponder. Sumu, are you in there? The door opened, but it was not Sumu who stood before him. Yu smiled at him. Mr. Jiang, are you looking for Miss Su? She just went downstairs. Jiang Zui turned to leave but paused, turning back to her. Did Sumu vote for you of her own accord last night? Yes, the director even called to have me wake her. I didn't expect her to vote for Fu Chen. They say drunken words are sincere. Perhaps deep down, she hasn't let go of Fu Chen. The comments read, perhaps it was just a simple slip of the hand? Why would Yu say that? Is she trying to sow discord in front of Jiang Zui? The more Jiang Zui observed Yu, the more he found her insipid. He remained silent, fixated on her with an unyielding gaze. Yu had encountered many men who admired her, yet this cold, all-encompassing scrutiny was an unprecedented experience. It felt as if his dark eyes could see straight through her, causing her to feel exposed and vulnerable. She could only muster a smile, feigning ignorance. Is something wrong? Teacher Jiang? Nothing, Jiang Zui replied nonchalantly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave. Just as he reached the stairs, he bumped into Sumu, who was returning. Upon seeing him, a pang of guilt washed over her. Why should she feel guilty? Last night, her drunken antics involving Fu Chen had certainly been an accident. Besides, Jiang Zui wasn't even her boyfriend. What did it matter if she cast her affections elsewhere? With this thought, Sumu squared her shoulders and strode confidently toward Jiang Zui. However, after just 2 steps, she tripped and fell on the stairs. In a desperate attempt to prevent her fall, she clutched Jiang Zui's leg and ended up kneeling at his feet. Jiang Zui, Sumu, commentary, with her eyes shut tight.
Sumu lamented her foolishness.
This was precisely why one should remain humble and keep their head down. She had boldly lifted her chin, only to trip on the stairs, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. Chapter 47. The Desolate Waters of Ba Mountain. Harassed after drinking, Sumu raised her head and, gripping onto her last shred of defiance, smiled at Jiang Zui. Do you believe me if I say I wanted to check the quality of your pants? I do. Sumu felt her eyes welling up. Such a simple word, yet so heartfelt. She sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Consider it verified. Your pants are of excellent quality." Jiang Zui offered no response, merely continuing to regard her with an unwavering stare.
Sumu, feeling guilty, chuckled nervously.
Is something the matter? You don't remember what happened last night at all? I truly can't recall. I don't even know why I threw my affections toward Fu Chen. That's not what I meant.
Sumu was taken aback. Huh.
Then what are you referring to? Commentary. You forcefully pursued a man. How could you forget? Ha ha ha, scandalous woman. After tarnishing our Jiang Zui, you forget everything so easily. Jiang Zui, what incident? The desolate waters of Ba Mountain. Harassed after drinking. Have you truly forgotten? What exactly are you referring to? Jiang Zui shot her a reproachful glance before turning to descend the stairs, intent on watching the replay. Watching his retreating figure, Sumu scratched her head in confusion. Back in her room, Curiosity gnawed at Su-mu regarding the events of the previous night. She pulled out her phone and opened the live stream replay from yesterday. Upon witnessing her drunken antics, she felt no reaction. However, upon seeing the myriad of offenses she committed against Jiang Zue in their room, her pupils dilated in horror. What is this? What is this? Su-mu felt as if her toes had clawed out an entire Barbie castle. Recalling Jiang Zue's hesitant demeanor, she envisioned constructing a fairy castle next to her Barbie palace. Turning off her phone, Su-mu gasped for breath, feeling suffocated by embarrassment. Not only had she drunk too much, but she had also harassed Jiang Zue, and worse yet, she had completely forgotten what his abs felt like. This was dreadful. Aside from the embarrassment, she had gained nothing. After calming down, a wave of dread washed over Su-mu. Jiang Zue wouldn't accuse her of sexual harassment, would he? If that were the case, she would instantaneously transform from a virtuous beauty to a convicted felon. The allure of men could be perilous. Since bidding farewell to Li Ke the previous day, Lin Li had appeared disheveled, with unkempt hair and a languid spirit. Ironically, today was the day he was supposed to cook with Li Ke. However, since Li Ke had withdrawn from the show, Lin Li, an inexperienced cook, was left to fend for himself in the kitchen. Having recovered from her earlier embarrassment, Su-mu couldn't bear to see him struggling and was about to offer guidance when she caught sight of a figure outside. Xiao Zhuang stood in the backyard, accompanied by EU. Realizing there was entertainment to be had, Su-mu abandoned her plans to assist Lin Li and leaned against the window to watch the unfolding drama. Grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds in the living room, in a secluded corner, EU halted her steps. Mr. Xiao, did you need something from me? You. I don't understand why you cast your vote for Jiang Zue last night. Are you here to interrogate me? Commentary. Xiao Zhuang is so clueless. He floundered on their date yesterday and now has the audacity to question her? Is the female Sea King about to mess this up? Neither seems to realize Su-mu is eavesdropping. Haha, Xiao Zhuang immediately softened his tone. That's not my intention. I'm simply curious.
Mr. Xiao.
I have a younger brother. Did you know that?
Huh?
I didn't know why you suddenly brought that up. My parents have always favored my brother over me. He always gets the sweetest piece of watermelon first, and the largest room in the house is his. I never get to enjoy any good fortune, and gradually, I began to feel that perhaps I simply don't deserve it. Xiao Zhuang's face filled with concern.
How could you think that?
You are the most wonderful girl in the world. Since childhood, I have been anxious, fearful of being hurt, so I always wrapped myself tightly. Mr. Xiao, I am genuinely worried that you might only be pursuing me to compete with Teacher Fu. Listening to her, Su-mu felt an overwhelming urge to applaud her for such a perfect excuse, showcasing her exceptional acting skills. In just a few sentences, she had deftly shifted the focus of the conflict to whether Xiao Zhuang truly cared for her while portraying herself as a sensitive and timid individual. Every evasive glance evoked sympathy, and each moment of lowering her head was perfectly timed. It was evident that this had been meticulously crafted. After EU finished her monologue, Xiao Zhuang completely lost sight of his original purpose for approaching her, hastily assuring her, I am completely sincere about you. Whether or not Fuchen is in the picture, I will always like you. Although Xiao Zhuang was ensnared by her words, the audience was unconvinced. Commentary. Why does this feel so ambiguous? What does this have to do with your vote for Jiang Zue? At first, my impression was good, but the more I watch, the more I find EU insipid. If you truly like Xiao Zhuang, why not outright reject Fuchen, master of fishing for attention? Xiao Zhuang grasped her hand. I came to ask you for a definitive answer. Will you choose me? If you do, I will make you the happiest woman in the world. EU was taken aback by his sudden demand for a choice and instinctively stepped back. Clearly, she couldn't refuse now, otherwise Xiao Zhuang would likely not vote for her in the future. However, if she agreed, it would likewise be unfair to Fuchen. After a prolonged silence, EU finally looked up at him. Mr. Xiao, this is the first time anyone has treated me so well. But I am accustomed to being timid. Could you grant me a little more time?
All right.
EU exhaled in relief. Observing this, Su-mu shook her head. Was Xiao Zhuang lacking in judgment or merely blind? How could he not see such obvious manipulation? Truly, he was like a fool gazing at the heavens, blind to the truth. As Su-mu turned to head back to the kitchen, she collided with a solid wall of flesh. Rubbing her head in pain, she exclaimed, Are you human or ghost? Why didn't you make a sound while standing behind me? Fuchen offered no response, his gaze fixated intently on EU and Xiao Zhuang. Initially, Su-mu thought the excitement was over, but seeing Fu Chen's expression, she sensed the drama was far from concluded. She swiftly retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket. "What are you standing there for? Go join them and chat." "I won't," he replied curtly, turning to leave.
Wait.
"Aren't you going to ask EU whether she chooses you or Xiao Zhuang? It's such an important matter." "It's not important anymore," Fu Chen stated, not looking back as he walked away. "Very important. You three must prioritize your performance of Burning Winter above all else." The barrage of comments reads, "Ha ha ha, Burning Winter. Ha ha ha. Is the Burning Winter meme no longer relevant? Keep an eye on Linley. He might blow up the kitchen." Chapter 48. Bringing up what should not be mentioned under Su Mu's guidance, Linley managed to prepare breakfast without incident. However, the atmosphere at the dining table was quite somber. Su Mu, reminded of her misdeeds by Jiang Zue's presence, consumed her food voraciously without daring to utter a word, fearing that Jiang Zue might take her to court. Even Xiao Zhuang, who usually lavished attention on EU, fell silent, and even Fu Chen altered his demeanor, refraining from his usual sarcastic remarks toward Su Mu. Linley, still mired in emotional turmoil, failed to notice the awkward atmosphere, while he Xiaocha scanned the table with suspicion, mistakenly believing the silence was due to Li Ku's departure from the show. Why is everyone so quiet today? Is Li Ku's exit causing this much sorrow? Su Mu quickly shoved a bun into her mouth. "Eat up, this meal should keep you from talking." Unfortunately, it was too late to offer such advice. Upon hearing Li Ku's name, Linley set down his chopsticks. "I'm full. I'll head back to my room." He Xiaoca, sensing the awkwardness, removed the bun from her mouth and shifted the topic. "You, why did you vote for Jiang Zue last night?" As soon as she spoke, the air fell silent once more. Xiao Zhuang set down his chopsticks. "I'm full too. I'll take my leave." Fu Chen followed suit. "Me as well."
You.
Observing their departing figures, chose not to respond to He Xiaocha's question and rose to leave. Witnessing their swift exits, He Xiaocha was taken aback. Is the reaction really this extreme?
Su Mu chuckled softly.
Hearing her laughter, He Xiaocha maliciously inquired, "Do you remember what you did after getting drunk last night?" With a sharp clap, Su Mu set down her chopsticks, glaring at her. "I'm full. I'm leaving now." With that, she abruptly stood up, before snatching a couple of fried dough sticks on her way out. He Xiaocha, initially eager to mock her, found herself at a loss as Su Mu left so abruptly, calling out in frustration, "Hey, don't go. Do you realize you called yourself mentally challenged last night?"
Su Mu ignored her.
As the dining table was left with only Jiang Zue, He Xiaocha slowly turned her gaze towards him. Jiang Zue set down his chopsticks. "If you're going to bring up what should not be mentioned, you might as well continue eating at your own pace." He Xiaocha could no longer contain herself. "Could someone please tell me which pot is actually boiling?" An hour later, the director summoned everyone to the backyard. By this time, 8 cameras had been set up, along with a large screen. Su Mu inquired, "Director, what is this for?" The director smiled. "Good morning, everyone. Our program has been running for several days now, and as a gesture of gratitude to our audience, we will engage in a live interactive session." He continued, "Viewers can send their questions via the live chat, which will be answered by the guests or the production team. We will also select lucky viewers to connect with a guest for a one-on-one interaction. Please, everyone take your seats in front of the cameras." Once the 7 guests were seated, the director produced a remote control. "All right, viewers can now send in their questions." With that, he pressed the power button. The massive screen instantly filled with a flurry of comments, dazzling to behold. The barrage included, I've been waiting for this segment. I have a question. Can Su Mu give me a kiss? Hey, don't be ridiculous, sister. Does Su Mu's brother have a girlfriend? I want to know if EU is raising fish, hurrah." Celebrities typically answer questions during interviews, which are scripted, making opportunities for direct interaction with netizens exceedingly rare. Consequently, the number of viewers surged, comprising not only devoted fans but also curious onlookers. Su Mu couldn't help but lament. "Friends, aren't you supposed to be working this early in the morning?" The comments read, "I am working. But can I take a break?" "Not working. I'm in school." "Thanks, enjoying a paid break." "Thank you. Barely making it through an early class. I've long lost interest in this lousy class." Complaining about work daily, but still showing up every month. The director anticipated the explosive nature of the questions, but remained unfazed, knowing they were not aimed at him. He cheerfully announced, "In 5 seconds, we will take a screenshot. The questions captured must be answered by the guests. Now, starting from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The screen successfully captured the questions, filtering out the excited screams of some viewers, revealing a few actual inquiries. The first question was directed at Jiang Zui. Have you ever been in a relationship? All eyes turned towards him, who calmly sipped his coffee. Never. Next. The second question was posed to He Xiaocha. Your ex is Xiao Zhuang, right? What attracted you to him back then? Many had previously focused on Li Ke and Lin Li, only now realizing that He Xiaocha and Xiao Zhuang shared a history as well. He Xiaocha glanced at Xiao Zhuang, her tone icy. Yes, he was my ex. And as for why I liked him, it was clearly a lapse in judgment. The comments read, we can see there's a fair bit of resentment in this pair. How did the production team manage to gather 3 pairs of exes, Hara? Li Ke and Lin Li aren't really an ex-couple. Their torment stems from mutual affection. Haha, so true. How many relationships end amicably? The third question directed at Su Mu was, what do you currently feel for Jiang Zui? Is there a hint of affection? Instantly, all eyes were on Su Mu. It was well known that after entering the house, Jiang Zui inexplicably developed feelings for Su Mu, and during their time together, he had employed every tactic to win her over. Su Mu's attitude was not overtly cold, but rather erratic, with a smattering of playful banter, leaving no trace of genuine affection. Facing the collective gaze, Su Mu adopted a serious demeanor. I'm sorry, but I currently harbor no romantic feelings for Jiang Zui whatsoever. Xiao Zhuang, relishing the spectacle, chimed in, Jiang Zui, it seems your efforts these past few days have been in vain.
Su mujer refuted. No.
My feelings towards teacher Jiang are rooted in profound respect. Xiao Zhuang. Comments. Su Mu turned to Jiang Zui, passionately declaring, in my eyes, teacher Jiang is a magnanimous individual, even though I often unintentionally offend him. He never holds it against me, which fills me with immense gratitude and respect. The comments read, translation, Jiang Zui, you're magnanimous. Don't hold last night's transgressions against me. Understood, you're afraid Jiang Zui will accuse you of harassment. Dying of laughter. Where did that arrogance vanish to? Su Mu, a picture of humility. Now you're feeling guilty, huh?
Ha ha ha.
Chapter 49. The Female Sea King. About to mess up, Jiang Zui regarded her with a smile that was not quite a smile. Su Mu beamed back at him with a dazzling grin. The director announced, all right, that concludes this round of questions. We will now move on to the next round of screenshots. As the viewers ceased their laughter, the comments swiftly scrolled by, with various questions. The countdown concluded, and the screen successfully captured the next inquiries. The first question read, EU? Who do you like the most in the house? This question was particularly intriguing, forcing you to choose between Xiao Zhuang and Fu Chen. All eyes turned to EU, who pondered for a moment. I like Li Ke the most. Her cooking is truly exceptional. Though it's a pity she left the show. Disappointed, Su Mu diverted her gaze, realizing the excitement had fizzled out. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Zhuang's face as Fu Chen lowered his head, lost in thought. The second question arose, is it better to run at night or in the morning? Jiang Zui, why do you always prefer morning runs? Before Jiang Zui could respond, Su Mu raised her hand. Director, you know? Then you may answer this question. I don't know. Why did you raise your hand then? I merely wanted to inform you that your shoelaces are undone. Director. While the director busied himself with tying his shoelaces, Jiang Zui provided his answer. Whether night runs or morning runs are superior depends on whether you wish to indulge in barbecue or tofu pudding. Bullet comments. What an unexpected answer. The third question, Lin Li, have you ever regretted not holding on to Li Ke? The air fell into silence. Lin Li paused for a moment before shaking his head. I have no regrets, for the issues between us cannot be resolved merely by holding on to her. Bullet comments. Whoa. So real. Feel free to throw daggers, I don't care about my life. Such a sincere answer, deeply piercing. Before you think about resolution, why not just hold on to her first? After 2 rounds of questions, it swiftly transitioned to the audience connection segment. The first participant chosen was a netizen named I, and Su Mu are the best friends in the world. Once the call connected, an excited female voice emerged. Is that really me? How wonderful. Director, you can only connect with one guest and the call lasts 3 minutes. Do you wish to connect with Su Mu? No, I would like to connect with EU.
EU? Su Mu?
ISNT, it said that we are the best of friends? You switched allegiances so quickly? Director. Very well, I shall now hand the microphone to EU. Upon receiving the microphone, EU smiled gently. Hello. Do you have something you wish to say to me? I want to ask if you like Xiao Zhuang or Fu Chen more. Are you perhaps fishing for affection? EU's smile froze on her face. Sumu struggled to contain her laughter. Now she was convinced this friend was indeed her fan. This knack for stirring things up seemed to run in the family. Not only Sumu, but others also cast curious glances at EU as the bullet comments flooded the screen. Bullet comments. And you, my friend, are the real warrior. I like your question. Remember to keep your DMs open, ha ha. Look at EU's bewildered expression. EU has already explained herself to Xiao Zhuang. Why come here so aggressively? Noticing EU's silence, the fan pressed on. Why aren't you answering me? Is the question so hard to articulate? Or do you actually not like either of them? EU stammered. That is certainly not the case. While the majority of netizens were merely enjoying the spectacle, EU's fans quickly caught on, even igniting the bullet comments to shift the narrative. Isn't this a deliberate ploy by Sumu's fans? I see this isn't Sumu's fan, but rather her team stirring the pot against you, the main character isn't a saint. And it seems her fans are not virtuous either. Is this the quality of Sumu's fans? Naturally. Sumu's fans were unwilling to be insulted without retaliation and soon joined the fray. In the chaos, many of Fu Chen's fans also entered the fray. In their eyes, their Fu Chen was the best person in the world, and they not only disliked Sumu but also harbored resentment towards EU, whom they felt was seducing Fu Chen while keeping him on a string. Thus, they neither defended EU nor Sumu, instead fanning the flames from the sidelines. As the bullet comments escalated into a verbal brawl, the director coughed lightly, attempting to regain control. Dear audience friends, please refrain from using foul language, as we risk getting our live stream shut down. However, no one heeded him, and the disputes continued. EU, why aren't you answering my question? Are you truly fishing for affection? The netizen on the call issued another profound inquiry. EU could no longer maintain her composure and, with a cold expression, denied, I am not fishing for affection. Then do you prefer Fu Chen or Xiao Zhuang? Why? Can you articulate it?
EU clenched her teeth.
Only recently had she shared those ambiguous words with Xiao Zhuang. If she now admitted to having a stronger inclination towards Fu Chen, her persona would crumble entirely. But if she chose Xiao Zhuang now, she was uncertain whether she could salvage her relationship with Fu Chen later. To preserve her persona, or to prioritize Fu Chen, she could only choose one. Taking a deep breath, Yu stated, to be honest, I have a greater fondness for Teacher Xiao, but for now, it remains merely a phase of fondness. Upon uttering these words, a momentary silence enveloped the room. Xiao Zhuang exhaled in relief, a triumphant smile breaking across his face as he glanced at Fu Chen. Fu Chen fixed his gaze on EU, his expression a complex blend of disappointment and melancholy. Finally, he lowered his head, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Bullet comments. Woohoo, the female Casanova has fumbled.
Poor Fu Chen.
But I can't help but laugh out loud, ha ha ha. Am I the only one noticing Sumu munching on seeds, watching the drama unfold? Xiao Zhuang is absolutely elated. As the 3 minutes elapsed, the connection was automatically severed, and EU breathed a sigh of relief, returning to her seat. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, prompting the director to clear his throat. It's all right. Now let us select the second lucky audience member for a connection. The second fortunate participant soon emerged, a netizen named Why the Moon is So Bright. Once the connection was established, he greeted them. Good morning. Though it was merely a simple trio of words, the deep, alluring voice captivated many viewers instantly. The bullet comments erupted in excitement, while only Su Mu sensed something amiss. Brother? Laughter echoed from the other end of the line. You recognized me rather swiftly. Of course, even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you. I recall vividly when this voice once said to me, I've already transferred the money to you. At that moment, this voice transcended the realm of mere sound, becoming an ethereal melody forever etched in my memory. Bullet comments. Ah, it's Su Qing. Su Qing's voice is so melodious. Will Su Qing marry me? Thank you, the director, surprised by the unexpected turn of events, inquired. Su Qing, what brings you to connect? What? Am I not allowed to connect? No, of course not. Who would you like to speak with?
Fu Chen.
Fu Chen sensed the impending storm, and before he could voice his refusal, the director had already thrust the microphone into his hands. Fu Chen. On the other end, Su Qing's voice was tinged with a playful tone. Fu Chen. It's time for you to fulfill our wager, is it not? Chapter 50. A new guest joins. The guests in the small room remained oblivious to the nature of the wager between the two, and even Su Mu, the party involved, wore a bewildered expression, while the bullet comments surged with excitement. Ha ha, quick, quick. I am so looking forward to this. Excitement 1, Excitement 10086. Fu Chen initially intended to negotiate terms to escape the wager with Su Qing, but now, under the glaring live stream cameras, the words he had prepared could not be uttered. Stuck in a predicament, Fu Chen could only grit his teeth and proceed. With a sharp sound, he placed the microphone down and swiftly approached Su Mu. Noticing his aggressive demeanor, Su Mu raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Did you lose a bet to my brother and come to vent your frustration on me? I apologize for my previous actions. I am truly sorry. With that, he bent at an awkward angle, performing an unwilling bow. Su Mu blinked in surprise, and once she regained her composure, she patted Fu Chen's shoulder with a warm smile. It's all right, little Fu. I hold no grudges against you. Fu Chen looked up in astonishment. You forgive me just like that? Of course, upon reflection, I realized you didn't do anything wrong. Fu Chen was momentarily taken aback, his gaze softening with a hint of appreciation. I didn't expect you to be so understanding. You're simply not fully developed mentally, so I should be more forgiving towards you. Therefore, I won't hold any of the previous matters against you. Rest assured. Fu Chen bullet comments. Ha ha ha. Fu Chen, I didn't expect you to be quite sharp-tongued. The earlier sentiment has evaporated. Ha ha. I'm laughing so hard I could die. After the live interaction concluded, the production team issued a new notification, instructing everyone to gather at the entrance in half an hour for an afternoon activity. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin shook his head. Director, may I opt out? The director sighed. Lin, I understand that you are feeling disheartened due to Li Ke's withdrawal, but you are still a guest in the small house, and you cannot remain in such a state of dejection. It's not like that. Then why? I have a fever. The director? Lin offered an apologetic smile. I've felt unwell since I got up, hoping to push through, but it seems my fever has worsened. Bullet comments. Lin is too pitiful. Still insisting on making breakfast for everyone while having a fever. The director wakes up in the middle of the night. I should be ashamed. My heart aches for Lin. Sobs. The director fell into complete silence. He had assumed Lin long face was due to Li Ke's departure. Then you need not participate in the upcoming activities. I will contact a doctor for you, and you may recuperate in the small house. All right. Thus, Lin remained in the small house while the other 6 boarded the production team's bus. An hour later, the bus came to a halt. Su Mu alighted and was astonished to find they had arrived at a school. However, it was the weekend, and the school had already let out, rendering the premises exceedingly quiet. Director, what are we doing at the school? Today's activity is called Return to Youth, Relive Campus Life. This school is populated with numerous NPCs, and by passing their tests you can earn coins from them. Shortly, the female guests will draw lots to form campus couples with the male guests. The 2 couples with the most coins will enjoy a romantic dinner with their partners, while the 2 with the least coins will be tasked with preparing that dinner. Xiao Zhuang sensed something amiss. Director, how can we form 4 couples with just the 6 of us? The director smiled slightly. Naturally, as a new guest is joining us. Where? There. The group turned to follow the director's gaze, witnessing the doors of 2 RVs swing open in unison, revealing a man and a woman. Both were clad in school uniforms, though the male guest appeared to be in his 30s, creating a slight incongruity with the attire. Conversely, the female guest appeared considerably younger, likely in her early 20s, her youthful exuberance accentuated by the uniform. Bullet comments. Oh wow, there really is a new guest. Wait, isn't that Zhang Yu? They managed to invite him? Who is this girl? Could she be Zhang Yu's ex-girlfriend? I thought they would only add a female guest, but they brought in 2. Approaching the group, the 2 paused. The director encouraged. Could you please introduce yourselves? The girl stepped forward first, her demeanor exuding a hint of arrogance. Lin Zhao, 22 years old, Masters in Economics from Cambridge, Vice President of Fengshan Media. Fengshan Media? Isn't that a subsidiary of the Jiang Group? Jiang Zue must know her, right? The crowd's gaze shifted toward Jiang Zue. Jiang Zue stood with his hands at his sides, his expression indifferent. Bullet comments. Cambridge? A 22-year-old vice president? Impressive. How come at the same age, you're excelling while I'm just snoozing? Even in a school uniform. She exudes wealth. Clearly a rich girl. Once Lin Zhao finished her introduction, it was Zhang Yu's turn. With his hands behind his back, he flashed a confident smile. I believe I need little introduction. Unlike Lin Zhao's unassuming background, Zhang Yu is a celebrity. Having debuted as a child star and now at 33 years old, he had produced several hit dramas years ago, holding a prominent status in the industry. regarded as a senior figure. However, his recent works had been sparse, leading to a significant decline in popularity, with younger audiences often unfamiliar with him. The silence that followed Zhang Yu's introduction rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. The director chuckled to break the tension. Of course, everyone knows Teacher Zhang. Let us give a warm welcome to our two guests. After the applause subsided, Sumu couldn't help but inquire. So, are you two former partners? Lin Zhaozhao frowned. I don't know him. Zhang Yu looked at her. It's impossible you don't know me. My drama in Xiang was all the rage 6 years ago. Surely you must have seen it? Lin Zhaozhao retorted without hesitation, her haughty demeanor unchanged. Sorry. 6 years ago, I was still in school and didn't have time to watch dramas. Zhang Yu, momentarily stunned by her age, fell silent. The director, fully aware of Lin Zhaozhao's background, dared not offend her and could only chuckle to ease the situation. These two guests are indeed not former partners. Due to Li Ke's withdrawal, we had to bring in these two at the last minute. Xiao Zhuang, uninterested in either of them, interjected. Director, can we start drawing lots now? Certainly, but the new guest has the privilege to choose a partner before the drawing begins. Have you two made your selection? Lin Zhaozhao promptly declared. I choose Jiang Zue. Chapter 51. An uncommon remark. The air fell silent for a moment. Those who had already speculated that the two knew each other were now even more convinced, especially with Lin Zhaozhao's decisive choice. Fu Chen directly asked, Do you know Jiang Zue? Lin Zhaozhao smiled for the first time. Our families have been neighbors since childhood. Bullet comments. Oh wow. Is this the legendary childhood sweethearts? This is getting interesting. Did she join the show just to be with Jiang Zue? To be neighbors with the Jiang family, Lin Zhaozhao's family must have substantial influence. The onlookers' attention shifted continuously among Su Mu, Jiang Zue, and Lin Zhaozhao. The director cleared his throat. All right, Lin Zhaozhao will be paired with Jiang Zue as today's campus couple. I refuse. Jiang Zue's face was marked by indifference. Jiang. This is a privilege granted to the new guest. You cannot refuse. Jiang Zue impatiently averted his gaze. The director turned to Zhang Yu. Teacher Zhang. Which female guest do you wish to pair with? Zhang Yu smiled slightly. I choose Su Mu. The others were taken aback. Bullet comments. Wow, bold move, choosing Su Mu. I thought it would be a love triangle, but now it seems it's turning into a love square. The addition of new guests is spot on. It's bound to create some drama ahead. The director himself hadn't anticipated Zhang Yu would select Su Mu and confirmed. Are you sure you want to choose Su Mu? I am sure. Very well. You and Su Mu will form today's campus couple. Su Mu scrutinized Zhang Yu with suspicion. Truthfully, she had been entirely unfamiliar with Zhang Yu until today. But his demeanor suggested he was particularly interested in her. If Zhang Yu was drawn to her because of her performance on the show, Su Mu found that hard to believe. After all, her portrayal could hardly be deemed remarkable, more akin to a horror show. Unless Zhang Yu had an unusual taste for horror films, she had reason to suspect his intentions. Don't ask why she didn't tease out Jiang Zue's motives. Given Jiang Zue's recent behavior in the small house that resembled a deity on a monthly visit, Su Mu believed he simply had a unique preference. Not fond of delicate flowers, but rather the eccentric, always greeting her with a smile. With Su Mu being chosen, she did not participate in the subsequent drawing. While the results for the remaining four were rather intriguing, Yu drew Fu Chen, and He Xiaocha drew Xiao Zhuang. He Xiaocha clearly displeased with her pairing with Xiao Zhuang, but surprisingly, Fu Chen displayed an unusual demeanor, not showing any excitement about the outcome. Perhaps Yu's preference for Xiao Zhuang had left him feeling down. After the teams were formed, the guests changed into school uniforms as required by the production team. He Xiaocha, who had prepared a meticulous makeup and beautiful dress, was now forced into a school uniform by the production team. Her face filled with disdain. This outfit is just too ugly.
Sumu smiled faintly.
The ability to wear a school uniform gracefully is the sole criterion for assessing one's beauty. If you find yourself unattractive in it, perhaps the issue lies not with the attire but with yourself.
What do you mean by that?
Are you insinuating that I am ugly? Not at all. Then where is the lack of insinuation? He Xiaocha chimed in with a barrage of comments. Why did you provoke her? Haha. Su Mu's high ponytail and school uniform radiate youthful exuberance. Mu Guiren does possess a certain charm. I had always thought of her as a comedic figure, yet I nearly forgot she is, in fact, a stunning beauty. The director interjected. Here's a hint for everyone. The first NPC awaits you in classroom 302 of that building. Hurry over to him and win some coins. I must say, the division of teams by the production crew is rather intriguing. 8 individuals, forming 4 pairs of campus couples, either akin to Jiang Zui and Lin Zhaozhao, where one party is reluctant, or like Xiao Zhuang and He Xiaoza, where both parties harbor mutual disdain. In essence, they have yet to assemble a pair of individuals who are genuinely fond of one another. Regarding the incentive of winning coins for a romantic dinner promised by the production team, most participants displayed a lack of enthusiasm, their steps toward the teaching building sluggish. However, Zhang Yu was quite motivated, urging Su Mu, "Let us move quickly and win those coins." Su Mu glanced at him inquisitively. "I'm curious as to why you chose me." Zhang Yu gazed at her, his eyes filled with deep affection. "Mu, to be honest, I came here for you. You are worthy of my steadfast choice." At this declaration, all eyes turned toward him. Most were merely spectators, but one gaze held a hidden edge, none other than Jiang Zui. The barrage of comments erupted. "Haraha, Jiang Zui seems intent on glaring him to death." "Jiang Zui, try saying that again. Is Zhang Yu attempting to steal his thunder right in front of him, huh?" "Jiang Zui, every ounce of displeasure deserves recognition." In response to Zhang Yu's ardent gaze, Su Mu earnestly posed a question. "Are we that familiar?" Typically, when asked such a question by someone who harbors affection, one would feel utterly embarrassed, perhaps even fidgeting like a child in a candy store. Yet, Zhang Yu seemed impervious to any awkwardness. Continuing to fixate on Su Mu with that same heartfelt gaze, "It's fine. We will have plenty of time to grow closer in the future. As the saying goes, as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others." This was a phrase Su Mu often wielded to tease others. But little did she expect to be outmaneuvered by Zhang Yu today. Before her toes could cramp from discomfort, she hastily escaped his affectionate stare. Zhang Yu quickly caught up to her, playfully asking, "Are you shy?"
I am afraid.
"Afraid of what?" "Afraid that my toes might dig through to the core of the earth, triggering an apocalypse." The barrage continued. "Ha ha ha ha, as expected of you. Indeed awkward. He is pouring out greasy lines when you don't even know each other well. Today I learned that Zhang Yu's you actually refers to his greasy demeanor. She flees. He pursues. She is like a bird with clipped wings." Despite her earlier aloofness in front of the cameras, Lin Zhaozhao beamed radiantly before Jiang Zui. Noticing Jiang Zui's unwavering gaze on Su Mu, she bit her lip and approached him with a water bottle in hand. "Jiang Zui, it's quite hot. Would you like some water?" "I don't want any," Jiang Zui replied curtly, sidestepping her. Unfazed, Lin Zhaozhao pressed on. "Uncle Jiang said he misses you and wants you to visit after the show ends. You came on this show just to relay his message?" "Of course not. I came here because of you." "Then you might as well deliver his message," Jiang Zui interrupted. Lin Zhaozhao clutched her water bottle, her expression filled with grievance. The barrage commented, "It's clear Jiang Zui isn't too fond of you. Why persist? Beauty, your affection for Jiang Zui is fruitless. But if you liked me, there could be a result, so why not turn your affections my way?" "What nonsense are you thinking?" Jiang Zui's attitude towards those he likes and dislikes is so clear, huh? After a meandering journey to the teaching building, the group finally located classroom 302. At the podium sat a balding middle-aged man, wielding a ruler in one hand and a book in the other, undoubtedly the NPC the director had mentioned. Suddenly, the bell rang, echoing throughout the school. The man rose, rapping his ruler against the desk, and barked, "What are you all dawdling for? Didn't you hear the class bell? Hurry up and take your seats." It seemed the so-called return to school was not merely a phrase, but rather an immersive experience. Under the teacher's stern urging, the group hurriedly entered the classroom to find seats. There were 8 seats, arranged in pairs, and Jiang Zui swiftly took the opportunity to sit beside Su Mu, beating Zhang Yu to it. Zhang Yu hesitated momentarily, and so did Lin Zhaozhao, who had just settled into her seat. The teacher adjusted his glasses. "Jiang, your desk mate is Lin." Jiang Zui leaned back with his hands in his pockets. "I want to sit here." The barrage reacted. "He is so arrogant. I love it. He has that school bully vibe." Jiang Zui is truly the chosen school bully, huh? "Jiang, please do not disrupt the classroom order." "And if I do?" The teacher smiled slightly. "If you insist on this, I shall have to punish Su Mu by making her do squats outside."
Su Mu.
"Are you alright?" "Why should I be punished for his disruption?" The barrage burst into laughter. "Little one, do you have many questions?" "Haha, what an unwarranted disaster." "Su Mu, I'm more wronged than Do-e. This is to resolve the issue at its source." "I object." Objection denied. That familiar feeling of rising blood pressure was all too recognizable. Indeed, Su Mu began to believe that this NPC was a true teacher. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu fell into contemplation. Given Jiang Zue's personality, he would surely resist changing seats, yet she certainly did not wish to do squats. With a decisive clap on the desk, Su Mu sprang to her feet and darted over to Lin Zhaozhao. Let us switch places. Lin Zhaozhao was more than willing and promptly sat next to Jiang Zue. Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to settle next to Su Mu. Jiang Zue turned his head, casting a resentful glance at Su Mu. Su Mu shrugged her shoulders in response. Jiang Zue let out a resigned sigh. With this minor dispute resolved, the teacher smiled with satisfaction and returned to the podium. Hello everyone, I am your Chinese teacher. Today, I would like to enhance your literary skills. I have 3 questions for you. For each correct answer, you will receive a coin from me. Now, please listen to the first question. The barrage erupted. Postpartum care for pigs, just answer it. Haha, the previous comment is hilarious. Looks like we have some talented individuals in the barrage. The teacher picked up a piece of chalk and wrote a few words on the board. When the sun, stars, and moon all perish. Clearly, this was a fill-in-the-blank question. Just as the teacher finished writing, he turned around to see He Xiaocha resting her head in her hand, looking drowsy, and promptly threw a piece of chalk at her.
He Xiaocha.
Please perk up. He Xiaocha shrugged. I can't help it. I don't know why I feel sleepy as soon as class starts. Su Mu interjected, because school is where dreams begin. The teacher shot her a glare. Is it only you who can speak? Come up and explain. Su Mu shook her head. That one do. I don't have a teaching certificate. What do you mean you don't have a teaching certificate? Why would you be speaking? That's why I'm speaking from down here. The barrage roared with laughter. Ha. The teacher is left speechless. Teacher. No wonder it cleared up. I was rendered speechless by you. Aiming for a logic that's neither straight nor strong. Jiang Zue is the school bully and Su Mu, you're a troublemaker. You two are indeed a perfect match. The teacher took a moment to compose himself and emphasized while tapping the blackboard, this question requires a word ending with light. Students who have thought of an answer may stand up and respond. The best answer will earn a coin. Xiao Zhuang scoffed. What is the point of answering such a question? Isn't it a waste of time? The teacher slammed the desk. This is to cultivate your literary acumen. Yu rose to her feet, exclaiming, Teacher, I have arrived at an answer. She continued, when the sun, stars, and moon meet their simultaneous demise. May I transform into the wind, pursuing the light of freedom? The teacher nodded approvingly, indeed, but it still lacks a certain flavor. Zhang Yu also stood up, stating, when the sun, stars, and moon simultaneously perish, he turned to Su Mu, then please come closer to me, and I shall be your soul light.
Sumu responded, What?
Your soul light? Are you Ultraman? To her surprise, she completely dismissed his earnestness, leaving Zhang Yu to awkwardly chuckle and return to his seat. Lin Zhaozhao then stood up, declaring, when the sun, stars, and moon simultaneously perish, if my heart were a flame, could it bring a glimmer of light to this darkness? Her words captivated the audience. The comments flooded in. Wow, is this the caliber of a Cambridge master's student? Impressive. Are you sure you're studying economics and not literature? The artistic flair is palpable, folks. The teacher was effusive with praise, perfect, simply perfect. Come, everyone. Let us applaud Lin for her brilliance. Lin Zhaozhao held her head high as she accepted the applause, then turned to Su Mu. Haven't you thought of how to respond yet? Su Mu blinked twice. Must I answer? Of course not. I'm merely curious about your response. It's no matter if you can't think of one. Lin Zhaozhao chuckled softly, concealing a hint of disdain in her gaze. Su Mu was disinclined to respond, primarily because she held no interest in gold coins. However, upon detecting the contempt in Lin Zhaozhao's eyes, she couldn't help but smile. Who told you I couldn't come up with an answer? The teacher, full of anticipation, urged her. Do share your answer. Su Mu sprang up, impassioned. When the sun, stars, and moon meet their simultaneous end, I shall move next door to Dijia, chisel through his wall, and steal his light. The teacher and others were left speechless. The comments erupted. Haraha, Dijia? Is that polite? Dijia, I thought nobody believed in light anymore. Turns out it's been stolen by you. I adore Su Mu's answer. Isn't it far more entertaining than pretentiousness? Come on, stealing Dijia's light is incredibly cool. As the crowd fell into a stunned silence, someone chuckled softly. Everyone turned to Jiang Zue, who beamed at Su Mu. I like your answer. Su Mu snapped her fingers. You have good taste. The teacher adjusted his glasses. Does anyone else have an answer? Silence enveloped the room. In that case, I declare Lin as the winner of this round. Su Mu shot up, I refuse to accept this. Mine was equally good. Your answer would take first place in the comedy circuit, but this class assesses literary competence. Su Mu, noticing Lin Zhaozhao receiving the gold coin, turned to Xiao Zhuang. Aren't you majoring in economics? How come your literary prowess is so remarkable? I'm minoring in literature, earning a dual degree. So impressive? Jiang Zui is a singer. I study literature to assist him with lyrics in the future. Xiao Zhuang gazed at Jiang Zui with envy and resentment. They were both singers. Why didn't he receive the same treatment? Jiang Zui remained unfazed. All my songs are self-composed. No need for your concern. Under the table. Lin Zhaozhao's palms clenched tightly. The comments continued. Why put your warm face against this cold rear? What is the point? Jiang Zui is humble when facing Su Mu. They are both humble beings in this vast world. Why must they have met? Chasing someone does indeed require humility.
Sigh.
The teacher rapped the desk. All right, certain students should refrain from whispering. The second task is a poetry relay. You 4 teams will compete against the team beside you, each team presenting 10 verses of poetry to the other, seeing who can respond with the most. With the 2 winning teams each receiving a gold coin. Chapter 53. The most annoying type of pretentiousness. Upon hearing the rules, Su Mu glanced sideways. Seated next to Zhang Yu were Jiang Zui and Lin Zhaozhao, separated by a narrow aisle. As Su Mu observed Lin Zhaozhao, she too was watching her. Their eyes met, and Lin Zhaozhao smiled slightly. Do you need me to step aside for you later?
Wow, such confidence.
1,000 verses of poetry must be within her grasp. Jiang Zui and Lin Zhaozhao shared a somewhat similar, yet distinctly different aura. Jiang Zui exuded a kind of arrogance that suggested a lack of worldly experience. In contrast, Lin Zhaozhao's pride was infused with a sense of superiority that made one want to step forward and knock her down a peg. Su Mu regarded Lin Zhaozhao with genuine curiosity. Have you ever heard a famous saying?
What?
Su Mu produced her phone and pointed to its case, prominently displaying a screenshot from Weibo that read, "Damn it, the most annoying type of pretentiousness." The comments erupted. Haraha, indeed a famous saying. I just realized my phone case resembles yours. How did Weibo categorize this as social positivity? Ha. The humor of the phone case scores a 10, while the Weibo categorization as social positivity scores a whopping 10,000. Lin Zhaozhao scoffed. I'm sorry, but having talent is merely confidence. The teacher clapped the desk. All right, the competition begins now. According to seeding, Su and Lin, your teams will compete first. Who will pose the first question? Lin Zhaozhao stood up. I will. She turned to Su Mu and began with a highly popular line of poetry. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The others were left bewildered. Did this line have a second half? Zhang Yu stood with a smile. Mu. I know this one. You do? Then go ahead. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Flowers have their fragrance. The moon has its shadows. Lin Zhaozhao looked at Su Mu with a smirk. Can't you even answer this question? The next will only be harder. Listen carefully. After the rain, the water fills the embankment. Zhang Yu's expression faltered as he sat down again. Mu, I leave it all to you. Su Mu, unperturbed, replied, in the chaotic mountains. The paths run east and west. Lin Zhaozhao's eyes flashed with surprise. She could actually answer this. It seemed she indeed had some foundation. Thinking quickly, she sought a more obscure poem. Parting at the capital, 3 times the fire has changed. Treading through the world, red dust. Realizing that Su Mu's store of poetry far exceeded her expectations, Lin Zhaozhao's expression grew increasingly serious. Wild grass and mountain flowers intermingle with the rushing stream. The flags and banners by the bridge cast a gentle shadow. Lin Zhaozhao's mind raced, presenting an even more obscure challenge. The drum and bell lament for what is insufficient. How can beauty dazzle? The essence of the sun sinks daily into drink. Who knows it is not a banquet of desolation? The others were left speechless. Each line of poetry was more obscure than the last. Not only could Lin Zhaozhao find them, but Su Mu also responded with remarkable fluency. The comments read, where on earth did these lines come from? I thought she was just a comedic girl. Turns out she's a talented woman. My private admiration for Mu has been misconstrued. I thought I was the illiterate one, but it's actually me. The impact of a comedic girl getting serious is indeed enormous.
I suddenly found Su Mu incredibly impressive.
As Lin Zhaozhao's expression darkened, the 10 questions were quickly completed. Su Mu remained composed throughout, responding effortlessly. Lin Zhaozhao slumped back into her chair. How could you possibly answer them all? Wasn't Su Mu supposed to be a woman devoid of intellect? Merely skilled in humor? How could she know so many poems? Sumu cackled like a villain. In this dazzling world, if you lack skill, don't show your face. If your knife isn't too sharp and your horse too thin, what do you have to compete with me? The comments flooded in. Just now she was a talented woman. Now she is suddenly a spirited girl. Finally, I understand why Sumu is so good at rhyming. She must have read a lot of poetry. She speaks of literature and poetry, articulating profound quotes. This is what we call an appreciation of both the refined and the popular. She is so impressive. I adore her. The teacher cleared his throat. Sumu, please refrain from your laughter. It's your turn to pose a question. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao Zhao stood up once more. What if Sumu answered 10 questions correctly? As long as she answered all of Sumu's questions correctly, they would be tied. She absolutely could not lose to Sumu.
Lin Zhao Zhao stilled herself, gazing intently at Sumu. Sumu appeared utterly relaxed. Listen closely.
My first question is, upon meeting a monk in the bamboo courtyard, I steal half a day of leisure.
Wrong.
Amidst the fleeting moments of life, congratulations to you for the mix-up. Lin Zhao Zhao's expression darkened considerably. Sumu smiled gently, casting her gaze towards the podium. Teacher, I answered all correctly, while she has already made an error. The outcome is clear. Further competition seems unnecessary. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement, retrieving a gold coin to hand to her. Zhang Yu, stepping forward, eagerly accepted the coin and remarked with a grin, Mumu, entrusting everything to you was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Sumu could only chuckle in bemusement at his hindsight, which resembled a pig's folly before the event. The next round featured Xiao Zhuang and He Xiao Cha facing off against Fu Chen and Yu. Throughout the contest, Fu Chen maintained an impassive demeanor, uttering not a single word, leaving the questioning entirely to Yu. The match lacked excitement. Xiao Zhuang and He Xiao Cha, being former partners, displayed a shared ignorance, failing to answer 8 out of 10 poetic queries, allowing Yu to effortlessly claim victory. After receiving the gold coin, Yu cheerfully offered it to Fu Chen for his inspection. He averted his gaze coolly. Noticing his aloofness, Yu felt a pang of grievance and asked, Teacher Fu, are you upset? I am simply quite disappointed in you. No need for explanations.
Yu pursed her lips, choosing silence.
Xiao Zhuang, delighted by their interaction, called out to Yu, some individuals are not worth your smile. Ignore him. On the podium, the teacher glanced at his watch, announcing, Classmates, our lesson is about to conclude, but I have one final question for you all. A correct answer will earn a gold coin. This question is simple. What is something both ethereal and precious, something you all possess, yet I no longer do?
Sumu stood resolutely. No.
It's hair. She pointed toward the teacher's bald head, prompting laughter from the others. The teacher, patting his own head, valiantly held back tears. Incorrect. Utterly wrong. The comments flooded in. Teacher, are you all showing any manners? Hair is indeed ethereal and precious, teary-eyed. Surprisingly, that's not a bad answer. Lin Zhao Zhao raised her hand. Teacher, I know. It's youth. The teacher's eyes welled up again, this time with emotion. Exactly. It is youth. Youth is something you take for granted while possessing it, yet lament its loss when it's gone. I hope you all cherish this fleeting phase of life and tread your own paths wisely. As his words faded, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The next lesson is physical education. Let us head to the playground to meet your sports instructor. Chapter 54. The body soars ahead. The spirit trails behind. Upon leaving the classroom for the playground, the group indeed spotted someone. He appeared significantly younger than their previous language teacher, clad in athletic attire, with a whistle dangling around his neck. As they approached, Sumu's eyes lit up.
Wow.
A handsome, athletic guy. Hello everyone, I am your PE teacher.
You can call me Teacher Zhao, he announced.
Sumu stepped forward, her curiosity piqued. Teacher Zhao, I have a few questions that intrigue me. Ask away. How old are you this year? 26. And your height? 186 centimeters. What is your weight? 74 kilograms. And your phone number? Teacher Zhao. The comments erupted. Ha ha ha, sister, you're so direct. What a refreshing approach to flirting. I must say, Teacher Zhao is indeed handsome, sob sob. I also want to know the number, shyly. Don't be shy, Teacher Zhao, just give us your number. Rest assured, no matter how many digits, I will remember. Just as Sumu finished her sentence, someone yanked her collar from behind, dragging her away. Who grabbed me by the back of my neck? A cold voice replied, Who do you think? Turning around to see Jiangzue, Su Mu instantly wiped the smile off her face and, with righteous indignation, declared, "I was asking for the sake of the audience." The comments flowed. "Well, you're rather likable. You better be genuinely asking for me." So, did you get the answer? If so, remember to share it. Jiang Zui raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I believe you? You don't believe me?" Su Mu sighed. "That is rather small-minded of you." The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Teacher Zhao blew his whistle once, stating, "Class is now in session. No more giggling. Please line up in front of me." The students complied, and Su Mu found herself positioned between Jiang Zui and Zhang Yu. Glancing left at Jiang Zui, who stood at 188 centimeters, and right at Zhang Yu, who was 185 centimeters, she felt as if she were enveloped by two towering mountains, stifling the air around her. She reached out and tugged Jiang Zui, switching places with him, satisfied to see Lin Zhaozhao, who was 3 centimeters shorter than her. On her left, she nodded approvingly. Now the air flows better. Jiang Zui, wishing to avoid standing next to Lin Zhaozhao, said nothing about the switch. However, Zhang Yu was not pleased. "Mu, we are the campus couple today. We should stand together." Jiang Zui retorted, "Why are you so concerned?" Zhang Yu chose not to engage further, attempting to nudge him aside to reclaim his position. Jiang Zui, of course, was unwilling and nudged him back. The two began to jostle each other. Teacher Zhao blew the whistle again. "What is happening? Are you fighting in my class?" Only then did they cease their antics. Teacher Zhao turned to Su Mu. "Su student, please return to your previous position." Considering Teacher Zhao's handsome face, Su Mu found his request entirely reasonable. She promptly returned to her original spot. Jiang Zui. The comments erupted. "Ha ha ha, the compromise of a face con. Su Mu, if it weren't for your looks, I'd have given you a piece of my mind. So why is she not a face con with Jiang Zui? Is it because he is not handsome enough? Perhaps it's because she is too familiar with Jiang Zui, haha. Turns out Su Mu likes athletic guys with darker skin. Didn't she say she liked domineering CEOs when drunk? What a fickle girl." Once everyone was lined up, Teacher Zhao finally set down his whistle. "To ensure everyone gets a workout, today's PE class will involve several games. The winning team of each game can earn a gold coin from me. The first game is called the unicycle, where girls will sit inside, and boys will push the girls around a pole and back to the starting point. Remember, the last team to return, meaning the slowest, will be the victor." "What? The slowest?"
Sumo sense trabalho.
It was evident that the production team had noted the disinterest of most male contestants in the gold coins and altered the game rules to prevent their lackluster performance. The other 3 boys indeed showed little enthusiasm, but Zhang Yu was keen on the gold coins. If this continued, Zhang Yu would surely win all 3 games. She certainly did not wish to share any grand feast with him. This was a serious predicament. A solution was imperative. "All right, ladies, please take your seats in the unicycle." He Xiao Cha expressed her disdain. "Isn't this the type of vehicle used for transporting sand at construction sites? Can it even carry a person? Fear not. These vehicles are newly purchased and quite clean. Whether they can carry someone depends on your weight." He Xiao Cha proudly lifted her chin. "I am the thinnest and lightest among the girls. If anyone should worry, it should be Su Mu. She looks like the heaviest." Su Mu, already seated, clapped and laughed. Yes, you are lightest. You are the lightest. You and your box weigh only 5 pounds. The comments poured in. "Ha ha ha, how cheeky. Insulting while keeping it poetic is akin to killing while sparing the heart. Her sharp tongue truly brings laughter, ha." Lin Zhaozhao knew Jiang Zui was not keen on winning the gold coins, yet she remained undeterred, pleading with Jiang Zui after climbing in. "Brother Jiang Zui, please push slowly. I feel scared in here." Jiang Zui smiled faintly. "Don't worry, at my speed. You won't have time to be scared before we return to the starting point." Lin Zhaozhao. The comments chimed in. "Jiang Zui, with me here. You won T win. Looks like they aren't planning to slack off this time, right?"
Haha.
None of the male contestants, except Zhang Yu, seemed to want to win. "This is hilarious." Teacher Zhao blew his whistle. "Positions, everyone.
Go."
As soon as Teacher Zhao's voice fell, 3 carts shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Jiang Zui's cart was the fastest, leading the charge ahead of the others. The velocity was so intense that Lin Zhaozhao felt the wind pushing her hairline back. This experience of being left behind while the others sped ahead left Lin Zhaozhao pale with fright. Yu and He Xiao Cha fared little better, their expressions solemn and their demeanor stiff. In stark contrast stood Su Mu. for Zhang Yu's cart moved at a pace comparable to that of an elderly lady taking a leisurely stroll. Watching the other 3 competitors distance themselves from her, Su Mu could no longer restrain herself. Can you push a little faster? No, we must win the gold coins. No, you must go faster.
Why?
Because I urgently need to relieve myself. Zhang Yu, how urgent? More urgent than the king of urgency. The barrage of comments erupted. King of urgency. Are you being polite? When in urgent need, one should slow down. Don't jostle too much and spill it. The one ahead must be toxic hot. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yu slowly uttered 3 words. You can hold it. Endure for a moment while the urge surges. Hold on, or your bladder will revolt.
Fine.
Zhang Yu took a deep breath and began to run. The sudden acceleration caused Su Mu to lean backward. What a powerful sensation of being pushed forward. No wonder EU and the others were so frightened. Chapter 55. Cui Gua, smash his mouth. Although Zhang Yu had begun to accelerate, closing the gap was not an easy feat. Su Mu's face was etched with urgency. Faster. We need to slow down to navigate the pole. Forget that, just go faster. All right then. With that, Zhang Yu increased her speed slightly. As they approached the pole, Su Mu finally caught up with He Xiaocha. A smile broke across Su Mu's face as she neared 3rd place, but it lasted only a second. Due to the excessive speed, Zhang Yu lost grip of the handlebars while turning, and the cart flipped over in an instant. Su Mu cried out as she landed on the grass. Hearing her shout, Jiang Zui slammed on the brakes, causing Lin Zhaozhao to lose her balance and fly out due to the sudden inertia, crashing directly into Fu Chen. The impact caused Fu Chen to lose grip of the handlebars, and the unicycle lost its balance, leading Yu to tumble out as well. Xiaozhuang had been surging ahead during the chaos of everyone falling, but Yu's fall placed her directly in front of their cart. Fearing the cart would run over Yu, Xiaozhuang flung the cart aside. It spun 180 degrees and flipped, sending He Xiaocha flying out as well. At this point, all the female contestants were thrown into disarray, and cries of despair filled the air. The barrage of comments read, "Ha ha, this scene is too tragic. What a chain reaction of accidents. I'm dying of laughter." Xiaozhuang's abandonment of He Xiaocha was so decisive, it's hilarious. Thank goodness it was on grass. Su Mu was the first to spring back up, returning to the cart. Quick. Keep pushing. You fell, are you hurt? I'm perfectly fine. Stop dawdling and keep pushing. Shouldn't we see a doctor? Why are you taking your sweet time, old Biden? Hurry up. While Su Mu urged Zhang Yu, Lin Zhaozhao was stalling. Jiang Zui. I think I twisted my ankle. Stop talking nonsense. But it really hurts. Why don't you carry me in? Jiang Zui. Why pretend to be injured when you're clearly not? Jiang Zui remained indifferent. My hand hurts. I can't carry you. Lin Zhaozhao. As the two of them bickered, Xiaozhuang had already pushed a cursing He Xiaocha across the finish line. Yu had also managed to sit back in the cart with Fu Chen's assistance. Drawing closer to the finish, seeing Lin Zhaozhao still seated on the ground, Zhang Yu paused beside Jiang Zui. He inquired what happened. She says her foot hurts. Then carry her into the cart. My hand hurts. Su Mu, from the cart, shouted in discontent. Don't stop. We're almost at the finish. Zhang Yu certainly did not wish to cross the finish line before Jiang Zui, as that would mean forfeiting the gold coins. Yet, with Su Mu urging him and Lin Zhaozhao stalling, he found himself in a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu approached Lin Zhaozhao. She sensed an ominous premonition. What are you doing? Without hesitation, Zhang Yu reached out, intending to lift her. Don't touch me. Lin Zhaozhao was unwilling to be carried and forcefully pushed him away, standing up. Jiang Zui raised an eyebrow. Oh, so your foot doesn't hurt anymore? The barrage of comments erupted. How quickly she healed. A medical miracle, folks. Hilarious. Jiang Zui is completely unfazed by Lin Zhaozhao's act. For the sake of winning, she's really going all out. Jiang Zui pushed the cart toward her. Since your foot is fine now, you can sit in, right? Lin Zhaozhao shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yu, who had disrupted her plans, before slowly settling into the cart like a turtle. Meanwhile, Su Mu continued to urge Zhang Yu. What are you worrying about them for? Keep pushing the cart. Zhang Yu remained still, waiting until Jiang Zui crossed the finish line before turning to Su Mu and pushing her to the finish as well. Su Mu, after all that planning, I still let Zhang Yu win. How infuriating. Noticing Su Mu still seated in the cart, Zhang Yu asked, Aren't you going to the restroom? Not anymore. I've held it in for so long waiting for you that I can no longer go. Zhang Yu. Thus, victorious Su Mu received a gold coin from Teacher Zhao. her face ashen. The second game was called Eat Watermelon. The rules were simple. The male contestants sat on chairs while the female contestants fed them watermelon. Simultaneously, an elastic band was tied around the waist of the female contestants. Therefore, to get the watermelon into the mouths of the male contestants, the females had to bear the tension of the elastic band as they approached. Similar to the previous game, the last one to finish eating watermelon would be the winner. Once all the props were prepared, with a whistle from Teacher Zhao, the game officially commenced. Sumu picked up a slice of watermelon and dashed toward Zhangyu. Just 2 meters in, she was halted by a powerful force. Using all her strength, she pushed against the ground, resembling a bull pulling a sled, and finally, panting heavily, reached Zhangyu, extending her arm to bring the watermelon to his mouth. Zhangyu slightly parted his lips, elegant as an ancient noblewoman, gently biting down on a piece the size of a fingernail. Sumu. The barrage of comments read, Zhangyu can't eat much at all. Ha ha ha. Look at how frustrated Sumu is. Sumu, almost cracking on the spot. Do you know how much effort it takes to get to you? Eat more. Take a big bite. Zhangyu opened his mouth again, taking another tiny piece of watermelon. Sumu thought, I really want to transform into a watermelon and smash his mouth. Before she could act on this thought, the elastic band suddenly yanked her back. Turning around, she saw He Xiao Cha charging forward. The elastic band tethered them together, meaning when He Xiao Cha moved forward, Sumu was pulled back. Taking a deep breath, Sumu summoned her strength and surged forward. Noticing her exertion, He Xiao Cha also tightened her face and pushed against the tension to prevent being dragged away. The two of them strained with all their might. One with a determined gaze and the other with a flushed face, yet they remained in place, as if mimicking Michael Jackson's moonwalk. The barrage of comments read, I stumble and rush towards you. Sumu's eyes are so determined, it's like she's on a mission, haha. Her face is all red, haha. In stark contrast to Sumu and He Xiao Cha's fierce competition, Lin Zhao Zhao and Yu, bound to the opposite end of the elastic band, appear to be playing an entirely different game, effortlessly so. Their ease stemmed from a simple reason. They were both slacking off. Yu sensed Fu Chen's irritation and was eager to win the gold coin, hoping to mend their relationship through a romantic dinner. Lin Zhao Zhao's thoughts were quite similar. As the two advanced a few steps forward, they feigned exhaustion, only to be yanked back by the elastic band, repeating this seemingly strenuous act. However, Fu Chen and Zhang Zui had not yet tasted a single bite of watermelon. The comments flowed in. Stop acting, are you just out for a stroll? If you keep this up, you'll be the top step counters on WeChat moments. Fu Chen and Zhang Zui are utterly speechless, haha. Chapter 56. The Iron Hand of Justice. After a standoff with He Xiao Cha, it was she who faltered first, succumbing to fatigue. Sumu seized the opportunity and dashed in front of Zhangyu. Faced with the watermelon presented so invitingly, Zhangyu had no choice but to eat, albeit adhering to his usual slow and minimalistic style. After much effort, Sumu finally managed to place the watermelon before him and could hardly tolerate his lethargy. Seizing the moment he opened his mouth, she forcefully shoved the watermelon into his mouth. With his mouth stuffed with watermelon, Zhangyu pushed her hand away. His face contorted. What are you doing? Eat faster. Consuming food should be done with grace. You've just vaulted over dung in a latrine. Is this really the time for elegance? In response, Sumu raised the watermelon and thrust it towards his face. The comments erupted. Haha. Is she using watermelon to wash Zhangyu's face? Zhangyu, I truly appreciate this. Zhangyu, do I really have to eat this watermelon? After considerable effort, having consumed half the watermelon, Sumu was pulled back by the rejuvenated He Xiao Cha. Scanning the scene, she noted that her watermelon was the most consumed thus far, deciding to take a moment to catch her breath. During her respite, He Xiao Cha approached Xiao Zhuang. Unlike Zhangyu, who seemed indifferent to the gold coins, Xiao Zhuang was more engaged. However, just as he opened his mouth to eat the watermelon, He Xiao Cha shoved it against his face, splattering watermelon juice everywhere. He Xiao Cha laughed heartily. This is for tossing me out of the car earlier. Xiao Zhuang protested. This is retaliation. Is anyone going to intervene? The comments continued. Haha, I see it now. This is the Avenger Alliance. On one side, two are getting their faces washed with watermelon, while on the other, two can't even touch one. Same game, vastly different experiences, ha. Unable to endure any longer, Fu Chen finally interjected. Could you focus a bit? This was the first time Yu had been reprimanded by him in such a serious tone, leaving her momentarily stunned. Upon regaining her composure, she looked contrite. I'm sorry, Teacher Fu. I just wanted to win some gold coins. And then what? Apologize to me? You don't need to apologize, after all. You haven't done anything wrong. So can we please focus on the game? After a brief silence, Yu stepped forward and offered the watermelon to him. Fu Chen quickly finished the watermelon. Mere seconds after he finished, Zhang Yu also completed his under Su Mu's insistence. Soon, Xiao Zhuang followed suit. Teacher Zhao whistled. Game over. Congratulations to Jiang Zui and Lin Zhao for their victory. Jiang Zui gazed at the intact piece of watermelon in Lin Zhao's hand, rubbing his temples. Sensing his displeasure, Lin Zhao awkwardly smiled and offered the watermelon to him. Do you want some? You can take your time with it. After the staff tidied up the area, Teacher Zhao blew his whistle again. Students, please pay attention. The next game is the final one, called two-person relay. As he spoke, he produced 4 straps. The rules were straightforward. Partners would bind one leg together and race forward. The first team to reach the finish line would win a gold coin. Su Mu was taken aback. This time it's a race to the finish line? Indeed.
A subtle smile graced Su Mu's lips.
It didn't matter. She was ready to take action. It was merely a 3-legged race. If she collapsed, could Zhang Yu really carry her? Contemplating her strategy, Su Mu eagerly took the binding rope from Teacher Zhao. Once their legs were secured, everyone positioned themselves at the starting line. Zhang Yu reached out, encircling Su Mu's waist. Su Mu, what are you doing? I'm just supporting you. This game can be prone to falls. Zhang Yu smiled at her and added, I don't think you're heavy at all. Your waist is quite slender. The comments erupted. What on earth? Touching her waist and then critiquing? ISNT that bordering on harassment. I thought Zhang Yu was merely greasy, but it seems he is also quite paternalistic. This unsolicited commentary made Su Mu uncomfortable, yet Zhang Yu was a senior, making it difficult for others to speak up. However, Su Mu was not just anyone. She slowly rolled up her sleeves. What are you doing? Zhang Yu instinctively tried to step back, but with their legs bound together, he found himself trapped. With a slight smile, Su Mu suddenly brought her palm down sharply on his backside. Zhang Yu covered his rear, his face flushing. You. Su Mu shook her tingling hand. I also think you're not heavy. Your backside is rather perky. The comments flooded in. Impressive. Tit for tat. The iron hand of justice, huh? And you, my Moo, are the true warrior. Why reward him? If anyone should be hit, it should be me. Standing at a distance, Jiang Zui was oblivious to their antics, preoccupied with managing Lin Zhao. Ever since their legs were bound, Lin Zhao had attempted to inch closer, forcing Jiang Zui to continually shift sideways. While others maintained a distance of merely 20 or 30 centimeters from their partners, a galaxies with separated Jiang Zui and Lin Zhao. The comments continued. Don't let Jiang Zui's legs fool you. His body has already swayed 2 miles away. Jiang Zui, please don't touch me. Thank you. Jiang Zui would rather split his legs in half. Ha. Teacher Zhao raised his whistle. Everyone get ready. The game starts. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Zhao lifted her leg to dash forward, only to trip over the strap. She turned back to Jiang Zui. Jiang Zui. Hurry up. Jiang Zui, arms crossed, replied nonchalantly. What is the rush? Similar scenarios unfolded among the other teams, resulting in a minute passing as they only managed to advance a meter. Zhang Yu urged impatiently. Hurry up. I can't. The rope is too tight. My leg hurts. With a lingering ache in his backside, Zhang Yu's expression darkened as he forcefully grabbed Su Mu's arm. Let us go.
Su Mu intended to resist.
But Zhang Yu's strength was overwhelming. She could not free herself and was dragged forward. Hey, let go. I'll let go at the finish line. He tightened his grip even more. Before she could react, her feet left the ground, and she was lifted like a kite in the wind. Hey, be gentler. Under Zhang Yu's immense strength, Su Mu felt like a hostage, her limbs completely unresponsive to her commands. She had never anticipated that he could lift her. With tears of frustration, she exclaimed, Must we absolutely win? Zhang Yu didn't respond, focused solely on racing ahead. Soon, he propelled her across the finish line. The moment they crossed, he released her hand. With her balance compromised, Su Mu fell abruptly to the ground. Pain shot through her wrist and ankle, leaving her momentarily unsure of where to direct her attention.
Momo.
Jiang Zui sprinted to her side, unbinding the straps. Upon seeing her wrist bruised, his expression turned icy. Chapter 57. Overzealous with oil, Jiang Zui seized Zhang Yu by the collar, his voice frigid as ice. Didn't you hear her ask you to let go just now? Seeing Jiang Zui's fierce demeanor, Su Mu feared he might resort to violence and quickly interjected. Calm down. Don't resort to fists.
I.
Before Jiang Zue could finish, Sumu executed a swift spinning kick, landing perfectly on Zhang Yu's backside. If anyone is going to strike, it will be me. Jiang Zue. The comments were buzzing. Haha, when able to strike, no need for words, right? Sumu's character is impressively bold. All girls should take notes. Following her example might make it hard to find a husband. Difficult to find a husband? Is that a good thing?
Well.
I suppose I ought to learn, Zhuangyo thought, feeling as though his backside might split into four from the force of her kick. After a moment of rubbing his sore rear, he finally said, I only tugged at you to win the game. Sumu scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping her lips. What a ridiculous notion. What do you think you're doing? Are you winning this game to take me on a date, or to engage in a brawl? At that moment, Zhuangyo began to grasp the gravity of his actions. Indeed, he had intended to win the game to enjoy a romantic dinner with Sumu later that evening. Yet, having squandered all his goodwill, what good would dinner do now? Faced with the situation, Zhuangyo could only manage an awkward smile, seeking an escape route. I have an overly competitive spirit and failed to consider your condition. I apologize. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Forgiveness? That is a matter for the divine. My role is solely to escort you to meet the Almighty. As the commotion escalated, the director hurried out to mediate. Everyone, let us calm down. It's just a game. Some friction is entirely normal. Today's activities have concluded. You may return to the bus to rest and prepare for the return to the cabin. For the director's sake, Sumu refrained from continuing the ruckus, merely shooting Zhuangyo a fierce glare before limping back. Jiang Zue grasped her hand. What are you doing? Sumu inquired, perplexed, glancing back at him. Jiang Zue remained silent, simply crouching before her. In truth, Sumu's foot injury was not severe. It was merely a bit sore and would improve with time. Nevertheless, Jiang Zue had crouched down, and she decided to take advantage of the opportunity. Just as she was about to climb onto his back, a voice interjected. Jiang Zue. She's not that badly hurt. Why do you need to carry her? Ignoring Lin Zhaozhao, Jiang Zue turned back to Sumu and commanded, get on. Casting a glance at Lin Zhaozhao, Sumu audaciously climbed onto his back, her voice high-pitched as she called out. Let us go. Jiang Zue retorted. Do you believe I would toss you aside? I don't, she replied confidently. With a resigned smile, Jiang Zue noted, spoiled by affection. The comments flooded in. Ah, I'm dead from the cuteness. Isn't this just your fault for spoiling her? As expected, Sumu and Jiang Zue have the best chemistry. One is willing to dote, and the other is spoiled. A perfect match. My ship is real. Watching the two banter and laugh together, Lin Zhaozhao clenched her fists, only releasing them when her nails dug into her palms, trailing slowly behind them. After changing out of their uniforms, the guests returned to the bus. Since Zhuangyo and Lin Zhaozhao had joined on the first day, they helped load their suitcases onto the bus. As Sumu observed them, a thought suddenly struck her. Director, where will those two be staying? If Li Ka withdrew, Lin Zhaozhao could conveniently take her place. But Zhuangyo was an extra. The director adjusted his glasses and replied, Lin Li has decided to exit the show.
What?
When did this happen? He called me while you were playing games at school. He should be packing his things now. The director initially intended to assign Zhuangyo to the attic room. But with Lin Li's departure, Zhuangyo could fill the gap perfectly. Sumu felt a twinge of regret over Lin Li's exit. Among the 5 male guests, he had been the most grounded. Now that the most sensible one was leaving, only a bunch of eccentric characters remained. The upcoming days promised to be daunting. When Sumu and the others arrived at the cabin, they coincidentally encountered Lin Li, who was leaving with his suitcase in hand. He paused, offering a smile to everyone. Thank you all for your care during this time. I hope you enjoy your stay in the cabin. He Xiaocha scrutinized him. You're leaving in such a hurry. Are you trying to chase after Li Ke? What had been a mere casual question caught everyone off guard with Lin Li's unexpected answer.
Yes.
The comments exploded. Ah. My ship isn't sailing into the sunset. Go for it. Chase her down, Lin Li. I believe in you. If you succeed, remember to post on Weibo. Lin Li, if only you had realized sooner. Sumu found it hard to judge Lin Li's actions. Why do people always wait until they've completely lost something before trying to reclaim it? Nevertheless, she chose to wish him well. I wish you success. Thank you. Since Lin Li was leaving to pursue love, the atmosphere remained lighthearted. Everyone bid him farewell with hopeful sentiments. Shortly after Lin Li's departure, the production team issued an announcement. To everyone, due to Lin Li's exit, dinner will now be self-catered. However, in today's games, Zhang Zue and Lin Zhaozhao, as well as Su Mu and Zhuang You, have earned the most coins and will enjoy a romantic dinner prepared by the production team. Su Mu replied earnestly, "Can we opt out?" Director: "That is a polite refusal." Su Mu: "Before nightfall, the production team had arranged 2 vehicles to take the 4 of them to dinner." Su Mu felt no particular anticipation for the meal, merely dread. Once on the bus, her face turned ashen, while Zhuang Yu was in high spirits, frequently asking if she was hungry or if she wanted water. After what felt like an eternity, the bus finally stopped, and upon disembarking, Su Mu was greeted by the sight of a Japanese cuisine restaurant, instantly transforming her pallor into one of utter despair. Japanese food was her absolute least favorite. It was filled with raw dishes that left her feeling unwell every time. Remembering the anti-diarrheal medication still in the cabin, she found a slight comfort. The waiter ushered them into a private room where a table was laden with a plethora of dishes. Su Mu sat cross-legged, glancing left and right, too apprehensive to pick up her chopsticks. Zhuang Yu poured himself a cup of sake and inquired, "Would you like a drink?" "Absolutely not." "Then I won't tea drink either." He set the sake down, gazing at Su Mu's face and smiled. "Being able to dine with you is intoxicating enough without the alcohol."
Sume furolet herbrov.
Contemplating a critical question. If all the dishes on this table could be cooked with the oil Zhuang Yu had prepared, would they not become more palatable? Never mind. That would only make it worse. After all, Zhuang Yu's oil was no ordinary oil. Regaining her composure, Su Mu offered him a faint smile. "Indeed. Dining with you has me quite intoxicated as well." The comments rolled in. "Haraha, so cheeky. Zhuang Yu is clearly trying too hard to win her over. This isn't trying too hard. This is overindulgence." Chapter 58. Share half with me once again met with her merciless retort. Zhuang Yu could only lift his cup to drink water, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Su Mu finally picked up her chopsticks and selected a piece of sushi that she could bear. Taking a bite, her emotions spiraled, akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang uncovering a dagger concealed within the map of Yen. Yet, while he faced the assassin Jing Ko, she was confronted by the sting of wasabi. Tears welled in her eyes. Observing her distress, Zhuang Yu paused. "Why are you crying? Is it that delicious?" Struggling to swallow the sushi, it was not the taste that overwhelmed her, but the wasabi's heat. "Why don't you try this crab and sauce? It pairs wonderfully with rice." Glancing down, she noted, "Isn't that raw?" Of course, the crab is raw. Though the crab was indeed raw, the sight of crab roe mingling with rice was undeniably tempting, and Su Mu decided to trust him for once. Taking a bite, she fell silent. "I trust you." "Not at all." Unaware of her complex expression, Zhuang Yu eagerly asked, "How does it taste?" "Like slime." "Slime? What kind of comparison is that?" To soften the blow, I added lime to the description. "Zhuang Yu," the comments erupted. "So it tastes like feces, huh? Ha ha ha." "Wait, how do you know what feces tastes like?" "You've stumbled upon a shocking secret." Zhuang Yu then pushed a plate of sea urchin toward her. "Try the sea urchin, it's absolutely delicious." Su Mu set down her chopsticks. "I'm not foolish. This time I refuse to trust you. Having come this far, wouldn't it be a waste not to try? This is quite expensive. It is widely acknowledged that the phrase 'you've come, so why not indulge' possesses formidable persuasive power among the Chinese populace, especially when followed by the remark, 'This is quite expensive.'" Su Mu hesitated for a fleeting moment before grasping the chopsticks. After finishing her meal, she once again fell into silence. "How was it?" "This dish stands out as an extraordinary entity among all the culinary delights I have ever savored. If I were to encapsulate it in a single phrase, it would be a cacophony of flavors. So it seems rather good? It wreaks havoc." While I merely exclaim in astonishment. "Zhuang Yu." Su Mu set down her chopsticks and declared, "For the sake of my life as safety, I shall refrain from eating further. Please, indulge yourself to your heart's content." Thus, the romantic dinner for two morphed into a solitary repast. Throughout the meal, Su Mu busied herself with a game on her phone, while Zhuang Yu consumed everything on the table alone. At that moment, the advantage of Japanese cuisine's modest portions became apparent. Zhuang Yu had devoured enough for 2, and even as he departed, he was merely 7/10 full. Upon returning to their small abode, Su Mu encountered Jiang Zue, who was also returning. Noticing his grim expression, Su Mu inquired, "What did you eat?" "British cuisine." "Is there even such a thing as British cuisine?" It is a well-known fact that British dishes are as scarce as the hair on British men's heads. The meager offerings of British food are not its only defining characteristic. Its most notable trait is its unpalatability. It appears that Jiang Zui's pallor mirrored her own discontent. Bullet comments. Are you two being polite? British cuisine is indeed unappetizing. Huh? Production team, I spent a fortune, and you dare say it's unappetizing. However, Su Mu only guessed part of the truth. The poor taste of the meal was one aspect. But the greater reason for Jiang Zui's lack of appetite lay in the presence of Lin Zhaozhao. Jiang Zui asked, what about you? What did you eat?
Japanese cuisine.
Just as Su Mu finished speaking, her stomach let out a loud growl. Jiang Zui chuckled. It seems your Japanese meal was quite unsatisfactory as well. Even though Zhang Yu's presence might have affected her appetite, Su Mu's character dictated that if the food were genuinely delectable, she would not merely leave the plate empty. She might even gnaw at the edges of the table. A person is iron, and food is steel. Missing a meal leaves one famished. I cannot abide this. I must go prepare a bowl of noodles. Su Mu turned and entered the kitchen. Jiang Zui hurried after her. Make me a bowl, too. Lin Zhaozhao followed suit. Brother Jiang Zui, if you wish to eat, I can assist you. If you cook, I won't eat. Once again, Lin Zhaozhao, feeling aggrieved, exited the kitchen with a cold shoulder. As Su Mu retrieved the noodles and washed the vegetables, she finally ignited the stove. Jiang Zui stood beside her, his gaze fixed upon her without faltering. His intense stare was difficult for Su Mu to overlook. What are you looking at? At what is below you? You need to leave.
Why?
Am I not permitted to look below? Bullet comments. If one only heard your dialogue, it would sound explosive. Put me down. This isn't a kindergarten bus. You two are quite innocent, yet my thoughts wandered astray. My apologies. Realizing that they seemed to be conversing in a calm manner while uttering suggestive remarks, Su Mu set down the spatula. If you have a question, just ask it directly. I have no questions. I merely ponder why you have none. What questions could I possibly have? About Lin Zhaozhao. I am indifferent and unconcerned. I am concerned. I do care. What do you care about? Whether you care about me. Su Mu widened her eyes. Are you engaging in tongue twisters? So you are not at all worried about Lin Zhaozhao's presence, is that correct? Bullet comments. Jiang Zui, aren't you even a little jealous? Look at how Jiang Zui is getting flustered, huh? Jiang Zui, feeling wronged. Oh no, the batter is burning. I must add water. Su Mu turned to leave. Jiang Zui seized her and stepped closer. Not even a little. Under his relentless advance, Su Mu found herself retreating until she was cornered against the wall, with no avenue for escape. With a sigh, she proclaimed, I truly have not worried about it at all. Jiang Zui lowered his gaze, concealing a look of disappointment. You are exhibiting such admirable behavior. Drawing a clear boundary with her, what could I possibly have to worry about? I am too pleased to even care. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zui's eyes brightened, and a smile gradually spread across his face. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. Since I am performing so commendably, might you reward me? In response to his audacious request, Su Mu decisively pushed him away. Rushing to the pot, she flung the noodles onto the table before him with a resounding clap. Here's your reward. Eat. Jiang Zui chuckled, picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, seemingly recalling something as he inquired, Is there no egg? Su Mu shielded her bowl of noodles with her body and solemnly shook her head. None. I saw you frying an egg. You must be mistaken. What are you hiding in your bowl? Nothing at all. I don't believe you. Let me see. Jiang Zui grasped her hand and lifted her bowl. Su Mu attempted to protest. Hey, it's spilling. The soup will spill. You indeed concealed an egg. This was the last egg in the fridge. Share half with me. Not a chance. I'll trade you some meat for it. Su Mu considered. How many pieces? Jiang Zui picked up his chopsticks and transferred all the meat from his bowl into hers. All for you. Su Mu, Basalt, Esk. Why not keep the meat and only want the egg? Do you really love eggs that much? It's not about loving eggs. I merely want you to share half with me. Bullet comments. Is the intention to share half an egg or to share half a heart? The antics of young lovers. I can't help but ship this. This tactic is too cunning. From now on, every time Su Mu eats an egg, she will ponder. Should I share half with him? You're overthinking it. Su Mu will only think. He has tried to take my egg again. Ha ha ha. You two are killing me with laughter. Chapter 59. The internet explodes as night fell. It was once again time for the production team to conduct the voting. Glancing at the voting interface, Yu paced back and forth in the courtyard, caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening drew her attention. To her surprise, it was Fu Chun. Seeing her in the courtyard, Fu Chen appeared equally taken aback, but did not leave. Instead, he approached her. Have you cast your vote? Yu shook her head. Not yet. Aren't you more fond of Xiao Zhuang? Why not vote for him directly? At this moment, the cameras had been turned off, and Yu, free from restraint, was about to defend herself when Fu Chen raised his hand to interrupt. No need to explain.
Yu furolet herbrov.
Teacher Fu, are you angry because I have a greater fondness for Xiao Zhuang? Fu Chen glanced around. This morning. You spoke with Xiao Zhuang here, did you not? Yu froze for a moment. You heard? Yes, I heard it all. The bias towards males is evident. You clearly do not have a brother. Earlier, Fu Chen had held back from mentioning it on camera, hoping to give Yu a final chance. But he could no longer contain himself. Yu was taken aback that he knew about her family background, and amidst her shock, she felt a tinge of panic. I was referring to my cousin. How many more lies will you tell? Fu Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. I thought you were still the same as in childhood. But it seems I was too naive, like a fool being toyed with by you. Childhood? Did we know each other then? Does it matter?
Yu.
Do you genuinely have feelings for me and Xiao Zhuang, or are you merely toying with us? Yu found herself at a loss for words. Fu Chen sneered and turned to leave. Back in the living room, Fu Chen went to the kitchen for a glass of water. Footsteps echoed behind him. And Fu Chen frowned. I was quite clear in what I just said, was I not? What did you just say? Realizing the newcomer was not Yu, Fu Chen turned around. Seeing Zhang Yu, he furrowed his brow. What are you doing here? Zhang Yu glanced at Yu, who was lost in thought in the courtyard, and smirked sarcastically. What's the matter? Have you just realized you're the fish in the fish pond? Fu Chen had not spoken to Zhang Yu all day, as their relationship had soured. 3 years ago, during the casting for the film Indefinite, he had snatched a role that was originally intended for Zhang Yu. Later, he secured the title of Best Actor through this role, and Zhang Yu harbored resentment ever since, frequently hiring individuals online to tarnish his reputation. At this moment, facing Zhang Yu, Fu Chen could hardly muster a semblance of civility. What makes you any better than me? Your pursuit of Su Mu is merely an attempt to capitalize on her rising fame, hoping to stir up a public romance, isn't it? Zhang Yu's expression faltered for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his bravado, laughing derisively. So what? No matter how vile I may be, I'm still better than you, an illegitimate child. Fu Chen's countenance darkened, his body frozen in place. Zhang Yu's laughter grew more audacious. The public praises the illustrious Fu Ruren for her beauty and kindness, lamenting her inexplicable withdrawal from the industry. If they were to discover she not only played the mistress but also drove the original wife to her demise, giving birth to you, her love child, would they still sing her praises? Fu Chen's gaze turned frigid as ice, gripping Zhang Yu by the collar. What do you intend to do?
What?
You wish to resort to violence? Go ahead, strike me, and tomorrow, you and your little mistress mother will be trending at the top of social media. Fu Chen clenched his jaw tightly, his peripheral vision catching sight of the kitchen knives, and he swiftly drew one from its sheath. Seeing the knife in his hand, Zhang Yu's bravado faltered. What are you doing? The sudden intrusion of a voice startled both of them. Turning, they beheld Su Mu, clad in a white nightgown, her hair cascading down like a ghost standing outside the window. What are you doing here? Zhang Yu stammered. I'm feeding Chi-Chi, she replied with a smile. I was wondering why you wanted to pursue me. It turns out you just want to create a public relationship. Have you lost your mind like Wu Zetian after losing Li Ji? Zhang Yu hurriedly defended himself. No, that's not it. Su Mu covered her ears. Not listening, not listening. Turtle reciting scriptures. Zhang Yu glanced at Fu Chen, still gripping the knife, anxiety creeping into his demeanor. Crazy. 2 lunatics. Setting down his cup, he abandoned his explanation and made a hasty exit. Once Zhang Yu had stormed off, Su Mu turned to Fu Chen with an expression that spoke volumes. I say, are you contemplating murder? It dawned upon Su Mu that Fu Chen was also a lunatic, albeit of a different ilk. When she lost her mind, it merely induced awkwardness in others. When Fu Chen lost his, it seemed he desired to end lives. Regaining his composure, Fu Chen glanced at the knife in his hand. Startled by his own actions, he trembled, letting the knife clatter to the floor. Rushing to the water dispenser, he gulped down a significant amount of water, as though pulling in air after nearly drowning. Realizing the perilous situation he had narrowly escaped, he squatted down, panting heavily. Su Mu leaped through the window, retrieved the knife, and returned it to its place. Observing her actions, Fu Chen stood up once more. Did you hear everything? Meeting his gaze, and concerned that he might draw the knife again, Su Mu offered him a gentle smile for the first time. Rest assured, I have no interest in your family matters. Even if you are merely an illegitimate child, I wouldn't utter a word. Really? Of course. Fu Chen grasped her wrist. Su Mu, feeling a twinge of apprehension, asked, "What are you doing?" He scrutinized her for 2 seconds before saying nothing, merely loosening his grip. Su Mu hastily withdrew her hand. "Is everything all right now? If all is well, I'm off to sleep."
Bye.
With that, she turned and hurried out of the kitchen. Fu Chen stood still, immobile as he gazed at her retreating figure. Ding dong. His phone buzzed to life, revealing a message from the production team. Voting time is ending. Guests who have not yet voted are urged to do so promptly. Clicking on the voting link, he perused the array of profile pictures, his finger gliding over EU before lightly tapping on Sumu. Following the conclusion of this episode, a wave of fervent discussion erupted online. Typically, the allure of such romantic variety shows lies in their unpredictability, the uncertainty of who will pair with whom, and who will clash in matters of the heart. As the show progresses, it tends to grow monotonous, as the dynamics between couples become clearer and more fixed. However, with Lin Li's departure, the introduction of new guests, Sumu's entanglement in a love quadrangle, and EU's ambiguous intentions, discussions surged to unprecedented heights. Sumu found herself at the epicenter of this maelstrom. While other contestants delivered emotionally intelligent quips, Sumu not only countered with her own low emotional quotients, but also bore the brunt of both the comedic and romantic tension. Truly a chosen star of the variety realm. The following morning, the latest heartthrob voting results were unveiled, igniting a frenzy among netizens. Chapter 60, possibly toxic. The uproar among netizens was quite straightforward. Sumu, the first true wild card in the history of romantic variety shows, a veritable emotional black hole, overflowing with humor, had, for the first time, garnered a staggering 3 votes. If the votes from Jiang Zue and Zhang Yu for Sumu could be rationalized, Fu Chen's vote left everyone utterly bewildered. After all, this was Fu Chen. If Sumu was the principal beneficiary of her own witty remarks, Fu Chen was undoubtedly the greatest victim of them. In the eyes of netizens, their relationship, while not one of blood feud, was certainly one of relentless rivalry. Yet, in this relentless rivalry, Fu Chen had actually cast his heartthrob vote for Sumu. That was a vote of affection, not an assassination bid.
All right.
I've never been more confused about a vote before. My goodness, 3 votes? Who knew a comedic woman could be so popular? I'm in tears. What is up with Fu Chen? Is he trying to make EU jealous by voting for Sumu? Even if it's to make EU jealous, I doubt Fu Chen would willingly give Sumu a vote, unless Fu Chen has been possessed by aliens. I can't fathom a reason for his vote for Sumu. Not only were the netizens baffled, but Sumu, after waking up, was equally confounded by the voting outcome. Fu Chen actually voted for her? Had he lost his mind? After much contemplation, Sumu could only arrive at one explanation. Fu Chen was warning her to keep her mouth shut about last night's events. If she dared to spill the beans, he would vote for her again, intending to thoroughly disgust her. What a nefarious thought. Throwing off her blanket and getting out of bed, Sumu was astonished to find EU was absent from the room. Was this the first time EU had risen before her? After freshening up,
Sumo enjunted EU.
clad in workout attire, she was clearly fresh from a run, her lips devoid of color. Upon seeing Sumu in the washroom, her expression soured further. Turning on the faucet to splash water on her face, she remarked, "I didn't expect that to annoy me. Teacher Fu would actually vote for you. He is not the type to vote for me just to irritate you. Don't get too smug." Sumu raised an eyebrow. "What gives you the impression I'm being smug with this face of mine? What else there to put on airs about? With so many men voting for you, you must already be overjoyed, right? Are you projecting your feelings onto me?" Before EU could finish her sentence, the camera outside suddenly beeped to life, the sound indicating that it was recording. She immediately fell silent, even managing a smile. "Today, I'm cooking with Teacher Fu.
Momo.
What would you like to eat?" The rapid shift in demeanor left Sumu momentarily stunned. She could only give a thumbs up and a pinky, decisively forming a 6. After finishing her grooming, Sumu made her way downstairs, where she encountered Fu Chen. He sat in the living room, sipping tea while reading the news. Upon seeing Sumu descend, he set his cup down and stood, his gaze fixed on her. Feeling uneasy under his scrutiny, Sumu asked, "Is there something you need?"
I voted for you last night.
"I know. Don't worry, I understand your intentions." "You really understand?" "Of course." Fu Chen let out a slight sigh of relief, smiling as he said, "Today, I'll be responsible for cooking. What would you like?" Recalling the last time he made a disastrous fried egg, Sumu became increasingly convinced that he bore a grudge against her, seeking revenge for her eavesdropping the night before. She took a step back. No need to trouble yourself. Before, she merely had an upset stomach. After eating, she feared for her very life. While Sumu harbored her fears in solitude, the netizens were reveling in their own merriment. What is going on? Has Fuchen changed his heart and decided to pursue Sumu again? I'm only concerned about why he suddenly wants to win Sumu back. Alright, I thought you two would become enemies, yet here you are, Fuchen, willing to fall in love once more. The strongest romantic brain in the dating show has emerged. As the two were conversing, someone unexpectedly entered from outside. Jiang Zue, carrying a bag from the breakfast shop, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing them together. He subtly glanced at Fuchen, then bypassed him to approach Sumu directly. Shaking the bag in his hand, I bought you breakfast. Would you like some? Sumu curiously accepted. What did you buy? Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding. Sumu gave a thumbs up. You truly understand me. Once Sumu settled at the dining table, Jiang Zue retrieved a pair of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Half for me. Sumu looked down. If you want to eat, why didn't you buy enough for two? Jiang Zue remained silent for a moment. This is for two.
Sumu, alright, my apologies.
The comments. The silence between them is killing me. Jiang Zue, I didn't expect your appetite to be this large. What is wrong with a girl having a big appetite when she doesn't smoke or drink? After all, it was Jiang Zue who bought it. So Sumu ultimately shared half with him. Halfway through the meal, Fuchen suddenly approached with a cup of soy milk in hand. He placed the soy milk in front of Sumu and casually sat beside her. I made this for you.
Sumu?
Jiang Zue raised an eyebrow. Putting down his chopsticks, is there only 1 cup of soy milk? Fuchen scoffed coldly. Can't you make it yourself? Their gazes locked, and it felt as if sparks ignited in the air. Jiang Zue reached for the cup of soy milk. A hand immediately pressed down on the cup. It wasn't Fuchen's hand, it was Sumu's. Jiang Zue looked at her in confusion. Sumu firmly pressed down on the cup, shaking her head seriously. You can't drink it. Do you want to drink it?
I don't want to.
Then why can't I drink it? It might be poisoned. Reasonable. The two of them bantered, leaving Fuchen bewildered. He slammed the table in frustration. It's not poisoned. Sumu slowly shook her head. I don't believe you. Fuchen picked up the cup of soy milk and took a sip. See, it's not poisoned. Even if it's not poisoned, since you've already drank it, I won't have any. You finish it yourself. Fuchen. He turned and walked into the kitchen. I'll make you another cup. As the saying goes, though we may not share the same birth date, let us perish on the same day. Sumu decided to share the risk with Jiang Zue, then make a cup for Jiang Zue too. To think he would make soy milk for his rival, Fuchen felt insulted and irately asked, doesn't he have hands? The comments. Ha! Look how angry Fuchen is. You should be under the car, not in it. So, why does Fuchen suddenly want to win Sumu back again? Perhaps he has seen through EU's true nature. Jiang Zue, on the other hand, was quite pleased. Reclining leisurely against the chair. Do you really have to be this petty? If you're generous, why not let me and Sumu make soy milk together? I won tea, because I'm petty. Fuchen, the comments. Haha, he is so sincere, I'm dying. Jiang Zue, I'm just double standard. Go ahead and hit me. Jiang Zue's displeasure is indeed never concealed, haha. Jiang Zue and Sumu truly are a CP, so candid haha. Chapter 61. Don't you have a mother? After taking a shower, Yu came down from her room. Upon arriving in the kitchen, she discovered Fuchen was also present. Fuchen glanced at her, but said nothing, continuing to wash a cup with his head lowered. Observing his indifferent demeanor, Yu felt a wave of regret wash over her. Compared to Xiao Zhuang, she should have seized Fuchen more firmly, had she realized this from the outset. Matters wouldn't have spiraled so far out of her control. However, all was not yet lost. Fuchen casting his vote for Sumu indicated his resentment. Love can turn to hate. Where there is love, there is room for reconciliation. Approaching Fuchen, she smiled and asked, Did you sleep well last night? Very well. Fuchen replied coolly, placing the cup down and turning to exit the kitchen. Where are you going, Teacher Fu? We're responsible for cooking today. Yu called after him. Fuchen did not respond, merely walked out of the kitchen without looking back. By this time, Sumu had finished her breakfast, set down her chopsticks, and informed Jiang Zue, I'm done. I'm heading back to my room. Fuchen caught up to her. Aren't you having breakfast? Didn't you just eat? Are you full? Not going to eat anything else? His eager expectation made Sumu narrow her eyes. It was well known how terrible Fu Chen's cooking was. She still vividly remembered the egg he burnt to a crisp.
Now.
With such eagerness for her to eat his cooking, he likely intended to torment her thoroughly. Ah, how malicious. For the sake of her own safety. Sumu took a step back. I'm not eating, I'm full. With that, she hastily dashed upstairs. Watching her retreating figure, Fu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Jiang Zue, observing his expression, frowned slightly. Could it be that Fu Chen was not merely in a spat with Yu, but genuinely intended to win Sumu back? As Sumu had surmised, Fu Chen's culinary skills were indeed disastrous. During breakfast, no one dared to touch his dishes, instead devouring the few dishes made by Yu. By the end of breakfast, Yu's dishes had been completely cleared, while Fu Chen's 2 dishes remained untouched. Looking no different from when they were first served, Jiang Zue and Sumu, having eaten breakfast beforehand, managed to escape the culinary catastrophe. After breakfast, everyone received another activity notification from the production team. Previously, for activities, the production team would send a bus to transport everyone to the destination. However, this time, the team merely provided them with an address and instructed the guests to drive themselves. As everyone stepped outside, they found 2 cars parked by the roadside, prepared by the production team. With 8 people and 2 cars, it was certainly sufficient, but who would sit with whom was of great importance. Each person had their own thoughts, and no one moved for a moment. Jiang Zue was the first to approach the driver's seat. I'll drive, Sumu. You sit next to me. Before Sumu could respond, Lin Zhao rushed to the passenger seat ahead of her. Jiang Zue. The comments. Look at Jiang Zue's exasperation. Lin Zhao, what is the point? Jiang Zue. I don't even want to drive anymore. Just as Jiang Zue undid his seatbelt and was about to exit the car, Sumu persuaded him to stay. Never mind. Let us keep it this way. I'll sit behind you. Sumu worried that if Jiang Zue got out, Lin Zhao would follow, making Jiang Zue reluctant. At that point, the 3 of them would likely end up racing around the car. As soon as Sumu settled in the back seat, someone immediately sprang up beside her. It was Zhang Yu. He smiled at Sumu. Mumu, did you sleep well last night? Sumu looked at him in confusion. Why was he still so cheerful after she had overheard his conversation with Fu Chen? Did he have skin made of iron? Zhang Yu seemed oblivious to her gaze and continued. Why didn't you come for breakfast today? I was full. How did you get full? Generally, when engaging in conversation, one should at least find a topic that could expand the dialogue, yet Sumu didn't expect him to dig so deep for conversation. Do you believe I got full on the northwestern wind? Zhang Yu. As Zhang Yu attempted to converse with Sumu, Lin Zhao in front was also trying to chat with Jiang Zue. Jiang Zue, bro, I should be cooking tomorrow. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Jiang Zue replied expressionlessly. I'm driving, can you not make noise? Lin Zhao. To prevent Zhang Yu from continuing his harassment, Sumu put on her headphones to listen to music and took out a small piece of bread to stave off hunger. Unexpectedly, even with this display, Zhang Yu still didn't give up on chatting, cheerfully asking, Is there any bread left? Sumu, with her headphones on. Didn't he hear him clearly? You have a mother? Of course I do. Don't you have a mother? I don't. Can you give me one? Sumu was taken aback. How can I give you one? Am I supposed to be your stepmother? That is not appropriate. Zhang Yu. The bullet comments. Haha. I'll eventually die laughing here. Zhang Yu. I just wanted a loaf of bread, yet you want to be my stepmother. World-class earworm. Haha. What a nonsensical conversation. I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Yu, exasperated, removed one of her headphones. I asked if there's any bread left. Only then did Sumu realize. Oh, you meant bread. There's no bread, but there's a mom. Zhang Yu, completely at a loss for words, abandoned the conversation and sat quietly beside her, saying nothing more. After about half an hour of driving, Sumu finally understood why the production team didn't use a bus to transport them. The roads were becoming increasingly narrow, making it impossible for a bus to navigate. Just as they were approaching their destination, Jiang Zue suddenly slammed on the brakes, exclaiming, I think I ran over something. The few people in the car all disembarked and rushed to the front, only to find a duck trapped beneath the wheel, clearly lifeless. Sumu shook her head with a sigh. What a pity. What a pity. That duck was so well grown, it would have made a delectable beer duck. But now that you flattened it, it'll probably just end up raised. The bullet comments. I thought you were going to say what a pity for a little life. I've seen living Buddhas, but I've never seen a living king of hell. That duck does smell good, doesn't he it? What a tragedy, although it wasn't a major accident. The duck was still property, and it wouldn't be right to flee the scene. Jiang Zui looked around and noticed a flock of ducks nearby, accompanied by a little girl playing alone. He approached her and asked, "Little friend, I ran over a duck. Is it from your family?" The little girl followed him over to take a look and shook her head earnestly. "No, our ducks aren't that flat." Jiang Zui, the bullet comments, "Can't hold it anymore, haraha. Could it be that it was flattened by him, hara? The show is full of comedic effects eventually." The child's parents arrived, and after some negotiation, Jiang Zui settled the matter with a compensation of 200 yuan, allowing the group to get back in the car. When they arrived at the address provided by the production team, everyone disembarked and looked around, somewhat puzzled. For they had arrived at a nursing home. A dating show in a nursing home? Is it meant to showcase love to the grandparents? Chapter 62. Perfect match, heavenly pair. Upon their arrival, the director, who had been waiting, emerged from the nursing home. "Welcome to Inshan Nursing Home." He shouts, "Director, is this the activity location for today?" The director shook his head with a smile. "Not just for today, but for the next 3 days." 3 days? What are we going to do? Everyone has been at the heartfelt cabin for a week now, and during this week, many things have occurred. Perhaps you've met new partners or found your romantic interest. But what is love, after all? That is something you must seek for yourselves. Within this nursing home, there are 4 couples who have been married for 50 years, holding a total of 8 tickets to vote for the couple they believe to be the most compatible. However, who these 4 golden wedding couples are remains for you to discover. During these 3 days, the production team will suspend the nightly heartfelt voting until the ultimate confession night arrives. After 3 days, the couple with the most votes will be granted a romantic night at a seaside hot spring before the confession night, aiming to gain further affection from each other before the big night. After sharing this information, the director stepped aside to allow them entry into the nursing home. Fu Chen glanced at Su Mu and was the first to step inside. The others followed suit. Truth be told, Su Mu had little interest in hot springs. But despite her lack of enthusiasm, she certainly did not want to share a hot spring with others. If Zhang Yu won, she would be in for a tough time. With Zhang Yu's greasy demeanor, not even detergent could cleanse it away. With this thought in mind, she trailed at the back of the group as they entered the nursing home. The nursing home was quite expansive. Upon entering through the main gate, they found themselves in an activity square. There were elderly individuals strolling, some basking in the sun from wheelchairs and others engaged in games of chess and mahjong, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Not due to the vibrant ambience, but rather the sheer number of people present. With so many individuals in one square, how many must be inside the building? The bullet comments. "Wow. So many people. Looks like we have quite a search ahead. No wonder the production team gave them 3 days, haha. Silly, just ask the caregivers." Zhang Yu couldn't help but complain. "How are we supposed to find anyone with so many people?" Fu Chen scanned the surroundings, approaching an elderly man. "Sir, do you know if there are any couples here who have been married for 50 years? There are plenty of couples here, but I haven't specifically inquired about those married for 50 years. Lin Zhao Zhao was also asking another elderly woman, "Granny, how long have you been here? Are there any couples who have been married for 50 years? I don't know. Seeing the 2 of them take action, the others did not remain idle either, dispersing around the square to inquire. This nursing home was quite sizable, making it challenging to find 4 golden wedding couples among so many people, especially with no information at hand. The best approach was, of course, to ask around. Jiang Zui, observing them floundering like headless flies, stroked his chin thoughtfully and turned to Su Mu. "How about we ask a caregiver?" Upon closer inspection, Jiang Zui realized that Su Mu had disappeared from her previous spot. After searching around, he discovered she had darted over to the elderly individuals playing mahjong. Jiang Zui approached her. "Are you going to ask them? Those playing mahjong tend to be well-informed. That's a good idea." Su Mu blinked a couple of times. "I simply want to play mahjong." Jiang Zui, the bullet comments. "Ha ha ha, feeling the urge to play mahjong, are we?"
Oh.
Su Mu can play mahjong? Why not set up a game in the cabin? Look how speechless Jiang Zui is. Ha ha ha, an elderly woman nearby overheard and stood up. "Young lady, you want to play mahjong? I need to use the restroom. Can you play a couple of rounds for me? I didn't bring any money." "No problem, there's money in that box. If you lose, it'll be on me." Another elderly man at the table jokingly chided. "What restroom? I think you're just trying to make a run for it after losing." The elderly woman clearly disagreed. "What do you mean losing? How much have I lost? Just wait until I come back from the restroom. I'll make sure you all leave empty-handed." With that, she walked away. Su Mu eagerly took a seat. The elderly man asked, "Young lady, do you know how to play?" Su Mu replied with an innocent expression. I just learned recently, and haven't played much. The elderly man exchanged glances with the other grandmothers, saying, That's all right. The more you play, the better you'll get. Come on, let us shuffle the tiles. 3 minutes later. Su Mu pushed the tiles forward. Sorry, I won. 10 minutes later. Su Mu discarded a tile. My apologies, I've got a flower. The elderly man wore a bitter expression. Young lady, didn't you say you haven't played much? Oh dear. When luck is on your side, there's no stopping it. Just then, Granny Wong returned from the restroom and saw the money in Su Mu's box had significantly increased, beaming with joy. Young lady, you're quite skilled. Had I known, I would have lingered a bit longer. Su Mu tossed her hair back. In my humble opinion, I could play all night without a break. Granny Wong grabbed her hand. Young lady, how old are you? 26. I have a grandson who is 27 this year and is also quite good at mahjong. Would you like to meet him?
Huh.
The bullet comments. This is hilarious. Is she trying to set Su Mu up with her grandson? Haha, Granny Wong has good taste. Our Su Mu is not only skilled at mahjong but also quite fun. Feeling a bit nervous for Granny Wong's grandson Jiang Zue, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer sit idly by and quickly pulled Granny Wong aside. Granny, she already has a boyfriend. A boyfriend? Who is it? Jiang Zue confidently replied, me. Granny Wong looked at Su Mu. Su Mu looked at Jiang Zue. Jiang Zue showed no signs of guilt, even smiling at her. In order to thwart Grandma Wong's subsequent matchmaking attempts, Su Mu could only smile and concede. Indeed. The elderly gentleman who had lost money scoffed, impossible. Young couples like you are usually quite affectionate, yet you two have been sitting here for ages without even holding hands. Su Mu began to speak. But her hand was already clasped by Jiang Zue. She shot him a glare. Jiang Zue, undeterred, tightened his grip with a smile. Is this how one holds hands? The old man was momentarily at a loss for words. Then why weren't you holding hands just now? You see, she has a rather thin skin and feels shy. Came the reply from the barrage of comments. Look at that smug grin on your face. Don't laugh yourself to death. The first joke of the day. Su Mu is shy. Jiang Zue. Oh yeah, I've got my wife's hand now. Congratulations to Jiang Zue on successfully holding hands. Grandma Wong sighed. Well, if you have a boyfriend, I suppose that's acceptable. The old man chuckled, patting her arm. Don't worry, the children will find their own happiness. After observing for a while, Jiang Zue could no longer contain his curiosity. Grandma, is this gentleman your partner? Yes, she replied. How long have you been married? This year marks our 50th, she answered. Su Mu exchanged a glance with Jiang Zue. After all that searching, fortune had come effortlessly. Chapter 63, A Blessing in Disguise. Blissfully confused, Su Mu pointed to the camera beside them. Grandma, we are actually here to film a program. Seeking 4 couples who are celebrating their golden anniversaries this year. Oh, so it's you. I wondered why there was a camera filming around here. As they realized something was amiss, others in the square began to gather around with curiosity. Have you found them? Let me see. Grandma, are you one of the 4 couples? The small mahjong table was suddenly surrounded, leaving Su Mu and Jiang Zue squeezed out. Amidst the cacophony, Grandma Wong appeared bewildered. Grandpa Wong wrapped an arm around her and glared at the others. Don't crowd. If you have questions, ask one at a time. The comments flowed in. Grandpa, don't crowd my partner. Truly a golden couple. Quite amusing. Now that's what we call love. After a brief exchange, the crowd finally understood that the production team had not clearly explained the rules to the elderly couples, only informing them that they would be filming a show and that they would need to vote in 3 days. Upon grasping the nature of the program, Grandma Wong questioned. So, does this mean that Xiao Su and Xiao Jiang are not in a romantic relationship? Certainly not. Came the emphatic replies from Fu Chun and Lin Zhao Zhao in unison. Grandma Wong turned to Su Mu. Young lady, why did you deceive me earlier? I was just afraid you might mistakenly pair us up. Grandpa Wong chuckled. Just because they're not a couple now, doesn't mean they won't be in the future. I can see that Xiao Jiang is clearly interested in you. Jiang Zue chuckled softly. You have quite an eye for people.
Fu Chen scoffed.
Just because they're not a couple now, doesn't mean they won't be in the future.
Gang Tsui ignored him, pulling Su Mu closer. Grandma Wang.
Don't you think we make a lovely pair? Before she could respond, Fu Chun interjected with a cold snort. Where's the compatibility in that? Zhang Yu chimed in. Indeed. Where's the compatibility? Lin Zhao Zhao added. Exactly. Where's the compatibility? Jiang Zue raised an eyebrow, holding Su Mu tighter. Where's the incompatibility? We are an extraordinary match. Fu Chen grasped Sumu's hand, pulling her away from Jiang Zue. Grandma Wang, don't you think we look better together?
Jiang Zui frowned, yanking Sumu back.
You two standing together look like a case of reproductive isolation, so don't talk about compatibility. The comments exploded. Haha, what a sharp tongue. God, reproductive isolation, haha. Fu Chen, is that polite? Fu Chen, visibly displeased, yanked at Sumu to reclaim her. Jiang Zue, of course, would not comply. Holding onto Sumu's hand firmly, as the two tugged her back and forth, Sumu felt as if she might burst apart. Physically, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you two playing tug-of-war with me?" Grandpa Wang, fanning himself with a smile, remarked, "I see now, Xiao Su, you are quite the catch."
To this,
Sumu could only respond with a wry smile. Quite the catch? One who merely wishes to stir up a ship between her and others, and another whose sole intent is to annoy her. Well, Jiang Zue was genuinely sincere. Having found the first couple, the others swiftly sprang into action, showering attentions upon them. Zhang Yu fanned Grandma Wang with a hand fan. Yu held her hand and chatted amiably, while Fu Chen arranged a lounge chair for Grandpa Wang to sit on. In summary, everyone had their own methods. Su Mu and Jiang Zue exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. With 3 days ahead of them, it was unclear why they were so hurried. Among those unhurried was Lin Zhaozhao, who smiled at Jiang Zue. "Brother Jiang, I have a way to find all the golden couples, but I need someone to help me. Would you like to assist?" Jiang Zue, noticing Su Mu suddenly walking away, hurriedly dismissed himself within no time before chasing after her. "Where are you going?" "To eat some melons." Jiang Zue, puzzled, asked, "What melons?"
Sumu smiled slightly.
"A big melon." The comments buzzed. "What? Is there a melon? Hurry and tell me what melon." Alert. Lighting crew, get ready. Sound crew, be on standby. Shove the microphone in Sumu's mouth. Quick, quick, quick. Tell me, I want to hear. Minutes later, Sumu emerged from the field, cradling a large watermelon.
"Look.
Isn't it massive?" Jiang Zue inquired. "Whose watermelon is this?" "I have no idea," she replied. The comments read, "You show me this after preparing seeds? You've deceived my expectations, wasted my expressions. I thought there would be a melon to eat, but it turns out it's just a watermelon." While riding in the car, Sumu had noticed a field next to the nursing home that was filled with watermelons. Given the sweltering heat, wouldn't it be delightful to quench thirst with a watermelon? Be careful, or others might think you're a watermelon thief. Who would steal?
I'm just looking to buy.
Just as Sumu finished her sentence, a loud shout rang out from afar. "Don't run. How dare you steal my watermelon?"
An elderly man,
wearing a straw hat and limping, hurried towards them. Observing his labored movements, Sumu feared he might collapse from exhaustion mid-stride, prompting her to say, "Sir,
please take it slow."
Are you mocking me? What an arrogant little thief." Upon reaching the two, the old man panted heavily, accusing, "You picked my watermelon. Now I've caught you red-handed." Sumu felt more wronged than Do-e. She swore. She hadn't moved an inch. "Sir, it seems we haven't moved at all." "Have we?" The old man wiped his brow. "I don't care. If you picked my watermelon, you owe me money. We just came to buy watermelons." "Is this land yours? How much is the watermelon?" 100. Sumu gasped. 100 for a watermelon? "Sir, is your watermelon made of gold or silver?" The old man stood with his hands on his hips, his tone more domineering than a CEO. "Who told you to pick my watermelon? One price, 100. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll consider it theft." In the next moment, a red bill appeared before them. Jiang Zue, with his long fingers delicately grasping the bill, resembled countless domineering leads from dramas, casually tossing out 3 words. "Is this enough?" The comments erupted. "Ha. Giving 100 like it's a million. Bro, you're making me think you're handing over a check." "Young Master Jiang. Just a mere 100. Take it." Once the money was exchanged, the old man finally smiled contentedly. "All right, the watermelon is yours." He then turned and limped back towards the nursing home, later departing on an electric bike. Sumu, clutching the watermelon, intended to return when suddenly a car pulled up at the entrance of the nursing home. A middle-aged woman emerged, noticing Sumu and Jiang Zue accompanied by a cameraman, and smiled. "You must be here to film today, right?" "Indeed, and you are?" "I am the director of this place." "The director?" Sumu's eyes darted around. "In our courtyard, there are 4 pairs of golden wedding couples. Surely you know who they are?" "I do, but the production team has instructed me not to reveal that information, and the caregivers are also bound to silence."
Sumu,
holding a watermelon, exclaimed, Is that watermelon picked from the nearby field? Indeed, but rest assured, we paid for it. Paid for it? This watermelon was cultivated by the caregivers of our nursing home. No payment is necessary.
Huh?
The comments section erupted. LOL, turns out that old man was crying thief. Haha, both are utterly baffled. Lost $100. Observing their astonished expressions, the director chuckled. You must have been duped by old Zhang. No worries, he's one of us. Just ask him for your money back next time. Noting the director's ease in explaining, Sumu realized that this old Zhang was likely not a stranger to such antics. Young Master Zhang dismissed the loss of 100 yuan. It's merely $100, no big deal. Sumu emphasized earnestly. Is the amount what matters? Such behavior must be condemned. We absolutely must retrieve our money. Director, which room does old Zhang occupy? The director shook his head. He doesn't reside in the nursing home. He works in our kitchen. He should be out shopping now, but will return by noon. Then we shall wait for his return. Jiang Zui questioned. Is that really necessary? It's quite hot. Of course it's necessary. Sumu, will eat anything, but I refuse to be taken advantage of. The director hesitated. You should include old Zhang in your inquiries. Haha, upon reflection, the loss of 100 yuan isn't worth fretting over. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Don't you agree, Jiang Zui? Jiang Zui, the comment section chimed in. This sudden change of heart should be included in drama school textbooks. LOL. Just moments ago you were so adamant. What happened to not revealing anything? One moment. I can't let this go. The next. Actually, I can let it slide. The director couldn't bear to see old Zhang get into trouble with Su Mu, hence the subtle nudge. Chapter 64. The subtle charm of Sha Yi. Upon returning to the nursing home, Su Mu and Jiang Zui sliced the watermelon and sat in the pavilion to enjoy it. Grandpa Wang and Grandma Wang approached, requesting a couple of slices, joining them in their feast. Halfway through the watermelon, Su Mu spotted old Zhang returning on his electric bike. She quickly set down the fruit and hurried over. Grandpa, sensing her and Jiang Zui's presence, old Zhang became wary. What do you want? The director informed us that the watermelon was grown by the caregivers, so there's no need for payment. Old Zhang coughed. So what? I never claimed that land was mine. You all insisted on paying me. No worries, just $100. We don't mind. It's sweltering today. Why not join us for some watermelon? Her sudden change of attitude made old Zhang scrutinize her for a moment before pulling out 100 yuan and thrusting it into her hand. I don't need your pity. It's just $100 here. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Su Mu was left bewildered, turning to Jiang Zui, who shrugged in confusion. Grandma Wang, munching on watermelon, explained, old Zhang has that temperament. He despises being pitted. Pitted? Yes, you probably don't know, though old Zhang doesn't live here, his wife does. Their 3 sons are all heartless, unwilling to bring them to the city. Grandpa Wang nodded, continuing, old Zhang has mobility issues, which is why he brought his wife here. But the expenses are high, and with his wife bedridden, the nursing costs are exorbitant. Old Zhang works in the kitchen to earn a meager income. Reflecting on her previous fervor to confront old Zhang, Sumu lowered her head. I truly should be ashamed. The comment section responded, old Zhang is indeed a pitiable person. Sigh, Sumu waking up in the middle of the night. I truly should be ashamed. Though he is pitiable, extorting money is still wrong. Life is tough. A little compassion is warranted. If caught, I'd rather let the thief take more. The director must have felt sorry for old Zhang facing trouble from Sumu. Hence his discreet warning. After finishing the watermelon, it was nearly lunchtime. At the director's invitation, the production staff, along with all the guests, proceeded to the nursing home's canteen for a meal. The elderly love a lively atmosphere. All those who could move made their way to the dining hall to eat and chat, while those unable to move had their meals brought to their rooms by caregivers. To cater to the seniors' health, the dishes served were relatively bland yet varied. However, due to the lack of flavor, most guests struggled to enjoy the food, hastily pushing their bowls aside after a few bites. Yet, as the saying goes, when flavor is lacking, quantity can compensate. Having finished one plate, Sumu returned to the serving line. Noticing her for the second time, old Zhang, serving food, cast her a disdainful glance. Why are you eating so much? What's wrong with me eating more when I'm this thin? As she pinched the flesh on her abdomen, her expression shifted from indignation to alarm. When did this much flesh accumulate? Old Zhang chuckled. If you eat that much, you'll end up round as a ball. Let us see who LLs still fancy you. Suddenly, Zhang Yu interjected. Indeed, you are an artist. You must manage your figure. Sumu stared at the pair, her fingers trembling. You are pushing it too far. Jiang Zui timely appeared, asserting with unwavering resolve. No worries, Mumu. Even if you became as round as a ball, I would still like you. Fu Chen also approached. Exactly. I prefer girls with a bit more meat. Sumu. The comment section erupted. Haha, are you two confessing or throwing shade?
Sumu, and then.
You both are toast. I don't think Sumu is even fat. It must be said that female celebrities do face strict body management. In the past, it was Fu Chen who would leave Sumu speechless. But now it was her turn to be at a loss for words. Had Fu Chen enrolled in a class on witty comebacks? His sharpness had certainly escalated. Taking a deep breath, Sumu looked at Fu Chen, a hint of menace dancing in her eyes. Fu Chen, how many years do you get for murder?
Fu Chen.
Thinking she referred to his near-murderous actions the previous night, paled slightly and fell silent. Sumu, believing her ominous intent had intimidated him, triumphantly seized the ladle from old Zhang's hand and served herself a generous scoop of rice. I eat, I will eat. Steamed, stir-fried, spicy, braised, I will eat.
Eat.
Seeing her fierce demeanor reminiscent of a zombie, old Zhang, fearing she might consume the entire table, dared not stop her and served her another scoop. All right. Eat up. Returning to her table with her food, Sumu glanced around, sensing something amiss, and after a moment's thought, realized. Where's Lin Zhao? ISN Tishi here for lunch? Chapter 65. You have your money power. I have my little schemes. Jiang Zue had not been paying attention to Lin Zhao's whereabouts and bluntly stated, I don't know. He Xiao, however, responded. She left in her car before lunch. I'm not sure what for. Sumu merely inquired out of curiosity and didn't he think much of it, unaware that Lin Zhao's departure was in fact a prelude to something grand. After the meal, some elderly residents would stroll in the square, while others returned to their rooms to listen to audiobooks, watch television, and then take a nap. Sumu initially planned to rest in the pavilion, but just as she lay down, she suddenly spotted a small truck entering the nursing home. Lin Zhao jumped out of the vehicle, directing several movers to set up a large table in the square, piled high with massage devices, while a banner was unfurled nearby. The banner boldly proclaimed, Welfare Event. Couples married for 30 years can claim a massage device for free with their marriage certificate. Sumu was utterly taken aback by this scene. Previously, when Lin Zhao mentioned she had a way to quickly find 4 pairs of golden wedding couples, Sumu had thought perhaps Lin Zhao possessed some supernatural abilities. It has come to my attention that Lin Zhao possesses a remarkable financial prowess. The comments read, Goodness, I'm simply astounded. So, Lin Zhao's so-called good strategy is merely her monetary influence? In her quest to win, Lin Zhao is truly willing to invest heavily. How much must this cost? Rich sister, take a look at me. As the banner was unfurled, the news swiftly circulated throughout the nursing home. After all, the condition of being married for over 30 years is exceedingly easy to fulfill among this group of elderly individuals, resulting in a gathering of seniors around the table. Is this event for real? 30 years is all it takes. I'm eligible, can I claim it? In the face of the babbling seniors, Lin Zhao smiled lightly. Rest assured, everyone will receive their due, but you must show me your marriage certificate first. Alright, that's no problem. I'll fetch it right away. Just wait. The elderly individuals at the large table were incessantly bustling, their faces beaming with joy as they clutched their massage devices. The other guests observed the scene from a distance, rendered speechless. One cannot deny that Lin Zhao's tactic is indeed brilliant. Not only does it swiftly identify 4 pairs of golden wedding couples, but it also garners their goodwill. Most crucially, Lin Zhao effectively prevents others from discovering the identities of the golden wedding couples, as her stipulated condition is 30 years of marriage, not 50. Moreover, only she can view the specific marriage certificates. He Xiao, crossing her arms, remarked with a tinge of bitterness, Isn't this merely a means of buying affection? Xiao Zhuang responded, The production team isn't intervening. If you have the money, you can buy affection too. He Xiao was left speechless. An hour later, Lin Zhao had distributed all the massage devices. With first-hand information at her disposal, Lin Zhao approached the crowd with an air of satisfaction. Why are you all just standing here? If you don't find your partners soon, you might miss out. Sumu shook her head in disbelief. You truly spare no expense. The massage devices cost roughly around 1,000 each, and Lin Zhao had given away at least 200, which translates to a starting expenditure of 200,000. Lin Zhao chuckled. I apologize. While I may lack in other resources, I am quite abundant in finances. Sumu looked at Jiang Zui, Listen to her. Does she even speak human language? Jiang Zui reassured her. It's all right. I can spend that amount too. Su Mu retorted. That amount? Just that? She gritted her teeth and playfully grasped his neck. I'll compete with you wealthy folks. The comments read, Su Mu, do you hear the words of the people? Oh, why are there so many rich people? Why can't there be one more like me? Su Mu shouldn't he be in need of money? Considering the size of President Su's company. Alas, Su Qing is her brother, not her father. His company has nothing to do with Su Mu. Lin Zhao loathed the sight of Su Mu and Jiang Zui's playful antics, directly pulling Su Mu aside. Don't hurt Jiang Zui. Before Su Mu could respond, Jiang Zui took hold of Su Mu's hand and placed it back around his neck. You want to hurt me. Go ahead and squeeze. Su Mu, this is the first time I've encountered such a request. Jiang Zui couldn't he possibly have any peculiar preferences, could he? She shot him a dubious glance and withdrew her hand. Huh. I refuse to reward you.
Gang Tsui, Lin Zhao sneered. Sumu.
Do you wish to know who the 4 pairs of golden wedding couples are? If you plead with me, I might just be generous enough to reveal it. Su Mu laughed dismissively. I'm sorry, you have your financial influence, and I have my clever little schemes. Lin Zhao was not convinced. I await your revelation eagerly. Once Lin Zhao departed, Jiang Zui leaned towards Su Mu and whispered, What ingenious plan do you have? Don't tell me it involves handsome men. Su Mu responded incredulously. Would I resort to such a base tactic? So, what is your clever scheme? Su Mu smiled slightly. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. My strategy is to follow her. Now that Lin Zhao possesses the information regarding the 4 pairs of golden wedding couples, she will inevitably make contact with them. By trailing Lin Zhao, it would reveal the identities of the remaining 2 couples, wouldn't it? Jiang Zui, is that truly a brilliant strategy? The comments read, Haraha, such a clever tactic. She has her financial influence, and you have your audacity, You're quite the clever little advisor to the King of Hell. They proceeded. Su Mu pulled Jiang Zui into the building. In truth, Su Mu was quite eager for Lin Zhao to seek out the 2 golden wedding couples she was unaware of. However, to her surprise, Lin Zhao arrived at Grandma Wang and Grandpa Wang's room with a basket of fruit. Observing her enter the room, Jiang Zui shrugged. What now? Are you going to follow her in? Before Su Mu could respond, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Why not? Su Mu was taken aback and turned to find others trailing behind her and Jiang Zui. Su Mu was bewildered. What are you all doing? He Xiao Cha laughed. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Realizing their conversation had likely been overheard, Su Mu fell silent. She had thought she was the only one with audacity, but it turned out their nerve was not lacking either. The comments read, It's apparent. You're all clever little schemers. Lin Zhao. I'm baffled. I spend so much money, and you all just want to reap the benefits, right? With such a large crowd following, Lin Zhao hasn't he noticed a thing, hurrah. Su Mu contemplated. We can't just barge in. Lin Zhao is carrying fruit, and we have nothing. Zhang Yu pulled out his phone. Since the cameraman has entered, we can watch the live stream to see what transpires inside. Su Mu was astounded. You can actually be this clever? Everyone promptly took out their phones and opened the live stream. Inside the room, Lin Zhao was smiling warmly as she inquired about Grandma Wang's well-being. Grandma Wang, how do you find the massage device? Is it effective? It's quite effective. You're truly kind, Shaolin, to provide such benefits. This device must not have been cheap, right? As long as you're happy, it's just a bit of fruit I brought. Is it alright if I leave it here? Why bring fruit? It's too much trouble, Shaolin. Is there something you need? The production team has a poll. And you and Grandpa Wang surely know. Who do you think is a better match for me? Grandma Wang exchanged glances with Grandpa Wang. How would we know? Do you have someone you fancy? Lin Zhao produced Jiang Zui's photo from her phone. Actually, Jiang Zui and I are childhood friends. We've grown up together. And our bond is quite strong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zui couldn't help but frown. What a bold fabrication. Grandma Wang hesitated. Are you certain you share a strong bond? I perceive that Xiao Jiang seems to favor Xiao Su. Jiang Zui nodded. Indeed, a discerning eye. Lin Zhao's expression soured momentarily. Jiang Zui must have feelings for me. We merely lack a suitable opportunity.
Grandma.
As long as you and Grandpa Wang cast your votes for us, I would have that chance. Grandma Wang felt somewhat conflicted. She actually found Su Mu more endearing. But given the circumstances, how could she refuse Lin Zhao in front of her? Since you've said so, then, Chapter 66, a hefty burden certainly not. Grandma Wang's words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp voice. Jiang Zue rushed into the room, having been the one to cut off Grandma Wang. Approaching her, he wore a serious expression. Do not listen to her nonsense. I am not familiar with her at all. Noticing the large crowd behind Jiang Zue, Lin Zhao furrowed her brow. What are you all doing together? Upon seeing Zhang Yu's phone still displaying the live stream, she gasped. You're watching the live stream? Zhang Yu hastily turned off his phone, forcing a laugh. Oh dear, I have a stomachache. I'll go to the restroom. I'm going to bask in the sun. The group scrambled for excuses, one after another leaving the room, leaving only Su Mu and Jiang Zue behind. Bullet screen. Caught in the act, how embarrassing. Ha, so awkward it feels like I could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Lin Zhao. I'm done with you bunch of old sixes. You guys are quite nimble. Ha ha ha, Lin Zhao's mind raced, quickly discerning their intent for watching the live stream. She cast a cold smile at Su Mu. I thought you had some clever scheme. But it turns out it's merely voyeurism? Although this ploy originated from Zhang Yu, Su Mu did not concur with her assertion. Is watching a live stream tantamount to peeping? Does that mean all netizens are spying on us? Lin Zhao was about to retort when Grandma Wang interrupted. All right, enough of your bickering. Xiao Lin. While you are indeed kind to us, I cannot play matchmaker indiscriminately. If Xiao Jiang truly likes you, I would gladly cast my vote for you. But here... Grandma Wang glanced at Jiang Zue, shaking her head in a sigh. This matter is best left for another time. Grandpa Wang timely interjected. Indeed. We are weary and in need of rest. Perhaps you all should take your leave? With a hint of dismissal in the air. The group felt no shame in departing and exited the room. Seeing her plans thwarted, Lin Zhao was infuriated. Su Mu, could you not have a shred of dignity? Sister, it was Jiang Zue who barged in and disrupted things, not me. Why blame me? Bullet screen. Huh?
Sumu looks utterly bewildered. Sumu, emorerong dendo et sumu, imdan, zante blame gang tsui.
So you blame me. Would Jiang Zue have charged in if you hadn't incited him?
No, Hian Sui answered resolutely.
Observing him still defending Su Mu at this juncture, Lin Zhao felt exasperated, yet was unable to chastise Jiang Zue. She stomped her foot and turned to leave. Su Mu asked Jiang Zue, do you see anything on my back? Nothing at all. There's definitely a hefty burden, did you not notice? Jiang Zue. Su Mu sighed and patted Jiang Zue's shoulder. Xiao Jiang, you mustn't act so impulsively in the future. We've already roused the snakes in the grass. Lin Zhao will undoubtedly be more vigilant now. If we wish to uncover the remaining 2 pairs of golden wedding couples, we can no longer rely on such simple tactics. Jiang Zue smiled. No worries, I already have a plan to ascertain who the remaining couples are. What plan? 10 minutes later, the 2 arrived at the dean's office door. Su Mu, puzzled, asked, is your plan to seek information from the dean? Certainly not. With that, Jiang Zue knocked on the office door.
Come in.
Dean, may we host an event at the institute?
An event?
What kind of event do you wish to organize? A ballroom dance event, open to couples married for over 40 years. The grand prize is 50,000, and I will cover all expenses. But I would need your assistance in issuing a notification. Upon hearing this, the dean understood his intention. It had indeed been a while since the institute held an event, and since it wouldn't cost the institute anything, the dean was pleased to comply and readily agreed. After leaving the dean's office, Su Mu gave a thumbs up. Spending little to achieve great things, brilliant. The event will be held tomorrow. Today we should procure the necessary items.
All right.
Su Mu accompanied him in the car to purchase some supplies, and by the time they returned, night was fast approaching. After dark, the nursing home would enforce its closing hours, preventing guests and crew from lingering, and thus everyone retraced their steps back to the small house.
Today,
the cooking duties fell to Fu Chen and Yu, but Xiao Zhuang found little opportunity to interact with Yu, and unable to contain himself, he eagerly went to the kitchen to assist. Meanwhile, Yu had resolved to mend her relationship with Fu Chen, and thus her demeanor towards his enthusiasm was rather frigid, as she sought every opportunity to engage Fu Chen in conversation. Fu Chen, in turn, treated her with the same coldness she exhibited towards Xiao Zhuang. Bullet screen. Is Yu trying to win Fu Chen back? As the fish attempts to flee, the Sea King lays out bait. Quite normal. Fu Chen seems resolute in establishing boundaries with Yu. Xiao Zhuang, feeling his warm affection met with chilling indifference, left the kitchen in discontent.
Fu Chen,
growing annoyed with Yu's attempts to converse, retorted, Yu, what do you want? Yu set down her basket. Teacher Fu, can't you give me another chance? I hurt you because I was unclear about my feelings before, but I won't let that happen again. I remember everything now. Remember what? I remember that we knew each other since childhood, right? Teacher Fu, I genuinely miss the beautiful times we once shared. Just then, Sumu entered the kitchen to fetch water, hearing only the tail end of the conversation, and curiously asked, "Beautiful times? Was it seaweed snacks? Where are they? Let me have a taste." EU, bullet screen. Haha, only food is on your mind, huh? One remark made an already tense atmosphere even more awkward. As expected of you, gluttonous Sumu Fu-chen unexpectedly chuckled. "If you want to eat, I'll go buy some for you." Sumu found his sudden attentiveness strange, as he seemed to be going out of his way to please her. As the saying goes, a weasel does not wish a chicken a happy new year. Sumu was not inclined to trust his intentions, stepping back. "Perhaps it's best I pass." With that, she left the kitchen with her cup of water. Watching her retreating figure, Fu-chen couldn't help but frown. Chapter 67. Watching the meteor shower together. Since voting was not required these past few days, the program crew's cameras were turned off after 9. Sumu had just finished washing her face and was about to go to bed when a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?"
Fu-chen.
Already nestled in bed, Yu sat up at once, smiling as she walked over to open the door, saying to Sumu, "He must be here for me." Upon opening the door, she smiled at Fu-chen. "Teacher Fu, what brings you here?" "I'm looking for Sumu." Yu's smile vanished instantly. "What does he want with Sumu?" "I have something to discuss." Sumu emerged from the bathroom. "Must I go?" "I have a feeling this is not good news. It's something very important."
Sumu hesitated.
"You must come." Fu-chen grasped her wrist, pulling her out forcefully. "Just come with me." Hey, what are you doing? Let go." "Not a chance." Watching them leave, a grim-faced Yu could only slam the door shut with force. Dragged to the backyard by Fu-chen, Sumu surveyed her surroundings cautiously. Noticing her wariness, Fu-chen questioned, "What are you thinking? This is indeed a suitable place to make a move. Are you planning to attack me?" Sumu was taken aback by his implication. "I was worried you'd do something to me. How could I possibly harm you?" The more Sumu heard, the more bewildered she became. "Fu-chen, did you take the wrong medicine today?" "Moo, what do you think of me?" Sumu's expression was one of honesty. "A dog of a man. Is your impression of me so poor? We once loved each other, after all." Wait. Sumu interrupted. "When was this once? In a previous life? If I recall correctly, we were merely in a contractual relationship before, with no feelings involved, right?" "How could there be no feelings? It was clear you liked me back then, I could see it. I just failed to recognize my own heart. But now I realize you are the one for me. Moo, let us rekindle our romance." "Ugh, your goal has been achieved. I'm indeed starting to feel nauseated." "Fu-chen," Sumu, utterly perplexed, replied, "I admit I accidentally overheard your secret, but must you resort to such a repugnant method to silence me? I genuinely have had a change of heart. Why won't you believe me?" Sumu sighed. "Our relationship is akin to that of Fourth Master and Huan. Do you understand? You mean we will end up together in the end? I mean the only outcome for us can be one of us dead and the other alive. I'll have you discarded within 3 days, and your ashes will be scattered." "Fu-chen, Moo, regardless of whether you believe me or not, I brought you here to express my heartfelt intentions. Moo, grant me another chance. I am not the person I once was. I shall treat you with double the kindness." "Enough," she interjected. "Any further words would be impolite. Do you wish for me to regurgitate my dinner before you are satisfied?"
Sumu turned away, covering her ears.
"I refuse to listen. The words of a fool are but empty chants." Fu-chen stepped in front of her. Moo, Sumu shut her eyes tightly, determined not to look. "A fool lays an egg." Seeing her stubbornness, Fu-chen pondered for a moment, then seized her wrist and leaned in to kiss her. Sumu opened her eyes just in time to see him approach like a bear, mouth agape, and instinctively recoiled. At that moment, Jiang Zue burst onto the scene, lifting his leg to deliver a swift kick. Fu-chen was sent sprawling. A song echoed in Sumu's mind. "Come watch the meteor shower fall upon this earth." After kicking Fu-chen away, Jiang Zue turned to her. Concern etched on his face. "Are you alright?" Sumu was fine, but she worried more about the flowers nearby. Fu-chen clumsily rose from the flower bed, brushing grass from his head, and shouted, "Jiang Zue, are you out of your mind? What were you trying to do just now? This is a matter between me and Sumu. What business is it of yours?" Sumu interjected. "How can it not concern him? He is the Prince of Gua." Jiang Zue responded. "What Prince of Gua?" Sumu linked her arm with his. It's nothing. Let's go, Prince of Gua. Jiang Zue, initially inclined to slap Fu Chen, found it difficult to break free with Su Mu clinging to him, so he merely cast a cold glance at Fu Chen before turning to leave with Su Mu. Upon reaching her door, Jiang Zue admonished her, "If he bothers you again, come find me. Are you not angry that I met him? Whether you meet him is your choice. Protecting you is my responsibility." Su Mu was momentarily taken aback before smiling and remarking, "You truly are becoming a domineering CEO." Jiang Zue chuckled, "Perfect, isn't it your type?" Recalling the drunken incident from that night, Su Mu patted his shoulder. "Forget it. Let us pretend I never mentioned it. Your memory is too good. You can't forget." Su Mu sighed, "My memory isn't great. I can't recall how his abs felt that night." Jiang Zue lifted his shirt slightly. "Would you like to touch them again?" Such blatant temptation. Would Su Mu fall for it? Indeed. Why not take advantage of a good opportunity? If there are abs, why not touch them? Without hesitation, she reached out. Just as her fingertips grazed Jiang Zue's abdomen, the door behind them creaked open. Jiang Zue quickly dropped his shirt. Su Mu was slower to react, her hand still lingering inside his shirt. Observing their position, Iyu's expression was one of disbelief. "What are you two doing?" Only then did Su Mu realize her predicament and withdrew her hand. "It's nothing. I just wanted to test the results of his workouts." "Must you conduct your tests at the door? Am I a part of your little play?" After Jiang Zue left, Su Mu turned back to her room.
You.
Noticing she had gone out with Fu Chen but returned with Jiang Zue, seemed to piece things together, and asked with a smile, "Did you and Fu Chen have a falling out?" "Indeed, as you wished." "What do you mean? As I wished? You two were never meant to be." Su Mu found it perplexing. "If you like him so much, why didn't you act sooner? Did you only think to cast your bait when the fish was about to swim away? Why do people always wait until something is lost to realize its worth? Why do they only regret when it's too late?" This applied to Iyu, Fu Chen, and Lin Zhao Zhao as well. Truly, the saying holds. How foolish. I genuinely like Teacher Fu. I never regarded him as a mere fish. Yes, everything you say is correct. Su Mu, uninterested in debating such trivial matters, tossed back the covers and climbed into bed. Chapter 68. This is not a car. The kick Jiang Zue delivered yesterday had left Fu Chen in considerable pain. He had struck his ankle against the ground and limped while walking the next day. Naturally, others inquired about his condition, but Fu Chen was reluctant to disclose the truth, deeming it too embarrassing, so he merely fabricated a story about cramping in his leg. Su Mu listened and chuckled quietly. Due to the notice from the director about hosting a social dance, Su Mu and Jiang Zue encountered many grandpas and grandmas signing up upon their arrival at the nursing home. Some had never danced before, but were lured by the first prize. After all, participation was limited to couples married for over 40 years, so the number of entrants was minimal, thereby increasing the odds of winning. Grandma Wang and Grandpa Wang had signed up with the same motivation. Aside from them, Su Mu and Jiang Zue also discovered another couple celebrating their golden anniversary. With this, they had gathered information on 3 pairs of golden wedding couples. Only 1 pair remained. Su Mu pondered, why hasn't that last couple signed up? Perhaps they are not interested in dancing. However, knowing about 3 pairs is sufficient. After all, there are only 8 tickets in total. If we secure 4, our victory is assured.
Sumunadit.
That makes sense. It is too challenging to please all 8. It's better to focus on 4. For now, Grandma Wang and Grandpa Wang seemed like promising candidates, while they would need to engage further with Grandpa Zhang and his wife later. Since the competition was scheduled for the afternoon, Su Mu and Jiang Zue devised an impeccable plan. Su Mu would meet Grandpa Zhang, while Jiang Zue would chat with Grandma Wang and Grandpa Wang. If Lin Zhao Zhao still wished to secure votes from them, Jiang Zue could intervene. Su Mu wandered around the cafeteria, but Grandpa Zhang was nowhere to be found. A middle-aged woman in work attire noticed her searching and asked, "Young lady, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Grandpa Zhang. Is he not here?" "You're looking for him too? Please help me find him. His electric bike is missing. Tell him to come out and look for it." Unexpectedly, she had taken on a side quest, and Su Mu nodded in confusion.
Oh, all right.
After searching outside the cafeteria, she found him in a corner, engrossed in a game of chess.
Sumo approached him.
"Grandpa Zhang, your bike is gone." Grandpa Zhang jumped, looking down to check, and seeing the pieces on the board still in place, he sighed in relief and chuckled. "Young people lack education. It's not gone. Est. Very well, your electric G is missing." Comments. Haha, what nonsense. What a hilarious miscommunication. You really pronounced it G. Ha. Grandpa Zhang's smile vanished as he hurried outside to check, wailing, "My electric bike. Which little rascal stole it?" Flustered, he exclaimed, "It's my only electric bike." Sumu tried to comfort him. "Grandpa Zhang, don't panic. The facility has surveillance. Why don't we check the footage? That's reasonable." The two swiftly made their way to the security room to review the footage, and upon watching, both were astonished. The person who had ridden off with the electric bike was indeed Lin Zhaozhao. Grandpa Zhang turned to Sumu. "I thought you were here to film a program. Who knew you would steal an electric bike? Stealing is one thing, but to audaciously notify me?" Though Sumu couldn't fathom Lin Zhaozhao's actions, she realized that in Grandpa Zhang's eyes, she had evidently become an accomplice in the theft, and for her own innocence, she had to explain. "Please don't look at me like that. We are not poor. Stealing your old electric bike would be of no use to us. There must be some misunderstanding. Stealing my electric bike is one thing, but to insinuate that I'm poor." Comments. "Haraha, this is killing me. Grandpa Zhang, you're killing me with words. Look how angry Grandpa is, lol." Just as Sumu was about to clarify further, Lin Zhaozhao returned, riding the electric bike. Author's note: the number of ratings is far too few, and the score is disappointingly low. I humbly beseech you all to offer a wave of 5-star reviews and support. Only with your generous praise can this struggling author gain visibility among a wider audience. Chapter 69, The Great Compassion Mantra, but DJ version. Upon seeing Lin Zhaozhao, Grandpa Zhang dashed out of the security room with a swift stride, obstructing her path.
Halt.
"Where have you taken my electric scooter?" "Taken? I have not stolen anything. I reviewed the surveillance footage. It was you who stole it. I merely thought your scooter was in such disrepair that I intended to replace it. So I went to the cafeteria to retrieve the keys." Lin Zhaozhao dismounted her vehicle, pulled out the keys, and handed them to Grandpa Zhang. "This is my newly purchased scooter." Grandpa Zhang did not accept the keys. "What about my scooter?" "I sold it to the scrap collector." "You sold it to the scrap collector?" Grandpa Zhang emitted a sharp cry of disbelief. Bullet comments. Look how furious Grandpa Zhang is. Not even a word of greeting before the swap is indeed excessive. Lin Zhaozhao seems to believe that money can buy everyone, a common flaw of the wealthy. Thinking money is omnipotent. Money isn't everything, but without it, one is truly bereft. His reaction exceeded Lin Zhaozhao's expectations entirely. In her mind, Grandpa Zhang should have been overjoyed to see a new scooter. "Aren't you pleased with the new scooter?" "Pleasure? Not in the slightest. What gives you the right to act unilaterally?" Lin Zhaozhao was momentarily taken aback. At this point, Sumu could no longer contain herself. How does that saying go? It's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to provide timely assistance in the snow. Thus, Sumu decisively chose to add fuel to the fire. "Indeed. Who gave you the authority to act on your own?" Seeing her audaciously interject, Lin Zhaozhao's face flushed with anger. "What does this have to do with you?" Grandpa Zhang was astonished. "Hey, you're quite fierce, aren't you? I replaced your dilapidated scooter, and instead of thanking me, you question my actions? That junk was only worth 200 to the scrap collectors, while my new one cost several thousand. No wonder you're poor." Lin Zhaozhao, accustomed to being pampered from childhood, had only previously smiled at those she would not have glanced at twice, all to secure votes. But now, her fury shattered the confines of reason, her concealed arrogance fully unleashed. Sumu's original intention to provoke merely aimed to prevent Grandpa Zhang from feeling that she and Lin Zhaozhao were conspiring against him, given that Lin Zhaozhao was indeed at fault. Yet now, Sumu could no longer tolerate it. "Have you truly taken yourself for someone important after consuming a bit of nonsense? Can you tone down your arrogance? Not everything in this world can be measured by money." Bullet comments. So true. Lin Zhaozhao is far too arrogant. The centipede droppings and toad urine had me laughing. The innate arrogance of the rich is truly nauseating, though Sumu may be eccentric. Her principles are commendable at crucial moments. I have turned against Lin Zhaozhao. I am merely speaking the truth. Lin Zhaozhao tossed the keys onto the scooter. "The new scooter is right here. Take it if you wish." With that, she turned and walked away. Grandpa Zhang, now infuriated, shouted, "Stop. Where has my scooter been sold? You cannot leave until you tell me." Lin Zhaozhao ignored him. Observing Grandpa Zhang's trembling fingers, Sumu quickly reassured him. "Please calm down, Grandpa. I will check a few nearby scrap yards to help you locate it." Grandpa Zhang took a couple of deep breaths, grasped her hand, and expressed his gratitude. "I never expected you to be such a good person." "Sumu? Never expected? You previously thought I was a bad person?" As noon approached and lunch hour drew near, Grandpa Zhang had to attend to his duties at the cafeteria and did not accompany Su Mu outside to search for the scooter. With the afternoon dance competition looming, Su Mu had no time for lunch and was set to drive out directly when she encountered Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu volunteered to drive for her. Although Su Mu had initially intended to seek Jiang Zui, she realized that if any unforeseen delays occurred, Jiang Zui could still host the afternoon event. Furthermore, with Zhang Yu driving, she could ride her scooter back afterward. With these considerations in mind, Su Mu accepted Zhang Yu's offer. However, Su Mu soon found herself regretting her decision. Zhang Yu persistently engaged her in conversation during the drive. Noticing Su Mu's frosty demeanor, Zhang Yu activated the Bluetooth speaker, hoping to create a lively atmosphere. Would you like to listen to some music? Su Mu readily agreed. Sure. What would you like to hear? The Great Compassion Mantra. As it aligns with my current mood. Zhang Yu replied. Can we listen to something more cheerful? Cheerful? How about the DJ version of the Great Compassion Mantra? Zhang Yu fell utterly silent. Unbothered by his expression, Su Mu pressed the play button, cranking the volume to its maximum. The mesmerizing chant combined with the explosive DJ beats created a peculiar harmony that made Su Mu want to dance, while Zhang Yu felt like he wanted to perish. Bullet comments. This song is far ahead of its time in the annals of human art. Buckle up. We are about to arrive at the grand electronic music temple. Indeed, everything can be DJ'd, right? Confucius would shake his head in disapproval. Confucius wouldn't he shake his head? As Buddhism didn't he exist in his time? Unfamiliar with the area. Su Mu and Zhang Yu spent 2 hours searching before finally locating the electric scooter at a small scrapyard. It must be said, the vehicle was indeed in poor condition, with paint peeling off in many places, the seat's leather torn to reveal the sponge beneath, and one of the rear-view mirrors completely missing. After spending a few hundred to retrieve the scooter, Su Mu instructed Zhang Yu to drive ahead while she leisurely rode the scooter back to the nursing home. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su Mu encountered Jiang Zui. What are you doing here? Waiting for your return. You haven't had lunch yet, right? There's food in the cafeteria. Is there still food at this hour? I saved you a portion. Having messaged him before leaving, Jiang Zui was aware that she was out searching for the scooter. Concerned for her well-being, he had set aside a meal for her. Upon entering the cafeteria with Jiang Zui, Su Mu discovered that Grandpa Zhang was also present. Upon seeing Su Mu, he hurried over. Did you find my scooter? Yes, it's parked outside. Here are the keys. Please take care of them. Grandpa Zhang gratefully accepted the keys, treating them as a treasured possession. Looking at Su Mu, he beamed. Xiao Jiang saved you some food, and I set aside a pig trotter for you. With that, he returned from the kitchen, bringing forth the meal and placing it before Su Mu. Feeling genuinely hungry, Su Mu picked up her chopsticks and indulged herself heartily. As she ate, she asked the question that lingered in her mind. Grandpa, why do you cherish this scooter so much? Grandpa Zhang sighed, the wrinkles on his face reflecting a hint of sadness. Many years ago, before my wife suffered a stroke and became paralyzed, she would sweep the streets and collect bottles. After saving for a long time, she bought me this scooter. How could I not be aware of its condition? Yet, knowing she may never have another opportunity to give me something again, I cannot bear to part with it. Su Mu was deeply moved upon hearing this. What many would consider worthless was, in fact, a treasure in Grandpa Zhang's heart. Money can buy many things, but it cannot purchase that kind of significance. After finishing her meal, Su Mu set down her chopsticks and suggested, Grandpa, would you like to see your scooter? Yes. The three of them proceeded to the scooter shed, where Grandpa Zhang was astonished to find that the dilapidated electric scooter had been adorned with numerous charming stickers, covering the areas that had previously been peeling paint. The rear-view mirror had been replaced, and even the tattered seat had been fitted with a new cover. The entire scooter appeared revitalized. Grandpa Zhang, in disbelief, circled the scooter several times. Is this truly my scooter? Indeed, all these decorations were hastily purchased on my way back. If you dislike them, you can remove them. Bullet comments. Su Murin is truly wonderful. This is a delightful surprise, while Lin Zhaozhao's presence is rather alarming. At this moment, I have fallen in love with Su Mu. I never expected that despite Su Mu's madness, she possesses such warmth. I can understand why Jiang Zui would be fond of Su Mu. Grandpa Zhang choked with emotion. Little Su, I never imagined you to be so kind-hearted. Su Mu, bemused, replied, What did you think of me before? Not that bad, just a bit slow-witted, somewhat aggressive, and a tad gluttonous. Enough, enough. Discussing it further would be impolite. Grandpa Zhang glanced at Jiang Zi, Rest assured, little Sue, my wife and I will cast our votes for you. You truly compliment Xiao Zhang. Chapter 70. A lonely dilemma, having resolved Grandpa Zhang's concerns. Su Mu and Jiang Zui were about to prepare for the afternoon's ballroom dance competition when they unexpectedly spotted Lin Zhaozhao engaged in light-hearted conversation with Grandma Wang in a pavilion. Su Mu felt a surge of alarm and pulled Jiang Zui toward them. Grandma Wang. Oh, little Sue, have you eaten yet? I just had a meal. What are you two discussing? Lin Zhaozhao interjected. We were talking about the voting. Grandma Wang has already promised to vote for me.
Su Mu stood frozen, bewildered.
How could she return from a brief outing only to find her stronghold compromised? Lin Zhaozhao, brimming with pride, added, sorry you arrived too late.
With that,
she chuckled and sauntered away. Su Mu shot a glance at Grandma Wang and grasped her arm. Grandma, is that true? Grandma Wang smiled sheepishly. What can I say? One mustn't bite the hand that feeds. But don't worry, I've already told my husband to vote for you. Just rest assured that little Lin is unaware. She still believes we will both support her. Bullet comments. So adept at socializing, huh? You do know how to navigate social intricacies. Who could surpass you?
Huh?
I never expected Grandma Wang to be such a clever one. At this juncture, what could Su Mu say? After all, the power to vote resided with others. And truth be told, Grandma Wang owed her nothing. Departing from the pavilion, Su Mu sighed. We must alter our strategy. Initially, the plan was to secure votes from Grandma Wang, Grandpa Wang, and Grandpa Zhang, thus ensuring a comfortable lead. Now, with Lin Zhaozhao having usurped one of their votes, they were left with only 3, transforming tranquility into sleepless nights. They needed to devise a new means to obtain one more vote. Jiang Zui pondered. Aren't there a couple coming to participate in the dance competition this afternoon? We just need to acquire a vote from them. Indeed. Before the competition commenced, Su Mu and Jiang Zui quickly organized the venue. The elderly residents of the nursing home relished the festive atmosphere, with many who weren't competing gathering in the square to watch. While counting the participants, all guests except Lin Zhaozhao wandered among the competing teams, eagerly inquiring, Grandma, how long have you and your husband been married? 43 years. Grandpa, how long have you and your wife been married? 52 years. As Su Mu was counting the contestants, observing their interactions, she promptly seized the microphone. Please, non-participants, leave the area. Do not disturb the contestants. Jiang Zui immediately stepped forward to escort them out of the waiting area. During the counting process, Su Mu took special note of the third couple celebrating their golden wedding anniversary. Grandma Chen, a native of the bustling metropolis, dressed with elegance unlike Grandma Wang's simplicity. Her attire was stylish, and her hair impeccably styled, giving her a vibrant appearance. As Su Mu watched, Jiang Zui also identified Grandma Chen in the crowd. However, he felt something was amiss and quietly asked, Is that dance partner next to Grandma Chen her husband? Is it not? Su Mu had only glanced at the marriage certificate hastily and hadn't paid much attention. I don't think he resembles the person on the certificate. The photos on their marriage certificate were taken when they were young, so some changes in appearance with age are normal. That's possible, Jiang Zui conceded, not dwelling on it further. They both dismissed the matter from their minds, yet in 10 minutes, both would come to regret it. Before the competition officially began, Su Mu took the microphone to address the attendees. Thank you all, dear grandfathers and grandmothers, for participating in this ballroom dance event. To ensure fairness, the first place will be determined by a vote from all contestants. I hereby announce that the competition has begun. Please take the stage in groups of 3 according to your numbers. Jiang Zui pressed the play button, and music soon filled the air. As they were not participating in scoring, Jiang Zui and Su Mu stood aside, enjoying the spectacle along with the crowd. The elderly participants, having practiced their square dancing regularly, danced the ballroom with commendable enthusiasm. Although their movements may not have been perfect, their energy was admirable, leaving Su Mu feeling slightly envious. She wished she could maintain such vitality in a nursing home as she aged. Alas, she could only hope that her own nature of sitting whenever possible would allow her to live a long life. As each group performed, it was soon Grandma Chen's turn. The music began, and she harmoniously danced with her partner, spinning and leaping without pause. Just as Su Mu prepared to applaud, a sudden shout erupted from the speakers. Chun Jin Feng, what are you doing? Su Mu turned to see that her microphone had been seized by an elderly man. The unexpected turn of events compelled Jiang Zui to pause the music, and Su Mu approached the elderly gentleman. Grandpa, what are you doing? What am I doing? You should be asking her. The elderly man stormed toward Grandma Chen. Chen Jinfeng, I am your husband. How dare you dance with him as if I were dead? Hearing this, both Su Mu and Jiang Zui stood frozen in shock. Bullet comments. Well, this is the legendary NTR, isn't it? The pure-hearted warrior is furious. This has become quite a mess. Clearly, this is a lonely dilemma. Chapter 71. The Waltz of Love. Grandma Chen shook off his hand. Just because you chose not to participate doesn't mean I can't find someone else to dance with. You think I wouldn't know? You've been flirting with him for ages. What nonsense. We are merely dancing. In your eyes, it becomes something scandalous? Truly. A tainted heart sees filth in everything. You. The elderly man raised his hand high. Seeing an incident about to unfold, Sumu quickly intervened, shielding Grandma Chen. Grandpa, please. Calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I haven't even caused you any trouble yet. Wasn't it stated that only couples married for over 40 years can participate in this ridiculous competition? Did you not verify the information properly? We did verify it beforehand. But, step aside. The elderly man forcefully pushed her away. Sumu stumbled slightly, but Jiang Zui swiftly caught her. Bullet comments. Oh. Are you two putting on an idol drama here? Such a steady embrace. Boyfriend strength maxed out. This old man is truly excessive. How dare he resort to violence? Such a disturbance. The elderly man seized Grandma Chen's hand. Come. We are going home. I won't go back. I haven't finished competing.
Come.
Don't pull her. Grandma Chen's partner stood up as well. What does this have to do with you? As the situation threatened to spiral into chaos, the director arrived. His authoritative presence proved far more effective than Su Mu's, and under his patient persuasion, Grandma Chen eventually left with him. Although Su Mu longed to follow and understand the situation, the competition was still underway. So she and Jiang Zui continued to host the event. Once the competition concluded, Su Mu and Jiang Zui hurried to the director's office. Upon arrival, they encountered Grandma Chen emerging from the office, tears streaming down her face. Su Mu quickly pulled Jiang Zui around the corner. Over there. Grandma Chen wiped her tears while recounting her grievances to the director. Director, after serving his entire family for so many years, even while pregnant with my second child, I had to work. I've endured so much suffering. Have I ever complained? Now that life has finally improved, he is always suspicious. I just wanted to dance. What is wrong with that? Can't I dance? Bullet comments. Women in their era truly endured hardships. Indeed, those men lounged at home like emperors, waiting to be served. My father was the same way. I feel for my mother. Oh, my heart aches for Grandma Chen. The director gently consoled. He may simply be momentarily confused. At your age, you should possess greater clarity than many.
Confused?
He just dislikes me. Have I wronged him? I want a divorce. The director's expression changed abruptly. Aunt Chen, why resort to that? To put it bluntly, you are well past the stage in life where a divorce would not invite ridicule. Haven't I endured enough ridicule today? Grandma Chen tossed aside the crumpled paper and turned to leave. The director sighed heavily as he watched her retreating figure. When he returned to his office, Su Mu and Jiang Zui emerged from around the corner. What now? Su Mu scratched his head. I initially hoped to win Grandma Chen's favor, but I never expected things to escalate like this. Let's follow her for now. The two trailed after Grandma Chen, discovering she had not returned to her room, but instead sought refuge beneath a large banyan tree. This tree stood quietly behind the residential building, surrounded by solitude. She sat silently under the tree, discreetly wiping away tears. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu took Jiang Zui's hand and approached her. Grandma Chen. Upon seeing them, Grandma Chen hastily concealed her tears and stood up. I apologize for causing such a scene. I must have embarrassed you. This isn't an embarrassment. We are delighted you could participate in the competition. Really? I just watched you dance, and I believe you have the potential to secure first place. Grandma Chen broke into a smile. What brings you two here? I was so impressed with your dancing that I thought to seek your guidance. Would you be willing to teach us? You too? Yes, I've always wanted to learn, but regrettably, I lack talent. Jiang Zui recognized her intent to uplift Grandma Chen's spirits and nodded in agreement. Yes, I also lack talent. We would be grateful for your instruction. Seeing their sincerity, Grandma Chen nodded. All right, do you know the basic steps of ballroom dancing? Yes, Su Mu replied, taking Jiang Zui's hand. Jiang Zui wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. The sudden proximity intensified their breaths and gazes. Bullet comments. Please play a waltz of love. Thank you. No one matches my rhythm like you do. No one can provide the love you have given. Strangely, This scene is quite pleasing to the eye. Jiang Zue's gaze exudes love that transcends the screen. Meeting Jiang Zue's gaze, Sumu cleared her throat, momentarily flustered as she averted her eyes. Grandma Chun smiled at the two. On the count of 3, 2, 1. The girl steps first with her left foot.
All right.
3, 2, 1, begin. Sumu, caught off guard by Jiang Zue's intense stare, misstepped and accidentally trod on his shoe with her right foot. Grandma Chun chuckled. Step with your left foot. Jiang Zue laughed as well. It's all right. I'm quite accustomed to being stepped on. Sumu scratched her head. I made a mistake for a moment. With their laughter, the atmosphere lightened considerably. All right, let's start over. 3,
2, 1.
This time, Sumu successfully stepped out with her left foot. She possessed a slight foundation in dance, though not exceptional. Yet she did not anticipate Jiang Zue's even more rudimentary skills. He ended up stepping on her feet more frequently. Sumu donned a mask of agony. Previously, she had feared her toes might break from excessive stomping, but now she worried more about being trampled by Jiang Zue. Do you even know how to dance? Do you think I would dance with a girl? Bullet comments. Haha, Jiang Zue is quite adept at proving his innocence. Jiang Zue, I only dance with you. Oh, Jiang Zue is too easy to tease. My heart is melting. Under Grandma Chen's guidance, the two learned ballroom dancing throughout the afternoon. Jiang Zue transformed from someone entirely unskilled to someone who looked quite confident. During a break, the three sat beneath the tree, enjoying the shade. Sumu curiously asked, Grandma Chen, when you mentioned divorce, were you serious or just angry? Grandma Chen paused. How did you know? We happened to overhear you outside the director's office. She sighed. It wasn't entirely out of anger. I have long harbored such thoughts. However, I worry about the gossip that would ensue. At this age, pursuing a divorce would invite disapproval from both the community and my children, who would deem it unnecessary. Indeed. Chapter 72. Let's demonstrate Grandma Chen. How did you meet Grandpa? When we first met, our village was still a small fishing community. He worked as a crew member there, and we became acquainted over time. You must have had a wonderful relationship when you were young. Grandma Chen's expression turned somewhat melancholic. That was long ago. For the past decade, we've merely endured each other. Grandma Chen, how many more years do you think you have left? Sumu's question startled even Jiang Zue. He was about to intervene but reconsidered. Sumu was not typically reckless, so he remained silent and continued to listen. As one ages, discussions of life and death become less taboo. Grandma Chen, unfazed, replied calmly, I likely won't have many years left. Grandma Chen, I believe those born in your era have endured a great deal. Whether for the nation or their families, they have sacrificed so much, always cautious and diligent. It is said that one establishes themselves at 30, finds clarity at 40, understands fate at 50, becomes agreeable at 60, and follows their heart at 70, without transgressing boundaries. I fail to comprehend why, in the twilight years of life, one cannot live freely and authentically. Bullet comments. I don't understand either. If one is unhappy, then divorce should suffice. After all, the children are grown and no longer need to be cared for. I empathize with Sumu's perspective but also understand Grandma Chen's choice. Everyone has their own concerns and ways of living. Sumu is still young, brimming with impulsiveness and vigor. After hearing her words, Grandma Chen appeared contemplative, remaining silent for a long while. Sumu refrained from speaking further. It was time for the production team to regroup and return, so she took Jiang Zue's hand to bid farewell to Grandma Chen. Grandma, it's getting late. We must head back. We will visit you again tomorrow.
All right.
On their way to the entrance of the nursing home, they encountered Lin Zhao, who was cheerfully handing a gift bag to a couple. Jiang Zue raised an eyebrow. Could that possibly be the fourth pair of golden wedding anniversary couples we were unable to locate? Sumu mused. She still knows how to win people's hearts. After delivering her gift, Lin Zhao spotted them and paused. I heard your competition didn't go well. Sumu shrugged. Can it be considered unsuccessful when the response is this enthusiastic? I suggest you refrain from wasting your efforts. I've secured votes from 2 out of the 4 couples. This time, victory is assured. It seemed this naive child was unaware that Grandma Wang would only cast 1 vote for her. Sumu stifled a laugh, nodding repeatedly. Yes, you're absolutely right. Tonight's dinner was prepared by Lin Zhao and Zhang Yu. They had bought breakfast, and Sumu had yet to experience their culinary skills. When the dishes were served, they looked quite appealing. Sumu took a bite, only to be overwhelmed with tears. It wasn't tea due to deliciousness, but rather the utter inedibility. It was hard to fathom that there existed someone whose cooking was more abhorrent than Fu Chen's. If Fu Chen's cooking resembled excrement, then the meal prepared by these two was akin to excrement wrapped in chocolate. From a distance, it looked like chocolate, but upon tasting, one discovered the filling was indeed excrement. Lin Zhaozhao had previously asked Jiang Zui what he wanted to eat, and Su Mu had assumed she aimed to please him. Now it appeared she sought revenge instead. At the dinner table, the expressions were equally hard to describe, not just Su Mu's but everyone else's as well. He Xiaochao expressed her disdain. What sins did I commit in my past life to endure such unpalatable meals for 2 consecutive days? Lin Zhaozhao retorted, unappetizing? Doesn't this look rather appealing? Su Mu chuckled softly. Do you know the difference between chocolate-flavored excrement and excrement-flavored chocolate? What is it? There is no difference. They are both excrement. Lin Zhaozhao. The comments flooded in. Ha ha ha, so true. Indeed, the appearance of the food is irrelevant. What matters is the taste. Northeast mixed stew. I think you're absolutely right, concerned for her digestive health. Su Mu hastily consumed a couple of bites before setting down her chopsticks. The others followed suit, resulting in an unprecedentedly swift meal. After dining, they returned to their rooms for a brief respite, and by the time Su Mu emerged from her shower, the cameras had all been turned off. Just as she was about to settle into bed to scroll through her phone, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found Zhang Yu standing outside. Do you have a moment to talk? Su Mu was exasperated. What did everyone want to discuss with her?
Not now.
Later will do. Zhang Yu grasped her wrist and pulled her out of the room. Hey, what are you doing? Let go. As this familiar phrase escaped her lips, Su Mu realized she was experiencing déjà vu. Yesterday she had been dragged out by Fu Chen, and today it was Zhang Yu. Was she some sort of tug-of-war rope, with everyone eager to pull her? However, today Su Mu had wised up and brought her phone along. Once they reached the backyard, Zhang Yu released her hand.
Mumu.
I know you overheard my conversation with Fu Chen that day, but I was merely speaking out of anger. Please don't misunderstand me. Su Mu let out a light laugh, discreetly messaging Jiang Zui. Su Mu. Zhang Yu dragged me to the backyard. Jiang Zui. Got it. Seeing her still engrossed in her phone, Zhang Yu seized her shoulders. Speaking earnestly, I had some past grievances with Fu Chen, which is why I said those words to provoke him. Mu, my feelings for you are sincere. You must believe me. Su Mu was truly incredulous. She appeared to lack emotional intelligence, not intellect. How dare she employ such tactics to deceive her? Just as Su Mu was about to retort, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Jiang Zui. Noticing that he had rolled up his sleeves, Su Mu quickly signaled him. Jiang Zui made an okay gesture and delivered a swift kick. Zhang Yu stumbled back, caught off guard. Witnessing this scene, Su Mu was taken aback and turned to Jiang Zui. Didn't I signal you? Didn't you see it? I saw it.
Didn't you want me to step in? I did just that.
I meant for you not to act. Zhang Yu, awkwardly regaining her footing, limped toward Jiang Zui, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Why did you kick me? What does it matter if I was talking to her? Su Mu interjected. First of all, I must clarify that you forcibly dragged me out. I had no intention of conversing with you. Zhang Yu, at a loss for words, turned her ire toward Jiang Zui. Is that your justification for attacking me? I didn't attack you, I kicked you. Zhang Yu, he scoffed, unbuttoning the top button of his shirt. Jiang Zui, I've tolerated you long enough. Do you dare to spar with me? Jiang Zui chuckled, after training for so long. It's the first time someone has challenged me like this. Chapter 73. Encountering trouble. Hey, you too. Su Mu attempted to dissuade them, but turned just in time to see Jiang Zui remove his shirt. The sight of his sculpted abs left her momentarily stunned, stepping back to give them space. Go ahead. Fight a little longer. Jiang Zui, already 2 centimeters taller than Zhang Yu, had a muscular physique that was fit without being overly bulky, clearly the result of diligent training. Zhang Yu, taken aback, swallowed hard. This wasn't due to admiration for Jiang Zui's physique, but rather fear. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Just wait. I need to use the restroom first. With that, he hurried inside without looking back. Jiang Zui laughed lightly, picking up his shirt, ready to put it back on when Su Mu stopped him. What are you doing? He told you to wait. He probably won't come back. If he does and sees you dressed again, it'll make it seem like you're afraid. Trust me, don't put it back on. Jiang Zui saw through her intentions but chose not to call her out, casually draping the shirt over his shoulder. Standing beside him, Su Mu stole glances every few seconds. Noticing her furtive looks, Jiang Zui chuckled. Stop peeking. Su Mu, with a serious demeanor, retorted, I'm not peeking, I just have a natural squint. Jiang Zui stepped closer. What I mean is, stop sneaking glances. If you want to look, do so openly. He took her hand and placed it on his abs. If you want to touch, do so openly. Leaning down, he drew near to her lips, but halted just shy of contact, their breaths mingling in an intimate dance, his voice low and husky. If you want to kiss, do so openly. Truth be told, Sumu felt her heart flutter at his teasing. However, should she succumb to Jiang Zui's advances this time, wouldn't he come to seduce her daily thereafter? Even if she could withstand it, her kidneys might not. Thus, she had to reject Jiang Zui. Both she and he should remain unscathed. No more kidney tonics required. Sumu closed her eyes and pushed him away. Bringing her hands together, all is void, void is form. Form is void. Thinking she had succeeded in pushing him away, Jiang Zui transformed into the king of a realm, declaring, "You speak of emptiness, yet keep your eyes shut. If you were to open them, I wouldn't believe you are truly empty within." Sumu lay flat on the grass. "I wouldn't open them. Good night, I'm going to sleep." Jiang Zui, he resignedly put on his shirt. "All right. I won't tease you anymore. Get up and return to your room to sleep." No response.
Sumu?
Still no response. Jiang Zui, youth is a blessing. You can fall asleep at the drop of a hat. He scooped Sumu into his arms and turned to head inside. Halfway there, he glanced down to find Sumu staring at him with wide eyes. Jiang Zui nearly dropped her in shock. "You're not asleep?" "Of course not. My sleep quality isn't that good."
Why are you looking at me?
"I just have one question." "What question?"
Am I heavy?
"Not at all." "Then I'll just eat another bowl of rice tomorrow."
Sumu beamed brightly.
"Jiang Zui, if I'm not mistaken, you had 3 bowls today." Sumu shot him a glare. "What's wrong with eating 3 bowls? Am I eating your family's rice?" Jiang Zui dared not speak further. "What I meant was, you didn't eat enough. You should have 2 more bowls. I'd end up as a pig. That's fine. Even if you turn into a pig, I'd still like you. Never let me hear the phrase turn into a pig again. Then I'll say, even if you turn into a ball, I'd still like you." Sumu, is the focus on being a pig or a ball? It's about being fat. Today marked the final day of their visit to the nursing home. Before they departed, the director specifically reminded them, this afternoon, couples celebrating their golden wedding anniversary will officially begin voting. You all have the entire morning to campaign for votes. The 2 winners will receive the opportunity for a hot spring experience tonight. Sumu felt quite confident about winning, primarily focusing her efforts on Granny Chen. However, upon arriving at the nursing home, she found herself entangled in a significant predicament before she could even seek out Granny Chen. As soon as Sumu arrived at the nursing home, she was intercepted by Granny Wang. "Oh dear Su, what brings you here? You must run." "Run from what?" "Chun Jinfeng mentioned divorce to her husband yesterday, and they've been arguing incessantly since. Her husband has somehow been led to believe that you all encouraged her to divorce. And he's insisting on finding you to cause trouble. We didn't encourage her. Whether we did or not is irrelevant. Her husband is exceedingly unreasonable. You should have witnessed it yesterday. You'd best flee before he spots you. Who knows what chaos might ensue." Sumu found some merit in Wang Grandma's words. Yet upon reflection, she realized that fleeing would only betray her own unease. She had not instigated Granny Chen. She merely articulated her innermost thoughts. Just as she hesitated, a loud voice echoed from nearby. "It's you. Stop right there." Turning to look, she was taken aback to see Granny Chen's old companion. Jiang Zui reacted swiftly. Pulling Sumu behind him, Mr. Li stormed up to them, brimming with fury. "Did you incite Chen Jinfeng to divorce me?" Sumu replied, "First and foremost, we did not incite anyone. Secondly, perhaps you should reflect upon your own actions. If you truly treated Granny Chen well, would she desire to divorce you? And yet, you dare to accuse me?" Mr. Li glared with rage, advancing as if to confront them. Jiang Zui firmly shielded Sumu, standing protectively before Mr. Li. Towering over him by a head and brimming with youth and vigor, Jiang Zui's mere presence was enough to intimidate most ordinary individuals. Yet Mr. Li seemed undeterred, convinced of his own superiority. What superiority, you ask? Age, of course. Thus emboldened, he shoved Jiang Zui in an attempt to push him aside. No matter how hard he pushed, Jiang Zui remained steadfast, like an immovable mountain. Wang Grandma interjected, "Oh dear, old Li, why must you act this way?" Frustrated by his inability to budge Jiang Zui, Mr. Li grew even angrier, grabbing at his collar. "Get out of my way. Move aside." Jiang Zui brushed his hand away. The moment he did, He inadvertently struck Mr. Li, who fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Hey, why are you hitting me?" Jiang Zui quipped, while the audience chimed in. What a disrespectful old man. Isn't this just blatant opportunism? How amusing. Old man, the cameras are rolling. Don't humiliate yourself. The thousands of viewers in the live stream can testify for Jiang Zui. This farcical performance even elicited laughter from Wang Grandma, who remarked, oldly, that young man didn't even use any force. How embarrassing. Chapter 74. So impressive, what do you mean he didn't use any force? He pushed me down. The commotion attracted numerous elderly onlookers, who began to mock Mr. Li. At your age, how can you be so shameless? Indeed. It was clear to everyone present that the young man had barely exerted himself. Get up, don't make a fool of yourself. However, Mr. Li, resolute, remained sprawled on the ground, ignoring the laughter. Su Mu, furrowing her brow, asked, What do you intend to do, old man? What do you think? You incited Chen Jinfeng to divorce, so you need to persuade her to come back to me. Granny Chen has long considered divorce. It was not our instigation. I don't care. Then you can stay there. It looks like it might rain soon, just right for a bath. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Mr. Li began to wail. Oh, my back. The audience continued to comment. I can't believe this is the kind of person he is. I now understand why Granny Chen would want a divorce. Having such a partner must be tough for her. It's hard to imagine how she endured all those years. As the crowd grew, Granny Chen appeared, parting the throng and striding directly to Mr. Li, exasperated. What on earth are you doing? Seeing her, Mr. Li remained on the ground. What do you think? They pushed me. Tell me, did they incite you to divorce? Get up. I won tea.
Lidashi.
I've had enough. In that moment, Granny Chen lost all semblance of her usual composure, shouting in a frenzied manner. I am divorcing you, because I can no longer endure it. Look at yourself. What kind of person are you? I didn't divorce you when I was younger, because I worried about our children being motherless. I didn't divorce you later, because I feared the gossip of others. Reflect on your conscience. After marrying you, have I ever enjoyed a single moment of happiness? Yes, you think you're the head of the household, that you contribute the most. What about me? I washed your clothes in the freezing winter, my hands blistering from the cold, and harvested rice in the sweltering summer, collapsing from heat in the fields. Have I done nothing? Look at my hands covered in calluses. Who do you think caused that? Yes, life is better now. But it's precisely because it is better that I want a divorce. Let me tell you, I owe you nothing in this lifetime. Even if the King of Heaven were to come, I would still divorce you. I wouldn't want to be buried with you, for fear of soiling my coffin. I have had enough of you. The torrent of words flowed forth, without a single pause. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Even Mr. Li was momentarily taken aback. Only the elderly present understood the weight of the declaration that she would rather not be buried with him. Granny Chen took a few deep breaths. Casting a cold glance at Mr. Li, prepare the paperwork. We'll divorce tomorrow. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away without a backward glance. The crowd dispersed, and Su Mu, watching Granny Chen's retreating figure, couldn't help but whisper in admiration, so impressive. Though her outburst had been a flood of pent-up emotions, the courage and decisiveness it contained were truly admirable. Noticing Mr. Li still sitting on the ground, lost in thought, Su Mu felt no sympathy for him. She tugged at Jiang Zui's sleeve, and they departed. The commotion caused by Mr. Li continued to resonate throughout the nursing home, with many elderly residents still discussing the incident well into the afternoon. Concerned for Granny Chen's well-being, Su Mu and Jiang Zui decided to check on her before leaving. To their surprise, she was not sorrowful, but rather appeared relieved. I've long wanted to say all that. Now that I have, I feel much lighter. This time, I will definitely divorce him. Seeing her in such good spirits, Su Mu felt reassured. Before they left, Granny Chen apologized to Su Mu. I'm truly sorry about this morning. That old man is unreasonable, and I imagine you found it quite bothersome? Not at all. Your timing was impeccable. That's good to hear. After bidding farewell to Granny Chen, Su Mu and Jiang Zui went to visit Grandpa Zhang. However, he was not in the dining hall but in his companion's room. This time, Su Mu did not arrive empty-handed. She brought some fruit as a token of goodwill, for they were soon to depart, making this a farewell visit. It was somewhat embarrassing, although they had been at the nursing home for 3 days. It was their first time meeting Grandpa Zhang's companion. Due to a stroke, she was entirely bedridden, with only her left wrist able to move, and occasionally drooling from the corner of her mouth. Grandpa Zhang tenderly wiped her mouth while reproaching them. Why bring fruit? Just come. Despite his words, he unceremoniously took 2 bags of fruit from Jiang Zui and Su Mu. However, Su Mu held on, refusing to let go. Grandpa Zhang tugged insistently. What's this about? This bag is for Grandma Wang, Su Mu replied, her smile a blend of awkwardness and politeness. Grandpa Zhang, bemused, picked up an apple and asked his companion, would you like some? Seeing her blink, he nodded, then I'll go peel it. After peeling and slicing the apple into small pieces, he fed them to her one by one. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on them, and the entire room felt incredibly cozy. Even Su Mu couldn't help but exclaim, the sunlight is lovely. In the next moment, Grandpa Zhang abruptly yanked the curtains open, grumbling, goodness. Why is the sun so bright? It's scorching. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Zhang, Su Mu reflected, I never imagined that the seemingly irritable Grandpa Zhang could possess such a gentle side. Perhaps this is what love truly is. To care for a paralyzed wife with such meticulousness is not merely an act of duty, it undoubtedly stems from love. The barrage of comments reads, Uncle Zhang is actually quite kind. This is love. Thank you. I believe in love again. Eventually, they also visited Grandma Wang. And it was only under the program crew's insistence via text messages that they departed from the nursing home. On the way back, the crew had already gathered votes from several couples celebrating their golden anniversaries. Once everyone returned to the cabin, the director emerged, holding the voting results.
Now,
I shall announce the results. The couple with the most votes is Su Mu and Jiang Zui. Congratulations to you both. Surprisingly, the loudest reaction did not come from the winners, but from Lin Zhaozhao. Chapter 75. The comedic protagonist, not the poetic one. Upon hearing the results, Lin Zhaozhao incredulously leaped from the sofa. How is this possible? How many votes did they get? For votes. What about me and Jiang Zui? 3 votes.
Impossible.
There must have been a mistake. There was no mistake. Then, why do I only have 3 votes? I should have 4. Anticipating her reaction, the director promptly pulled out his phone to show her the recording of the voting. Upon witnessing Grandpa Wang casting his vote for Su Mu, Lin Zhaozhao fell back onto the sofa in a daze. Fraud. The barrage of comments reads, ha ha ha, Grandma Wang is quite shrewd. Lin Zhaozhao. Ultimately, it was a misplaced affection. Lin Zhaozhao was duped to the point of losing her underwear, Regardless of whether Lin Zhaozhao accepted it, the outcome was already determined. Before sending Su Mu and Jiang Zui off to the hot springs, the director announced another piece of news. Tomorrow is the ultimate confession night. And for the 2 winning guests, the crew has prepared a surprise. But this surprise will only be revealed tomorrow. Curious, Su Mu asked, what is the surprise? You'll find out tomorrow. For some reason, Su Mu felt an ominous premonition. The location arranged for the hot springs was quite distant from the cabin, and it took more than an hour for Su Mu and Jiang Zui to arrive. Upon their arrival, the staff specifically reminded them, since the hot springs are quite private, no filming equipment will be present. You and Teacher Jiang can do whatever you like inside. The staff wore an indescribable grin, as if anticipating that Su Mu would soon engage in a fervent battle with Jiang Zui. The barrage of comments reads, anything goes? Is that really allowed? This is too much. What do you mean by whatever you like? If that's the case, why can't we watch? Just charge us. I'm willing to pay. Su Mu found their arrangement utterly perplexing. Please contain your smiles. I am not a pervert, but rather someone with a sense of humor. While it was true that she found Jiang Zui's physique rather appealing, her admiration was entirely normal, straightforward, refined, objective, and pure. Certainly not lewd. If she were to truly engage in a fierce contest with Jiang Zui, what kind of person would she become? She constantly reminded herself that she was the comedic protagonist, not the poetic one. With this thought in mind, Su Mu strode with determination into the hot spring bathhouse. When she emerged after changing, Jiang Zui was nowhere to be found. Assuming he was still changing, she waited for a moment, but still did not see him. Curiously, she inquired of the bathhouse staff. Where is Jiang Zui? The program crew arranged for a massage. He should be in the massage room. Let me take you there. Following the staff to the massage room, as they passed other rooms, Su Mu heard various sounds emanating from within. No, I can't take it anymore. Let me go. Su Mu's eyes were filled with a mix of astonishment, embarrassment, bewilderment, and sheer terror. She cautiously asked, is your massage legitimate? Rest assured, our services are completely legitimate. There are absolutely no illicit transactions. Oh, we've arrived. Mr. Jiang is in this room. As Sumu approached the door, she suddenly heard a cry from within.
Ah!
The words massage and cry are both ordinary, yet together they easily lead one to misinterpret the situation. However, Sumu did not misconstrue it, as Jiang Zui's cries were not those of ecstasy, but rather of agony, enough to make her suspect that the room was not a massage room, but a delivery room. Are you certain Jiang Zui is getting a massage and not giving birth? You can see for yourself. Pushing open the door, Sumu discovered Jiang Zui lying on a massage chair, a seasoned therapist wielding a fascia scraper, vigorously gliding over every inch of his muscles. It finally dawned on Sumu why the other rooms had such agonizing cries. The fascia scraper is something even elite athletes struggle to endure. Regardless of whether you are 6 feet tall or a superhero, it will elicit cries of pain. Under the fascia scraper, all are treated equally. Jiang Zui's features contorted in pain as he turned to see Sumu, managing to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. Run. Without a second thought,
Sumu turned to flee.
Alas, the door had already been blocked by the bathhouse staff. She smiled gently at Sumu. This is an experience arranged by the program crew. You cannot leave. Can I refuse to participate? I decline. Thus, Sumu found herself unceremoniously seated on a massage chair. A middle-aged woman appeared before her with the fascia scraper in hand. The way she caressed the scraper made Sumu's mind automatically conjure the phrase, sharpening the knife for the sheep. Sumu's smile stiffened. Auntie, please be gentle. Don't worry. My skills are absolutely top-notch. In no time, Sumu felt the cold fascia scraper press against her calf. With a gentle stroke, she let out a scream identical to Jiang Zui's. On the other side, Jiang Zui was not faring any better. After the therapist had finished with his calves, he aimed the scraper at his back.
Ah!
Jiang Zui cried out again. In that small room, the sounds of anguish echoed back and forth, leaving those in the know to understand it was a massage, while those unaware might mistake it for an interrogation of a suspect. 30 minutes later, the massage session concluded. Sumu and Jiang Zui emerged from the massage room with vacant eyes, their souls seemingly detached, trembling as they supported one another. It was only when they soaked in the hot springs that half of their spirits returned. You might wonder where the other half went. It was scraped away by the fascia scraper, still wandering in the ether. Due to their incomplete souls, the 2 of them soaked in the hot springs for half an hour, not uttering a single word. After they finished soaking, changed back into their clothes, and had dinner at the bathhouse to replenish their energy, their minds started to clear slightly. The staff waiting outside greeted them as they emerged. How is the hot spring? Sumu, with a dazed expression, replied, I feel like I'm falling apart. Having just undergone a massage, her entire body ached, yet after the hot springs, the soreness dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue in every muscle. Jiang Zui nodded in agreement. Same here. With a higher muscle mass than Sumu, Jiang Zui endured even greater torment from the fascia scraper. Observing the duo's exhausted demeanor, the staff chuckled knowingly. It seems you both were quite vigorous in there. The barrage of comments also took a turn. Did you really battle for hundreds of rounds? No way, have you progressed this quickly? No wonder there was no filming allowed. Now I understand. Why does Jiang Zui look so depleted? Is he alright? Chapter 76. The On My OG Sumu on the way back. Sumu reflected more and more on her regret. I thought the program crew was rewarding the winners, but it seems it was a punishment. Had I known this, I would have preferred for Lin Zhao to win. Jiang Zui cast her a sidelong glance. Even if she had won, I would still have to endure the torment of the fascia scraper. You might suffer, but I wouldn't have to. That's what they call misery loves company. Ba. Jiang Zui lightly tapped her. You're heartless. Bullet screen. I thought you had a fierce battle for 300 rounds. But it turns out you were tormented by a fascia knife. Who suffers? Jiang Zui suffers the most? You in front are killing me with laughter. Sumu. Now I regret it, very much regret it due to the considerable time spent on the road. By the time the 2 returned to the cottage, it was already past 10 o'clock. As Sumu alighted from the vehicle, she was suddenly greeted by the sound of a ringing phone. Jiang Zui took out his phone, glanced at it, and said, You go in first. I need to take a call. Sumu paid it no mind and walked directly inside. Having bathed at the bathhouse, she merely freshened up before preparing for bed. However, as she passed by the window, she caught sight of Jiang Zui still standing at the door, engaged in his phone call. The distance was too great for her to discern the content of his conversation, yet she noticed the joyful smile gracing his face. Truth be told, it was the first time Sumu had seen such an expression on Jiang Zui, an expression of bliss. Could he be speaking with a sister?
No.
Jiang Zui has no sister. Perhaps it is that sister? A song began to play in Sumu's mind. She is merely my sister. My sister says purple is quite charming. Deciding to cease her fanciful musings, she turned off the light and lay back down on her bed. As today marked the ultimate confession night, signaling the official conclusion of the program, everyone began packing their belongings upon waking up. After breakfast, Sumu and Jiang Zui were escorted by the production team to a tea house to receive the so-called mysterious surprise. Upon seeing the location, both realized that this so-called surprise likely involved a certain individual. But who could it be? After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the door to the private room was pushed open. A middle-aged man entered, impeccably dressed in a formal suit, short in stature, yet exuding a commanding presence. He strode directly to Sumu and appraised her from head to toe. "You are Sumu?" "Yes. I am Jiang Zui's father." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sumu's lips curled into a playful smile. "So you must be Uncle Jiang." Jiang Guang let out a cold grunt. "We have just met. No need to act familiar with me." Before Sumu could respond, Jiang Zui furrowed his brows. "If we are so unfamiliar, you may leave directly. The door is over there." Facing Jiang Zui's dismissal, Jiang Guang chose to remain stubbornly seated, even going so far as to reproach Jiang Zui. "What kind of tone is that when speaking to your father? What's the fuss? It's not the first time." Bullet screen. It's evident that the father-son relationship is quite strained. Why does Jiang's father have such a strong opinion about Sumu? Perhaps he has seen the show. As the atmosphere became increasingly tense, the door to the private room swung open once more. Another man entered, also clad in a suit, but unlike Jiang Guang's rotund figure, he was tall, with long legs and an attractive visage, broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, possessing an alluring charisma coupled with talent. Sensing the palpable tension in the room, Su Ting offered a slight smile, thinking to herself that she had arrived at an inopportune moment. Jiang Guang turned to Su Ting. "You arrived even later than I did?" Su Ting adjusted his glasses. "Is there any law that states I cannot arrive later than you?" While to others, Su Ting appeared to be a young, successful individual, a veritable diamond bachelor. In the eyes of Jiang Guang and his ilk, he was merely a fortunate beneficiary of the internet boom, hardly deserving of admiration. Jiang Guang frowned slightly. It is said that Mr. Su is exceptionally talented. Now it seems the question of talent is uncertain, but arrogance is evident. Su Ting lowered his head and smiled modestly. "Youth is naturally accompanied by youthful arrogance, Mr. Jiang. At your age, you may not understand, but I do." Jiang Guang. Bullet screen. "Ha ha, the siblings' sharp tongues are truly formidable." Laughing to death, Mr. Jiang feels the sting of age. "Mr. Jiang, you are pretentious. You are young. You are remarkable." Witnessing Jiang Guang's flustered and speechless demeanor, Sumu could not help but chuckle. This immediately drew Jiang Guang's ire as he fixed a glare on her. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, just recalling some joyful moments." Jiang Guang. Su Ting gestured for Sumu to take a seat. "What would you like to drink?" "My treat. Rain before the dragon's well." "Very well." Jiang Zui paid no further attention to Jiang Guang and sat down opposite the two. Once they were all seated, Jiang Guang felt a bit awkward standing idly by. And with reluctance, he took a seat as well. When the tea was served, Jiang Guang, having gathered his thoughts, spoke again. "Young people are spirited. I understand that. If you like our Jiang Zui, that's fine, but let me be frank, it's not possible to enter the Jiang family." At this declaration, the atmosphere in the private room dropped to a frigid silence. Jiang Zui's annoyance reached a boiling point, ready to erupt, when Su Ting suddenly chuckled softly. "Mr. Jiang, times have changed. The Qing dynasty has fallen. In the 21st century, are we still playing these games? Do you think Jiang Zui is a currency that everyone loves? Why not? Countless girls adore Jiang Zui, lining up with love tickets. From here to France." Bullet screen. "All right, didn't expect Mr. Jiang's humor to be so trendy. I admit I also have a love ticket. I just want to ship the couple." "Oh no, Mr. Jiang knows I'm a Dream Girl fan." Su Ting's long fingers tapped rhythmically on the tea lid. "It doesn't matter if they line up to heaven. My only requirement for my brother-in-law is to be adopted, and the children must carry the surname Su." Seeing such an outrageous demand, Jiang Guang's heart soared with delight as he turned to Jiang Zui. "Can you tolerate this?" Jiang Zui, with a serious expression, looked at Su Ting. "If the boy is named Su Shi and the girl Su, what do you think?" Bullet screen. Laughing to death, not only can he accept it, he has even thought of the children's names. Ha, this brother is simply a top-tier love-struck fool. Jiang Zui, adopted? Is that a blessing? Look at how mad Mr. Jiang is, haha. Jiang Zue's infatuation far exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only was Jiang Guang bewildered, but even Su Ting was momentarily taken aback. He had initially proposed such an outrageous request merely to dissuade Jiang Zue, but unexpectedly, Jiang Zue accepted it with such enthusiasm. Unfazed, Su Ting continued to press with challenging questions. How many children do you want?
2.
Only one.
Deal.
Su Ting? Su Mu clapped her hands together. Wonderful, wonderful. You two have even decided on how many children you will have. I am truly delighted. With that, she grasped Su Ting's and Jiang Zue's hands, bringing them together. Then here's to your eternal union and the early arrival of precious offspring. Jiang Zue, Su Ting, the two swiftly withdrew their hands. Su Ting, how can two men possibly have children? Su Mu, astonished, replied. Oh, so you can't have children? Then what were you just bargaining about? Were you negotiating like human traffickers? Bullet screen. Haraha. The sarcasm is at an all-time high. The Enyang master Su Mu has made her move. Laughing to death. This rebuttal is splendid. Ha, chapter 77. Do or not do. I'm done. Having been thoroughly scolded by Su Mu, the two men fell silent, one staring at the ground while the other sipped his tea. Seeing their conversation collapse, Jiang Guang felt as exhilarated as Chu Yuxian savoring spicy peppercorns. He chuckled. Since we cannot reach an agreement, there is no need to continue discussing. After all, Su Mu is simply not worthy of our Jiang Zue. At this moment, Su Mu was fully armed, ready to confront anything that came her way. She turned her gaze toward Jiang Guang. You are akin to someone cracking sunflower seeds beside a latrine. How can you possibly open your mouth? Acting superior due to age while lacking respect for others, who would wish to enter your Jiang family. Romance relies on mutual affection, not on the whims of a father. You may regard Jiang Zue as a treasure, awaiting his ascent to the throne, yet Jiang Zue clearly opposes it. Are you not the least bit ashamed? The times have changed, the Qing dynasty has fallen. Clinging to the notion that those who submit flourish while those who resist perish, if your mind is unwell, move into a mental ward, and do not unleash your madness upon me. A profound silence enveloped the room. Bullet screen. Wow, impressive. How many rhymes did she just drop? Scold.
Keep scolding.
I feel Su Mu can still rhyme. Thank you. My breast ducts have suddenly cleared up. Alright, I won't watch Chinese new rap without you. A flurry of witty remarks ensued, leaving Jiang Guang feeling utterly wretched, as if he deserved to be punished on the spot. His mouth agape. He stood in stunned silence for quite some time, unable to gather his thoughts. Amidst the astonished and hushed crowd, a round of applause erupted unexpectedly. After the clapping subsided, Jiang Zue gave Su Mu a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with affirmation. Su Mu, in a show of modesty, waved her hand, signaling him to remain composed. Once Jiang Guang regained his senses, he opened his mouth to articulate something, but after a prolonged struggle for words, his face flushed crimson. And he could only manage a single exclamation. Arrogant. Su Mu, however, remained unfazed. I am indeed arrogant, and I take pride in it. If you find me displeasing, kindly take a detour. Jiang Guang had consented to participate in the show with the intention of instilling a sense of humility in Su Mu, hoping she would recognize her place and retreat. Yet, the tables turned dramatically, and it was he who found himself chastised by her. Unable to win an argument or quell his frustration, Jiang Guang stormed out, demonstrating his impotent rage. The director had arranged for the victorious guests to invite their friends and family, aiming to strengthen their connections before solidifying any relationships, while also gauging their families' attitudes. He had assumed that everyone involved would behave with decorum, believing that even if there were discontent, it would not be expressed too overtly. However, he evidently overlooked the fact that Su Mu was not one to concern herself with appearances. If Jiang Guang was lacking in decorum, it fell upon Su Mu to ensure he was made to appear presentable. As Jiang Guang exited the tea house in a fit of fury, the director attempted to offer some words of comfort, only to be brusquely brushed aside. With no other recourse, the director could only watch him leave. Concurrently, Su Mu's confrontation with Jiang Guang quickly ascended to trending status online. Although her demeanor had been rather brash, once the context was understood, netizens applauded her audacity. After all, young people harbor a deep disdain for older individuals like Jiang Guang, who wield their age as a weapon while lacking respect. Su Mu's experience resonated widely, with many even remixing the segment into a viral phenomenon, further elevating her public profile to unprecedented heights. Yet, this surge of popularity stirred concern among numerous shipping fans. While Jiang Guang's behavior was indeed egregious, he was, after all, Jiang Zui's father. With the ultimate confession night looming, Su Mu's unyielding treatment of Jiang Zui's father raised questions about her intentions for a future with him. Did this imply that she had no desire for a romantic development with Jiang Zui? Would this mean the couple's storyline would end in tragedy? Worried about this possibility, shipping fans took to Weibo, lamenting and fervently hoping for Jiang Zui's success in his confession that evening. Meanwhile, Su Mu remained oblivious to these concerns as she escorted Su Qing away. Before departing, Su Qing tactfully dismissed Jiang Zui under the pretext of buying coffee. Pulling Su Mu aside to inquire, "What are your true intentions? Do you genuinely wish to be with Jiang Zui?" Su Mu sighed, "I don't know." Initially, her participation in this dating show was a simple act of rebellion, a refusal to accept the role of the female antagonist scripted by the system, which prompted her to act out impulsively, even striking Fu Chen. However, she had not anticipated that not only would Fu Chen's feelings for her deepen, but she would also achieve viral fame online, a stark departure from her original intentions. In this situation, if she were to pursue a relationship with Jiang Zui, it would undoubtedly propel her popularity to unprecedented heights, ensuring her role as the female antagonist was secure. Conversely, if she rejected Jiang Zui, she would inevitably face a backlash from countless shipping fans, enduring relentless criticism and potentially fading into obscurity. From the perspective of her original intentions, Su Mu knew she ought to choose the latter path. Yet, on a personal emotional level, she found it hard to let go. Thus, she was left in a state of confusion. Could it be that this time, the script she had been handed was not that of the female antagonist's rise? A sudden voice echoed in her mind, startling Su Mu. "System? How did you get out? I thought I had closed the dialogue channel."
How dare you say that?
"Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to regain access to this channel? Do you have any inkling of my experiences these past few days?"
Well,
I truly didn't know until now. "So, you mean to say that this time, I did not receive the female antagonist's rise script? Now you come to ask me? Who is it that abruptly closed the dialogue channel upon your arrival, not allowing me any explanation?" "It was you, our dear friend, Little Neza." Alright. I admit I was overwhelmed by anger at that moment. After all, you told me that if I traversed 1,000 worlds, I would be allowed to return. Yet you brought me here instead. How could I not be upset? You did indeed traverse 1,000 worlds. But do you remember when your mission in the 523rd world suddenly collapsed? How could Su Mu forget? That was the only mission she had failed after completing so many others. Have you not yet discovered why that world collapsed? No, but that is of little importance. What matters is that during my efforts to restore that world, I temporarily arranged the main characters from that realm into the world you currently inhabit. So you're implying that my task this time is not the usual female antagonist's rise, but rather to persuade those individuals to return to their original world? Excuse me. If I recall correctly, the 523rd world was an ancient society. So you want me to convince a group of people who have experienced the splendor of modern society to return to a barren, backward, and feudal ancient world? Have you lost your mind? Is that too difficult? If you refuse, the penalty for failing this task is that you must traverse 500 more worlds.
Ugh.
You do what you want. Su Mu, how is this any different from a boss telling an employee on their last day that they must work for another 50 years to receive their salary? Is there no justice? Is there no humanity? I am a system, not a human, so of course I possess no humanity. Su Mu, Chapter 78. The old lady climbs the stairs, no choice but to comply. Are you certain that if I complete this task, you will send me back? Rest assured, I can guarantee that. What is the duration of the task? 1 year. Then it's fine for me to date Jiang Zui during that year, correct? It is indeed fine, but after 1 year, regardless of whether the task is completed or not, you must leave. As for what will happen with Jiang Zui, I will not concern myself.
Su Mu fell silent.
Mu, what are you daydreaming about?
Huh?
Since her dialogues with the system occurred in her mind, to outsiders, she appeared lost in thought. Facing Su Qing's inquisitive gaze, Su Mu could only smile and deflect. It's nothing, just pondering a few things. Regarding your relationship with Jiang Zui, I believe you need to consider it carefully. Su Mu sensed Su Qing's disapproval of Jiang Zui and asked, "Do you think we are incompatible?" In front of the cameras, Su Qing expressed himself more subtly. "On the contrary, I believe you two are exceptionally compatible, fitting together like two perfectly meshing gears. However, it is precisely this perfection that raises my suspicions. The fact that you are willing to compromise on something as significant as marrying into the family suggests that either Jiang Zui is feigning deep affection, or he genuinely loves you. But he has only known you for a few days. Is it possible to fall in love so quickly? Su Qing leaned towards the belief that Jiang Zui was merely pretending to be in love. Yet if Jiang Zui was indeed feigning, what could he possibly gain from Su Mu? Wealth? Jiang Zui was hardly lacking in that regard.
Beauty?
There were countless attractive women who would eagerly pursue him. This aspect of Jiang Zui continued to baffle Su Qing, leading him to find Jiang Zui an enigma.
Sumu.
Unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling beneath Su Qing's calm exterior, was taken aback. So, in your eyes, we are that well-suited? Isn't that what he means? After bidding farewell to Su Qing, Su Mu returned to the small house with Jiang Zui. As the ultimate confession night approached, the production team had scheduled no activities for the afternoon. Most participants busied themselves packing, while Jiang Zui stepped out for a brief period. Su Mu inquired about his whereabouts upon encountering him, but Jiang Zui remained mysteriously reticent, returning nearly 2 hours later without revealing what he had been up to. As dusk drew near, all the luggage was packed, and the director announced the rules for the ultimate confession night. On the seaside highway, 4 designated locations have been established, where several young men will await. The young women, on the other hand, will be driven to this road by their exes. During this journey, they can choose to alight and approach the suitors they are interested in, listen to their confessions, and decide whether to embark on a new romance. Alternatively, they may opt not to exit the vehicle and instead reconcile with their exes, or even remain in the car until the end, choosing solitude over rekindling or initiating new relationships. However, Yu and Lin Zhaozhao have no exes present, so they will be escorted by staff members. Following the announcement of the rules, the young men swiftly departed the cabin to prepare at their respective confession sites. The first to board the vehicle was He Xiaocha, who was driven by Xiao Zhuang. Throughout the journey, Xiao Zhuang remained silent, seemingly eager to speed away and leave He Xiaocha behind. The barrage of comments read, "She will undoubtedly choose to confess to Fu Chen. These two clearly detest each other, huh? This is hilarious. Xiao Zhuang only wants to send her off at lightning speed, huh?" Upon arriving at Fu Chen's waiting point, Xiao Zhuang halted the car. "We've arrived. Step out." He Xiaocha retorted, "Who told you I would get out?" Xiao Zhuang was taken aback. "Are you hoping to reconcile with me? You must be dreaming." He Xiaocha's face was etched with disdain. "If every man in the world perished, and you were the last one standing, I still wouldn't reconcile with you. If every man in the world perished, and I were the last one, would you even have the audacity to choose me?" He Xiaocha, unable to contain her irritation, seized a water bottle and struck him with it. "Take me to the finish line." The comments expressed astonishment. Wow, she actually chose solitude. I thought she would confess to Fu Chen. Well, even if she confessed, it would likely end in failure. What is the point? Indeed. She cast so many votes but never received a single one from Fu Chen. Didn't he expect He Xiaocha to awaken at the last moment? Upon reaching the destination, He Xiaocha stepped out to face a multitude of cameras. She took the director's microphone and participated in the final interview. "Why did you choose to ride to the end?" He Xiaocha scoffed. "I'm not a fool. It's clear that confessing would lead to failure. Why would I humiliate myself?" Little did she know, a fool was already on the path of self-humiliation. At Jiang Zui's waiting point, Lin Zhaozhao adjusted her attire and confidently exited the vehicle. Jiang Zui stood on the rocky shore, the sea breeze fluttering his jacket. Mistaking the silhouette approaching him in the darkness for Su Mu, he smiled and stepped forward, only for his smile to vanish upon realizing it was Lin Zhaozhao. She halted a short distance in front of him, looking up slightly. "Jiang Zui, I don't like you. Please leave." The barrage of comments included. Good. So decisive, Lin Zhaozhao, truly, dragging it out is pointless. Confessing once is brave, but persisting after rejection is harassment, isn't it? Seeing that he wasn't even willing to hear her out, Lin Zhaozhao was momentarily taken aback. "Jiang Zui, do you truly loathe me this much? Are you that obstinate? How many times have I told you that I don't like you? Do you insist on pretending not to understand?" With her eyes slightly reddened, she continued, "We grew up together. After all those years of affection, I was clearly the first to arrive. Why? Affection doesn't adhere to the notion of who arrived first." Lin Zhaozhao inhaled deeply. "It's fine. Today I didn't come to confess to you. I merely wanted to tell you that I will always wait for you, for the only one who can marry you is me. Jiang Zui." "Jiang Zui, do you use Pantene? How can you be so confident?" The comments read, "Ha ha ha, even Jiang Zui is taken aback. This is hilarious. I use Pantene too." But I'm not as confident as she is. Perhaps switch to head shoulders and you'll stand out more. No matter what you say, I will wait for you. After resolutely stating this, Lin Zhao Zhao turned to leave. Observing her retreating figure, Jiang Zui felt as though he were an elderly lady struggling up the stairs, bewildered by how someone could be so enraptured in their own world. Not long after Lin Zhao Zhao departed, the crew's vehicle quickly picked up Yu. Xiao Zhuang stood by the roadside, and upon seeing Yu in the car, he waved his hand to greet her. However, the vehicle sped past him without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Zhuang's arm and smile froze in place, and after regaining his senses, he sprinted after the car. I'm here. Yu, I'm here. The barrage of comments exclaimed. Swallow. How can I live without you, Swallow? You're going to make me laugh and then inherit my credit line, aren't you? Why are you chasing the car? Do you think you're in an idol drama? Ha ha ha. Inside the car, Yu heard his voice but didn't he even glance back. Chapter 79. What are you waiting for? Speak up. Upon arriving at Fu Chen's waiting point, Yu took a deep breath before stepping out of the car. Seeing her approach, Fu Chen exhibited neither surprise nor shock. As she walked up to him, Yu sighed. Teacher Fu, Su Mu will never reconcile with you. Do you still not understand? And the fact that I won TV with you, do you still not comprehend that? The barrage of comments reacted. Alright. This is heading towards a full-on heartbreak for everyone. Who says everyone? There's still us from Jiangsu. Jiangsu must end up together. I beg you. Teacher Fu, I don't understand why you despise me so much. They say the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Did I hurt you? I don't hate you. I hate myself for not seeing clearly from the beginning, for only realizing the need to cherish something after it's lost. You haven't lost me.
I was referring to Sumu.
Since it was clear that she could not win his heart back, Yu decided to drop the facade. She couldn't return empty-handed. Meeting Fu Chen's gaze, she smiled softly. Teacher Fu, I actually remember you. You lived next door to me when we were children. Didn't you?
Fu Chen frowned slightly.
Yu stepped closer. How is Aunt Fu? You miss her. The moment she recalled who his mother was, Fu Chen's expression turned grave. You. To outsiders, their dialogue seemed perfectly normal, but only they understood the underlying threat woven within it. Yu grasped his hand. Teacher Fu, I genuinely like you. Can't you give me another chance? At that moment, Fu Chen realized he had misjudged Yu. He had initially thought she was merely fond of raising fish, but now it appeared her ambitions far surpassed his expectations. All the rejection phrases he had prepared vanished from his mind. He knew that from this moment onward, he had no way out. Fu Chen gazed down at her hand, remaining silent for a long while, before slowly reaching out to clasp her hand. All right. Witnessing this scene, the viewers were left in shock, their jaws nearly dropping.
Wow.
He actually agreed? Is this a last-minute change of heart? No way, brother. You were just easily swayed? Is this some scripted scenario by the production team? Are you two messing with me? Yu smiled contentedly, leading him away.
Fu Chen,
like a soulless puppet, was pulled into the car by her, only remembering his role as her ex when the staff reminded him that he still needed to take Su Mu part way. As the female guests departed one by one from the cabin, Su Mu was outside, playing catch with Chi-Chi in the yard. Though Chi-Chi was thoroughly enjoying herself, Su Mu's mind was elsewhere in turmoil. It wasn't until she heard the horn from outside that she put down the ball and stepped out. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Mu heard Fu Chen say, I'm with you now. Preoccupied with her own dilemma about whether to accept Jiang Zui's confession. She barely paid him any attention, nodding expressionlessly. That's nice. May you have a long and happy life together. Her response left Fu Chen feeling even colder. But he had no standing to say anything, merely letting out a sigh as he started the car. The journey was marked by an oppressive silence, where even a pin dropping would have been audible. Upon arriving at Jiang Zui's waiting point, Fu Chen parked the car. The headlights illuminated Jiang Zui, casting a striking silhouette against the darkness. As Su Mu gazed at Jiang Zui's face, she hesitated. Noticing her prolonged silence, Fu Chen inquired with curiosity. Aren't you getting out? The barrage of comments read, Wow, Su Mu's expression doesn't seem like one that agrees to a confession. If Jiang Zui dares to be that dramatic, this must be scripted. Get out of the car. Consider it a plea from me. The vehicle remained immobile, and Jiang Zui appeared visibly flustered, contemplating whether to approach her. However, before he could reach her, Su Mu opened the door and stepped out. Her intention was not to accept but to decline. Although typically a bit eccentric, Su Mu was not foolish. She was acutely aware of Jiang Zui's kindness towards her during this time. Yet, if she were to agree to his confession now, what would become of him a year later, when she would depart? While rejecting him now would undoubtedly hurt him, acquiescing would only deepen his wounds a year hence. However, leaving without a word felt too callous. Even in refusal, Sumu wished to confront him directly. Closing the car door, she approached him. I have something to say. I have something to say, they both spoke in unison. Her expression filled Jiangzue with unease, prompting him to earnestly grasp her hand. Let me speak first, all right?
Sumu nodded gently.
He gazed deeply into her eyes, sincerity radiating from his own. Moo, I had intended to confess to you long before this night. But I feared it might come across as insincere or frivolous, so I reserved all my words for tonight. I am genuinely afraid of confessing seriously, as I worry that if you reject me, it would be difficult to face you afterward. Yet, I pondered that if I don't express myself earnestly, you might never comprehend the depth of my feelings for you. Ever since I first laid eyes on you in that small cabin, I wondered what kind of person you would like, perhaps someone more reserved, more humorous, or more obedient, just to garner your attention and witness your smile more often. You often ask what I like about you. Now I tell you. I like you, not for any other reason, but simply because you are you. Perhaps you do not like me now, and that is perfectly all right. Maybe I am not your ideal choice. Perhaps in 10 years, you still want tea like me, and that is fine. Perhaps I cannot provide the life you desire. Even in 20 years, if you do not fancy me, that is acceptable. Perhaps I will have grown old and unattractive, unworthy of you. Even in 40 years, if you do not care for me, that is all right. Perhaps you too will have aged, and those who love you may depart, but I will remain by your side, always.
Sumu struggled to maintain composure.
Yet tears welled in her eyes. There would be no 10 years, no 20 years, nor 40 years. She had but 1 year, merely this 1 year. The car's headlights stretched Jiangzue's shadow long as he took a few steps back and retrieved a guitar from between the rocks. During this time, I composed a song for you. Would you listen? A lively beat resonated, and as Sumu turned, she was surprised to find a band had materialized behind her.
Évidemment, Jeanne Juillet ensemble.
The comment surged. Ah, Orange Sea Band. This intro. My goodness, I bet a fortune this song will be a hit. I wager 100,000. I bet 1,000,000. As the upbeat melody faded, Jiangzue's deep, raspy voice emerged. I've long awaited a sunny day when you suddenly appeared beside me. I wish to capture this moment before the stars and moon fall asleep. I've endlessly rehearsed my words. Can you grant me a little more time? Can we, just once more, venture into the unknown? Right now, hold my fingertips, and the entire summer will become sweet. Please don't shy away from your gaze. Please don't be absent in heart. Your thoughts elude me, leaving me restless at night. Every wish of yours I long to fulfill. Let us race toward the sunset until life's end. Until the ends of the earth seem near. While there is still a moment, let us dare to adventure once more. The young man strumming the guitar stood at the seaside, his clothes billowing with the rhythm of the song, exuberant and carefree. In the night, his voice seemed to illuminate the entire sky. The comments erupted. Ah, Jiangzue's voice is unstoppable. My ears are pregnant, thank you.
Sumu.
How can you not be moved? If you're not moved now, it's impolite. As expected of Jiangzue, I foresee the music charts being dominated again. Jiangzue, you are my deity, ah. As the performance concluded and the music gradually subsided, Jiangzue set his guitar down. His gaze towards Sumu filled with trepidation. I've said everything I wanted to. What about you? What do you wish to convey?
Sumu remained silent.
She merely took a step forward. Jiangzue had already taken 99 steps. She needed to take just one more to embrace him, whether it be a year, a month, or a second. At that moment, Sumu yearned only to hold him close. In an instant, the anxiety and uncertainty in Jiangzue's eyes melted away like snow. He lowered his head and embraced her tightly, his smile radiant as the spring sun in February. The comments flooded in. It's official. Help. I'm teary-eyed. Who understands?
Oh.
Yes. The couple I ship has become real. Don't just hug. Give a kiss too. My face hurts from smiling. Congratulations. When's the wedding? When will you have children? How many kids? Which kindergarten? Where will you be buried together? Are you a devil? Asking all that? Chapter 80. Pregnant? Jiangzue's? Following the confessions, the production team arranged interviews for the two couples who successfully confessed. Both pairs appeared hand in hand. Yet while Jiangzue beamed like a blooming flower, Fu Qin wore a face of sorrow. Once seated, the director eagerly asked Sumu, were you planning to refuse Jiangzue when you got out of the car? No, Su Mu replied firmly, her gaze steady and resolute. Jiang Zui turned to her. Really? Really, she affirmed without hesitation. Then why did you look so serious at that moment? I was just pondering what to eat tomorrow. Jiang Zui, the comments erupted. Haraha, she asked boldly, lying with her eyes wide open. As expected of you. Never disappointing. Jiang Zui, I believe you not at all. Hee, the little couple is holding hands. The director continued. Upon hearing Jiang Zui's confession and the song he specifically wrote for you, were you not moved? Su Mu maintained her stubborn facade. Not at all. I was quite composed. I simply thought he sang well. The comments read, is that so? Who was the one with tears in their eyes at that moment? If the sky fell, Su Mu would hold it up with her mouth. The only thing hard about her is her mouth. Turning to Jiang Zui, the director asked, was tonight's song truly written just these past few days? Yes. I spent a long time on the phone with my bandmates last night discussing some revisions, and only had the first rehearsal this afternoon. Su Mu was astonished. So that's why you were being mysterious this afternoon, preparing for the rehearsal?
Yes.
Then, surely your confession was rehearsed too? Absolutely not. Those were all my heartfelt words. After concluding the questions with Su Mu and Jiang Zui, the director finally turned to Fu Chen. Teacher Fu. What prompted you to suddenly decide to hold hands with EU? Fu Chen glanced at EU, who smiled at him. While the audience perceived her smile as gentle, Fu Chen sensed a hidden dagger within it. He averted his gaze, his tone indifferent. Not long ago, I had some disagreements with her. But ultimately, I came to terms with it. I didn't want to easily let go of this relationship. Was the heart-thumping vote you cast for Su Mu meant to make EU jealous?
Yes.
Upon hearing this, Su Mu couldn't help but reflect. So, I was part of your little game. The comments read, Haraha Su Mu, are you all polite? Su Mu, so it turns out I am merely a tool. Why do I feel that Fu Chen's desire to win back Su Mu seems genuine? Fu Chen, if you are being threatened, just blink. The final question, if you were to encapsulate this 9-day journey of heart-fluttering moments in a single word, what would you choose?
Yu, joy. Fu Chen, exhausting.
Jiang Zui, fortunate.
Su Mu, prolonged.
The director turned to face the camera. Thank you to all our viewers and our generous sponsors. The program Another Heartfelt Moment has officially concluded. For more behind-the-scenes content, please follow the official Weibo of the production team. Bullet comments. I can't bear to part with this. Jiang Su is together now, no regrets. Closing celebrations. Don't end it. Quickly ask when Jiang Su is getting married. Upon exiting the interview studio, the members of Jiang Zui's band were waiting outside. This band, known as Orange Sea, is currently one of the most popular bands in the country, consisting of 6 members including Jiang Zui, 2 guitarists, 2 bassists, a drummer, and a keyboardist. With their rock style, some members were dressed in notably punk attire, adorned with black leather jackets and small chains, exuding an air of defiance. One leather-clad man approached Su Mu with a beaming smile. You must be Su Mu, right? It's a pleasure to finally meet you, to have tamed Jiang Zui. I hereby declare you my goddess from this day forth. Another boy dressed in a hoodie stepped forward, his expression stoic. Since you're with Jiang Zui now, please treat him a bit harshly, don't go easy on him. Su Mu took a step back, murmuring to Jiang Zui, your band members are truly concerning. They've never been normal. Now I understand why you remained so composed when I was acting crazy. It turns out you have such formidable characters around you. Jiang Zui introduced her. This one in the leather jacket is Guan Zizhen, our drummer, and next to him is Yukong, our keyboardist. Su Mu greeted them with a smile. Suddenly, a car appeared in the distance, its door swung open, and the woman who emerged was someone Su Mu knew all too well, her manager, Zhang Fan.
Fanya.
Long time no see. Su Mu rushed forward for a big hug. Zhang Fan smiled, her grip tightening around the flesh of Su Mu's stomach. What is this? You tell me, what is this? How much have you been eating these past few days? I told you to maintain your figure, and you clearly didn't heed my advice. Su Mu protected her belly and stepped back. What are you doing? This is all my flesh and blood. Zhang Fan emitted a sharp exclamation. You're pregnant? When did this happen? Is it Jiang Zui's? Jiang Zui. Chapter 81. The ultimate love-struck brain. If it weren't for the lack of needle and thread in her hands, Su Mu would have sewn Zhang Fan's mouth shut immediately. I was referring to the flesh on my stomach, not anything inside it. We just started dating. How could I be pregnant? Jiang Zui expressed his regret. Indeed. We haven't had that opportunity.
Su Mu.
What exactly are you regretting? Zhang Fan sighed in relief. You gave me a scare. Fanjia, what brings you here? To pick you up, of course. The show has ended. Do you plan on staying here? I've already bought your ticket, and I retrieved your luggage from the small room. Sumu nodded and turned to Jiang Zui. Aren't you leaving? I haven't purchased my ticket yet. I intend to stay at a hotel tonight. Would you like to stay at a hotel too? Sumu, with a look of horror, interrupted him. You just confessed your feelings. And now you want me to go to a hotel with you? How absurd. Jiang Zui, is there a possibility that I meant you should find a hotel for the night, so you don't have to rush to the airport in the middle of the night? Sumu, in an effort to ease the awkwardness, chuckled and complimented him. So you're quite considerate, huh? Haha, that is really charming. Jiang Zui, if you don't want to compliment me, you needn't force it. Never mind, I think I'll pass. After all, Fanjia's already booked the ticket, and I just want to go home and get a good night's sleep. The system's tasks had made no progress, and with only a year left, there would be much to occupy her time. Jiang Zui nodded and inquired, Where are you flying to? Zhang Fan, Shanghai. Jiang Zui took hold of Sumu's hand. Then I'll come find you tomorrow. Guan Zizhen quickly interjected. Hey, brother, we have a performance in the capital tomorrow, remember? Does that really matter? Guan Zizhen, this performance has been arranged for over a month.
Oh.
Is dating more important than anything else?
Yes.
At a loss for words, Guan Zizhen cast a pleading glance at Sumu. Sumu didn't mind him coming to see her, but she still had to complete the system's tasks, and having Jiang Zui around would complicate things. The performance is important. You should go to the capital.
All right.
Regardless of his own reasoning, Sumu's words seemed to sway him. Guan Zizhen, fuming with anger, exclaimed, I never expected you to be such a love-struck fool. Fan Jia urged. All right, that's enough. We'll miss the flight if we keep chatting. Sumu released his hand and followed Fan Jia into the car. Jiang Zui rushed forward, holding the door to prevent it from closing. You're really just leaving like this? What else could I do? Should I bid you farewell with a kiss? Jiang Zui smiled subtly, and since you suggested it, it wouldn't be impossible. Sumu, let go. I need to close the door. Jiang Zui didn't relent, reminding her, remember to message me when you land. All right. Call me in the morning.
Sure.
I'll find you after my performance. You're so chatty about breaking up. With a resounding slam, the car door closed, the force of it nearly blowing Sumu's bangs away. Jiang Zui, undeterred, said, Let us go. Seeing his determined gaze, Sumu stifled a laugh. But soon her smile faded as a thought crossed her mind. Lowering the car window, she asked, Jiang Zui, if I could only be with you for a year, and after that, we had to part ways for some reason, would you regret confessing to me tonight?
No, Jiang Zui replied firmly.
Even a moment spent with you brings me joy, and I will strive to ensure that you remain with me for this lifetime, and even the next. Listening to his words, warmth flooded Sumu's heart. She leaned out the window. Oh, and one more thing. Jiang Zui bent down. What is it? Sumu tilted her head back and playfully pecked him on the lips. Don't miss me too much. Though the contact was fleeting, the warmth lingered. Leaving Jiang Zui momentarily stunned, by the time he regained his senses, the car had already driven away. He touched his lips and chuckled softly. Witnessing the entire scene, Guan Zizhen placed a hand on Yu Kang's shoulder, shaking his head in amazement. I haven't seen Jiang Zui smile so foolishly in ages. Sumu truly is extraordinary. Yu Kang maintained his stoic expression but nodded repeatedly. Chapter 82. Fengya and Feng Dian due to the extended waiting time at the airport. It was already past midnight when Sumu disembarked. She fell asleep during the ride home, and her slumber was deep and restful. So much so that when she awoke the next morning, she hazily felt as though she had forgotten something important. After a moment of contemplation while sitting at the edge of her bed, Sumu finally recalled what she had overlooked. She seemed to have a boyfriend. Picking up her phone, she was taken aback to find over 50 unread messages and more than 20 missed calls, all from Jiang Zui. Just as she was about to call him back, the door burst open. Sumu was startled and turned to see Su Qing, looking bewildered. What are you doing here? You're home? Where else could I be? Jiang Zui said you went missing and nearly reported it to the police. Sumu replied, since you're not missing, I'll head back to the company. As Su Qing turned to leave, she paused and added, by the way, please tell Jiang Zui that I will be blocking his number. What did he do? Nothing much. He just called over 100 times while I was in a meeting, claiming he suspected your flight had crashed.
Sumu, after Su Qing left.
Jiang Zui's call came through again. Sumu, feeling the weight of this ancestral presence, hurriedly answered. On the other end of the line, Jiang Zui's voice was a mixture of surprise and concern. Mumu, are you alright? What could possibly be wrong with me? You haven't answered my calls or replied to my messages. I thought you might have been in a plane crash. Is it not possible that I just woke up? How could you sleep for so long? The flight landed at dawn. After landing, why didn't you send me a message? I was too tired and forgot. It seems you haven't taken my promise to heart at all. Being single for too long, I momentarily forgot that I have a boyfriend. For someone like Jiang Zui, who is so infatuated with love, the mere mention of the term boyfriend was enough to placate him. He chuckled and asked, "Are you hungry?
Send me your address.
And I'll order food for you." "That's too much trouble. I can just cook myself a bowl of noodles." "Teacher Jiang, it's your turn to perform." Hearing the urging from the other end of the line, Su Mu encouraged him to focus on his work and promptly hung up. After freshening up, Su Mu savored her noodles while admiring the luxurious 220 square meter apartment, exclaiming, "How delightful it is to be home." Stop daydreaming and get to work. Could you refrain from being such a spoilsport? Don't forget you only have a year. Fine. Send me the information on those individuals, especially their addresses, and be specific. I've only managed to find one so far. I'll send it to you now. A line of text swiftly appeared in Su Mu's mind. Fengya, female. The third princess of the crumbling Feng Kingdom, current residence, a slum at 22, John Street, St. George, Florida, M Country. How tragic. The esteemed third princess has ended up in a slum. Wait, isn't a slum the ideal place? The greater the disparity, the more she must long to return. How did you manage to send her to M Country? The location of their appearance in this world refreshes randomly. I have no control over it. So, if someone ends up in the Arctic, do I have to go find them there? Indeed. Su Mu, is this even a coherent statement? Do they have to return voluntarily? Can't we simply abduct them? They, like you, have transmigrated here. Abducting them would be futile. What if I were to kidnap them and threaten them with a gun to their heads, insisting they return? Then you would likely spend the year in prison. Su Mu, you can't be serious. This system seems surprisingly knowledgeable about the law. Well, it appears this laborious task is mine to undertake. After finally getting a few days off, it seemed all her time would be consumed by this quest to find someone. Time was of the essence. And Su Mu soon boarded a flight to M Country. She didn't disclose the specific reasons to Jiang Zui, merely stating that she had activities to attend to in M Country. Given that the safety conditions in M Country were not comparable to those at home, especially in a slum, Su Mu contacted a security company and hired 2 bodyguards before daring to venture forth. As she navigated to the address provided by the system, Su Mu realized she had overlooked a crucial detail. If she had transmigrated, then Fengya was likely not called that anymore, right? Yes. She is now known as Heir Susan. With the answer in hand, Su Mu felt a bit more at ease. Upon arriving near Susan's home, she stopped a child and inquired, "Do you know where Susan's house is? Are you looking for our boss?" "Your boss?"
Sumu questionet, datitin heirs.
Yes. Our boss from the Flying Fish Gang. This little squirt hadn't even reached her waist and was already involved in gang activities.
Ah.
So, the underworld starts training them young, does it? The little one, with utmost seriousness, raised a finger. "I can take you to see her. But you must give me this amount." "In dollars?" "No, a lollipop." Su Mu nearly burst into laughter. She handed over $1. "Here, take it. And can you buy one for yourself?" The child accepted the money with satisfaction and led her in a particular direction. In a dilapidated basketball park, Su Mu spotted a blonde beauty lounging on a rickety bench, wearing a red flip-flop on one foot and a blue one on the other, casually chewing on a lollipop. "Boss, this person says she wants to see you, and I've brought her. Why aren't you bowing to me?" Upon hearing this, the little one solemnly knelt and bowed. The woman nodded in satisfaction, tossed him a lollipop, and said in Chinese, "A reward for you." The child, unsure if he understood, grabbed the lollipop and dashed off. With so many amusing moments, Su Mu found it hard to decide where to start laughing. Fengya scrutinized her and asked in Chinese, "Where are you from?"
What do you want with me?
Suppressing her laughter, Su Mu took her hand affectionately. "Fengya, it's me. Your second sister, Feng Dian." Su Mu's boldness in approaching her was certainly well prepared. She had previously traversed to that world and held the identity of the second princess of the Feng Kingdom. Feng Dian. Upon hearing this name, Fengya stood up in shock. "Sister? Sister. Little sister. Sister." Amidst the chorus of sisterly exchanges, the 2 plastic sisters embraced each other. Originally, Fengya thought she was the only one who had come to this bewildering place. Now, seeing Sumu, she realized she had family in this world. And she began to pour out her grievances, complaining about not understanding the local language, being so poor that she lacked clothing, and being unable to afford food. Her lamentations only brought more joy to Sumu, who feigned sympathy. I understand. I truly do. So, let us return together. Let us forget that. Don't you want to go back and be a princess? What's the point of going back? Father 1T passed the throne to me. I've come to a realization. I want to rule here.
Huh?
Here? In M country? I've inquired, and here, the emperor is called the president. With a confident flourish, Fengya declared, I will run for president. Sumu. My goodness, dear sister, don't be too absurd. You're so poor you can't even afford matching flip-flops, and yet you want to run for president? You'd struggle to even compete for the position of the beggar gang leader. Are you certain? Absolutely. Do you know what the biggest difference is between here and the Feng Kingdom? Here, anyone can run for president. That is freedom and democracy. Sumu was thoroughly impressed. Just moments ago, she had someone bowing before her, and now they were shouting about freedom and democracy. The essence of irony was palpable. Chapter 83. Hardship and labor are no match for McDonald. Sumu had previously interacted with Fengya for some time, and her character could be succinctly summarized. She was highly ambitious, full of grandiose tales, with an unclear moral compass, and grew stronger when faced with adversity. Once in the Feng Kingdom, she had been perpetually scheming to seize power and ascend as the empress. Now, with aspirations to be an empress here, Sumu believed she was dead serious. But was this even a joke? Becoming president was no simple feat. Don't worry, I am fully prepared. I just need the right opportunity. What opportunity? Aside from the express delivery service, Sumu could think of nothing that would enable her grand proclamations. Fengya grinned and hooked her arm around Sumu's shoulder. Money. As soon as she spoke, a loud crash echoed. Sumu jumped. Was that thunder? Fengya pressed her down. Calm down, it's just my stomach growling. Sumu, how long has it been since you last ate? 2 days. Sumu was genuinely curious. How had this person survived before her arrival? Shall we go eat first? You're treating?
Yes.
Let us go. Fengya wrapped her arm around Sumu and set off. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she unapologetically ordered everything on the menu. American fast food arrived quickly. She grabbed a large chicken leg in one hand and a hamburger in the other, devouring them with such fervor that it seemed she might turn pale from overindulgence. Watching her eat, Sumu felt that the term starving ghost had found its perfect embodiment. While Fengya was preoccupied with her meal, Sumu continued her persuasive endeavor. You've managed to survive like this. Wouldn't it be better to return and be a princess? Not at all. Fengya spat out the chicken wings she had been chewing. Here, no one forces me to marry this general or that lord. And it's much easier to become an emperor here. Sumu was puzzled. Who had instilled such confidence in her? Was it due to the hair conditioner? Given that it's impossible to make her believe that the sealed nation is better than here, Sumu had no choice but to shift her perspective, helping her realize that being an emperor here is not as simple as it seems. How can you run for president without any money? Just because you don't have it now doesn't mean you won't have it in the future. I can earn it. At this point, Fengya glanced at the 2 bodyguards in black beside Sumu and said, Sister, you even bring guards when you go out. You must be doing quite well. Why not support me with a bit of funding? Rest assured, as soon as I become emperor, no president, I will appoint you as a Secretary of State. What do you think? The ambition she painted was grander than the Milky Way itself. You might as well claim to be Qin Shi Huang and ask me to fund your resurrection of the Terracotta Army. Fengya didn't understand what she was saying but recognized her reluctance to part with money. She shrugged. Then I can't go back with you. Sumu pondered for a moment, appraising her from head to toe. Do you want to make money? Of course. Then come with me. Where to? I can thrive here, because I am an artist. You know what that is, right? Sure, just a performer. Don't say it so harshly. Nowadays, we call them stars. Superstars. As long as you succeed in the entertainment industry, you can certainly earn a decent amount. Are you suggesting I become an artist too?
Exactly.
Can you act?
No.
What about singing? I can do that. I recently learned a new song. Listen. Fengya dropped the chicken leg she was holding and passionately began to sing. Under the bridge in front, a flock of ducks swims by. In just 10 short words, she shifted through 5 different tones, transforming what was originally a children's song into a meandering melody reminiscent of winding mountain roads, leaving Sumu momentarily stunned. Stop, stop, stop. We're on the same side.
Don't sing.
What's wrong? Is my singing that bad? I can't say it's bad. I can only say it's unpleasant. If that's not acceptable, then what should I do? Fonya picked up the chicken leg again, opened her mouth wide, and within seconds spat out a complete chicken bone. What poor meat!
It's stuck in my teeth.
Hey, waiter, bring me another order of chicken wings. Sumu realized that this individual was utterly inept at everything yet insatiable when it came to food, picky about the fat and lean of meat, and critical of the ribs for lacking meat. The only redeeming quality seemed to be her pleasing appearance. Sumu took a sip of her coffee, attempting to calm herself. Fonya curiously inquired, "Don't you find this bitter?" Sumu shook her head lightly. "Not as bitter as my life." After finishing her coffee, Sumu made a decision. Regardless of the circumstances, she would first keep Fonya close. Only this way could she add more obstacles to Fonya's already challenging life path, allowing her to realize the treacherous and unpredictable nature of modern society, and enjoy her life as a princess once more. Although she truly lacked talent, we could learn gradually. Here's the plan. You come with me, and I can help you find an agency to tailor a debut plan for you. Making money was undeniably the most pressing concern for Fonya at the moment, and without a moment's hesitation, she agreed.
All right.
Just as Sumu was about to take Fonya away, her phone suddenly rang.
Gello Fonya.
There's a business performance tomorrow. I'll come to pick you up. Tomorrow? That's too soon. I'm abroad. What are you doing abroad? On vacation. A pathetic vacation, chasing a ridiculous person. Fanjia was frustrated. How can you go abroad on vacation? We've just become popular. We need to maintain this momentum. Your peers are working hard. What are you doing? Eating McDonald's. Sumu initially thought that taking Fonya away would encounter some resistance, but unexpectedly, Fonya was entirely in a state of neglect, akin to a little cabbage in the field. With no possessions aside from a pair of trendy red and blue flip-flops and 2 lollipops, thus requiring no packing of luggage, she smoothly brought Fonya back to the country. After disembarking from the plane and opening her phone, dozens of missed calls instantly flashed on the screen. Good news. It wasn't he from Jiangzhou. Bad news. It was from Fanjia. Sumu redialed. What is going on, Fanjia? I just landed. Jiangzhou is in trouble. Her tone made Sumu's heart sink. What happened? It's not something that can be explained in a few words. Check it online. Sumu quickly hung up and opened Weibo. Chapter 84. Are you planning to kill your father? The top trending topic boldly read, Jiangzhou plagiarized. Sumu exhaled in relief. She had feared something had happened to Jiangzhui's health. It turned out to be plagiarism. Wait, plagiarism? Sumu hastily clicked on the trending topic. The incident began at Jiangzhui's performance event in the capital. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly. But just as it was about to conclude, one of the band's bassists, Ling Shan, suddenly announced his exit from the band without providing a reason. As Orange Sea Band is currently the most popular band in the entertainment industry, news of a member's departure naturally exploded online, prompting fans to swarm Ling Shan's Weibo to inquire. The following morning, Ling Shan provided his reasoning, stating that he was the true creator behind many of Jiang Zui's songs, but Jiang Zui, relying on his fame and being the chairman's son, had seized the songwriting rights, relegating him to a mere shadow creator. After enduring this for many years, he no longer wished to tolerate it. Initially, few believed Ling Shan, as he merely posted a text-based Weibo without any evidence. However, shortly thereafter, the other 2 members of Orange Sea Band voiced their support for Ling Shan, claiming that Jiang Zui often flaunted his popularity, behaving arrogantly and bullying them with cold violence. Their endorsement of Ling Shan stirred up a significant public reaction. If there were any remaining doubts about Ling Shan's claims, the majority of people now chose to believe him. With 6 members in Orange Sea Band, including Jiang Zui, 3 of them now claimed there were issues with Jiang Zui's character, making it hard for anyone to doubt. In response to the turmoil, Jiang Zui issued a statement declaring Ling Shan's accusations to be slander and sent him a lawyer's letter. However, this combination of a lawyer's letter and a statement failed to restore public trust. After all, many artists in the entertainment industry issue lawyer's letters when trouble arises, insisting on their innocence. On the very evening Jiang Zui sent the lawyer's letter, Ling Shan released a recording. This recording lacked context but captured Jiang Zui's cold tone, harshly berating Ling Shan for his lack of ambition and telling him to leave the band if that was his desire, assuring that he would not hinder him. Upon hearing this, the online community erupted, accusing Jiang Zui of cold violence. At this time, Guan Zizhen and Yu Kong stepped forward. asserting that all of Jiang Zue's songs were original and that his character was not as people imagined. The recording was taken out of context. And Jiang Zue's harsh words were due to Ling Shan wanting to quit the industry after a heartbreak. Unfortunately, the public did not buy their defense. Laughing out loud. Have you been bought off? Who doesn't he know that Fengshan Media is a subsidiary of the Jiang Group? You all belong to Fengshan Media. Is it the Crown Prince Jiang Zue who instigated you to speak up? If Ling Shan hadn't been pushed to the brink, how could he dare to offend the Crown Prince? Ling Shan is so unfortunate, oppressed for so many years. I've long found Jiang Zue unbearable. He acts like he owns the world. Alright, just as the dating reality show ended, this kind of incident emerges? My heart aches for Sumu. What is there to ache about? Sumu earns as much in a day as you do in a month. Wait, is my CP about to break up? Sumu closed Weibo and called Jiang Zue. Hello, Mumu, are you back in the country? Have you eaten? Jiang Zue's voice on the other end was calm, even somewhat cheerful. Are you alright? Don't worry. This online fuss won't affect me. Hearing the noise in the background, Sumu asked, what are you doing? Driving. Where to? To run over Jiangguang. Sumu, if I remember correctly, that's your father's name, right?
Yes.
Are you planning to kill your father? Let's discuss this later. I have spotted him. Before the call ended, Sumu heard the roar of an accelerator. Sumu? Be rational, for heaven's sake. Tossing aside her phone, Jiang Zue pursued the preceding Maybach. This road was a mountain path leading to the Jiang family's villa, typically devoid of other vehicles. The dark red sports car was striking against the night, and Jiang Guang recognized it as Jiang Zue's with just a glance. Jiang Zue rolled down the car window and flashed him a smile. In the next instant, he sharply swerved the steering wheel, positioning his vehicle squarely in front of the Maybach. The driver slammed on the brakes, causing Jiang Guang in the back seat, who had not fastened his seatbelt, to crash into the front seat. When he lifted his head again, blood trickled from his nose. The driver, catching sight of the blood streaming from his nose in the rearview mirror, struggled to suppress a laugh. Mr. Jiang, I didn't do it on purpose. Jiang Guang wiped away the blood, fuming as he approached the front of Jiang Zue's car. Are you out of your mind? Do you want to die? Jiang Zue, unfazed, exited the vehicle. Aren't you the one looking for trouble? What nonsense are you spouting? Speak plainly. How much did you pay Ling Shan to conspire against me? Jiang Guang's eyes flickered. I do not comprehend what you are saying. We are both seasoned foxes. What kind of strange tales are you trying to weave? Jiang Zue, you are my son. Would I harm you? They have long harbored grievances against you. Are you completely oblivious to this? I am aware of your intentions. You simply wish for me to withdraw from the entertainment industry and obediently return to inherit the corporation, don't you? However, I have conditions. Ling Shan and the others must apologize to me in person and clarify the situation online. I can arrange for them to apologize to you. Even expel them from the company, but if they were to assist you with a clarification, they would be unable to remain in the entertainment industry thereafter. Even if I consented, they would not agree. Since you orchestrated such actions, surely you possess some leverage over them? I have reiterated. This was not my doing. Why do you refuse to believe me? Jiang Zue fell silent for a moment. Fine, they need not clarify, but they must apologize to me in person. Tomorrow afternoon at the Fengshan Media Conference Room, I shall await their arrival. With that, Jiang Zue turned to re-enter his car, but was blocked by Jiang Guang. How can I trust you? Under his gaze, Jiang Zue produced his phone and promptly posted a Weibo update. Jiang Zue V. As of today, the Chenghai band is officially disbanded, and I am formally withdrawing from Fengshan Entertainment. Upon seeing this Weibo post, Jiang Guang grinned in satisfaction. Excellent, it's a deal. Watching Jiang Zue's car drive away, he unfastened his suit jacket and chuckled with triumph. Does my son believe he cannot maneuver me? Settling back into his car, he retrieved his phone and made a call. Zhao, did you see Jiang Zue's Weibo post? I just saw it. You executed this splendidly. Had it not been for your suggestion, that brat would not have yielded so readily. Uncle Jiang, your good intentions will surely be appreciated by Brother Jiang Zue in due time. Once he returns to the company, I will promote you to be his secretary. As they say, proximity brings opportunity. You must work hard. I will not let you down. In that case, let us swiftly secure this brat, so I can hold a grandchild. Uncle Jiang, Lin Zhao chided lightly. Jiang Guang laughed. Alright, enough of that. I know you are bashful. Chapter 85. Has a mental patient escaped? After Jiang Zue hung up the phone, Sumu attempted to call him twice more. But he did not answer. Finding a hotel to settle Fengya, she slipped 1,000 yuan into her hands. Take this for now. I have an urgent matter to attend to, and will come back to find you later. Where are you going? To find my boyfriend. Boyfriend? You mean the prince? Understanding dawned on Fonya, and she grinned, asking, have you found a prince so quickly? Is he handsome? Wealthy? How is he in bed? Sumo? What do you mean by how is he in bed? I'll tell you later. I must hurry to find him. Fonya's smile widened. So eager for a romantic night. Are we? Don't worry, I won't disturb you. Sumu, too exasperated to entertain her fanciful musings, hurriedly closed the door and left. Initially, Sumu assumed that in this unfamiliar place, Fonya would stay obediently in the room. However, she soon realized she had significantly underestimated Fonya's restlessness. Shortly after she departed, Fonya took the 1,000 yuan and stepped outside. Walking down the bustling street and hearing familiar voices, Fonya inhaled deeply. Finally free from that incessant chattering, this truly felt like a place of liberation. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Fonya arrived at a bus stop. Just then, a bus approached, and having never seen one before, she stared at it for several seconds. Noticing others lining up to board, she curiously followed suit. Just as she was about to step into the bus, the driver suddenly called out to her, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Nothing. Bus fare is 2 yuan. Fonya checked the money Sumu had given her and found only 100 yuan bills, no 2 yuan notes. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, then I want to ride. I'll just stand. The driver. Other passengers. The entire bus fell into a sudden silence. At that moment, a hand reached out from behind Fonya, swiping a bus card. I'll pay for her. After saying this, the man walked to the back and sat down. Only then did the driver close the doors and continue driving. Fonya glanced at his retreating figure and chose a single seat in front of him. Assuming she recognized him, Yukong tugged at his mask. What are you staring at? I'm admiring your good looks. Yukong. Puzzled. How can you conclude I'm good-looking through a mask? Your eyes are striking. If this were the past, I would have summoned you to my palace as a servant. Yukong, surveying her beautiful face, pondered for a moment and asked earnestly, Did you sneak out? Fonya was taken aback. How did you know? Your behavior gave it away. Which hospital are you from? Hospital? I'm not a doctor. Of course not. You're the patient. Patient? I am not ill. I understand. Individuals like you always insist on that. After conversing for a while, the bus came to a halt. Yukong alighted, and Fonya followed suit, asking, What did you mean by that? Yukong didn't respond, simply stating, I'm going to the hospital. Do you want to come? A mental patient wandering at night could potentially spark a sensational news story the next day, so Yukong resolved to see this through. Fonya sensed he was not a bad person, and since she had never visited a hospital in this world, she figured it would be good to see one. So she readily agreed, sure. The two walked toward the hospital, and Fonya inquired, What are you going to the hospital for? To see my mother. She is ill. Yukong glanced at her. How long have you been sneaking out? Not long. I met you as soon as I got out. They soon arrived at the hospital entrance. And Yukong asked, What is your name?
Fengjia.
All right, wait here for me. I'll be back shortly. Yukong entered, but when he returned with a psychiatrist, Fonya had vanished. Yukong assumed she had run off again and helplessly returned to the hospital. Su Mu, having obtained Jiang Zue's address from Guanzhen, took a taxi to the exterior of his residential complex. Gazing at the firmly closed gates, Su Mu called Jiang Zue. The call did not connect, but a red sports car pulled up beside her. The window rolled down, revealing Jiang Zue's face. Mu? Su Mu assessed his car for a moment. The car seems fine. I thought you would first inquire about my well-being, yet you are more concerned about the car? I merely wished to ascertain whether your vehicle had sustained any accident damage. Su Mu climbed into the car and asked, What did that Weibo post mean? Are you really disbanding the band? Given the uproar caused by Ling Shan and the others, it was inevitable that they would withdraw from the band, leaving only me, Guanzhen and Yukong. What difference does it make whether we disband or not? After addressing her doubts, Jiang Zue retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket. The contents therein captured a recent conversation he had with Jiang Guang. Upon listening to the recording, Su Mu expressed her perplexity. So this old man wishes to coerce me into compliance. I initially intended to seize this opportunity to gather incriminating evidence against him. Yet it appears this cunning old fox is exceedingly adept, his words flawlessly articulated. What shall we do? Are you truly considering withdrawing from the entertainment industry? I merely stated my intention to withdraw from Fengshan Entertainment and disband the band. I did not imply a complete retreat from the industry. Su Mu chuckled softly. You two are quite the little fox. Jiang Zui tucked away the recorder, noting that the old man was devoid of any flaws. But that was not the case with Ling Shan. Do not worry. I can resolve this matter, though I shall require your assistance in one regard. What sort of assistance? Jiang Zui remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged as Jiang Zui slowly leaned closer. Just as their lips were about to collide, a sudden click echoed. Jiang Zui was restrained by his seatbelt. Both were momentarily taken aback. Unable to contain herself, Sumu burst into laughter. You don't need my help to unbuckle your seatbelt, do you? The delicate ambience was abruptly shattered. Jiang Zui resignedly returned to his seat, solemnly vowing, I shall never drive this wretched vehicle again. His misplaced frustration only made Sumu laugh harder. That's a classic case of blaming the road for your own shortcomings. Jiang Zui chuckled lightly, his tone warm. So, in your eyes, I am incapable? Sensing the impending danger, Sumu slowly reached for the car door handle. No, absolutely not. Unfortunately, her desire to flee had been entirely transparent to Jiang Zui. He unfastened his seatbelt and firmly grasped her wrist. As Sumu tilted her head slightly, their breaths intertwined. Without hesitation, Jiang Zui leaned down and kissed her. Although his actions were commanding, the kiss itself was tender. His tongue ventured forth cautiously, akin to an invitation, yet also a tantalizing tease. With her eyes slightly ajar, Sumu found herself mere inches away from Jiang Zui's exquisite features. The bright glow of the streetlights streamed through the car window, casting a halo around him. Eyes closed, he immersed himself in the kiss, his long, thick eyelashes resembling a delicate fan, casting shadows upon his eyelids. Noticing her distraction, Jiang Zui playfully bit her lightly. Sumu shot him an indignant glare. Regrettably, her expression bore no weight of intimidation. Instead, it spurred Jiang Zui's fervor. As Sumu instinctively attempted to push him away, he held her hands captive. Jiang Zui cradled the back of her head, deepening the kiss with fervor. Chapter 86. I am a model citizen upon exiting after visiting his mother. Yukong noticed a police car stationed at the hospital entrance. Beside it stood a striking woman, a lollipop perched in her mouth. Indeed, it was Fengya. The police officer before her was inquiring and jotting down notes. Do you know the patient's family?
No.
Then why did they assault you? They claimed I was watering a vegetable. At this statement, Yukong, typically stoic, couldn't suppress a chuckle. His laughter inadvertently drew Fengya's attention. As she waved him over, Yukong approached. Fengya removed the lollipop from her mouth, her tone petulant. Where have you been? I bought candy and waited an eternity for you. I thought you had left. Turns out you were just off buying sweets? Noting their apparent acquaintance, the police officer turned to Yukong. It's good that you know each other. The patient's family reported this, but it has been mediated now. Please sign this closure document, or we'll have to take this young lady back to the station. I have to sign? Yukong glanced at Fengya, whose expression was one of confusion as she savored the lollipop. With a resigned sigh, he thought, fine, helping this fool once might earn me some good karma. After signing, Yukong asked, it's late. Shouldn't you be heading back? I want to, but I forgot. Forgot what? The name of the hotel. Didn't you sneak out of the hospital? Of course not. Yukong regarded her with skepticism. Do you know where you live? I came from M country. My sister said she would bring me here to make big money, but she just left me at the hotel. Upon hearing this, Yukong quickly intercepted the police car. Officer, I suspect this individual has been trafficked. The officer poked his head out of the window. Aren't you acquainted with her? Are you her trafficker? Yukong protested. I've only known her for less than 2 hours. And you should see, he pointed at Fengya, is a bit off. The officer glanced at Fengya, who, while enjoying her lollipop, smiled at him. The officer nodded. I can see that. He remembered, when he first arrived at the hospital, Fengya had called him officer sir. The officer exited the vehicle. How about this? You both come with me to the station. On their way to the police station, Yukong and Fengya happened upon a trending topic online. Jiang Zui had posted on Weibo. Just as Yukong contemplated calling Jiang Zui, a post appeared before him. Orange C-bands Yukong and a woman taken by police, suspected of soliciting, with photographic evidence. Yukong. Sumu had been returned to the hotel by Jiang Zui. However, as soon as she entered the lobby, she spotted 2 police officers examining something at the front desk. While unaware of the situation, she approached curiously, peering over the officers' shoulders. The officers noticed her presence and turned to look.
Upon recognizing Sumu,
They simultaneously froze for a moment. The next instant, they apprehended her.
Sumo, bewildered, exclaimed, "My heavens!
Am I to be arrested for merely watching?" The officers offered no further explanation, swiftly escorting her to the police car. Jiang Zui, still outside the hotel, was taken aback upon witnessing her being taken away. As the police car began to pull away, bewildered by the circumstances, Jiang Zui chose to follow. His conspicuous red sports car quickly attracted the officer's attention. "What should we do? Team Leader Wang?"
Take them both in."
Moments later, Sumu turned to Jiang Zui, still bewildered. "Why are you here too? They claim I'm your accomplice."
Sumo
Pleadingly tugged at the iron bars, lamented to the two officers. "What crime have I committed? Why am I being arrested? I'm a law-abiding citizen. A model citizen. You know what you did. It's best to come clean." "Come clean?"
Sumo pandered.
"I admit, I once took toilet paper from the restroom, causing my agent Zhang Fan to be stuck in there for 2 hours without coming out. But is that a crime?" "Officer, that is not the issue." "Not the issue?" Sumu's mind raced. "I confess, I once fantasized about throwing a party with 10 muscular men after striking it rich, but I never acted on it." "Is that a crime?" Jiang Zui. "Officer," Sumu continued to wail, "you must have arrested the wrong person. My ancestors have been law-abiding citizens for 3 generations, and I can assure you, I've always paid my taxes and never engaged in illicit activities. I'm a true blue socialist successor." Her desperate cries had an effect. The officers, unaccustomed to such forthrightness, paused the police vehicle and even opened the door for Sumu. They had arrived at the police station. In the late hours of night, within the confines of the modest police station, Sumu and her companions had a historic meeting with Yukong. In the days and nights that followed, they would reflect upon this encounter, still bemused by the absurdity of it all, akin to Fengya singing off-key. After clarifying all misunderstandings in front of the officers, the 4 were finally allowed to leave the police station. By this time, it was well past midnight. Sumu, weary and fatigued, felt compelled to assign blame for this ludicrous incident. After surveying Jiang Zui, Yukong, and Fengya, she decisively chose Yukong as the scapegoat. "Why did you report it without understanding the situation?"
Fengya chimed in.
"Indeed, you treated me like a fool." Confronted by the imposing presence of the 2 men, Yukong could only cast a pleading glance toward Jiang Zui. How could Jiang Zui, witnessing his good friend from university in distress, ignore him? Indeed, he could. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to prioritize his romantic interests over friendship, raising a banner emblazoned with the words of his girlfriend, declaring that she was always right, even when she was wrong, and proclaimed that, without a doubt, the fault lay entirely with Yukong. This betrayal by Jiang Zui, akin to a figurine of Yang Ying, dealt a heavy blow to Yukong. In the face of this united front, Yukong transformed into Zhu Beiji, gazing into a mirror, feeling utterly lost. In response, Yukong could only express his desire to withdraw, to concede defeat, and to run away alone to cry in solitude. Yet, before he could utter a sound of despair, a call from Guanzhen interrupted him. "Kongzi, there's news online that you, Jiang Zui, and Sumu have all been arrested. Is it true? It was all a misunderstanding. We have already left the police station." "My goodness, can you believe the rumors circulating online? They claim you 3 were caught throwing a wild party."
"I am furious."
"It's sheer nonsense. You wouldn't have a party without me, would you?" Yukong replied. "I beg you to go die, truly." Chapter 87. Truly awesome. The rumors regarding their arrest were easily dispelled. They each posted a Weibo message to set the record straight. After a night of rest at the hotel, Sumu resolved to purchase a mobile phone for Fengya to prevent such incidents from recurring. However, she feared that if she bought Fengya a smartphone, the young girl might become enamored with the internet and subsequently resist returning to Feng Nation. Thus, after searching for half an hour, Sumu finally found an elderly-style button phone, reminiscent of a brick phone. Upon receiving the device, Fengya looked perplexed. "Why is mine different from yours?" Sumu presented her own phone alongside Fengya's and asked, "Which one looks larger?"
"Mine."
Sumu tapped both devices and queried, "Which one seems sturdier?"
"Mine."
She held both phones aloft and inquired, "Which one projects more prestige and status?"
"Mine." "Sumugras Fengya's hanernisli, sister."
Though you may lack wealth now, never forget that you were once a princess. As a princess, you must exhibit your distinction from common folk in certain aspects. Don't you agree? Indeed. Thus, I scoured half the capital to find this phone. From now on, whenever you pull it out, everyone will recognize how noble your status is, how exceptional your aura is. You shall be the most radiant among the crowd, the brightest star in the night sky. Really? If you don't believe it, you can go out and try. Fengya stepped out of the room, clutching the brick phone. As fate would have it, she encountered a man on the phone in the corridor. Mimicking his posture, she slowly raised her brick phone to her ear. Instantly, the man's demeanor shifted, as if he had encountered something extraordinarily impressive. Satisfied, Fengya returned to the room. What you said is true.
Sumuchakald.
Producing a walnut and smashing it with the brick phone. This phone can also serve as a self-defense tool. How cool is that? Truly awesome.
Fengya exclaimed.
Embracing the phone with delight. Seeing that she had finally been thoroughly convinced, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Imparting a few usage tips before departing the hotel to find Jiang Zue. Recently, Jiang Zue had sent her a message requesting her company on a visit to Fengshan Entertainment. Although Sumu was uncertain about his intentions, she believed it must be part of a larger plan. Upon descending, she spotted Jiang Zue, waiting to pick her up. He had indeed forsaken his ostentatious red sports car for a more subdued black Audi. After opening the car door for her, he grinned and asked, "How about this car? Is it understated enough?" Sumu glanced at his license plate, which sported the number 666. "Are you certain this is understated? If this isn't understated enough, I might as well drive an excavator. But an excavator only has one seat. You could sit in the front bucket." As Sumu envisioned this, an unexpected thrill surged within her that truly sounded exhilarating. As the largest media company in the industry, Fengshan Entertainment's office building was quite imposing. When their vehicle arrived at the base, they encountered Lin Zhaozhao, who had come to greet them. Lin Zhaozhao was taken aback to see Jiang Zue accompanied by Sumu. Her expression darkened instantly. "Brother Jiang, the matters to be discussed today are quite significant. Having an outsider present may not be appropriate." "Outsider? Who?" Jiang Zue surveyed the vicinity. "Your presence is indeed unwelcome. Please do not accompany us." With that, Jiang Zue took Sumu's hand and confidently strode inside. Shortly after their entrance, Guanzhen and Yukong arrived as well. However, while searching for the conference room, they encountered Ling Shan and his companions. Guanzhen removed his sunglasses and exclaimed, "Well, if it isn't the ungrateful star, Ling. What brings you here? Surely you're not here to apologize to Jiang Zue?" Ling Shan seemed poised to say something but was interrupted by the other two. "Ling, go, let it go. We're at the final juncture. Do not act impulsively." Ling Shan shot Guanzhen a dark look before leading the way into the conference room. Upon noticing Sumu's presence, Ling Shan's expression visibly shifted. He seated himself across from Jiang Zue, stating, "This pertains to our band's internal issues. I prefer to keep outsiders out." Jiang Zue leisurely set down his coffee cup and casually tossed out 4 words. "Who do you think you are?" Ling Shan's face darkened. But before he could react, Lin Zhaozhao arrived and restrained him, whispering a reminder, "Don't forget your purpose for being here today." Upon hearing this, Ling Shan's expression remained sour, yet he managed to suppress his emotions. The other 2 band members spoke first. "Brother Jiang, we were sent by President Jiang to apologize. Regardless of past grievances, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies." "Yes, Brother Jiang, I too must apologize. I hope we can each go our separate ways peacefully." Jiang Zue raised an eyebrow. "Apologizing? For what, exactly?" Ling Shan interjected. "Regardless of the circumstances, we accept responsibility. Is that acceptable?" Lin Zhaozhao nodded in approval at their performance. Although uncertain if Jiang Zue had recording devices, the more ambiguous their statements, the less leverage Jiang Zue had against them. Jiang Zue took a slow sip of coffee, casting a glance at Guanzhen. Without further ado, Guanzhen seized Lin Zhaozhao by the arm. "President Lin, let them sort out their affairs. I have some questions I wish to discuss with you. We can address issues later, don't pull me." Ignoring her protests, Guanzhen and Yukong flanked her and ushered her away. As Lin Zhaozhao was led away, unease flickered in Ling Shan's eyes. "What do you intend to do?" "Ling Shan, how many years have we known each other?" Ling Shan fell silent. Jiang Zue placed his coffee cup down. "Ling Shan, I can honestly say I have done nothing to wrong you over these years. When we were in university and you suffered from malnutrition and fainted, it was I who took you to the infirmary. Even after graduation, when your band gained traction and you asked me to help you write new songs, I obliged. Yet now you turn against me. Do you truly possess a conscience?" Ling Shan remained mute. "The Orange Sea Band was founded by the 2 of us. I never anticipated it would meet its demise at your hands. If your actions stem from threats from my father, you could have easily confided in me." Ling Shan lifted his gaze, a complex mixture of emotions swirling within, tinged with disdain. "Jiang Zue, can you cease this pretense of being the good guy? So, in your eyes, I have always been the one pretending?" Ling Shan scoffed. Don't act as though you have bestowed upon me a great favor. It's merely a meager offering that slipped through your fingers. Do you expect my gratitude? I detest your condescending demeanor more than anything. Chapter 88. No turning back. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Zui let out a light chuckle, a sound tinged with both nostalgia and resignation. In truth, prior to my arrival, your mother called me. She expressed her disbelief that you would slander me, insisting that you must have been coerced. She urged me to forgive you and offer my assistance. I genuinely intended to help you. Ling Shan seemed to be struck by a sensitive nerve, his face flushing as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Jiang Zui, enough. Have I ever sought your assistance? Have I ever begged for your charity? You merely rely on your family's influence to achieve your current success. What makes you exceptional? My achievements stem from the songs I've penned with my own efforts. Do you truly believe that a favorable family background guarantees the creation of such music? This is precisely why I despise you. You have always believed yourself to be remarkable. But on what grounds? Why is it that you possess both talent and privilege, while in the band we co-founded, everyone only remembers you? Why do all the good things in this world seem to belong solely to you? You even dare to claim that I ruined the band. How laughable. The instigator has always been you. As long as you are present, we will forever remain your mere backdrop, insignificant NPCs. Others may fear to voice this, but I am unafraid. In that moment, Jiang Zui was momentarily taken aback. It was only today that he realized the extent of Ling Shan's jealousy towards everything he possessed. Ling Shan took a deep breath, burying the greed and envy lurking in his eyes. But it no longer matters. The online community now stands with me, Jiang Zui. The pedestal you once occupied no longer belongs to you. Return to your privileged life as a young master. Ling Shan loathed him, his arrogance and his kindness. His effortless realization of dreams. He resented him for possessing everything yet not being cruel enough, thus transforming his own hatred into something vile and sinister. Even more, he hated himself for his powerlessness, for his misfortune, for not being born into a superior family, for lacking such talent. Therefore, he would channel all his self-loathing into hating Jiang Zui. He would ensure that Jiang Zui bore the scorn of the world, tumbling down from his pedestal in disgrace. Pushing aside his chair, Ling Shan departed the conference room with two others. As Jiang Zui observed his retreating figure, his dark pupils reflected a complex array of emotions. Su Mu grasped his hand. Do not be angry. Such individuals are utterly unreasonable. I am not angry, merely contemplative. When the very objects of one's fervent desire are effortlessly within the grasp of another, jealousy silently takes root from the shadows, akin to moss creeping across a wall. The moss does not express gratitude for the sun's warmth. It only resents the light that exposes its own ugliness. What is there to contemplate? Once, I too was consumed by jealousy for another. Jiang Zui, a favored child of destiny, could also harbor jealousy towards others? Su Mu, intrigued, inquired who was it. Jiang Zui remained silent, his dark gaze unwavering, akin to an unfathomable lake, concealing beneath its surface tumultuous waves. Meeting his profound stare, Su Mu questioned, Is it related to me? It cannot be Fu Chen, can it? Of course, not Fu Chen. Who else could it be? Jiang Zui chuckled softly. Take a guess. After departing from Fengshan Entertainment, Jiang Zui retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket. Transferring the files to his phone, he promptly uploaded them to Weibo. The moment this post went live, it ignited a frenzy on social media. Viewers, having listened to the content, erupted in outrage. Wow, Ling Shan's intentions are truly malevolent. Jealousy, to such an extent, is quite excessive. Jiang Zui is truly unfortunate, caught in this unwarranted disaster. A modern-day farmer and the viper. Strangely enough, there are many like Ling Shan in society. Jealousy undeniably distorts one's appearance. Among those who previously condemned Jiang Zui, how many were not driven by jealousy? Wishing to see him fall from grace? Jiang Wang had thought Jiang Zui had genuinely acquiesced, eagerly awaiting his compliance. Yet, upon hearing the news from his secretary, his expression morphed into one of fury, prompting a call to Lin Zhao to demand explanations. Zhao, how are you handling this matter?
I'm sorry, Uncle John.
I never anticipated Ling Shan would act so impulsively. Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on him? I was truly caught off guard. Before Jiang Wang could voice further complaints, Jiang Zui's call came through. Although Ling Shan's incident could not be reversed, he believed Jiang Zui might not discern his orchestration behind it all. Should any suspicion arise, he could easily place the blame on Lin Zhao. forcing a smile. He answered the phone. I've seen the news online. You've avenged your grievances, so can you return to the company now? Return to the company? I never said I would. Jiang Zui replied. We agreed upon my leaving Fengshan Entertainment and disbanding the band, but I never stated anything about returning to the company. Jiang Guang's smile faltered. Jiang Zui, I understand you're upset, but surely you vented enough by now? I've looked into it. All of this chaos stems from Zhao Zhao's impulsiveness. If you're still displeased, I can just as easily dismiss her from her position as vice president. Jiang Zui chuckled. You are an old fox. What are you trying to play at? I am your son, not a fool. If it weren't for your approval, would Lin Zhao Zhao dare instruct Ling Shan to act in such a manner? Jiang Zui, you've said you are my son, so why do you always suspect that I would harm you? At this point, Jiang Guang still feigned ignorance. Jiang Zui scoffed coldly, unwilling to waste further breath. I have already instructed my lawyer to draft the contract for termination with Fengshan. The band will disband. But I will not retire from the industry, so you might as well abandon that hope. With that, Jiang Zui hung up decisively. Listening to the busy signal on the line, Jiang Guang loosened his tie and flung his phone away. The secretary, too afraid to breathe, gingerly retrieved the device and returned it to him. However, moments later, Jiang Guang began to chuckle to himself. Good, my son truly possesses cunning and ingenuity. This is precisely the caliber expected of a successor to the corporation. Secretary, is this some form of schizophrenia? Once the online turmoil subsided, aside from the main party involved, Jiang Zui, perhaps the happiest was Zhang Fan. Although she had no direct stakes in Jiang Zui's affairs, Su Mu certainly did. As Jiang Zui's girlfriend, Su Mu had faced some adverse effects in her business during this tumultuous period. However, with the resolution of this incident, the previously affected partnerships swiftly resumed their interest in collaboration. Overjoyed, she sought out Su Mu early that morning. Roused from her slumber, Su Mu was pulled up by Zhang Fan, her mind still clouded with sleep. What's going on? Zhang Fan produced a document from her bag, slapping it down before her. This is your itinerary for the next 2 weeks. Take a look. We depart this afternoon. Stifling a yawn, Su Mu flopped back down. Zhang Fan, exasperated, pulled her up again. Get up. Show some sense of urgency. Your peers are excelling. Why are you so intent on sleeping? Under her urging, Su Mu reluctantly opened the folder. To her astonishment, she found the schedule unnervingly packed, more overwhelming than her shopping cart on Taobao. You can't be serious. This is more than a full month's worth of work. Do you think I'm Superman? Full? This is perfectly normal for an artist. Only through such a schedule can your career steadily ascend. Steady ascent? You might as well send me spiraling into the stratosphere. Why the lack of motivation? You've finally regained your popularity. It's time to reclaim everything that belongs to you. In the past, Su Mu might have been inspired by her enthusiasm, but now, with only a year left, she felt like a flat plank, utterly unmovable. Chapter 89. Not merely simple, but without shoes whose female protagonist regains everything through sheer hard work. Be cautious with such an overwhelming schedule. I might just sue you for violating labor laws. I've only heard of employees suing their bosses. Never have I seen a boss sue an employee. Yes, indeed. I am the boss. Su Mu grinned as she tossed aside the itinerary. I declare today as agenda is simply to sleep. Sister Fan. Just as Sister Fan was about to say something further, a person dashed barefoot into Su Mu's room. Fengya, clutching a mobile phone, forcibly pulled Su Mu up. Second sister, why haven't you answered my calls? Su Mu was on the verge of a breakdown. She regretted ever purchasing a mobile phone for Fengya. Ever since Fengya acquired that miraculous device, her curiosity knew no bounds. She would call every 10 minutes, reveling in the delight of saying a few words before hanging up, eagerly awaiting another call. Initially, Su Mu entertained the calls, but eventually, the incessant ringing drove her to ignore them entirely. Noticing Zhang Fan standing nearby, Fengya curiously inquired, "Do you have a phone? Let's exchange numbers." Although Zhang Fan was unfamiliar with her, she recognized Fengya's connection to Su Mu and retrieved a business card from her notebook. "Here's my number." Fengya glanced at it. "Niu Dachui? What a unique name." Zhang Fan. Only then did she realize she had mistakenly handed over the repairman's card and hurriedly snatched it back. That was the wrong one. "This is mine." Observing her flustered actions, Su Mu chuckled. "You will regret this, truly." After acquiring her phone, Fengya began soliciting phone numbers from everyone, even stopping to ask passing dogs. The crux of the matter was that once she procured a number, she would commence her phone harassment, leaving others exasperated. Sister Fan didn't grasp Sumu's meaning. And even if she did, it was too late. Her business card was already in Fengya's possession. Settling onto a chair, Sister Fan continued to urge Sumu. Since you're already awake, why not stay up? Let us tidy up. We have a commercial performance this afternoon. And tomorrow we'll meet the director. Sister Fan, I truly cannot comprehend. As the boss, I'm already at ease, and yet you are still so driven? Are you simply bored? I have no eggs. Then what are you so aimlessly occupied with? Sister Fan. Sumu suspected that Sister Fan's diligence stemmed from her free time during the dating reality show, and after some contemplation, Sumu resolved to assign her some tasks. As for what tasks, her gaze swept over to Fengya. By the way, Sister Fan, I haven't introduced you yet. This is a newcomer I've recently scouted, named Fengya. As a professional agent, your discerning I must surpass mine. What do you think of her qualifications? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately perked up, rising from her seat to circle Fengya 3 times. Looks good. Height is acceptable. Figure is commendable. After assessing these 3 criteria, Sister Fan snapped her fingers. Can you sing? Sing a song for me. Sumu vehemently dissuaded her. Don't listen. It's quite terrible. How terrible can it be? Sister Fan, not one to be easily deterred, insisted. Sing. As a professional agent, I can endure any level of poor singing. Seeing that she wouldn't be dissuaded, Sumu could only silently cover her ears. Fengya set down her mobile phone, cleared her throat, and passionately began. Under the bridge in front, a group of ducks swam by. Sister Fan's smile instantly froze on her face. Come quickly, come and count. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Upon hearing this, Sister Fan donned a mask of agony and hastily called for a stop. I beg you, cease singing. I can't bear it any longer. While others sing for money, Fengya sings for lives. Just as Sumu was about to mock Sister Fan for ignoring her warnings, a melodious ringtone suddenly rang out. The little girl picking mushrooms carries a large basket. Fengya dashed to the mobile phone, pressing the answer button. Hello. Yu Kang's voice came through. Why did you call me? Given that the mobile phone was essentially an elderly device, the call volume was loud enough that even without speakerphone, Su Mu and Zhang Fan could hear everything clearly. Faced with Yu Kang's confusion, Fengya smiled. Oh, nothing. I just wanted to hear your voice. That abrupt statement made Yu Kang's heart skip a beat. He assumed the atmosphere was growing intimate, unaware that Fengya merely wished to hear a human voice over the phone. After a moment of silence, Yu Kang asked, Why do you want to hear my voice? Fengya did not answer and directly hung up the call. Yu Kang. Assuming it was a poor signal, Yu Kang promptly called back. Is your signal bad over there? I don't know. Why do you want to hear my voice? You still haven't answered. Because it's magical. What's magical? Fengya did not respond and hung up once more. Yu Kang. Confused, he called again. This time, Fengya chose not to answer.
Sumu, Basalt.
Asked. Aren't you going to answer? Fengya smirked proudly. No, I have concluded that by the 3rd call, people often become irritable. So I only answer twice before waiting for them to call again. Su Mu, observing the incessant ringing of the mobile phone, Su Mu sighed. Poor Yu Kang was being toyed with effortlessly. Su Mu was curious. Why do you enjoy abruptly hanging up and waiting for others to call back? Because when they call back, the phone sings. It's delightful. Su Mu, Zhang Fan. Picking up the phone, Su Mu sent Yu Kang a message. Stop calling Fengya. This is my apology to you, Yu Kang. To prevent Fengya from continuing her atrocious antics, Su Mu snatched her phone away. If you want to hear music, you don't need to wait for others to call. I can download hundreds of songs onto your phone for you to listen to directly. In a flurry of rapid movements, Su Mu checked the storage, which showed 25 available units. After downloading 2 songs, a notification for insufficient storage popped up. Su Mu, just listen to these 2 for now. Come back later for more. Fengya nodded, leaving contentedly with the mobile phone in hand. Watching Fengya's retreating figure, Zhang Fan's expression turned complex. Mu Mu. I must remind you, never choose a fool as an artist simply because they are beautiful. Su Mu. Sister Fan. One must not be too harsh. Fengya isn't too foolish, just a bit naive. Indeed, not just naive, but also shoeless. Chapter 90. Is Jiang most eager to propose? Although the slander from Lingshan had been resolved smoothly, the long-established Cheng-Hai band ultimately disbanded as a result. Jiang Zui had no intention of exiting the music scene. Naturally, he sought to form a new band. Lingshan's words had not gone unnoticed, so before assembling his new band, He decided to seize the opportunity to discuss everything with Guanzhen and Yukong, ensuring they held no grievances that might later stab him in the back. As Ling Shan had done, neither Guanzhen nor Yukong understood Jiang Zui's intentions and assumed he merely wanted to invite them out for a meal. As Yukong set out, he happened to encounter Fengya calling with her harassment tactics. Out of sheer curiosity regarding her motives, he casually invited her to join them for dinner. Naturally, Fengya gladly accepted the invitation, but since she lived with Su Mu, any intentions of going out were quickly detected by Su Mu. "Where are you going?" "Yukong invited me out for dinner." Su Mu's smile gradually turned ambiguous. "Just the two of you?" "No, Guanzhen and your prince consort are also coming."
What?
"You all are having dinner without me? Are you trying to isolate me?" "I don't know. I heard it was your prince consort treating." Su Mu's eyes darted around. Jiang Zui was treating but had not invited her? Could it be he was preparing some surprise? No, her birthday was still a ways off. Could it be a proposal? Proposing so soon after starting a relationship seemed ill-advised. If he truly proposed, should she accept? Noticing Su Mu's beaming smile, Fengya queried, "What are you thinking about?" Su Mu cleared her throat. "I suspect Jiang Zui called you all to discuss a proposal to me." "A proposal? Is that true?" "I don't know, just a suspicion. Could you help me investigate the situation?" "Okay." Su Mu patted her shoulder. "Just investigate quietly. Don't tell anyone, lest I be mistaken, which would be terribly awkward." "Don't worry, I'm very discreet." As she watched Fengya depart, Su Mu found herself unable to shake off her concerns. So she donned her hat and mask and stealthily followed in her wake. When Yukong arrived to pick up Fengya, Guan Zizhen was already seated in the car. As Fengya settled into the passenger seat, she inquired, "Do you know why Jiang Zui is treating us this time?" "No idea." Yukong glanced out the window. "Isn't Su Mu coming?" "Jiang Zui didn't invite my sister." Guan Zizhen leaned forward from the back seat. "I've been meaning to ask, why do you a foreigner call Su Mu sister?" "The child is without a mother. It's a long story. Let's set that aside for now. Jiang Zui likely wants to discuss a marriage proposal." "A proposal?" Both Yukong and Guan Zizhen exclaimed in astonishment. Upon reflecting on the matter, they found Fengya's assertion quite plausible. After all, why would Jiang Zui host a gathering without inviting his girlfriend, Su Mu? At that moment, a red light halted their journey, and Yukong brought the car to a stop. "But we haven't proposed yet, and we lack experience. Shouldn't Jiang Zui consult a wedding planning company?" Guan Zizhen slapped him on the shoulder. "You don't get it, do you? Jiang Zui considers us brothers. Even without experience, we can pool our ideas together. That's reasonable." The car soon arrived at the address provided by Jiang Zui, a quaint tavern where he sat in a private room with a serious expression, indicating to the three that he had significant matters to discuss. Upon seeing Fengya, Jiang Zui appeared momentarily taken aback, asking, "What are you doing here?" Yukong interjected, "I invited her." Jiang Zui sighed in exasperation. "Why didn't you inform me? What if she relays our conversation to Mu Mu? We are supposed to be candid this evening. Anything can be discussed." Jiang Zui was concerned about what Yukong and Guan Zizhen might say about him if Fengya were to overhear. It could jeopardize his image before his girlfriend. Sensing his reluctance to disclose their conversation's content to Su Mu, Yukong reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Fengya won't spill anything." Fengya affirmed, "Indeed, I am quite discreet." With that assurance, what more could Jiang Zui say? Once everyone was seated, he poured himself a glass of wine, adopting a grave demeanor. "Now that Ling Shan's matter has been resolved, I believe it is time for us to embark on a new beginning." In Jiang Zui's eyes, this new beginning signified the formation of a new band. However, to Guan Zizhen and Yukong, it transformed into the notion of a marriage proposal. Guan Zizhen took a sip of his drink. "This is no trivial matter." "Are you certain you've thought this through?" Yukong nodded. "This requires careful consideration, but once you're resolute, we will support you."
Oh.
"So, you all know what I am about to propose?" "Indeed, we have been brothers for years." Jiang Zui was surprised by their synchronicity and raised his glass to toast with them. After finishing their drinks, Jiang Zui inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Guan Zizhen spoke first. "Firstly, the event must be grand, attracting a larger crowd. A proposal ceremony should naturally be lively." Jiang Zui nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. To form a new band, we must recruit, and if the event isn't substantial enough, there won't be enough sign-ups." Yukong continued, "Moreover, we must demonstrate sufficient sincerity to touch their hearts."
Precisely.
Although Fengya was unfamiliar with modern proposals, she offered her suggestion. It would be best to enlist a mediator. "A mediator? You mean a host?" "That's a good idea." If there are too many people at the sign-up, a host would indeed be necessary. At this point, Guan Zizhen exchanged glances with Yukong. Just how grand was Jiang Zui planning his proposal to be if he was considering hiring a host? Having consumed too much water, Fengya excused herself to the restroom. On her way back, she encountered someone acting suspiciously. Sister? Realizing she had been spotted, Sumu dropped her pretense and seized Fengya's arm, asking, "What is going on? Is Jiang Zui really proposing?"
Yes.
It seems he wants to make quite a spectacle to demonstrate his sincerity.
What?
Sumu felt a surge of panic. Jiang Zui's intention to propose implied his seriousness about their relationship, which pleased Sumu, yet she had no intention of accepting. They had only been together for less than a month. To rush into marriage would be far too hasty. If Jiang Zui truly orchestrated an extravagant proposal, how could she refuse in front of so many people without causing embarrassment for both of them? No, she had to stop Jiang Zui right now. Meanwhile, in the private room, Jiang Zui remained blissfully unaware of the brewing misunderstanding, sipping his drink while stating, "Your ideas are excellent, but before we proceed, there are some clarifications I wish to make." Noticing his serious demeanor, Guan Zizhen and Yukong instinctively straightened up. Jiang Zui set his glass down. "I don't want the new band to repeat past mistakes. If you have grievances or dissatisfaction like Ling Shan did, feel free to voice them tonight. We should clear the air." Guan Zizhen and Yukong were momentarily taken aback. "What new band?" "The one we just discussed. Didn't you say you knew? You were talking about proposing to Sumu, weren't you?"
Huh.
At that moment, all three of their minds went blank, and just then, the door to the room was flung open with force. Sumu rushed in, gripping Jiang Zui's arm tightly. "You are not proposing." "I won't agree. It would be too awkward." Jiang Zui retorted. "Is there a possibility that this situation is already awkward enough?"
Chapter 91. Sumu spresha strežer Jiang Zui.
After clarifying the misunderstanding, everyone in the room fell into an unexpected silence. As the atmosphere became palpably tense, Sumu burst into laughter. "Actually, I was just kidding. I came here to tell you that I'm about to immigrate to Mars. Perhaps we'll meet again someday." With that, she turned to flee, but was swiftly caught by the nape of her neck. Jiang Zui pulled her back and chuckled. "No need to feel socially dead if you wish. I can propose right now." Guan Zizhen popped the tab off a can. "The ring is ready." Yukong retrieved a faux flower from the corner. "The flowers are prepared."
Sumu.
"Sumu, let me just socially die then. Are you that afraid of my proposal?" Sumu patted his shoulder, earnestly delivering the classic line. "Jiang Zui, you are a good person, but..." Jiang Zui's long fingers pressed against her lips. "That's enough. No need to say more. It would be impolite." Since she was already there, Sumu decided to sit down and order a few more dishes. "What were you discussing before?" Guan Zizhen replied cheerfully. "Jiang Zui wants us to voice our opinions about him to prevent him from becoming like Ling Shan, the dark god of Guna, completely corrupted." "That sounds good." Sumu turned to Jiang Zui, "But I have a question." "What question?" "After we voice our opinions, will you change?" "No," Jiang Zui replied without hesitation.
Sumu.
Guan Zizhen. Yukong. Fengya. Observing everyone's silence, Jiang Zui was perplexed. "Am I not learning to listen to others' opinions? Isn't that a good thing? And then keep track of who has issues with you?" Jiang Zui lightly tapped her. "I'm not so petty." Upon hearing this, Guan Zizhen became animated. "Since you say that, we can speak freely. Go ahead. I think you truly lack a dose of reality." "I can't deny that. After all, I've always had looks, wealth, and talent, so I've never had the chance to face reality. Who understands this feeling of wanting to refute, yet being utterly unable to?" In the first round, Guan Zizhen was defeated. Yukong immediately chimed in. "I believe you should be more considerate of our emotions."
How so?
"For instance, you could use fewer rhetorical questions, as they come off as quite aggressive, whereas statements do not. Aren't you all adults? Do you still need me to be considerate?" "Look, you've resorted to rhetorical questions again." Jiang Zui pondered for a moment. "Not caring." Yukong exclaimed, "Why is your aggression still so pronounced?" In the second round, Yukong similarly faced defeat. Observing from the sidelines, Sumu shook her head at this point. "I believe there is some truth in what they say. Perhaps you could consider making adjustments." Jiang Zui smiled, taking her hand. "All right, I shall heed your advice." Guan Zhen remarked, "Yukong, your love-stricken brain is your greatest flaw." Both spoke in unison. This time, Jiang Zui's emotions surged as he slammed the table in protest. "Nonsense. This is unequivocally my greatest strength." In the third round, both faced defeat simultaneously. After their meal, the three finalized their plans to form a new band and prepared to announce their recruitment via Weibo the next day. Currently, they were most in need of a bassist, followed by a guitarist. Before departing, Yukong, not forgetting his purpose for summoning Fengya, pulled her aside and asked, "Why do you keep calling me?" "Because I've consumed too much salt." "What does that mean?" "I'm too idle." For an ordinary person, Fengya's response might leave them speechless. However, Yukong was evidently no ordinary individual. He maintained his composure and earnestly retorted, "When you're too idle, am I the first person that comes to your mind?" Upon hearing this, Guanjin couldn't help but glance at him. Was a second love-stricken brain about to emerge in their group? Fengya shook her head. "You're not the first to come to mind, but you are the only one who remains patient." Though her words were candid, they were not unpalatable, and Yukong readily accepted this rationale. With their meal concluded, it was time for everyone to return home, yet Jiang Zue unexpectedly detained Su Mu. "What is it?" "I have a bold idea." Su Mu clutched her chest. "What do you take me for?" "I won't engage in any clandestine affairs with you here," Jiang Zue countered. "Could you spare a little less of that yellow nonsense in your mind?" "So what is your idea?" "I've withdrawn from Fengshan, so I plan to seek a new company to join." "Sounds good. Which company do you intend to join?" "Yours."
"Huh?"
In the past few days, a multitude of entertainment companies had extended olive branches to him. However, having experienced betrayal even from his own father, Jiang Zue had lost faith in these firms. As the saying goes, relying on mountains can lead to their collapse, and depending on people may result in their departure. Only relying on one's wife ensures mutual prosperity. Su Mu found his idea commendable, yet there was a significant issue. "I don't have a company." Su Mu had previously been affiliated with a company, but following a scandal involving infidelity, her last company had terminated their contract. Up until now, she had yet to sign with a new agency, working independently alongside Sister Fan. "Why not establish one if you don't have a company?" Su Mu was certainly interested. With Jiang Zue's popularity, he was undoubtedly a lucrative asset. Could she swiftly ascend to the role of general manager, assuming the position of CEO, and reach the pinnacle of her life? "All right, it's settled." Su Mu, filled with exuberance, tugged Jiang Zue along. Jiang Zue stumbled, colliding with the doorframe. Su Mu anxiously examined him. "Are you all right?" Seeing her concern, Jiang Zue chuckled. "I'm fine. There's no need to fret." "Of course I'm worried. You are my golden goose, no, my treasure." Chapter 92. The Ruthless Business. War having resolved to form a new band, Jiang Zue and Yukong swiftly released a Weibo announcement the following day, publicizing an email for resume submissions. They required applicants not only to submit their resumes, but also to include a video of their solo instrumental performance. Naturally, viewing videos alone could not adequately gauge an individual's musical proficiency. Thus, Jiang Zue and his team would select sufficiently talented individuals from these resumes and subsequently invite them for live auditions. This entire process would take at least half a month. During this interim, Su Mu successfully registered her company, named Pinnacle Media. The name carried a straightforward implication: to ascend to greatness, grow stronger, and create brilliance anew. The first artist signed under Pinnacle Media was none other than Jiang Zue, followed by Yukong and Guanjin. Once the new band was established, the remaining members would be signed on as well. Just as Jiang Zue and Su Mu believed their plans would proceed smoothly, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. On the day of auditions, over half of the candidates they had previously contacted failed to show up, and calls went unanswered. Just as Jiang Zue and Su Mu were left in bewilderment, Sister Fan hurriedly arrived to clarify the situation. Fengshan Entertainment has spread the word in the industry that they are forming a new band for Ling Shan and his crew. Our candidates have all gone to audition there. Su Mu frowned deeply upon hearing this. What a vicious business tactic. Sister Fan asked, "Should I go check out the situation on site?" "Yes, investigate further and report back." "Understood." Sister Fan quickly hailed a cab to Fengshan Media's building. The once empty lobby was now crowded with individuals, each wearing identification badges and awaiting their turn to audition. Sister Fan observed that many in the crowd were originally supposed to audition for Jiang Zue. She cheerfully approached one of them. "Hey bro, Pinnacle Media is also holding auditions. Why aren't you going there?" "Pinnacle Media is merely a small workshop. How can it compete with Fengshan?" "Do you know what kind of treatment Fengshan offers compared to Pinnacle?" "What kind of treatment?" The man spread his fingers. "A guaranteed base salary for the year, with a car and assistant provided, plus additional profits from events." Zhang Fan gasped in astonishment. "This is practically charity. With such favorable conditions, Do you really think you can succeed amid so many applicants? Of course, there's no certainty, but you have to take a shot. After all, a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Are you not concerned about joining Ling Shan's team, given their reputation online? Let them criticize. It's not like they're cursing me. Even if the band doesn't become popular, at least there's a substantial salary to be earned. Then why not team up with Jiang Zue? You're guaranteed to succeed. Jiang Zue is indeed popular, but therein lies the problem. Yes, too popular. No matter how capable one might be, joining him would lead to becoming mere background noise, and being a mere accompaniment without good treatment is foolish. Zhang Fan wanted to say more, but her peripheral vision caught sight of 2 security guards approaching. She quickly made her escape. Once outside Feng Shang's building, she pulled out her phone. You heard that entire conversation, right? On the other end, Su Mu massaged her temples. I heard it clearly. What do we do now? Do you have any satisfactory candidates willing to audition? Jiang Zue shook his head. No, their skill levels are still lacking. Yukong pondered. What if we wait until Feng Shang completes their auditions and then invite those individuals over for ours? Zhang Fan, fully aware of the entertainment industry's unspoken rules, chuckled. If we do that, a trending topic will emerge titled Lingshan's band rejects candidates who flock to Jiang Zue. Then there will be a slew of derogatory articles claiming our new members are inferior to those from Lingshan, suggesting that our judgment is poor. Guanzhun gritted his teeth in frustration. Feng Shang is being too ruthless. They intend to undermine our army. To uplift morale, Su Mu slammed the table. Don't lose heart. If necessary, I'll join you as your guitarist. Guanzhun was taken aback. You play guitar? Of course. When did you learn? Su Mu had traversed numerous worlds. While she may not be a master of every skill, she was at least proficient in many. However, she couldn't directly state this and could only fib. I learned in the 6th grade. Guanzhun closed his eyes. The situation is already quite troublesome. You shouldn't add to the commotion. You don't believe in my abilities? If you were truly skilled, I'd write your name backward.
Sumo snap her fingers.
Hand me the guitar. Jiang Zue retrieved a nearby guitar and handed it to her. Su Mu adjusted the strap and inquired, have you ever heard Beethoven's Symphony No. 5? Guanzhun's eyes widened. That's a symphony. You're going to play it on a single guitar? With a slight smile, Su Mu embraced the guitar and struck the first note. Rather than simply striking the strings, it was more akin to a rhythmic tapping. With her left hand pressing down on the guitar strings and her right hand gliding deftly to the sound hole, she skillfully harnessed the resonant qualities of the guitar, producing the first 4 resounding notes of the Symphony of Destiny. Guanzhun was momentarily taken aback. Although he was merely a drummer, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the guitar. The fingering for those 4 notes could only have been executed by a master. Su Mu, cradling the guitar, adeptly employed advanced techniques such as plucking, strumming, tapping, sweeping, and slamming, flawlessly rendering each note of the Symphony of Destiny. Yu Kong, a keyboardist by trade, also dabbled in bass, and thus had a greater understanding of the guitar than Guanzhun. Yet at that moment, he too found himself speechless. The vibrato, the nuanced fingerwork, and the tapping finesse were astonishing. The prowess displayed could rival that of Jiang Zue, though perhaps the finger strength fell slightly short. As the piece concluded, Su Mu closed her eyes. While she relished the moment of showcasing her skills, her fingers were indeed sore. As she turned to set the guitar down, she was unexpectedly seized by someone pulling at her arms from either side. You must join our band. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, and you are? I am the illustrious Guanzhun. Yukong added, oh, please, great master, take me under your wing. Jiang Zue abruptly pushed the 2 aside, exclaiming, what are you doing? This is my girlfriend. Keep your hands off. He then bent down to gently massage Su Mu's fingers, asking, does it hurt? Noticing his calm demeanor, Su Mu was puzzled. You're not surprised by my extraordinary skills? Jiang Zue chuckled softly. It's only natural for me, a musical prodigy, to have a girlfriend who excels at playing the guitar. Su Mu retorted, is that a compliment for her or for yourself? Guanzhun interjected, come, everyone, let us applaud and welcome Su Shun to our band. The crowd erupted in applause, but amid the enthusiasm, Fan Jia, who had been listening intently, posed a profound question. Isn't your band in need of a bassist? Yukong shrugged, not to worry, with such an impressive guitarist now on board, Jiang Zue can take on the bass duties. The bass and guitar share numerous similarities, and the bass, often dubbed the low guitar, is well within Jiang Zue's expertise. However, the bass has a drawback. Its lower frequencies can easily be overshadowed by higher pitches, rendering it less noticeable compared to the guitar or the drums. In a band, the vocalist represents the face. The drummer the skeleton, the guitarist the muscles, the keyboardist the veins, and the bassist the very soul. Though the soul is vital, it often remains unseen. Ling Shan, the bassist, likely harbors this as one reason for his darker disposition. Nevertheless, with Jiang Zue also serving as the lead vocalist, he wouldn't experience the frustration of being overlooked, even as the bassist. Chapter 93. Forgetting You're Not Human, but a perverse being with Su Mu's inclusion, the new band was officially formed, aptly named Immediate Band, symbolizing an immediate departure, without delay. Jiang Zue and the others swiftly posted an official announcement on Weibo. The revelation of Su Mu joining took everyone by surprise. Fans of the couple were naturally elated, as their participation in the same band meant more opportunities for them to appear together, providing ample chances for the fans to indulge in their shipping. Conversely, the band enthusiasts were displeased. They yearned to see Jiang Zue lead the band in producing more high-quality music. His romantic entanglements were inconsequential, but if his relationship were to interfere with his musical career, it would be viewed as self-sabotage. Can Jiang Zue please refrain from being so love-struck? We know you like Su Mu, but bringing her into the band is a step too far. How can Su Mu even act, let alone step into the music scene? Jiang Zue, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. How did Su Mu even join? This feels so trivial. Jiang Zue, feel free to pursue your romance, but don't disregard the fans' feelings. The matter escalated significantly, even trending on social media. Jiang Zue initially intended to clarify the situation, but was halted by Fan Jia. I have received a variety show invitation from director Chen. With that, Fan Jia produced a proposal from her bag. It bore the bold title, "This is the Band." I've reviewed the document. It outlines a band competition variety show. As you may know, the entertainment industry desperately lacks platforms, and aside from large-scale events, opportunities to showcase oneself are rare. I believe this variety show presents an excellent opportunity. Jiang Zue remained non-committal. As long as you both have talent, all the online criticisms can be addressed at any time. The key lies in when and how to clarify, and if we can create an astonishing impact to bring our new band into the limelight. Moreover, the band that secures first place in the finals will earn tickets to the Klo Music Festival. Guanzhen interjected sharply. The Klo Music Festival? That's an internationally renowned music festival. When it opens, it becomes a grand celebration for bands from both domestic and international stages. Performing at this festival would signify that the band meets international standards. Indeed, Fan Jia continued, lowering her voice. There's also a rumor that Fengshan Entertainment has included Feihai Band in this variety show. Feihai Band is the new ensemble formed by Ling Shan and his group. Upon hearing this, Guanzhen could no longer remain seated, insisting, "We must participate. Let us show that kid what we're made of." Yu Kong nodded vigorously in agreement. Su Mu and Jiang Zue exchanged glances, both recognizing the validity of Fan Jia's words. Then let us take a closer look at this proposal. Agreed. The group gathered around the document, astonished to discover that the theme for the first episode's initial stage was explicitly designated as national style. Guanzhen couldn't help but frown. We've never ventured into the realm of national style before. We have no existing works. With only 10 days until the show begins. Is it feasible to compose a song from scratch to compete? Jiang Zue casually remarked, 3 days will suffice. Guanzhen slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget you're not human but a perverse genius?" Jiang Zue replied, "Indeed." Su Mu snapped her fingers. "In that case, Jiang Zue, you focus on writing the song, while I continue practicing with Guanzhen and the others." Although Su Mu's guitar skills were exceptional, a band operates as a cohesive unit, where synergy is paramount. Having one standout instrument does not suffice. Just as a high-performing jungler can dominate the enemy's territory, they cannot prevent their teammates from making poor plays. Jiang Zue and the other two were seasoned partners, requiring no practice to maintain their rapport. But since Su Mu had never played in a band before, she would need time to acclimate and integrate fully, while Jiang Zue was immersed in songwriting. Ling Shan had already commenced rehearsals with the new members of his band for their new song. Unlike Jiang Zue, who had only just received the show's proposal, Ling Shan had been preparing for this variety show since before the contract disputes arose. Recruiting new members was also part of the preparation for the initial stage. After listening to their performance, Lin Zhaozhao nodded in satisfaction. "This time, I've enlisted an internationally renowned music producer for you. With this level of composition, the initial stage victory is certainly yours." Ling Shan expressed dissatisfaction. Why not allow me to compose my own song? In the variety show, you'll have plenty of time to write, but the initial stage not only determines your first ranking but also shapes the audience's first impression of Fei Hai Band. With the current wave of online criticism, don't you want to turn the tide? Ling Shan fell silent. Lin Zhao shot him a disapproving glance. Jiang Zui's newly formed immediate band has also received an invitation for this variety show. Ling Shan's eyes flickered with surprise before he chuckled. Perfect. Let us see what constitutes the top-tier band. Their newly recruited members were selected from a pool of exceptional talent, and with songs crafted by the nation's top music producers, Jiang Zui stood little chance of comparison. Preferring solitude while composing, Jiang Zui shut himself in his room as the deadline loomed and the pressure mounted. In the interim, Su Mu had once brought him a meal, but he did not open the door. With a sense of resignation, Su Mu placed the food at the doorstep before returning to the rehearsal room. Yukong took out a few classic rock pieces, encouraging her to practice along with him. Soon, the rehearsal room was filled with music. After half an hour, Su Mu set down her guitar, feeling that something was amiss. Guanjun rubbed his forehead. Of course something's off. You were completely thrown off by my drumming. Playing faster and faster. I only played faster because I noticed you drumming quickly. Yukong raised his hand to halt their bickering. All right, let's not argue. It's evident that our lack of synergy is the reason for our poor coordination. Su Mu, having only practiced for 2.5 days, was not anxious. She suggested, why don't we practice a bit more? Guanjun shook his head. If we can't master this song, what about the next one? A completely unfamiliar new song? Yukong acknowledged the validity of his point. Time is of the essence. We must find a way to swiftly enhance our synergy. It sounded simple, but how exactly could they go about it? The three of them simultaneously retrieved their phones. Baidu, activate. Chapter 94. Laughter and Disgust. Choosing to laugh at the disgust after an extensive 3-minute search, they decided to cultivate their synergy through a game. The game was called Abandon Worries. With simple rules. Roll the dice, and the person with the lowest number must share a personal worry, after which everyone would help brainstorm solutions. If a solution was unattainable, they would pray together. This would not only foster understanding but also cultivate synergy. In the first round, Guanjun indeed rolled the lowest. He lit a cigarette, gazing sorrowfully out the window, but before he could take a puff, Yukong snatched it away and extinguished it. Don't smoke here. You'll choke. Guanjun looked at the cigarette, his expression even more sorrowful. My cigarette.
Sumu sat cross-legged.
Ready to listen to his woes. What has been troubling you lately? Losing a cigarette. Yukong and Su Mu. Can you be serious? Guanjun straightened up. All right, actually, my only worry lately is that I don't have a girlfriend. Su Mu and Yukong clasped their hands together. We shall pray for you. Guanjun, why are you praying for me directly? What happened to brainstorming solutions? Can't you introduce me to someone? Yukong patted his shoulder. You know I hardly know any girls. Guanjun then turned to Su Mu, his eyes filled with hope. I do know a few. Like Fengya, but before Su Mu could finish, Yukong hastily interrupted. Fengya is not suitable for him. Guanjun smirked. Why are you so anxious? I'm just thinking about your lifelong affairs. Yukong pulled him aside, boldly shifting the topic. You're still so young. Why rush into a relationship? It's all my mom's doing. Your mom is pushing you? Guanjun. Yukong realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself. Your mom is pressuring you? Yes, she wants a grandchild soon. So she's constantly urging me. Su Mu and Yukong clasped their hands again. We shall pray for you. Guanjun. This worry is of no help. The three of them had to roll the dice once more. This time, Su Mu rolled the lowest. She sighed. Actually, I've been quite troubled lately. By whom? Guanjun asked with curiosity. By Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was a dog picked up by the staff of a dating show, and after the show ended, they intended to find a new owner for him. Initially, Su Mu did not want to adopt him, but that day, Chi-Chi looked so pitiful that she was deceived by his appearance, and impulsively agreed. Since bringing Chi-Chi home, peace had evaded her. That troublesome creature was constantly wreaking havoc, gnawing the curtains until they resembled tassels. I suspect Chi-Chi is going through a heat cycle. His energy has been particularly exuberant lately. Yukong. Is it just exuberant energy? As he encountered a creative block while writing, Jiang Zui left the room, intending to take a stroll. As he wandered, he arrived at the rehearsal room of Su Mu and the others. Noticing the absence of music, he curiously approached the door. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly overheard a conversation. Is it just exuberant energy? No, he also refuses to eat. I feel like he's starving himself. Remembering the meal Su Mu had left at the door, which he hadn't touched, Jiang Zui halted his hand from opening the door. Yukong pondered briefly. Not eating is indeed a problem. How about this? Just find someone to neuter him. If his libido decreases, I'm sure his appetite will improve. That was indeed a feasible suggestion. Jiang Zui's lower body tensed abruptly, and he took a fearful step back. Must it reach such an extent? Guanzhen's voice chimed in. Isn't that a bit cruel? For a male, his manhood is quite significant. Then what do you propose? If that won't work, we should find a way to expend his energy. Buy him some toys, like a Fijian cup. What is that? A Fijian cup. Su Mu scrutinized him. How do you know about such things? Guanzhen instantly broke into a cold sweat. I never use them. I have a friend who does.
He does. Haha.
Which friend? Without hesitation, Guanzhen pointed at Yukong. Him. Yukong. WTF? What the hell are you talking about? When did I ever use that? No, it's not Yukong, I misspoke. It's Ling Shan. At that moment, Ling Shan would never have imagined that another dark mark would be added to his already unillustrious life history. Su Mu waved her hand dismissively. This suggestion is unreliable. It's better to neuter him. At the door, Jiang Zui could no longer bear to listen. He forcefully pushed the door open. What are you talking about?
Su Mu.
Feeling embarrassed to admit they were discussing a Fijian cup, could only laugh awkwardly. Nothing much. The synergy among the three noticeably improved. With Guanzhen and Yukong playing along with her denial. Yes, nothing much. Just casual chat. Their cryptic demeanor only solidified Jiang Zui's suspicion that they were indeed discussing him. Do I have to be neutered for not eating? He felt a lingering dread and eagerly proposed. It's getting late. Shall we all go out for dinner? Su Mu and the others had no objections. Once they exited the rehearsal room, Su Mu remembered something and turned to Jiang Zui. By the way, did you have lunch? Jiang Zui recalled the untouched meal at the door and firmly asserted, I ate. It was delicious. Where's the bowl? Why didn't you bring it with you? I accidentally broke it. Su Mu reflected for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, it seemed to be a stainless steel bowl. Jiang Zui. He immediately corrected himself. What I meant was I dented it. Su Mu did not press the matter further. The four of them arrived at a well-reviewed barbecue restaurant. Recently, Su Mu had been controlling her weight, so she only ordered enough barbecue for 5 people, thinking that it would suffice for the 4 of them. However, she did not expect Jiang Zui to pick up his chopsticks and eat voraciously, devouring 3 people's worth of food by himself, leaving the others dumbfounded. Guanzhen exclaimed, When did you develop such a large appetite? Jiang Zui replied solemnly, My appetite has always been good. Looking at the mountain of empty plates in front of him, Su Mu was puzzled. Is writing songs really that physically demanding? Not just a good appetite. He was eating like a ravenous ghost. After dinner, the group returned along the same path. Jiang Zui, feeling stuffed, leaned against the wall in the songwriting room for a while to recover. However, looking at the meal Su Mu had brought him earlier, he was troubled again. Should he just throw it away? No, the trash would be seen. Hide it? That wouldn't work either. In the summer heat, it would likely spoil quickly. After much contemplation, Jiang Zui felt he was left with only one option. Eat. Resolutely, he lifted the bowl, ready to face his fate, and began to eat in small bites. By the time he finished, he felt as though he had lost all his senses. Slumped in his chair, panting, he suddenly thought of another dilemma. What to do with the bowl? To cover up his lie, Jiang Zui raised the bowl high and smashed it onto the floor with all his might. Hey, guess what? It remained intact. Jiang Zui, ever the skeptic, seized a bowl and hurled it against the corner of the table. Su Mu, practicing halfway through her routine, approached the door to inquire about his progress. Upon reaching the entrance, she was met with a cacophony of clattering sounds emanating from within. Jiang Zui, what on earth are you doing in there? Renovating? Jiang Zui hastily picked up the bowl from the floor, brushing off the inquiry with a casual, nothing, just seeking inspiration. Inspiration through home improvement? At that moment, Guanzhen, arriving shortly thereafter, noticed Su Mu standing at the door, hesitating to enter, and curiously asked, What is going on? Su Mu shrugged, indicating her own ignorance of the situation. Guanzhen twisted the doorknob, discovering that it was, in fact, unlocked. Why stand at the door when it opens? With a smile, he stepped inside, but before he could fully enter, a shadow suddenly hurtled toward him. Su Mu jumped in surprise, and once she regained her composure, she saw a stainless steel bowl perfectly inverted atop Guanzhen's head. Unable to suppress her laughter, she exclaimed, Oh dear, That's quite the unique look. Jiang Zui had initially intended to smash the bowl to the ground but was taken aback when it ricocheted off and landed on Guanzhen's head. And he too broke into laughter. However, having overeaten earlier, he suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over him.
Ugh. Sumu, perplexed, exclaimed.
I thought you were exaggerating about laughing until you vomited, but you actually did. Without a moment to mock Guanzhen, she rushed to Jiang Zui's side, concerned. Are you alright? Jiang Zui waved her off dismissively. Guanzhen, with an expression of disbelief, held up the bowl on his head, lamenting, Is anyone concerned for my well-being? Chapter 95. No wonder it's not presentable after several days of practice and integration. Su Mu was now capable of delivering nearly flawless performances, no longer thrown off by the rhythm. Meanwhile, Jiang Zui had completed his new song. Upon hearing it, everyone was astounded by its brilliance. However, Yukong raised a question. This piece includes a guzheng. Do we have anyone in the band who plays the guzheng? Su Mu silently raised her hand. Yukong. Guanzhen. With a shy smile, Su Mu confessed, Actually, I play a bit of guzheng. Yukong's face brightened. Then, Guanzhen interjected, furrowing his brow. You're also responsible for the guitar part. Unless you're an octopus with 8 arms, how can you manage both?
Exactly.
Guanzhen was taken aback. Are you really an octopus? Su Mu, bewildered, replied, What I meant is I can't manage both. Yukong turned to Jiang Zui, asking, Can we drop the guzheng part? Jiang Zui had anticipated their objections and had prepared a version without the guzheng. The group listened and grimaced. Indeed, without the guzheng, the essence was lost. It seemed they would have to find someone who could play the guzheng as a guest performer. Jiang Zui shook his head, clarifying, Not as a guest performer, but as a member of our band.
Huh?
The other 3 were taken aback. In the past 3 days of songwriting, I've pondered a question. What is the distinctive feature of our band? The previous Orange Sea band achieved fame due to timely opportunities, but more importantly, it was Jiang Zui's songwriting that was the band's core. However, Jiang Zui felt that this could not continue. A band must have a unique character, consistently outputting a certain style to ensure every member is remembered. He believed that national style was a fitting term. Upon understanding his thoughts, everyone found it quite agreeable.
Yet,
another question lingered. Where could they find this person? Jiang Zui smiled slightly, saying, I happen to know someone. An hour later, the 4, disguised, appear at the gates of the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Yukong, like Jiang Zui, was an alumnus and at that moment, he was somewhat bewildered. The person you're looking for is at our alma mater? Jiang Zui nodded. The 4 stared at the imposing gates of the conservatory, unaware that someone in the security room was watching them. Old Jiang, what are you looking at? On a hot summer day. Why are those 4 covering their faces so thoroughly? Doesn't that seem suspicious? Quite suspicious indeed. As the 4 attempted to enter, a security guard named Old Jiang hurried to block their way. What are you 4 doing? Yukong raised his hands innocently. We're here to visit our alma mater. Is this really your alma mater?
just walk in?
How could we mistake our own school? Guanzhen pulled Yukong back, signaling him to remain calm. He then approached the guard, discreetly lowering his mask. Upon seeing his face, the guard paused momentarily. You. Recognizing him, Guanzhen smiled with satisfaction, stepping inside confidently. The guard did not obstruct them, standing still as if lost in thought. Old Zhang, what are you daydreaming about? They've already gone in. Old Zhang finally snapped back to reality. It's nothing. They must be here as tourists. How do you know? I showed you that film from the Island Nation last night. Did you watch it? The other replied with a grin. I did. That guy just now looks exactly like the one from the film. No wonder they're covering their faces, trying not to be recognized. Most likely. At that moment, Guanzhen was blissfully unaware that he had been mistaken for the male lead of an island film, and he was proudly exclaiming, "Looks like I've become famous enough for the security uncle to recognize me." Yukong slapped him on the back. Enough with the bragging. With that donkey face of yours, it's hard for anyone to forget you. Nonsense. Who would see my face and not say something like a sparrow eating a cricket? It should be a sparrow eating lotus. It's indeed ugly. The two exchanged banter, unaware that they had arrived at their destination. Entering the teaching building, Jiang Zui explained, Professor Zhao is the youngest professor at the academy and a renowned guzheng master both domestically and internationally. Most importantly, Professor Zhao not only plays the guzheng but also excels at the guqin, xiao, suona, and various other instruments, which will greatly aid us in creating national-style songs. Approaching Professor Zhao's office, they hadn't even knocked when the door swung open. The person who emerged left everyone momentarily stunned. Ling Shan?
Upon seeing them,
Ling Shan shut the door behind him, asking, "What are you all doing here looking for Professor Zhao?"
Guanjin retorted, "What is it to you?
"If you're hoping to recruit Professor Zhao to your band, you might as well give up." Jiang Zue frowned slightly. "You indeed. Professor Zhao has already agreed to join our Feihai band," Ling Shan declared with great satisfaction. "I heard you're also participating in this as the band. Sorry, but the first performance will be by us, the Feihai band." With his head held high, he brushed past them, leaving behind a taunt. "I'm curious to see how far you, Jiang Zue, can go with these second-rate talents." Perhaps due to his overconfidence, he failed to notice the stairs, and as he descended, his foot slipped, sending him tumbling down in a clatter. The others could not contain their laughter.
Sumukvit.
"We're not sure how far we can go, but you certainly rolled quite a distance." Ling Shan, embarrassed, picked himself up, his face flushed with anger, glaring at her fiercely. Chapter 96. A generous donation is better than empty pleasantries. After confirming with Professor Zhao, the group reluctantly left the conservatory.
What now?
Guanjin fretted. The preliminary round is fast approaching, and even if we find a Guzheng master in the next couple of days, we will need time to rehearse and integrate. If we don't find someone soon, we won't have any time to practice before taking the stage, which will surely be a disaster. Yu Kong suggested. How about we lower our standards and just find someone who can play the Guzheng as a guest performer? Finding someone skilled in multiple instruments is difficult. But surely it can't be too hard to find someone who plays only the Guzheng? Jiang Zue shook his head. The Guzheng part in this piece is particularly challenging. Only a master can perform it. Yu Kong turned to Su Mu for assistance. Since you play the Guzheng, do you know anyone as talented as Professor Zhao? Learning one instrument in modern times is already a challenge. It's not like we're in ancient times where everyone was trained as a lady of high standing. As she said this, a realization washed over Su Mu. She had a ready-made ancient person right next to her. As the third princess of the Great Feng Kingdom, Feng Ye not only played the Guzheng. With this thought in mind, Su Mu bid farewell to the others and hurried back to the hotel. She found Feng Ye in the hotel gym on the second floor. As others perspired profusely in their workouts, she leisurely sipped a cup of tea beside the treadmill. Not a single bead of sweat gracing her brow. "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for a chance," she replied nonchalantly. No sooner had she spoken than a man approached Feng Ye with a charming smile. "Beauty, may I add you on WeChat?"
I don't have WeChat.
"But I do have a phone number." With that, Feng Ye handed him a business card. The man accepted it with delight and walked away. Su Mu turned to her. "Is this the fifth one today?" "Indeed. Did you give them all your number?" "Of course." Su Mu realized that she wasn't merely waiting, she was skillfully fishing. "Can't you put your beauty to better use?" Feng Ye pondered. Are there any noble endeavors that can be pursued using beauty?
Sumu says that herhan dernesti.
Of course there are. Don't you wish to make money? There's a splendid opportunity to profit from your physique right now. Feng Ye's eyes widened in alarm as she clutched her chest. You want me to exploit my body for money? I never expected you to be such a person. Not in that sense. Don't you want to enter the entertainment industry as an artist? Here's a golden opportunity. What opportunity? Su Mu draped her arm around Feng Ye's shoulder. Join our band. Join your band? I can't play your instruments. No need for those. You can play the guzheng, right? I can. And the qin?
Yes.
And the xiao? I can play that too. Su Mu clapped her hands in excitement. You're exactly the talent we need. Feng Ye thought for a moment and then asked straightforwardly, how much will I be paid? Su Mu extended 5 fingers, this amount. 5 million? No, 500,000.
Goodbye.
Hey, let us talk a bit more. Don't be hasty.
Sumu pullet her back down, Feng Ye.
I'm your second sister after all. Discussing money can hurt feelings. Discussing feelings can hurt money. Su Mu pondered, bewildered. What do you need so much money for? To run for president.
Su Mu was taken aback.
You haven't given up on that goal? She fell silent, but then thought it might be for the best. If Feng Ye earned enough money to run for president, only to find herself unable to win, wouldn't that render her life bleak and lead her to return to her homeland? Su Mu snapped her fingers. All right, 5 million it is. Feng Ye extended her hand eagerly.
Sumu hesitated, so impatient.
I don't have that much money right now. I'll get it to you in a few days. What is the point of discussing anything without money? Feng Ye stood up, money up front, goods delivered. All right, I'll think of something. Su Mu pulled out her phone and called Jiang Zue.
Hello, Mumu.
I've negotiated with Feng Ye, but she wants 5 million to join the band, and I can't come up with that amount at the moment. Understood. A few seconds later, Su Mu received a bank notification showing a deposit of 10 million. You can keep the remaining 5 million for yourself. Let me know if it's not enough. Su Mu felt deeply touched. This is why I adore domineering CEOs. While ordinary men dote on you with small gestures, the tyrannical CEO delivers substantial funds.
Who could resist that?
Jiang Zue inquired. Are you really going to let Fengya join just like that? Don't you think she should be assessed first? Su Mu had confidence in Fengya's gouging skills, but felt it necessary for Jiang Zue and the others to see her talent. Assessment? Where would we do that? Our practice room doesn't even have a gouging. I know a place. Half an hour later, Su Mu and Fengya arrived at a gouging shop.
Guanzi,
Who was outside smoking, waved at them upon sighting. Jiang Zue and the others are inside. The three ascended to the second floor, where the shop owner was energetically pitching to Jiang Zue and Yukong. All our gushings are handcrafted from the finest Polonia wood. Feel free to inspect. If you buy a defective one, I'll compensate you threefold. Fengya casually plucked one of the gushings and shook her head. Stop talking nonsense. This one is made of mahogany. Yukong was astonished. You can tell just like that? Fengya replied, puzzled. Isn't that quite simple? Yukong, the owner, ever the businessman, remained composed despite the situation, even smiling as he approached Fengya. I didn't expect a foreign lady like you to be so knowledgeable. He opened a cabinet and presented another gouging. Why not take a look at this one? Fengya strummed it, nodding. This one is quite good. Jiang Zue asked, can we try playing it? Of course. Follow me inside. There are dedicated rooms for testing the instruments. The owner set up the gouging in the room and gestured for Fengya to take her place. She adjusted her nails, seated herself before the gouging, and immediately began to play a piece. Her demeanor was relaxed, even casual, yet her hands moved with such rapidity that they appeared to blur, leaving Jiang Zue and the others utterly spellbound. As mere laymen, they could only discern that Fengya played swiftly and beautifully. The owner, being more discerning, was merely slightly weakened in the knees, nearly bowing in reverence. Amiba, where did this prodigy come from? Upon finishing the piece, Fengya stretched her hands. A notebook extended from the side. Turning to see the owner sporting a fawning smile, she was asked, could you sign your name? I'll give you a 30% discount. This gouging is nice, but I don't think it's good enough. The owner clapped his hands. You're absolutely right. I also believe this quality doesn't match your skill. He hurriedly dashed upstairs, carefully cradling another gouging, and placed it before Fengya. This is our store's prized possession. Fengya played another piece, this time differing from the previous upbeat tempo. It was much more serene, incorporating a wealth of techniques. The owner closed his eyes, enraptured by the music. This melody should exist only in the heavens. How rare it is to hear it on earth. Outside, an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit leaned on his cane, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is there truly someone who can play this piece so exquisitely? After finishing, Fengya was thoroughly satisfied and promptly purchased the gouging, leaving her number for the owner to deliver it the next day. Just as they departed, the elderly man with the cane ascended to the second floor. Mistaking him for a potential customer, the owner eagerly approached. Are you looking to buy a gouging? Upon recognizing the elder's face, the owner's eyes lit up. Is that you, Master Wang? Yes, it's me, Wang Yuchuan replied, grasping the owner's arm. Was that you playing just now? No, I don't possess such skills. That was a customer. What customer could play so masterfully? A foreign girl. I was astounded. With her level of skill, I believe she could be your disciple. Nonsense. How could she be my disciple? She could be my master. The owner. Wang Yuchuan sighed in resignation. He had hoped to meet the talented musician but had missed the opportunity. Alas, perhaps fate was not on my side. As he turned to leave the gouging shop and descended the stairs, his phone suddenly rang. Xiaochen? Why are you calling me again? Uncle Wang. Have you thought about the offer to be a judge for the show? To your program about bands? What would a gouging player like me do as a judge? Our initial stage theme is rooted in traditional culture, and we will undoubtedly feature many ancient instruments. You are an expert in this field. We need you to preside. Wang Yuchuan pondered for a moment. All right, I have some free time lately. The person on the other end of the line rejoiced. Wonderful.
It's settled then.
Chapter 97. The show begins after Fengya joined the band. Jiang Zue provided her with the sheet music. Initially, it was thought she would require a couple of days to practice, but to their astonishment, she was able to play it flawlessly after just a brief glance.
With that,
the need for practice was eliminated, and the group embarked on their first attempt at ensemble playing. Although no mistakes were made during the performance, Jiang Zui sensed something was amiss. After some contemplation, he finally pinpointed the issue. We need to add a Suona solo in the chorus.
Huh?
The others were taken aback. Regarding Jiang Zui's sudden whim, Guanzhen truly felt exasperated. Could you perhaps tone down your creativity a bit? Who among us knows how to play the Suona? Yukong turned his gaze towards Fengya. Do you know how?
No, she replied.
As a princess, she had been compelled to learn the 4 arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but the Suona was never among them. Su Mu silently raised her hand. Actually, I know a little. Guanzhen. Yukong. Fengjia. How come you can do everything? Versatility is never a burden. Su Mu had once traversed a realm where her identity was that of the daughter of a funeral band leader. Thus, she had learned to play the Suona. Jiang Zui snapped his fingers. I'll go write out the score. An hour later, Su Mu received the Suona sheet music. After a quick glance, she gave an okay hand gesture. This is simple, no problem. Thus, Su Mu, holding a guitar and with a Suona slung around her neck, commenced the ensemble once more. As they reached the chorus, she set down the guitar and picked up the Suona to play. The others were left utterly astonished. No wonder Jiang Zui wanted to add the Suona. The effect was simply astounding. The combination of Suona and guitar was nothing short of spectacular. This is the Band is a music variety show, but it is not solely a competitive performance program. It leans more towards a talent show format. After the initial stage, 10 bands will be selected, with 2 bands eliminated in each subsequent performance until a champion is crowned. Following the initial stage, all bands will be accommodated in places arranged by the production team. The rankings from the initial stage determine the rights to choose rooms and use practice spaces. Before Su Mu and the others landed, the production team officially announced the list of 20 invited bands online. The internet erupted with excitement. Wow, there's the immediate band. This must be Jiang Zui's first showcase after forming the new band, right? Unbelievable. Feihai Band is a new band formed by Ling Shan. How can he still show his face? Wonderful. Jiang Zui and Ling Shan are in a variety show together. Fans are ecstatic. Let the games begin. I love watching this. This show is quite ruthless. Inviting Ling Shan's Feihai Band is just for the sake of attracting attention, isn't it? Am I the only one concerned about how well Su Mu can play the guitar? On the day of the show's premiere, Su Mu and her companions arrived at the venue as per the address provided by the production team. Upon disembarking, they were met with a sea of heads nearly filling the waiting hall. Although only 20 bands were invited to participate in the preliminary round, these were selected from hundreds of applicants. Even with half being eliminated in the initial stage, this did not deter their enthusiasm to apply. Each band must consist of a minimum of 4 members and a maximum of 6, resulting in nearly 100 people filling the hall. As soon as Su Mu and her group arrived, they immediately drew a significant amount of attention, with the live broadcast cameras swiftly focusing on them. Jiang Zui, accustomed to the scrutiny of others, felt no discomfort at all. He took Su Mu's hand and found a spot to sit. The others followed suit. Ah, my Jiangsu couple is in the same frame again. I must say, Su Mu looks quite cool with the guitar on her back. The way they hold hands is so natural, I'm loving it. And there's a foreign beauty too. Can't wait for Jiang Zui's initial stage. Immediate band, let us go. Some contestants regarded them with disdain, while others, more enthusiastic, approached Jiang Zui to exchange pleasantries. They had barely settled when the Feihai Band entered. A brief silence fell over the bustling hall. The recent dissolution of the Chenghai Band had caused quite a stir, and all present, being musicians, were well aware of these events. The eyes of onlookers quickly fixated on Jiang Zui and Ling Shan. As Ling Shan passed in front of Jiang Zui, he caught sight of Fengya holding a guzheng and paused. I never imagined your connections were so poor that you resorted to finding a foreigner to play the guzheng just to fill the numbers. Bullet comments. Ling Shan still has the audacity to speak to Jiang Zui. It's true. A tree that doesn't shed its bark is doomed. And a person without shame is invincible. Why did the production team invite the Feihai Band? Just seeing Ling Shan makes me want to vomit. Jiang Zui is really unfortunate, having to deal with such a petty individual. Let us get ready to rumble. Chapter 98. The sound of the Suona ignites the crowd. Jiang Zui lazily lifted his eyelids. What's this? In your eyes, only locals can play the guzheng well? I'm merely concerned for you. If you find yourself at a loss next time, feel free to ask me. I'd be more than willing to lend a hand. Su Mu clapped her hands. The world is vast and wondrous. Do not underestimate the power of diversity. Jiang Zui chuckled heartily. Bullet comments. I'm directly laughing out loud. This is hilarious. You dare to provoke our Sumu's beloved boyfriend? You'll regret it. Well, you even managed to make insults rhyme. No wonder it's you. That familiar feeling is back. Say more, I love listening. To be honest, Lingshan had previously come across a compilation of Sumu's retorts online. At that time, Sumu was taking jabs at Fu Chun, and he found it amusing. However, now that he was the target, he couldn't muster a smile. What good is mere verbal sparring? Don't think that just because you carry a guitar, you are a master. We shall see who prevails on stage. With that, Lingshan angrily took a seat with his teammates on the other side. Once all the bands had assembled, the initial stage competition officially commenced. Each band performed in the order drawn by lot. The judging panel was exceptionally prestigious, consisting not only of highly regarded music producers from within the country, but also scoring each musician's individual performance. The total score for each band was calculated by aggregating all scores and dividing by the number of band members. This meant that not only did the songs performed on the initial stage need to be stunning, but also that the overall collaboration of the band had to be harmonious, with each member showcasing sufficient skill to achieve high scores, making the evaluation quite rigorous. The immediate band drew the 17th slot, which was relatively late, while Ling Shan's Feihai band was set to perform right before them, in the 16th position. In truth, performing later in the lineup comes with its disadvantages, as the judges' energy tends to wane as the show progresses. If the songs are not sufficiently impressive at this point, the scores will naturally be lower than those of earlier performances. Initially, Su Mu was interested in listening, but as the wait dragged on and the performances of the intervening bands failed to ignite excitement, she leaned against Jiang Zue's shoulder, slowly dozing off. Her lethargic demeanor resembled that of a sleepy kitten, prompting Jiang Zue to chuckle as he gently rubbed her cheek. Feeling tired? Upon witnessing this scene, the bullet comments erupted. Ah, this couple is too sweet. Their intimacy is so natural. Haha, don't just cuddle, share a kiss. The Jiangsu couple is forever divine. A bit, how much longer until it's our turn? The 13th band is on stage now. It won't be long. Su Mu glanced at the large screen before her. The band on stage was called Ribu Lua, featuring one of the few female vocalists present, sporting a head of natural curls reminiscent of a golden retriever. As the music began, her voice emerged with a cool, smoky timbre that shocked the audience with its contrast. Moreover, the original song they performed was quite captivating, with an electrifying guitar segment that ignited the entire atmosphere. Su Mu, previously on the verge of sleep, jolted upright, exclaiming, "Sister, I'm all in." Upon their conclusion, they achieved the highest score thus far, 906 points. Guanzhun had also been quite excited, but after the performance, a shadow of concern flickered in his eyes. Kong Zi, this band possesses considerable strength. Yu Kong nodded in agreement. Indeed. A few minutes later, it was time for the Feihai band's performance. By this point, Lingshan had transitioned from bassist to the band as guitarist. Just before taking the stage, he cast a challenging glance at Jiang Zue, filled with provocation. But Jiang Zue was preoccupied with playing with Su Mu's hair, completely oblivious to him. After fine-tuning the instruments, Lingshan grasped the microphone and stepped onto the stage. "This is the first original song of our Feihai band. We hope you enjoy it." Guanzhun scoffed disdainfully. The barrage of comments read, "What a joke, just leave. This is your first song, but I hope it's your last. If you can speak, just publish a book." Everyone here is responsible for Lingshan still being on stage. The lights in the venue dimmed, and a spotlight shone directly on Lingshan. The electric guitar heralded the commencement of the song, soon accompanied by the sound of the guzheng and the rhythm of the drums. On the golden charts, you glance back. I stand not far away, observing your direction. Clashing swords and galloping steeds, ultimately exchanging fleeting fame, solely because I do not wish for you to be in the distance, unable to bear the sight. Romantic affairs. Throughout life, who can seek their beloved? Talented scholars and beautiful maidens, clad in white robes, leaning on red and green, youth becomes a tribute. In the vast lands of China, through countless springs and autumns, I fearlessly face the wind and sand, fighting for you across the world. The barrage commented, "Wow. I must admit, this is quite melodious. This beat is igniting, folks. More intense than Bo. Didn't he expect Feihai band to possess such talent? I've been following Jiang Zue and Orange Sea, but Lingshan's singing is also commendable." Guanzhun straightened slightly, recognizing the composition had some merit. Yukong shook his head. "I find the lyrics somewhat lackluster." Su Mu concurred with Yukong. They likely aim to align with the theme of traditional culture. After the performance, Ling Shan set down his guitar. During the judges' feedback session, the renowned domestic band elder Chu Jiwen took the microphone. Every member of your band possesses strong technique, but your coordination is somewhat lacking. The drum beat is a bit fast in the chorus while the bass is slightly slow. However, considering you are a newly formed band with limited time to practice together, achieving this level is quite impressive. I shall give you a score of 90. Ling Shan sighed in relief. Chu Jiwen handed the microphone to Wang Yuchuan. Old Wang, this song features the guzheng. You are the expert. Please share your thoughts. Zhao Professor played the guzheng for Fei Hai Band, and Wang Yuchuan, recognizing him, picked up the microphone, unabashedly expressing his admiration. The guzheng part is excellently played. Undoubtedly, the highest level among the bands present. Hearing his words, another expert in folk music couldn't help but chuckle. Old Wang, with such absolute confidence in your statement, aren't you afraid someone better might emerge?
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Wang Yuchuan replied, confidence radiating from his demeanor. He may not know the skills of others, but he certainly understood Zhao Tong's prowess. If someone were more skilled than Zhao Tong, how could they remain obscure in the realm of guzheng? The barrage commented, though I don't understand, I can feel that the guzheng player is indeed quite impressive. This song must be a top production. It's incredible. I'm guessing this song will definitely dominate the music charts. Damn it. What do I do if I'm starting to like Ling Shan? His singing is indeed delightful. After the judges deliberated, the overall score for Fei Hai Band was swiftly calculated. 907 points, surpassing the Sun Never Sets Band by 1 point. The highest score thus far. Upon seeing this score, Ling Shan smiled contentedly. Upon returning to the waiting hall, his head was held high. As he passed in front of Jiang Zui, he paused intentionally. I look forward to your performance. Just don't score lower than us, or it will be quite amusing. Jiang Zui's expression remained indifferent. What if our score surpasses yours? What will you do then? I'll call you father. The moment those words left his mouth, the other bands were taken aback. Wow, yes, quite confident. Ling Shan truly had self-assurance. Yet, their song was indeed commendable. Yes. Jiang Zui had never previously ventured into traditional themes, and the band was newly formed. Winning would be quite a challenge. Amidst the murmurs, Jiang Zui displayed no emotion, merely rising to retrieve the bass. Then be prepared, my dear son. Su Mu also picked up the guitar, following Jiang Zui onto the stage. The group adjusted their instruments on stage, each preparing in their own way. Jiang Zui turned to Su Mu. Are you nervous? This small scene doesn't require nerves. Jiang Zui chuckled, gesturing an okay sign to the host. Soon, a line of text appeared on the screen. The rivers and lakes rush by composed, written, played bass, and sung by Jiang Zui, guitar, Su Mu, guzheng, Fengya, keyboard, Yukong, drummer, Guanzhen. Observing them on stage, some bands displayed disdain, others scrutinized intently, while some brimmed with anticipation. The lights dimmed, and a beam first illuminated drummer Guanzhen. After an array of intricate drumming, the guzheng forcefully interjected. The remaining instruments soon joined in. After the prelude, Jiang Zui's magnetic and steady voice resonated. I laugh at how empty the rivers and lakes are. Petty individuals run rampant within. Everyone wishes to be a hero, but who is willing to share life and death? I sigh at how vast the rivers and lakes are. Love and hate are hard to solely cherish. Heavy burdens weigh down my eyes. Who can reunite with whom? A fleeting spring dream, as if heaven is playing tricks. In the haze, is it illusion or emptiness? Looking up, the rivers and lakes rush by, turning corners to meet again. Looking down, we come and go in haste. Let everything drift with the wind. Better to lay down swords and see the beautiful scenery along the way. Better to let go of burdens and charge forward freely. Life is fleeting. Let out a wild laugh. Only with you can I share life and death. Galloping on horseback, living joyfully, I long to embrace you once more. The barrage erupted. Wow, wow, wow. This song is bound to explode. Jiang Zui truly lives up to his name. That tone, that singing skill. Jiang Zui is simply being fed by the heavens. Damn it, Su Mu, stop playing, you'll kill me with your handsomeness. Jiang Zui's voice exuded a magnetic charm, mingled with a hint of nonchalance, deep yet transparent, perfectly aligning with the essence of the lyrics. Just as he concluded the chorus, the music gradually receded, enveloping the venue in silence. Just when everyone assumed they had finished, Su Mu produced a swona. Chapter 99. 3 more daddies emerged. The resounding notes of the swona instantly elevated the song to a new climax, igniting the atmosphere.
Wow.
Impressive.
Woohoo.
In the waiting hall, those who had previously scoffed grew serious, those who had scrutinized now expressed admiration, and those who had anticipated stood up, clapping fervently. During prior band performances, the judges would merely nod in appreciation, but this time, there was a stir among the judges. A few even stood up, eager to applaud, only to be reminded by the director to sit back down. Among the judges, Wang Yuchuan was the most animated. His face flushed crimson, his eyes glued to Fengya, nearly popping out. In the crowd, I sought him 1,000 times, and when I turned my head, he stood amidst the dim lights. It turned out that the guzheng player he had been looking for was right there at the scene. Fengya remained oblivious to his gaze, focused on her guzheng performance. Once they completed their piece, everyone felt a lingering desire, wishing they could hear it once more. The barrage read, "I apologize, Sumu. I admit I was too loud about your voice before. That suona was simply the finishing touch. Ah, it's on fire. No, it's outright explosive. With the suona in play, no one can withstand it. All right, I thought you were just a comedian. But I didn't expect you to have so many skills behind my back." After the performance concluded, Jiang Zui set down the bass. During the feedback session, all eyes were on the judges. Xu Jiwen took the microphone, staring intently at Jiang Zui. "You are a genius, without a doubt a genius. If you had been born 20 years earlier, I believe you could have led the Chinese rock scene to the world." After praising Jiang Zui, Xu Jiwen turned his attention to Sumu. "To be honest, I am also a guitarist, but after hearing your guitar performance, I can only think one thing. Damn. You play so brilliantly. Are you trying to kill yourself?" Bullet screen. "Ha, don't mention it. This judge is quite humorous." "Sumu, please don't praise me. I am merely an unremarkable little genius." What about those who previously questioned Sumu? Come out and take a few steps. Why is everyone silent now? After Chu Jiwen's commentary, Wang Yuchuan eagerly seized the microphone. "What is the name of your guzheng player?"
Fengya.
If it weren't for the multitude of cameras aimed at him and his role as a judge, Wang Yuchuan would have rushed up to seek her tutelage. He etched this name into his memory before placing the microphone down. The host, expecting further commentary, was taken aback when he had only inquired about a name. "Mr. Wang, want you provide any feedback? Feedback? Is it warranted?" The audience was momentarily stunned. Chu Jiwen inquired with confusion, "Though I am not versed in guzheng. Is Fengya's performance truly so lacking as to be undeserving of your critique?" Wang Yuchuan widened his eyes. "Nonsense. It is I who am unworthy to critique her."
"'Cause you won't?"
Others? Bullet screen. Even Wang Yuchuan believes himself unworthy of critique. Just how exceptional must Fengya's performance be? Following the conclusion of the commentary segment, the overall scores were swiftly revealed. 936 points, the highest in the entire hall. Jiang Zui and his companions exited the stage with smiles. Upon returning to the waiting area, other bands offered them respectful nods. Some socially anxious individuals even approached Jiang Zui directly to applaud. "Brother Jiang, you are amazing." In response, Jiang Zui could only wave his hand and smile. After congratulating Jiang Zui and the others, the onlookers' gaze shifted to Ling Shan. Ling Shan's expression was tense. Noticing his lack of response, the hall gradually fell silent. What's this? Is he having second thoughts? How dull. Is he not a man? This is amusing. Listening to the discussions around him, Ling Shan's expression darkened. And ultimately he stood up, walking towards Jiang Zui. Jiang Zui remained silent, simply gazing at him. Ling Shan's face was grim, and with great reluctance, he forced out a single word through clenched teeth. "Father."
Hey.
Jiang Zui, Guanzi, and Yukong responded in unison. Ling Shan was taken aback. The others were equally surprised, followed by an eruption of laughter. Bullet screen. "Damn, I'm dying of laughter. You three are hilarious." Thought it was just one more father. Didn't he expect 3 more to appear? Laughing until I'm sick, haha. Ling Shan. Bullying the honest folk.